Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents A Case of Betrayal by Neil Turner, narrated by Gary Bennett. Chapter 1. There's a satisfying fullness that comes with doing things in threes, the driver thinks, as he kills the headlights of an unmarked panel van while steering into the shadows of an alley. The van coasts to a stop with its sliding door 3 feet from the back door of a nondescript brick commercial building. Dumpsters obstruct the view between the vehicle and the building from both ends of the alley. A rat stares back insolently from the rim of a dumpster just beyond the windshield, then goes back to its business. The driver checks the mirrors to confirm that the rats are the only other living things in the alley, then kills the engine. It's not the last thing the driver will kill this evening. The driver climbs into the back of the van, peels open the packaging of a hooded protective coverall, and suits up, feet wrapped first in plastic food bags and then athletic socks. Reebok sneakers are pulled on and laced up. A full-face respirator and rubber gloves complete the outfit. A spray can of mace is tucked into a pocket. The driver spreads a blue painting tarp over the bare steel floor. After the work here is done, the suit, gloves, and mace container will be wrapped up in the tarp and disposed of in a distant dumpster. After a final check outside, the driver exits into the chilly early February evening, sniffs at the rank air of the alley, and softly slides the van's side door closed. Wielding a 12-inch hunting knife with a serrated blade, the driver inserts a key into the deadbolt lock of the building's rear entry and slips inside. Marcia Williams glances at her Silver Citizen watch, then saves and exits the life insurance quote she's been working on. The watch, a birthday gift 3 years ago from her ex-husband Reg, reminds her that he called a few minutes ago. He hadn't spoken when she'd answered, so she'd hung up after 10 or 15 seconds of background noise. She considers calling him back, but decides not to. He probably pocket-dialed. Reg will call back if he wants to talk. Besides, her 8 o'clock appointment is already overdue. The Tanners are supposed to call when they arrive out front so Marcia can meet them at the street entrance. The agency keeps the doors locked after hours. The main floor of the building is occupied by daytime retail, a tailor, a dry cleaner, and a daycare center. The insurance agency occupies the second-floor offices. At 5 after 8, Marcia walks to the top of the narrow stairwell that leads down to the first-floor entry to make sure the Tanners aren't waiting there. Marcia's 17-year-old daughter, Ashley, needs a little help with her math homework and is waiting for Marcia to come home so they can tackle it together. After waiting another minute, Marcia jogs down the tiled stairs to have a peek at the street. Still nobody. Damn. Probably stuck in traffic. It can be a problem in Chicago even at this hour. Marcia checks her phone as she climbs back up the stairs. Perhaps there's a text or an email from her prospective clients. Her eyes are still on the phone when she strolls into the outer office and drops into the receptionist's chair. The door slams shut behind her. Her eyes fly open as she spins around to find someone towering over her, wearing what looks like a black hazmat suit. "What are you doing?" she asks in confusion. "How did you get in? What do you want?" Her initial panic spirals into abject terror when the stranger steps closer with a spray can in one hand. The blade of an enormous knife flashes in the other. Her assailant thrusts the aerosol canister at her and unleashes a torrent of scalding liquid into Marcia's horrified face. The stream of mace is the last thing she sees, but she feels every agony of the merciless stabbing and slashing of the knife attack that ends her life at age 38. Chapter 2. Mike Williams refers to our basketball bouts as his hour to kick some white ass, 60 minutes that he flagrantly relishes every Wednesday morning. He's a fair trash talker in his deep, silky voice, albeit with the game to back it up. We've been friends since the Cook County Public Defender's Office assigned him to defend my father against a charge of murder 18-odd months ago. We teamed up to win an acquittal. With the early morning business types gone and kids in school, we have one end of the Cedar Heights Recplex gym to ourselves for my weekly hoops beatdown. I'm currently flat on my back beneath a basket, panting for breath and sweating by the bucket. The ball begins to smack the hardwood 2 feet away as I edge up onto one elbow. "You okay, Tony?" Mike asks with a smirk. With just a smattering of sweat on the cocoa skin of his forehead, he looks almost bored as he dribbles in place. "Sure," I croak. "Just give me a minute." He nods, then does a few crossovers, pops the ball through the basket a couple of times, and does it all over again. "Take heart, Valenti," I think as I push myself upright. Mike's not quite his usual dominant self today. In fact, the score was briefly tied several minutes ago. That's a first in the annals of Valenti-Williams hoops, at least after we start playing. Then again, the natural order of things had quickly reasserted itself, sending me to a 12-point loss. So much for my big day on the court. Mike is standing stock still, with the ball grasped in one of his elephantine hands by the time I struggle to my feet. Something's clearly on his mind. He shrugs off whatever is weighing on him and drains a couple more baskets to win the match, then gathers up the ball and meets my gaze. "So, Tony, want to go again?" "Let me catch my breath," I squeak. He tucks the ball under an elbow and walks over to take a long pull from a towering red water bottle. He's 6'6", an inch taller than I am. We both weigh in at around 220 pounds, depending on how much pizza and other crap I have scarfed down in the days before stepping on the scale. We're both in our mid-40s and both retain most of our hair. His is tightly curled, mine is wavy. I'm handily winning the touch of gray at the temple competition. I like to think it makes me more distinguished looking than Mike. I walk over to join him. "You're not yourself this morning. What's up?" A cloud passes over his face. "You remember my brother, Reg?" "Sure." Reg, a phone engineer at a major cell phone manufacturer, had lent a hand getting critical cell phone evidence into our hands during Papa's trial. Mike's expression darkens further. "His ex-wife was murdered a few nights ago." My water bottle pauses in midair. "Jesus, that's awful." "Sure is. She was a sweet gal." My mind strays to a news report about a woman named Williams who had been brutally slain at an insurance office. I'm pretty sure that's who we're talking about. "Kids?" I ask. The question elicits a heavy sigh from Mike. "A 17-year-old daughter. This is hell for Ashley." "Mom had custody?" Mike nods. "Shared, but she had primary custody. Ashley will be with Reg full-time now." "He got laid off a few months ago, didn't he?" Mike drains off some more water before he replies. "Yep." "What's he doing now?" "He picks up some consulting work here and there and works as a technician at a cell phone fix-it shop. The pay sucks, but he's never missed a child support payment. He and Marcia have done a good job working through the divorce without a lot of bullshit. Ashley's lucky that way." He pauses while his eyes drop to the floor. I reach for his shoulder after I see a tear splash onto the hardwood. Mike looks up and meets my eyes. "Thanks, man." Then he wipes the back of his hand across his eyes and musters some semblance of a smile as he pulls the basketball from beneath his arm. "Ready? Let's do some free throws." "First to 21?" he asks. I'm nodding when the ball slams into my chest. "You're up first, sport," he says, with forced joviality and a look of affected disdain. "I don't want to skunk you." I snort, hopefully with the intended note of derision. "That's your first mistake, pal." Mike scoffs and reels off 5 in a row in the wake of my opening air ball. When he finally misses, I step up to the line and clank a shot off the backboard. Mike snags the ball, slams it down, and then kicks it the length of the gym. "Shit, man. This is so damn wrong." I freeze and await his next move. He plants his hands on his hips and blows out a long breath. "The cops are already sniffing around Reg." "He's a suspect?" That's surprising. Reg seemed fairly easygoing the one time I met him. "Of course he is. He's our ex. He's black." We lock eyes. "Do you think he had anything to do with it?" I ask. Mike's eyes flash before he shakes his head. "He's my brother, Tony. I know he isn't capable of doing that." "Alibi?" Mike sets off to retrieve the basketball, which is wedged beneath the wooden player's bench. "Depends on the time of the murder. They figure it happened around 8 o'clock. Reg left work at 8. It's touch and go. How far is his store from the murder scene? Couple miles, 5-minute drive, tops. He's lucky to have you looking out for him. Not every potential murder suspect has a professional defense attorney in the family to lean on. Mike plucks the ball off the hardwood and tosses it from hand to hand while his brow creases in thought. I worry about Reg talking to the cops. Why? You know the cops have him in their sights. Rightfully so, I know. I told him that the spouse and or ex is always looked at. He didn't like hearing it. I bite back the urge to utter the platitude of all platitudes at this stage of a murder investigation, which is that Reg has nothing to worry about if he's innocent. That's not how justice is applied in modern-day America, especially if you're a black suspect. Reg is going to have to manage his temper and self-righteousness, or he'll play right into the angry black man stereotype. Mike continues. He has a bit of a temper, and is still bitter about being downsized. He started drinking a bit after that. Now, with what's happened to Marcia, I worry about the drinking getting worse. Mike carries the ball back to the top of the key and nails a pair of baskets. When I bounce the ball back to him after the second shot, he asks, Mind if we stop? Not at all. Mike beats me out of the shower and change room and is settled with coffee and a Danish from the snack shop when I arrive at his table for two. I'm startled by the anger on his face as he glares at the television. Many times have we seen this story repeated? Abby Garcia asks her television audience. Garcia is a hard-featured local Latina woman with a helmet of bleached blonde hair. She first made a name for herself on the Spanish-language network Telemundo after being disbarred for prosecutorial misconduct while she was an assistant state's attorney in Winnebago County just west of Chicago. The media maven recently landed a segment on Court TV as she moves up in the broadcasting world. I did a little reading up on the sanctimonious bitch after she weighed in on my father's case last year, spreading unsubstantiated bullshit far and wide to further her personal agenda and boost her ratings. Her facts were so far off base that they would have been laughable if she hadn't been tossing the bullshit into the middle of a murder trial. A little digging into her history unmasked her. It's too bad more people don't look into who she really is before they allow themselves to be manipulated. She lost her law license after withholding exculpatory evidence and soliciting bogus jailhouse testimony while prosecuting a murder trial. Garcia wears her disgrace like a badge of honor, suggesting she was an avenging angel whom corrupt liberal court officials were anxious to take down. Her show plays well with a largely female audience that laps up her fear-mongering about bad men who prey on women, a dread she exploits and spreads far and wide, with or without facts to support her insinuations. Lord knows there's more than enough legitimate fear in the world, without this woman preying on it to whip up outrage about situations that she knows little to nothing about. Garcia leans toward the camera. Marcia Williams was yet another survivor who escaped her abusive husband's clutches by becoming a successful entrepreneur in her own right. She settles back, crosses her legs, and throws her hands up in a gesture of exasperation. Reg Williams couldn't handle that. His precious masculinity was threatened by a wife who struck out on her own. Marcia Williams was murdered on February 4th, 6 days ago. When will the police finally take this animal off the streets? After another woman dies? What a crock of shit. Mike seethes. Garcia's eyes narrow. Who is Reg Williams? A heavy drinker who can't hold a job. A man prone to violence. The classic dangerous ex-spouse. In short, just another loser. A thug. Could she blow that dog whistle any harder? Mike asks bitterly. My eyes snap to Mike. I missed that. Thug, he explains. A word that nowadays denotes lawless, dangerous brown folks, my friend. While the program goes to commercial, I process what I've just heard. Any history of abuse? Hell no, Mike replies before he takes a bite of Danish. So what was that about? I ask. Gabby Garcia isn't exactly known for letting facts get in the way of her rants, but her depiction of Reg was incendiary even for her, especially at this early stage of a murder investigation. As far as I know, Reg hasn't even been publicly identified as a person of interest. that delightful euphemism law enforcement uses to paint a target on potential suspects. Aside from tarnishing the reputation of whomever they tag, it suggests that a thorough investigation is underway. People such as Gabby Garcia are a great way to spread the manure far and wide. Mike dips his head and massages his temples. They're zeroing in on Reg. Dollars to donuts, some cop is feeding Garcia all the bullshit she needs to publicly tar and feather him. I stop just short of offering to represent Reg. I need to discuss things with my partner, Penelope Brooks, before doing so. The law firm of Brooks and Valenti may be lawyers to the poor and defenders of lost causes, but taking on a murder case is an expensive proposition. I also tend to get us into some tough spots. As my friend, retired Cedar Heights homicide detective Jake Plummer, warned my partner not 2 months ago, trouble seems to follow me around. Chapter 3. The murder of Mike's sister-in-law intrudes on my thoughts 5 days later, during a President's Day dinner of Hungarian goulash prepared by my 15-year-old daughter, Brittany. I can't shake the sense that the haunted look in Mike's eyes as he contemplated the cops zeroing in on his brother portends trouble dead ahead, trouble that will involve me. I push those thoughts aside to give Brittany my full attention. She and I are still recovering from several terrible weeks last fall that had seen her kidnapped and her boyfriend murdered. It all ended when I shot and killed the mafia gangster who had been behind the kidnapping and murder, and that barely scratches the surface of the craziest 2 months of our lives. We're both still laboring to overcome the physical and emotional wounds we suffered, and are becoming pretty good at setting it all aside behind a facade of normalcy for minutes at a time. That was pretty good, I say, as I push aside the dinner plate I've just scoured clean. Pretty good? She shoots back while giving me the stink eye. I go to all the trouble of making you a nice meal on my day off school, and that's all the thanks I get? I'll bet the pie is great, I exclaim, in a bid to redeem myself. The pièce de résistance is to be an apple pie baked from scratch. Brittany shoots an exaggerated stare at the kitchen wall clock and grumbles. We may never find out. We're holding dessert until Pat O'Toole arrives. Pat, a local newspaper reporter at the Chicago Tribune, was a classmate of mine growing up. Brittany has had a rough first year in Cedar Heights after our arrival from Atlanta in the wake of a bitter divorce. Despite the age difference between them, Brittany considers Pat one of her few friends here. Pat begged off Brittany's dinner invitation but promised to come afterward. I plan to ask Pat what, if anything, she knows about Marcia's murder. I'm a little worried about doing so. Our relationship is somewhat tenuous these days. I don't want her to feel as if I'm trying to exploit it. I can't imagine that she will. She's a generous soul. But the relationship means a lot to me, and I don't want to jeopardize it. That said, I feel the inexorable pull of Reg's potential case drawing me in, and want to learn everything I possibly can about what happened and how the murder investigation is progressing. Brittany waves away my offer to clear the table, then pushes her chair back and collects our plates on her way to the sink. She's a good foot shorter than I am, a willowy girl with her mother's exotic good looks, high cheekbones, sky-blue eyes, a finely chiseled nose, full lips, and shoulder-length auburn hair. A knockout in my books. Not that I'm entirely happy about it now that boys have discovered Brittany and she's discovered them. Oops, she exclaims, after accidentally on purpose brushing a chunk of stewing beef out of the serving bowl. The splat when it hits one of our kitchen's 16-inch ceramic floor tiles flips the activation switch on our aging black Labrador retriever, Dino. After hoovering up the treat, he settles on his haunches to lick up every molecule he missed on the first pass. Moments like this have alarmingly expanded his girth. Yet I can't bring myself to forbid Brittany from spoiling the pooch. Truth be told, I indulge the old bugger as much, or more. I smile at my daughter and shake my head to demonstrate that dear old Dad wasn't fooled by her staged oops. Busted, huh? She says with a grin, before she turns away to rinse the dishes. Yep, you're grounded until the dishes are done. She glances over her shoulder and mock pouts before she gets back to work loading the dishwasher. My thoughts turn to my father as my eyes roam around the kitchen he remodeled over the years. Papa's exemplary craftsmanship is evident in every inch of the meticulously finished altar cabinets and trim, in the crown molding that caps the walls, and in the tile work of the counters and backsplash. Papa's been visiting his sister in Italy for the past few months after an absence of almost 50 years. I doubt he's coming back. He gave me the okay to take over the master bedroom, so we could turn my childhood bedroom into an exercise room/home office. Quite an improvement over being wedged into an unfinished corner of the basement. We sit in companionable silence after Brittany cleans up. Dino finishes scrubbing the floor and wanders over to await another morsel. The doorbell rings while I eyeball the pie calling out to me from the counter. Brittany is off like a shot, with Dino waddling along in her wake. "I hear there's homemade pie somewhere around here," Pat says as she walks into the kitchen and busses my cheek before she pulls out a chair and plunks her lanky 5'10" frame into it. She pushes a strand of shoulder-length red hair behind an ear and fixes her sea-green eyes on me. "Unless you ate it already?" "Nope," I reply, thinking that her permanent false eye is a pretty good replacement for the one she lost in a shooting here just over a year ago. Pat sniffs the air and turns her attention to Brittany. "Do I smell paprika?" Brittany beams. "Goulash. And I missed it. Sorry I couldn't make dinner, kiddo. Monday is my day to spend with Mom. I had to stay until my sister got there from work." Brittany's expression sobers at the reminder of Pat's family problems. Her father passed away suddenly on January 2nd. Her mother was diagnosed with early-stage Alzheimer's 2 weeks later. "How's your mother?" Brittany asks. Pat's shoulders sag. "Some days are better than others, but all in all, things are pretty good. I guess the upside is that I'm discovering stuff about Mom's childhood I never knew." Brittany looks confused. "I thought people started forgetting everything with Alzheimer's." "It's strange. What happened yesterday often escapes Mom, but she remembers so much from growing up in Toronto. She talks about that a lot." "She grew up in Toronto?" I ask in surprise. "Is she Canadian?" "She's always been a dual citizen," Pat replies. "Funny how none of us have ever really thought of her as Canadian, but it seems that she's always thought of herself as one." "Does that make you Canadian?" Brittany asks. Pat smiles. "All her talk made me curious, so I poked around a bit. I qualify for Canadian citizenship." "Well, I hope you don't run off to Toronto and leave me here with this guy," Brittany says while shooting a look my way. I conjure up a look of consternation. She pokes the tip of her tongue out in response. As I watch them talk, I'm saddened by how Pat and I have grown apart over the past several months. We'd connected immediately when she'd re-entered my life and had settled into an easy camaraderie that was a lot of fun. We still get along, but there's a growing distance between us. Without Brittany acting as the glue to keep the relationship from fraying further, we might well have drifted completely apart. There was a time not so long ago when I thought something might develop between us. Pat had other ideas. I eventually decided to move on, and am now in a relationship. In fact, the glow of a fabulous Valentine's Day and night with Trish Pangborn at her Lake Point Tower condo has had me walking on air all day. My relationship with Trish is everything I'd once hoped to have with Pat. Trish is the polar opposite of my ex-wife. Kind, warm-hearted, generous, strong and confident without feeling the need to turn every day into an ongoing power struggle. She's comfortable in her own skin. I'm beyond comfortable in her company. Am I in love with Trish? If not, I'm well on my way there. Where did an Italian-Irish girl like you acquire a taste for goulash? I ask Brittany when there's a lull in their chatter. Mrs. Harlan gave me the recipe and talked me through it this afternoon. An uncomfortable silence follows the mention of Bobby Harlan's mother. Bobby, who died last November, was Brittany's first serious boyfriend. I didn't know she was still in touch with his family. Pat touches my daughter's hand. "So, where's this pie I've been looking forward to?" Brittany brightens at the change of topic, pops to her feet, and collects the pie. "Wow!" Pat exclaims after Brittany slides it onto the table and departs to collect plates and forks. "This is really your first pie?" Brittany nods happily. "Pretty darn fancy," Pat marvels. "You made the whole thing from scratch?" The pie is impressive, with its lattice top and apple filling bubbling through. I suggested that she start with a prepackaged crust and a can of filling for her first try. I tell Pat. It would have been easier. No store-bought crap served here, Brittany scoffs as she cuts into her masterpiece. Pat is served the first slice of pie, forks up a bite, and chews for a moment with her eyes closed, then cuts a sideways glance at me. It might have been easier, Valenti, but it wouldn't have tasted half as heavenly as this. Brittany slides a slice in front of me and tosses a dessert fork my way. Try it, old man. I obey and realize that Pat hadn't exaggerated to make Brittany feel better. Have I finally found a replacement baker for my mother, who passed away before we moved back to Cedar Heights? That would be, to steal Pat's term, heavenly. Brittany cuts herself a slice of pie, then sits down and fixes her gaze on me. Well? Terrific, I mutter around a second bite. The kitchen falls silent while we attack our dessert. I carry the plates to the dishwasher after we finish, then put up the kettle to boil water for hot chocolate. Pat asks me how last week's basketball bout with Mike Williams went. Same as always, I reply. Got my ass kicked. Not as thoroughly as usual, though. Mike wasn't quite into it. Do you remember his brother, Reg, from Papa's trial? The cell phone guy? Pat asks. I nod and tell them about the death of his ex-wife. She looks away for a long moment, then refocuses on me. The insurance agent who was killed at her office? I nod. I helped edit the story. I didn't connect the dots to Mike's family. Do you know what's going on with the investigation? I ask. Not really, she replies. There's chatter around the newsroom that the police are looking at the ex-husband. Will Mike defend him? Brittany asks. Reg hasn't been charged, I reply. Pat gives me a knowing look. You know he's a prime suspect, Tony. His ex-wife is dead, and he's black. Brittany's eyes grow wide as she stares at Pat. So? They can't charge him just because he's African-American. Pat offers her an indulgent smile. Welcome to post-racial America, kiddo. Even if Reg qualifies for a public defender, Mike probably won't get the case, I say. Why not? Brittany asks. The powers that be will probably think he's too close to the case. That's stupid, Brittany says with a frown. Who's going to care more about getting his brother off? Out of the mouths of babes. So if not Mike, who? Pat asks. You? I kicked it around with Penelope, I reply. She's not crazy about the idea of taking on the time and expense of a murder case, but she's open to the possibility. Penelope Brooks, my partner in Brooks and Valenti, is probably right, but I still feel like we should make the gesture. We're interrupted by the chirp of an incoming call on my cell phone. I check the caller ID, Mike Williams. We need to talk, he says when I answer. What's up? The state's attorney has convened a grand jury to consider charges against Reg, he replies. Will you represent him if the cops take him in? Good question. Chapter 4. Mike Williams is calling for you, Joan Brooks says the next morning as I step into my office at Brooks and Valenti. Joan is our receptionist/legal assistant/paralegal/office mother. She's also the widowed mother of my partner. Joan worked for her father, who was a judge back in Kansas, and she now employs those skills for our firm. She's a wonder of decorum and efficiency. I've made it my personal mission to crack the air of professionalism whenever possible. We have fun with it. I pull a blank yellow legal pad onto my blotter and click open a silver cross ballpoint pen before I pick up. What's up? I ask after we exchange greetings. I need to see you about Reg. They charged him? Just a matter of time. How's your schedule look this week? What are you doing right now? I ask. You've got time? I've got plenty of time today. Our little law firm isn't exactly overwhelmed with business this week. Sure. Thanks, man. On my way. What does a guy have to do to get a cup of coffee around this joint? I shout through the open door of my office after I hang up. God gave you 2 feet, Mr. Valenti, Joan retorts. I can almost see the self-satisfied smirk on her face as she zings me. And I give thanks to him for those 2 feet every day, I shoot back, as I unfold myself from my office chair walked to the door, and stared down at Joan while holding out my empty coffee cup. I believe he gave you a couple of feet as well? 2 more days, she grumbles with affected resignation. Surely she's not going to make me wait 2 days for a cup of coffee. 2 days until what? Until Penelope is back to inject a little professionalism into this operation. Penelope is back home in Kansas introducing her partner, Becky Seguin, to the extended Brooks clan on the occasion of Penelope's grandmother's 75th birthday. Joan had gone as well, but had come back to work yesterday while Penelope stayed on. Seems they were worried about leaving me on my own for even a day or two. I slap a hand over my heart. That hurt. Do try to remember that this is a legal office, Mr. Valenti. Some measure of decorum is appropriate. We smile at each other. Joan and Penelope are cut from the same cloth, somewhat big-boned, wholesome daughters of Kansas who stand maybe 5 foot tall. Both have shoulder-length brown hair. Joan sports a few more gray hairs, and claims I'm the source of many of them, and carries a few more facial wrinkles. Mother and daughter also share hearts the size of their home state. Not that you'd know that from the grief they give poor little me. My arm is getting tired, I whine while continuing to hold my mug out. It's a great mug that's the size of a small pail, large enough to accommodate the tongue-in-cheek tagline of our legal practice, lawyers to little people and lost causes. If the cup's too heavy for you now, you'd better not put anything in it, Joan warns. I'm beginning to suspect that I'll have to get my own coffee. She confirms it when she glances over to where I'm still hovering with my cup. Get your own coffee. I make my way to the Mr. Coffee drip machine that resides on a side table in Joan's reception area and fill my mug. What's on the calendar? I ask, while dumping 2 packets of sweetener and a couple of creamers into my mug. You've got the tenant-landlord hearing after lunch, she replies with a suspicious look my way. You've taken the time to prepare? Of course, I retort, while tossing my stir stick into the plastic trash can beside the beverage station. She eyes me skeptically. I don't know why. It's only 9:32 and the file is on my desk. I have a couple hours to get up to speed, less however long I spend with Mike. I stare at the tenant-landlord file, then flip it open and start cramming. Our clients are, of course, the tenants. The law is probably on the side of the landlord, but this is what we do, right? Little people and lost causes. Lucrative it isn't, but that's not why we do it. I made the big bucks in my corporate law days, but that's all it offered. Outrageous compensation with no food for the soul. There may well be more to life than money, but I don't recall taking a legal vow of poverty in law school. A little bump in Brooks and Valenti billings would make my professional life about perfect. Why shouldn't it take 18 months for the beleaguered landlord to stop a roof leak that's causing grief for 7 of the 8 tenants in his walk-up apartment block? I grumble as I read the file. Just a little mold, the landlord said. The asshole had the gall to claim that it wasn't reasonable to expect him to keep the building in good repair, considering the paltry amount of the housing vouchers his tenants pay their rent with. Oh, the horrors of being a slum landlord. The hell of it is that Penelope's research suggests that the law is on this guy's side. We'll have to hope for a sympathetic judge. I toss the file aside when I hear Mike arrive. Joan is fixing him a coffee when I step into reception. Mike offers me a subdued, "Hey," thanks Joan for the coffee, and follows me into my office. I lead Mike to a modest conference table with a quartet of chrome and gray fabric chairs ranged around it. We settle in while his eyes roam the office. Moving up in the world, he notes dryly. I smile and nod. We moved into our permanent offices in December after suffering through a few months sandwiched into a strip mall cubbyhole while the interminable leasehold improvements here dragged on and on and on. Not that we're flying high on the hog here. To borrow Penelope's decidedly Kansas take on the place, our new office is Spartan for a law office, but it's functional, and I no longer share a common wall with our former Chinese restaurant neighbor, the Golden Dragon. I don't miss the racket of their kitchen, but I kind of like the smell of Chinese food. When Mike sits forward and settles his folded hands on the table, I pull a legal pad close and meet his intense gaze. "The cops are closing in," he says. "They executed search warrants on Reg's home and car, and they showed up on my parents' place this morning with a warrant to search their garage. The initial warrants aren't surprising. The garage one is. What the hell were they looking for there?" Mike turns up his palms. "Not a clue. It freaked Mom and Dad out." "I'll bet." George and Althea Williams are a dignified couple who met as idealistic young college students. They're devout Baptists who ensured that their children stayed out of trouble and got a proper education. This morning is probably the first time the police have ever darkened their door. The cops had them unlock the garage door and then shoo them away, Mike says. They left with a couple of bags of stuff. "That can't be good." "We want you and Penelope to represent Reg if they charge him," Mike concludes. Thinking back to my father being charged with murder, I understand why he's worried. Aside from the emotional shock of having a loved one in that position, the cost of a murder trial is punishing. I imagine both considerations are weighing heavily on Mike's family. I meet his gaze. "Penelope's out of town until Thursday. We'll need to have a sit-down talk about taking this on, but I'll take care of Reg if they charge him in the interim. No charge. It's the least I can do. If not for Mike, Papa might be behind bars instead of gallivanting around Italy." "Thanks, man. Be persuasive with your partner, though. We really need you guys." "What about you?" He shakes his head. "My office won't let me, assuming Reg qualifies for a public defender. He probably won't. I thought he was struggling to make ends meet." "True, but he's got pension assets. His old company pushed people hard to take an ill-advised buyout that benefited the company at their employees' expense, and then they laid him off." I swallow my disgust at yet another example of corporate America picking the pockets of its employees. Nothing new there. "Have you considered taking the leave of absence?" I ask. That's something to think about." "Those are considerations for another time. The odds are good that Reg is only days, if not hours, away from being charged with murder. He needs representation now." I pick up my pen. "Fill me in on the divorce. What led up to it? How have things been between Reg and Marcia since? Anything I need to know about?" Mike sits back, stretches his legs under the table, and stares out the window while he sips his coffee. I wait patiently, doodling on the top corner of my legal pad. He sits forward, sets his elbows on the table, and interlocks his fingers while his expression hardens. "Who the hell would do this to Marcia? Reg sure as hell couldn't." "Tell me about her." "We were all fond of Marcia. Smart, wicked funny. She raised Ashley right, worked on a production line for years before deciding to try her hand at making a little more coin in the life insurance business. She partnered up with an established agent who was looking to expand into the black community. Marcia had no issues with that, and the family, on balance, was also okay with it. Mom and Dad didn't much take to her business partner at the insurance agency, but they've never cottoned on to sales types of any color." "Fair enough," I reply. "The divorce?" A sad smile crosses Mike's face. "Marcia wasn't someone you could stay angry with for more than a minute or two. Reg thinks she might have gotten mixed up with a new boyfriend before she split. If not before, then immediately afterward." My ears pick up at the mention of a boyfriend. A shoddy defense, some other dude did it, is always worth exploring in a murder case. She had a boyfriend? Apparently. We don't know squat about the guy. I make a bold slash to underline boyfriend on my legal pad. We'll dig into who the guy is if it comes to that, but at first blush, it will probably look bad to the cops. "I suppose," Mike agrees. Reg was okay with things. He said that if she didn't want to be together anymore, he wasn't about to flog a dead horse. Far as I know, he didn't. Yet you told me that he's angry and is hitting the bottle pretty hard. Remember, that started after the downsizing bullshit, then tapered off some until Marcia was killed. When I talked with him a few days before she died, he told me the divorce wasn't how he wanted things to end, but he accepted her decision and was moving on. How does someone get from point A to point B within a week? I'm not buying it, not with Reg. It sounds a little out there when he puts it that way, yet people seem to reach point B with alarming regularity. I tap my pen on the table. How much of this do the cops have? A lot of it, judging by the shit Gabby Garcia is spewing on television. Good point. Well, forewarned is forearmed, if it comes to that. If, Mike snorts. When it comes to that, brother. When? Chapter 5. I smile when the doorbell rings, then peek in the mirror as I pass through the living room on my way to the front door. Why? I've been around for over 4 decades, for God's sake. I already know what I look like. Still, I'm anxious for this evening to go well. I break into a grin when I pull the door open and find Trish smiling back at me. The crisp winter breeze has flushed the fair skin of her cheeks, and wisps of her long, wheat blonde hair flow about her face. She still takes my breath away every time I see her. Yeah, that's kind of cornball and cliched, but it's the truth. I help her shrug off a padded burgundy, down-filled winter coat before she peels off a pair of matching leather gloves. "This is so sweet of you, Tony," she says before planting a lingering kiss on my lips. It is sweet of me. It's now been 3 months and 1 day since our first date. I proposed cooking dinner for her on her actual 3-month anniversary, but the logistics hadn't worked out yesterday. No worries. I still get full points for remembering and cooking. Trish has come straight from work at Fleiss Lansky, a large corporate law firm where we worked together for a few months, shortly after my arrival from Atlanta. She's dressed in her usual conservative business attire. Tonight, it's a plum 3/4-length skirt and jacket with a pale pink blouse. She's not one to flaunt her looks in the office, although it would take a head-to-toe burlap sack to mask them. Trish takes my hand a little tentatively after I hang her coat and lead her toward the kitchen. She pauses and looks around. "Brittany?" She isn't home yet. My daughter is joining us for dinner, only the 3rd time I've managed to align all our schedules. To date, Brittany has been uncharacteristically cool to Trish, which I simply don't understand. I'm sure they just need a little time together to bring Brittany around. Trish hasn't said anything about it, but I'm pretty sure it's beginning to gnaw at her. She steps to the counter and peeks beneath the lid of a black 6-quart ceramic slow cooker. "Smells great." This is the first time I've cooked for Trish, and I'm worried that I may have oversold my limited abilities in the kitchen. Granted, my late mother made the best meatballs and sauce on the planet, and she tutored me, but it's still me at the controls. Disaster lurks no more than a teaspoon of the wrong ingredient away. Brittany may be keeping her distance from Trish, but Dino's fully on board. Fearsome watchdog that he is, he finally hoists his lazy ass off his bed the moment Trish sits down at the table, sidling over to set his muzzle in her lap in a pathetic bid for attention. She obliges by leaning down until she's nose to nose with the old fart while she massages the backs of his ears. "Who's a sweet old man?" she coos, prompting a brief bout of full-body tail-wagging, accompanied by a contented sigh. Brittany could learn a thing or two from Dino when it comes to my girlfriend. Dogs know, right? "Can I get you a coffee or something?" I asked Trish. "Maybe after dinner," she says while wiggling her nose in the most adorable manner imaginable. "Wine?" "A nice bottle of a Moselle Valley Riesling." She claps her hands in delight, dumps Dino, and leans in to throw her arms around my neck. "Exactly what I ordered on our first date. You remembered." I did. Hell, even I'm impressed. Pretty good for a wine ignoramus. The opening bar of "Smells Like Teen Spirit" announces a text from Brittany. I smile as I recall her reaction to my setting this as her text tone. "So, it's cool that I got my own text tone and all, Dad, but couldn't you use something from, like, this century?" Trish and I disengage from a pleasant smooch while I slide the phone out of my shirt pocket and read the text. "Eating at Jocelyn's, later." Damn her, I think after I tell Trish, who looks hurt. "Kids," I say brightly with an exaggerated shrug. Trish has the good grace to play along, but the hurt lingers in her eyes when she gamely asks, "Do I get an extra meatball?" "As many as you want." Dino touches a paw to Trish's knee and fixes her with a sorrowful look that bespeaks starvation and all other manner of deprivation. She glances up at me. "I think he wants me to save him a meatball." "You think?" She's still fussing over the dog when my phone plays Dean Martin singing the opening line of "That's Amore." "That'll be Papa," I say. "We gave him Brittany's old phone when he left for Italy. He's been sending pictures ever since. Tonight it's a grainy nighttime picture with a streak of yellowy orange far in the distance. The caption reads, "Etna, she blows up." I show the post to Trish and dryly announce, "He's not much of a photographer, but he's an enthusiastic one." She slaps my shoulder. "Oh, stop, that's mean. Papa has no sense of the time difference between here and Italy. He sends the stuff at all hours of the day and night." "I think it's sweet," she says as she scrolls up to browse through previous texts. I sit back and admire her as she smiles and chuckles at several of the texts and pictures. "He's really enjoying himself, isn't he?" Trish asks as she hands my phone back. I nod while she looks pointedly at the slow cooker. "Are you going to feed me?" "I forgot to start the pasta. So much for my Mr. Good Host credentials. More wine?" "I'll pour," she replies while putting a hand over her glass. "You go start the pasta." Thankfully, I had the foresight to put up a pot of water earlier, so it's still warm when I turn on the gas burner and open a package of manicotti noodles. Trish's eyes widen when she sees them. "Aren't those usually stuffed?" I nod. Mama liked manicotti and served it instead of regular spaghetti with meat sauce and meatballs pretty often. Trish walks over to hand me a full goblet of wine, then leans her hips against the counter and touches her glass to mine. "To us." I lean in and give her a kiss. To us. The kiss lingers, and we're suddenly in danger of deferring dinner. Probably not the best idea. Brittany might pick the wrong moment to come home early. "How was your day?" Trish asks to break the spell. "Anything new from Reg Williams?" I filled her in on that situation last night to forewarn her that tonight's plans might be torpedoed if Reg were charged. "Nothing new," I say while putting out cracked red pepper and fresh Parmesan cheese. "They haven't questioned him again, let alone arrested him." She cocks her head. "What's he like?" "I met him once after Papa's trial. He seemed like a decent guy." "You're representing him?" "If something happens in the next day or so that he needs help with, yes. Penelope will be back tomorrow, and then we'll decide if we're in for the long haul. In the interim, I'll go see Reg tomorrow morning. Mike's been coaching him to this point. Still, I should talk to him. But enough of that. How was your day?" "Pretty good. Nothing out of the ordinary." I stir the pasta while she fills me in on an annoying 4-hour-long meeting to hammer out the details of a vendor contract. Everyone's lawyer trying to screw everyone else's lawyer to justify their billing hours. I nod and murmur sympathetically at the appropriate junctures, happy to be out of the corporate law racket. I give myself a mental kick when I realize that my attention is drifting. I smile and squeeze her hand, hoping she didn't notice my lapse. We chatter about little things while I strain the pasta, slice a loaf of bread I picked up from a local Italian bakery, and ladle meatballs and sauce over a bed of manicotti on our plates. I carry our dinner to the dining room table and light a trio of candles while Trish tops up the wine. Then I settle into Papa's customary seat at the head of the table. Trish scooches her chair close enough to rub knees while we eat. Dinner conversation centers on family tales, hers and mine. We linger over coffee before I produce our dessert of tiramisu, also procured from the Italian bakery. Eventually, we clear the table and fill the dishwasher. "Thanks for dinner," Trish says when we finish. "You're some cook." She steps into my arms and presses close while she kisses me long and deep. We're getting a little worked up when she pulls back enough to look into my eyes. "When will Brittany be home?" I look over her head at the clock on the stove and sigh. It's 8:57. She's supposed to be home by 9 on school nights. Trish gives me a lingering kiss, ending it with a little ass squeeze. "Pity." As if on cue, the front door opens. Brittany pauses in the kitchen doorway just long enough to say, "Hey, and good night," before she disappears down the hall and into her room. Trish replies with a bright "hello" and "good night," but her face falls as soon as we hear the bedroom door close. I'm on the verge of storming to my daughter's bedroom and dragging her back to apologize before I realize that would only make things worse. Things have been tough for her of late, but I want an explanation for her behavior before the night is out. I turn my attention to lifting Trish's spirits. I lay a hand alongside her cheek and gaze into her disappointed eyes. "Sorry." She tries to smile, but the effort falls short. One shoulder rises and falls in a forlorn shrug, while tears well up in her eyes. I pull her close and hold her there for a long minute. I don't know what's wrong with Brits. Trish lays her head softly against my chest. Maybe I've said or done something wrong. No, I reply. But the truth is that I simply don't know, and won't until Brittany tells me what her problem is with Trish. Things will get better. I don't know, Trish says softly as her tears soak through my shirt. I feel a rush of affection for her and tilt her face up to mine before planting a tender kiss on her lips. She clings a little tighter and whispers, "Thanks for sticking with me, Tony. I know this is hard on you." Hard on me? I'm not the one in tears. I kiss the top of her head and gently run my hands up and down her back. She slides her hands up to my face and pulls it down for a kiss that quickly deepens. This is where all our evenings seem to progress, ending in wonderful nights. I pull back and cut a sideways glance down the hallway toward the master bedroom. We've spent only 2 nights there while Brittany had sleepovers at her friend's house, but we're both acutely aware of exactly where my bedroom is. Trish's eyes track mine. A sad frown appears when her gaze shifts in the direction of Brittany's bedroom. I think I'll just head home, Tony. It's been a long day. We silently agree to accept the lie and spend the next few minutes polishing off the wine and making small talk before exchanging a rather perfunctory kiss at the door when she leaves. Something about it tastes of loss, which leaves a decidedly bitter aftertaste in my mouth while I stalk down the hallway to rap my knuckles on Brittany's closed door. "I've got homework," she calls out. "Are you decent?" "Yeah, but—" I twist the door handle and push the door open. "We need to talk, Brits." I hold my hand up to forestall the argument she's gearing up for, point to the kitchen, and walk away. Brittany dawdles for several minutes before she skulks into the kitchen. She looks around and seems surprised to find me alone. "Trish left," I explain. The quick flash of relief that crosses Brittany's face stings, but I bite back my anger and simply ask, "Why can't you give her a chance?" She leans against the door jamb and shrugs. "There's no reason why I have to like who you date." "Is there a reason not to like Trish?" To my surprise, the question seems to pull her up short. As she fumbles for an answer, I nod toward the chair across from mine. A steaming mug of hot chocolate awaits. I made a couple of cups as a peace offering while I waited. The ghost of a smile crosses Brittany's face when she spots her drink. She walks over and sits down. I let her take a sip before speaking. "Has Trish done something to upset you?" I ask. She replies with a perplexed expression and a shake of her head. "Then what's going on?" The gears are turning as Brittany sips her hot chocolate. "There's nothing specific. I assume you realize how much you hurt her tonight. In fact, I'm not sure we're going to recover." Brittany appears shocked. "Really?" "Really." And now she's crying. I still don't know what's wrong. Trish doesn't know what's wrong, and apparently Brittany doesn't know what's wrong either. "I'm sorry," my daughter mutters. This night just keeps getting better and better. I pluck a handful of tissues off the counter and hand them to her. "Oh, hell," I mutter, turning back to snag the whole box before I sit down and take her hand in mine. "I'm sorry," she repeats through a morass of snot and tears. I hand her a few more tissues. "Whatever you feel is okay, Brits. I'd just like to understand." She sighs. "I have to go to school every day and see couples all over the place, having fun, necking in corners, just hanging together and having fun, you know? Just like me and Bobby used to do." I rest my hand on hers and squeeze. "I get through it, but then I come home and it just feels like, I don't know, like home should be a refuge from that," she says. "And it's not?" She tries to work up a smile and almost makes it. "Not when you and Trish are doing all that lovey-dovey crap of yours." "I get it," I say after a long moment. "To be honest, I haven't been too sure what to do or say since Thanksgiving, Brits. I've tried to give you space to heal, then worry that you'll misinterpret that as either me not caring or that I'm hoping you won't mention last fall. You can talk to me about that, or anything else, at any time. I hope you know that." She turns her hand and laces her fingers through mine. "Yeah, I know. You're not a bad listener for an old guy." You say the nicest things. We smile at one another for a moment. Then I ask, "So, is there a specific issue that you have with Trish?" She sniffles and snuffles a bit more, then guzzles down some hot chocolate and wipes her eyes. "Honestly? The truth would be nice. She's not Pat. Of all the reasons I've imagined, this one never crossed my mind. No, she's not." My daughter blows out a long, frustrated breath and wipes the corners of her eyes. "You know I like Pat, right?" Is the sky blue? I nod. "I just thought, you, her. I was getting used to that idea." She picked up on that possibility too, did she? "That wasn't happening, honey." "It wasn't?" she asks with a healthy dose of skepticism. "Hey, I thought something might come of that too, but—" She shrugs. "I suppose I get it. Maybe if all the other crap hadn't gone down, maybe I would have taken this in stride or just handled it better. I don't know. Listen, we'll have to see what happens with Trish, but I don't want you to feel bad or responsible about anything, okay?" She snorts. "Pretty hard not to, what with—" My phone chirps. It's Mike Williams. "The bastard's arrested him, Tony," he says angrily. "Can you meet us at Cedar Heights PD?" I meet Brittany's eyes. Every word Mike said probably reached her ears. Hell, the Vaccaros next door probably heard him too. She nods. I pull her into a long hug. "You gonna be okay home alone for a bit?" I ask when I release her. "Yeah," she replies with the beginnings of a grin. "I'm 15, for God's sake, old-timer. I think I can manage on my own for a little while." That's not how I meant it. She drops her forehead on my shoulder and gives me a hug. "I know what you meant, and I love you for it. We can talk later. Now, Mike needs you. Go." Chapter 6. Mike meets me in the lobby of Cedar Heights PD headquarters when I arrive 20 minutes later. "Assholes won't even let me see Reg," he mutters. I nod, then walk over to the front counter and announce myself as Reg's attorney. "Yeah, we'll be with you shortly," the desk officer says. "Have a seat." I do. Mike and I chat about the arrest for a minute or two before he announces, "I feel like shit for bailing on you, but I've got a trial in the morning that I haven't prepared for nearly enough. What with all this bullshit about Reg tonight." "No worries," I say. "Nothing to be gained by you hanging around here anyway. Go do your work. I'll give you a call when I finish here." Mike squeezes my shoulder. "Thanks, man." "I want to see Mr. Williams now," I say impatiently to the desk officer an hour after my arrival. It's the third time I've made the demand since Mike left. "I'm his lawyer," I gripe a minute later. "What's your problem?" Cedar Heights PD homicide detective Brett Caulfield asks me as he walks up in response to the desk officer's summons. I ease forward with my arms braced on the counter. "My problem is that you're not giving me access to my client." "Chill, man," he says with a laconic smile as he motions for the desk guy to unlock the door. "Just having a little fun." "In a murder investigation?" I ask incredulously as the solenoid clicks and the door opens. Caulfield leads me into the squad room, and we take seats at what had been recently retired Detective Jake Plummer's desk. Caulfield seems to be a decidedly different breed of homicide detective than Plummer was. I don't like the smug vibe radiating off him as we size up one another. "I'd like to see Reg now," I repeat. Caulfield, dressed in a blue suit, red rep tie, and tan lace-up dress shoes at well after 10 in the evening, tugs a shirt sleeve below the cuff of his jacket. He tenses fingers and studies me across the jumble of paperwork littering his desktop, all of it turned face down. The cocky bastard leans back in his seat and eyeballs me for a long moment. "I'm the lead detective in the murder case of Marcia Williams, Mr. Valenti. I'll decide who talks to who and when. Besides, the killer is still being processed. We'll make him available in due course." "The killer?" You're getting a little ahead of yourself, Detective. This guy really pisses me off, and he knows it, damn it. I'm the seasoned adult here, dealing with an impudent punk. I can use that to my advantage. After all, I was once a brash young buck myself. I, too, had been a little too full of myself. I, too, was prone to running off at the mouth when I should have kept it shut. I let my shoulders sag and adopt a hang-dog expression. You seem to be pretty sure of your case, Detective. We go where the evidence leads. It led us straight to our killer. I bristle at the repeated reference to Reg as the killer. He's an accused suspect at this stage, nothing more. I'm playing a role right now, however, so I don't react to his jibe. I sink a little deeper into my seat and palm my face in dejection. Evidence? Plenty of evidence, Caulfield crows. Witnesses, forensics, we've got it all. I fight to mask my alarm. Reg and Marcia got along well. Until they didn't. That's probably why she called the police on them a few weeks ago. She did? You'll see the evidence in discovery. I frown and nod, then sigh heavily. It's no longer an act. Forensics too, huh? The detective pauses to study me a little uncertainly, perhaps sensing that I'm playing him for all the information I can squeeze out of him. Luckily for me, he's too deep in his know-it-all detective shtick to shut himself down. Yep, puts him at the crime scene and knowingly attempting to dispose of evidence after the fact. I'm shaken by this news. Reg wouldn't be in a holding cell if the cops didn't have anything on him, would he? Well, actually, he might be. It wouldn't be the first time investigators got a little ahead of what the evidence revealed. I need some time with Reg so he can enlighten me on Caulfield's claims. Do you plan to question Mr. Williams tonight? Caulfield's eyes twinkle in delight. He already gave us what we needed. You interviewed him without counsel present? The bastard shrugs in a no-big-deal gesture. He didn't ask for a lawyer when we sat down together. How the hell can that be? Mike coached Reg. Mike hadn't mentioned Reg being interviewed, so I guess he didn't know. He would have raised a stink and definitely would have mentioned it to me. I recall the anguish on Mike's face and hope Reg realizes how lucky he is. Not every big brother is a protector. Some are destroyers. Trust me, I know. Your people have had plenty of time to get your mug shots and prints, I tell Caulfield. I'd like to see Mr. Williams now. The detective sweeps all the paperwork into a file folder and shoots me a smug smile as he tucks it into a drawer. He makes a point of locking the desk before pocketing the key and sauntering away. I assume he's going to check on the progress of Reg's processing. I settle back in my chair and let my eyes roam over the detective's workspace. There's a glossy 8.5 by 11 framed portrait of him with an unremarkable pretty blonde woman and two equally unremarkable grade school-age kids that owe their appearance to their mother. One boy, one girl, pretty much the average all-American white nuclear family, 2 parents with 1.9 children, an American flag pinned up on the wall, a couple of certificates stating that he's attended this or that detective workshop, a pretty standard cop shop brag wall. I stifle a yawn and steal a look over my shoulder to locate the coffee pot, then studiously avoid meeting the eye of the only cop remaining in the room while I walk over and pour myself a cup. My mind is reeling with the news of witnesses and forensic evidence while I stir in a pair of sweetener packets and a couple of creamers. They barely lighten the coffee, so I double up on sweetener and creamers and have only just reseated myself when Caulfield moseys back in, meets my eye, and cocks a finger to summon me. I stifle the urge to cock a middle finger right back. "Where the hell is Mike?" Reg asks after I'm shown into an interview room. He's shorter and stockier than his brother, sports a goatee, and his hair is cut a little longer. There's a strong family resemblance in his full lips and wide nose. But Reg's eyes are another story. They're the same deep brown, albeit without the flecks of amber that make Mike's eyes so arresting. Yet they smolder with anger. Windows into a tortured and angry soul? They wouldn't let him in, I reply, as I settle into an uncomfortable molded orange chair at a weathered chrome and formica table. This may well be the same dingy interview room where I first met Mike the night Papa was arrested for shooting a Cook County Sheriff's deputy. The walls are still pitted and scratched, and the thin gray carpet is even more frayed. It's possible that a janitor hasn't been here since last I visited. I settle my hands on the table and lock eyes with Reg. Always assume the police are listening in here. Understood? Reg scowls as my caution registers. That will change once we get to use an attorney-client room, I add, but not until then. Okay. I want you to tell me exactly what went on tonight, Reg, from the moment the police arrived at your home until I walked in here. Take your time. He takes a deep breath, then runs his hands from the top of his head to the back of his neck while he exhales, ending up leaning back in his chair with his hands locked behind his head. The cops were waiting for me when I got home from work a little after 8. Got out of the car, and 6 of them came running out of the bushes with their guns drawn, shouting at me to get on the ground. You complied? A cloud crosses his face. Indignation? Anger? Something else? Didn't want to get my ass shot, did I? They cuffed me and told me I was being arrested for killing Marcia, tossed me in the back of a cruiser, and brought me here. Did they read your Miranda rights? He nods. When? While some big bastard was grinding my face into the gravel and cuffing me, a dude in a suit read me my rights and told me I was under arrest. Ah, yes. Another respectful police takedown. The Miranda warning came before they asked you any questions? Yeah, I got my picture taken and all that shit, and here we are. Reg was picked up almost 3 hours ago. Chronologically, he's given me maybe 5 minutes worth of history. That's the Cliff's Notes version, Reg. Now fill in the details, step by step. He exhales, long and slow. No conversation in the car on the way here? I ask. Nope, just them bantering back and forth. Nobody said squat to me. Nothing before they put you in the car. He thinks on that for a minute. Just to keep my hands where they could see them, and to get my ass on the ground when I got out of my car, shit like that. I'm making notes on a yellow pad as we talk. Detective Caulfield had a chat with you, I say. Tell me about that. He shifts in his seat. My ass is getting sore. Can I walk around in here? Sure. He gets up and starts pacing like a caged animal. So the detective dude waltzes in here, fixes me with a tough guy look, and asks me why I did it. I told him I don't know who killed Marcia, and suggested that he might want to get to work figuring out who did. And? He said he was looking at the killer. Claims they've got lots of evidence. Said it would save everyone a lot of grief if I manned up and confessed. What happened next? I ask. I told him I had nothing to say until Mike got here. Good move. Then what? He leans a shoulder against the wall and crosses his arms across his barrel chest. He just sat there and stared at me, stared some more, sat like that for maybe 5 minutes. Guess he was waiting for me to crack and tell him what he wanted to hear. Caulfield should have left as soon as Reg requested a lawyer. He eventually left without either of you saying anything more? I ask. That's right. He's a slippery one, I warn Reg. Not another word to him from now on. He shows his face, I ask for you. Him or anyone else that comes around asking questions. Gotcha. I stand and pocket my pen. We'll have a better talk when we're in a proper attorney-client room. Between now and then, think real hard on what the police may have unearthed, or might yet discover, that might make them suspicious. Anything that might cast you in a less than flattering light. I'm going to need complete honesty, Reg. We all have skeletons. I need you to unload the whole closet for me. He frowns. Big bro already gave me that lecture. Good. I close my folio and tuck it under my arm. Make sure you come clean with us, my friend. Reg steps closer and levels his eyes on mine. You gonna represent me? I have to discuss it with my partner tomorrow. I'll let you know. He clamps a hand on my forearm with an iron grip and steps into my personal space as his gaze intensifies. I need you, man. Don't let me down. His intensity unnerves me. I nod and back away. Chapter 7. I've only got a couple of minutes, Mike Williams mutters, when he slides into the seat next to mine in Cook County's Layton Criminal Courts building the following morning, I'm cooling my heels in one of the criminal trial courtrooms while I wait for Reg's proceeding to begin. I'm surprised to see Mike here. He has a trial in one of the upstairs courtrooms this morning. We shake hands before he says, "Thanks for being here." "No worries. What's up?" "Have you and Penelope discussed Reg yet? We're going to kick it around over lunch." "I went through Reg's financials," he says. "I was right. He doesn't qualify for a public defender because of that damn pension payout. We had a little family powwow last night, and everyone agrees that we want you to represent Reg. There will be money to pay you, Tony. We won't let Reg be a charity case." I'm not sure what to say. I haven't really focused on the topic of money, which probably helps explain why Brooks and Valenti, paupers at law, aren't exactly awash in cash. Mike's eyes are locked on mine while he anxiously waits for a response. "I'll pass that along to Penelope." "Sarah's already planning a GoFundMe campaign," he says with a tight smile. I chuckle. Mike's baby sister raised a boatload of money that helped get us through Papa's trial. She's a formidable fundraiser. Go Sarah. Mike's smile falters when he looks up at the judge's bench. Damn, I was hoping Connolly would be sick or slip in the shower or something. Judge Connolly is presiding this morning. He looks like a corporate executive or a politician. Not surprising, I suppose. A lot of elected judges these days seem to be cut from that cloth. "Not your favorite judge?" Mike frowns. "Remember Timothy Walker?" I nod. How could I forget that son of a bitch? Cook County State's Attorney Walker turned a blind eye to or even countenanced several instances of prosecutorial misconduct in an effort to win a flawed case against Papa. "Connolly used to be the state's attorney in Kane County," Mike continues. "He and Walker are asshole buddies. Having him in your courtroom is pretty much like having an extra prosecutor to deal with." "Great. Any idea why there's a camera crew in the lobby?" Mike asks. "I've been wondering the same thing. Must be a high-profile trial going on upstairs." "It sure ain't my case," Mike deadpans. He's defending a kid charged with sexually assaulting an 11-year-old girl in a housing project. He glances at his watch. "Damn, I gotta go. Good luck. I'll touch base after I talk to Penelope." He squeezes my shoulder as he gets to his feet. "Thanks, brother." I settle in to await Reg's appearance. Now that he's officially caught up in the justice system, the next step on his way to trial is this morning's initial appearance and bail hearing, where he'll be formally advised of the charges against him before the judge considers bail. The cookie-cutter ritual has been playing out since I arrived. An accused is brought before the judge, the charges are read, and the attorneys argue about bail. I go back to my review of a deposition from a wrongful dismissal lawsuit that landed on my desk a few weeks ago, glancing up every time a new defendant is marched before the judge. I manage to get through a couple of pages before a commotion at the back of the courtroom sends a little buzz of excitement through the crowd. I turn to look as Gabby Garcia and an entourage of hangers-on march in. "It must be a celebrity," a woman in the row behind me exclaims as she leans into my aisle for a closer look. "Oh my God," her companion gasps. "It's Gabby Garcia." Garcia and company push their way into seats toward the front. So that explains the camera crew outside. She's here to exploit the Williams family tragedy, which the bitch has latched onto as her current cause celeb. I hope the judge doesn't let her camera crew inside the courtroom. If I'd wanted to be in the circus, I would have gone to clown school. Garcia is barely settled, signing autographs for Christ's sake, when another buzz stirs the back of the courtroom, accompanied by the crack of steel-tipped heels stomping down the aisle. A sideways look gives me a second unwelcome surprise as Assistant State's Attorney Sylvia Perez struts past. What the hell is she doing here? Perez is a rising star in the Cook County Prosecutor's Office. She had played second fiddle on the prosecution team during Papa's trial, continually chomping at the bit to take on a bigger role. She's probably lucky she didn't. Papa's acquittal splattered more than a little egg on a few faces at the state's attorney's office. Perez has a severe look about her, almost haughty. She's slim to the point of appearing nearly anorexic and is just this side of attractive. Lustrous black hair and a ponytail hangs halfway down her back. I hope she's not here for Reg's case. She shouldn't be. Routine initial appearances and bail hearings are the province of experienced trial attorneys such as Perez. Then again, ambitious up-and-comers in the prosecuting game aren't averse to spending time in the bright lights. The focus in the courtroom returns to the arguing attorneys after Perez sits down. She does so in the row of seats directly behind a young prosecutor who is arguing against bail for a bewildered young black woman charged with a third drug possession offense. Judge Connolly glares down at the accused and the beleaguered public defender arguing on her behalf. It's no surprise when he tersely denies bail and slams his gavel down to underscore the point. A pair of bailiffs drag the sobbing woman away and barely exit before two other deputies enter on either side of a scowling Reg Williams. I make my way down to the bar and am dismayed to see Sylvia Perez rise and step behind the prosecutor's table. Reg may be in considerably more jeopardy than I initially imagined. Not that any murder charge is a trifling matter, but the state's attorney only dispatches heavy hitters when he's dead set on winning a case that will polish his law and order credentials. If Timothy Walker has tagged Reg as a villain with the potential to make Walker look good with voters, no effort will be spared to mount Reg's head on the prosecutor's trophy wall. Perez sets a file folder down and looks directly at me with a steely smile designed to convey supreme confidence. She must have a short memory if she expects me to be cowed. For those keeping score, and Walker and Perez surely are, I'm ahead 1-0 against the formidable Miss Perez. Going up 2-0 will be sweet indeed. When the prosecutor breaks eye contact, she surprises me by looking out into the spectators to exchange a barely perceptible nod with Gabby Garcia. Perez then turns away, with just the hint of a smile teasing the corners of her mouth. So, I'm up against Perez and Judge Connolly, ably supported by Gabby's propaganda machine. My client would be well advised to keep the animosity he's carried into the courtroom under wraps. To my horror, he fails to do so while a charge of felony first-degree murder is read out. He glowers at the judge and is still radiating anger when he's deposited at my side for the bail portion of the hearing. You don't need to smile and do a happy dance, but it would help if you didn't look like you were on the verge of murdering everyone in the courtroom, I grumble in his ear. When his fiery eyes cut to mine, I add, You're not doing yourself any favors with the wronged man display. Perez leads off with a succinct recap of the horrific murder of Marcia Williams, before turning a baleful look on Reg. Given the ferocity of this attack and the defendant's history of violent assaults, we ask that the court protect the public by denying bail and holding the defendant over until trial. History of violent assaults? What history is she referring to? I whisper to my client. He sneers and shakes his head. Don't know what she's on about. Really? No shit, man. I honestly don't know. Do you have any counter-argument, Mr. Valenti? The judge asks. May I consult with Mr. Williams for a moment, Your Honor? A theatrical sigh escapes Connolly. A moment, Counselor. Thank you, Your Honor, I reply, before leaning back into Reg. This is no time to bullshit me. Have you ever been charged with assault or anything on the record that the prosecutor is basing her claim on? Reg's smoldering eyes bore into mine with a frightening intensity. There's some bullshit with Marcia's boyfriend a while back, but I never laid a hand on the bastard. Her neither, ever. Were the cops involved? He called them. Nothing came of it. Terrific. Anything else? Bar fight? Scuffle at work? Not a thing. I stare at him a moment longer. I suspect Perez wants nothing more than for me to call bullshit on her, so she can come back at us with a slanted version of whatever went on between Reg and Marcia's boyfriend. In hopes that Reg is being straight with me and there is no history of violence, I decide to hang my hat on the possibility that Perez has overstated her case. She made that mistake once or twice during Papa's trial. I turn back to the judge. Perhaps the prosecution can detail this alleged history of violent assaults? Connolly looks to Perez. Counselor? The victim called the police in response to an altercation with the defendant only weeks before her murder. The judge turns a questioning eye to me. As I understand that situation, Your Honor, there was a verbal dispute between Mr. Williams and his ex-wife's new boyfriend. There was no physical altercation involved. Connolly's eyes shift back to the prosecutor. Miss Perez? The police were called, Your Honor, I submit that violence was only avoided by their presence. Yet you just cited that incident to claim that Mr. Williams has, and I quote, a history of violent assaults, I retort while turning back to the judge. It seems that the state is unable to cite even a single incident of violence perpetrated by Mr. Williams, Your Honor. Aside from butchering his wife, Perez mutters loud enough for the entire courtroom to hear. Instead of admonishing her, as he should, Connolly cuts his eyes to her in mild rebuke. Then, rather than affording me a chance to counter Perez's arguments against bail, he makes a show of consulting the sparse notes he's taken. Reg leans close to my ear. The hell? I shush him. Our turn is coming. The judge's eyes rise a moment later and pass between Sylvia Perez and me. Given the severity of the charge, the savagery displayed in the taking of Marcia Williams' life, and the defendant's history of aggressive behavior, bail is denied. Mr. Williams will be held over for trial. Your Honor, I interject, we haven't been heard in this matter. Nor will you be, Counselor, Connolly says curtly before he raps his gavel and turns to the next file in his docket. I'm shocked into silence by the abruptness and capriciousness of the ruling. God help us if this guy is on the bench for the trial. Do something, Reg demands angrily as the bailiffs arrive to escort him back to jail. I shoot him a sideways look. What the hell is there to say? Tony, he pleads as the guards seize his arms. Hang tough, I tell him as he's led away. I feel as if emptier words have never been spoken. Chapter 8. 2 hours later, Penelope and I are walking the 4 blocks from our office to the Sandwich Emporium for our weekly partners' lunch. The sun is shining brightly, the temperature is well above mid-February normal, and there's little wind. Yet my mood is dark. I'm still shell-shocked as I recap my morning in court. Bail gets denied all the time, but we didn't even get to plead our case. Have you ever seen anything like that? I ask. Not personally, but I've heard some stories about Judge Connolly. I'll bet. Penelope shoots me a sideways look as we wait for a walk light. I feel like I've been right in the middle of the action, what with Garcia's reporting. Grandma watches her, God knows why. She's an otherwise intelligent, sensible woman. How did things go with Becky and your family? Grandma was especially great. Actually, most everyone was. A bit shocked at first, she adds with a smile. They thought she was just a friend I was bringing along for the weekend. It was pretty funny watching their faces when they realized we're a couple. They were all buddies by the time we left. That must be a relief. She nods. You said most everyone was great. I note. There were exceptions? Only one, thankfully. My sister-in-law is a real Bible thumper. Jesus loves everyone, as long as they're straight, white, and go to church every Sunday. Pretty much. Helps if folks vote Republican, too, she adds with a wan smile. I chuckle. Penelope's girlfriend is so not Republican. Becky got into politics with them? Yeah, she did. Penelope groans theatrically. I picture the scene as we cover the last block, and smile inwardly when I imagine Becky's sarcasm and animated face as she argues politics with anyone dim-witted enough to engage with her. Penelope's stricken face suggests that she's reliving the experience with no trace of amusement. Not to change the subject or anything, but how's Trish? Penelope asks. I don't know, I mutter. Penelope slows and turns to me. Everything okay, partner? I explain where things stand and conclude, I'm worried that she's done with me. Chin up, she says with her hand resting on my arm. She'll come around. Who, Trish or Brits? Both, Penelope says with a smile. I wish I had half her optimism. It's been less than a day since Trish walked out of my house, and I'm already missing her. I'm rescued from further misery when we push through the front door of the 1920s bungalow that ex-U.S. Navy sailor Brian Campbell and his Japanese wife, Maiko, have turned into home and office. They live in the basement. The main floor houses the sandwich shop. The bell over the door announces our arrival. As we step onto the black and white checkerboard tile floor, Maiko's round face breaks into a smile. I've often thought sunglasses would be a good idea in the face of Maiko's sunbeam of a grin. Hello, Maiko, we say in unison. Tony-san, she exclaims happily from behind an antique cash register before adding, "Hello, Miss Brooks." My eyes immediately rise to a slate chalkboard where the daily special is listed each day in brightly colored chalk. It's something of a local institution. Michael scours the shelves of local grocery wholesalers every morning in search of whatever happens to be on sale. The Campbells sort through her haul and craft some highly creative sandwiches known as the Daily Special. I still think the prices should be lower for wholesaler remains, but I lost that good-natured argument with Michael long ago. Sassy salmon is today's featured concoction. I can't wait to hear the explanation. "Sassy salmon?" Penelope asks with a grin. We turn our expectant gazes to Maiko, whose jet-black pixie cut is already quivering as she struggles to contain the laughter that inevitably follows her display of wit in naming the daily special. "Shaved salmon fillet with smoky salsa roja." We chuckle dutifully. Today's effort isn't quite the hoot Maiko thinks it is, but maybe I'm just a grumpy old bugger who lacks Maiko's exuberant love of life. "We'll take two," Penelope announces without consulting me. "And just for you, today only, we have Sapporo beer for 25 cents. This, too, is part of our weekly ritual. Penelope has imposed a firm no-booze-at-work meals policy. Maiko tempts us with ridiculous offers, confident that sooner or later one of us, she probably suspects me, will give in. "We'll have iced tea, Maiko," Penelope says. "Oh, no, Miss Brooks. Beer go much better with salsa. Tea—" Maiko wrinkles her nose. "Yuck." "Ice water, then," Penelope counters. "Water goes with everything." "Not like beer does," Maiko shoots back with a smile. "7-Up," I interject, drawing surprised looks from both of them. Because I dared order for myself, or because they deem 7-Up yucky with sassy salmon? How would they know? Maiko waves a hand toward the back of the restaurant. "Your table is ready. I'll bring the sandwiches and unsuitable beverages." We chuckle and make our way to the table that is reserved for us at noon every Thursday, where we settle into a pair of wobbly chairs at an equally unbalanced round formica-topped table. It's crammed into a cubbyhole by the back door, blocking the emergency exit. Sooner or later, the Campbells are going to run afoul of a fire inspector. Our private table, alone among all at the Sandwich Emporium, is set with a tablecloth. Designer paper napkins are wrapped around silverware and stuffed into a water glass in the center of the table. The salt and pepper shakers are a pair of ceramic maneki-neko, lucky cats. Penelope tells me a little more about her visit to Kansas while we wait for our food. Then we get down to business. I relate what Mike Williams told me this morning about the family's wish to hire us and their commitment to pay. Penelope listens intently while chewing a bite of sassy salmon. "This is pretty tasty," she says when I finish. "How the heck do they do it?" "Magic," I say with a smile before I stuff a bite into my mouth. "It is good. Go figure." "We haven't done a murder trial, Tony. It would be a huge commitment of time and resources, neither of which we have an abundance of." I managed to push out an "I know" through a mouthful of salmon. "How does that square with the stated purpose of our practice?" she asks. "A black man caught up in a legal system that's already biased against him squares with that perfectly." "Point taken," Penelope says before she cups her chin in her hand and taps her index finger on the tip of her nose while she thinks, her eyes straight to the ceiling, as they often do when she's pondering a problem. Her gaze finally drops back to mine while a smile plays on her lips. "Sylvia Perez, huh?" I nod. "You like?" Maiko asks when she bustles back with a plate of pickled spears. "It's very good," Penelope replies. I simply nod my stuffed face. Maiko smiles with satisfaction and walks away. "Is he guilty?" Penelope asks. "Is he?" "I haven't seen anything that says he is. That we know of. We don't know what the police have." "True. I've never met him, Tony. You've had a chance to look at him in the eye and size him up. What's your gut feeling? Is this someone we should roll the dice on?" My mind's eye fills with bellicose Reg in the courtroom this morning, followed by a little shiver as I vividly recall the menace he projected at the police station last night. There's a lot of anger in there. Mike chalks it up to Reg raging at fate. For what it's worth, the family can't imagine him doing it. They may be just a wee bit biased. Yeah. Judge Connolly got your dander up. And you'd like another rodeo with Sylvia Perez, Penelope muses. Dander? Rodeo? Has someone been to Kansas recently? She laughs. Answer the question, partner. Yes, and yes. She nods and retreats back into her thoughts while I polish off my sandwich and drain my 7-Up. We'll need our own team of investigators, she finally says. There'll be money for that. Expert witnesses, forensic experts, it all adds up. And quickly, I agree. Mike says they'll come up with whatever it takes. We can't afford to be overly generous discounting our fee. Agreed. She thinks a little more. You want to do this, don't you? My competitive juices are definitely flowing. So is my sense of righteous indignation. Timothy friggin' Walker is once again marshalling the full resources of the state's attorney's office against a defendant who is a convenient political target. He's doing so in league with Gabby Garcia. Hell yes. Penelope pops the last corner of her sassy salmon into her mouth, chews thoroughly, swallows, and then pushes her plate away before sitting back and crossing her legs. 2 points. Or conditions, I guess you might say. Shoot. 1. We can't lose money on this, Tony. We just can't. I nod, then lean back in my seat to consider that a little more thoroughly. I'll work up a budget with Mike. He'll have a better grasp of all the bits and pieces we need to allow for. Good. I'll bring that to you. She shakes her head. No need for that. I trust you. Bless her heart, but it's me we're talking about here. She's the bright bulb in this partnership. I appreciate that, but I'll feel better if we work through it together. She studies me for a long moment, then smiles. Fair enough, so long as you're not setting me up to divvy up the blame if we wind up in bankruptcy court. We chuckle and share a grin. You said 2 points, I remind her. We're not going to work on this to the exclusion of everything else, she says. You run with it, I'll assist as needed, but I want to keep our doors open to anyone else who needs us. Am I up to tackling this largely on my own? I swallow and nod. Okay. You're gonna be a little outnumbered, partner. Justice on a shoestring, a Brooks and Valenti specialty. We fall silent and contemplate the enormity of what I'm taking on. You realize that Garcia is seriously infecting the jury pool, right? She asks. I do, but I haven't given much thought to how to counter it. She'll be yet another hurdle to overcome. Penelope cocks an eyebrow. Maybe you can recruit Pat O'Toole to be a counterweight? She's not the type to play that role. No, I wouldn't think so. But she'll probably be happy to shine a light on any shady tactics the prosecution indulges in, and any really egregious stunts Garcia pulls. I'd think on it for a moment or two. She'll be pissed if she feels like we're using her or trying to compromise her journalistic ethics. Just keep her in the loop and she'll do the right thing. Spoken as one who knows a thing or two about unfailingly doing the right thing. Deal? Penelope asks after a beat. I take a deep breath and take the plunge. Deal. So, Maiko says when she bustles over a moment after we seal our deal with a fist bump, you two have been looking very serious over here, so I didn't interrupt. Have you solved all the world's problems? Maybe not all of them, Penelope replies with an easy smile. Hopefully we're about to solve one of them. One this week, one next week, Maiko says philosophically. Then she dials up one of her 1,000-watt smiles. In a year or two, everything's solved. Poof, she concludes with a snap of her fingers. Well, that sounds simple enough, doesn't it? Chapter 9. Geez, Dad, my daughter exclaims in frustration. It's measure twice and cut once, not measure once and then chop up a bunch of kindling. It's day 3 for Valenti General Contractors in the basement of 47 Liberty Street. With my home office/home gym relocated upstairs, we're building a basement recreation room for Brittany. Bumbling Valenti may be a tad short on construction know-how, but he doesn't lack in ambition, dadgummit. We're building an insulated subfloor that will cover in linoleum or tile. I've even pitched the idea of underfloor electrical heating. Brittany has expressed some skepticism, worrying about electrical fires for some reason. She's standing by a growing pile of discarded 2x4 lumber while holding up a Time Life book entitled How to Finish Your Basement Rec Room. Did you read any of this thing? Cover to cover, I assure her. She opens her eyes wide in mock horror. Now I'm really worried. I've been learning a thing or two out in Lawndale, you know, I retort. Pat O'Toole has got me involved with a faith-based organization that is working to reclaim the West Side neighborhood by rehabbing houses and moving in families. Even my somewhat less than stellar skills are a welcome addition to the effort. I try to get there at least once a month, and more often when my schedule allows. But have you learned anything about construction? She asks with teenage cheek. I hook the end of a tape measure over a piece of partially assembled frame. Get over here and hold this in place, smartass. She moseys over to put her finger on the tape measure and then watches me stretch it between what will be the top and bottom rails of a section of subfloor. 94 inches, I announce. Remember that, will you? Is that between the studs, Dad? I give her a blank look, then shake my head. No, that's measured to the outside of each stud. But you need to cut the new board to fit between the outside boards of the frame. Of course you do, I agree smugly. Subtract 4 inches for the width of the 2x4s to get that measurement. She rolls her eyes. How thick is a 2x4? Duh. Trick question, honey? Nope, it's from page 1 of 2x4s for Dummies, old-timer. They actually measure 1.5 by 3.5 inches. Really? How can that be? They're called 2x4s. She sighs and gives me one of her, "You're such a dullard" looks. You, of all people, shouldn't have any difficulty recognizing an instance of business shortchanging the public. True. My eyes cut to the pile of waste lumber. Maybe I should read that book again, or get a better one. Beverage break? She suggests. Good idea. We march upstairs and tuck into bags of Vintner's barbecue potato chips and cans of Pepsi. I no longer stock Coke products as a matter of principle. My ex-wife is a senior vice president with Coca-Cola. When are you seeing Trish this weekend? Brittany asks. I've spoken with Trish exactly once since the Wednesday evening dinner fiasco. For the first time since we began dating 3 months ago, we have no plans to see each other over the weekend. It feels as if it's been 3 weeks since I've seen her. I'm not. Sadness washes over Brittany's face. Maybe a little guilt? Pizza at Malnati's tonight? She asks tentatively. It's a peace offering of sorts, or maybe she's offering her company as a consolation prize. Sure. We gorge a little more while the awkward moment passes. Brittany pauses with a chip inches from her mouth. Pat's coming by, she says, with a note of apology. I hope you don't mind. I told her what we're doing in the basement, and she wants to see. I don't mind, but why not wait and show off the finished product? She's in her 40s, Dad. She might not still be around for the end. We call an end to the construction day a few minutes later. Brittany heads back downstairs. I head to the kitchen to do a little reading up on our new case. Pat rings the bell a short time later. She gives me a questioning look as she shrugs out of her coat. Is that someone playing guitar in the basement? I nod. It's Brit's. She's been playing for a couple of years. How haven't I heard about this? She stopped playing when we left Atlanta. Why? She used to be in a little band with some friends from school there. Said it wasn't any fun playing on her own. Pat cocks an eyebrow my way. Why don't you play along with her? I laugh. I stopped playing years ago, Pat. So, start again. I wouldn't know how anymore. Oh, garbage. It's like riding a bike. How would you know? I ask. She grins. I had a bike growing up. This isn't any different. The hell it isn't. Do it for Tony Valenti. She's lonely. You two could use some fun together. Well, how do I say no when she puts it that way? I'll think on it. She eyes me skeptically, but lets it go and asks, how did she get started? One of her friends plays piano, another staked a claim to her brother's drum set when he quit playing, so Brittany decided to become a guitar goddess. Guitar goddess, huh? Pat says with a smile. I like that. I nod. As she puts it, if there are any guitar gods, there should be guitar goddesses too. And there are, Pat says as she takes my arm. Let's go downstairs and watch the show. Brittany is playing in a clear spot on the far side of the rec room with her back to us when we reach the bottom of the stairs. She's strumming and singing what I think is a Larkin Poe tune. Her voice barely carries over to us over the sound of her Fender Stratocaster guitar, which is plugged into a small Fender reverb amplifier. Pat looks around the mess we've made, then tucks me down to sit on the bottom step with her, leans close, and whispers, "She's good." She is. I smile as I watch. Pat applauds when Brittany windmills a couple of thundering chords to end the song. Brittany startles and spins around to find us watching. Her cheeks turn red. "That was great," Pat exclaims. "I hear you were in a band in Atlanta." "Yeah, that was fun," Brittany says wistfully. "I wish I knew someone I could play with here." Pat cocks a thumb at me. "This guy plays some, you know. Did back in high school, anyway." Brittany's eyes widen and cut to me in surprise. "Thanks, O'Toole. Can you still play, Dad?" "I don't know, Brits." She whips the guitar strap over her head and walks over to hand me the Stratocaster. "Let's find out," she says as she steps away to watch. I take the Strat and slip the strap over my shoulder as she hands me a guitar pick. "Now what?" "Well," Pat says, "I seem to recall that you were a big Tom Petty guy, weren't you? Play something of his." Brittany whistles. "You could play that stuff? Mike Campbell is a god." I laugh. Heartbreaker guitarist Campbell is an incredible artist and player. At my best, I could manage very pale renditions of Campbell's stuff, I say. After all this time, well... "Bicycle Valenti," Pat says. "How about American Girl?" "I don't know," I murmur. "Chubby used to be in a little group that played at our high school dances," Pat tells Brittany. "They weren't half bad." Chubby again, huh? Pat had started referring to me facetiously, I think, as Chubby shortly after we reconnected. I may not be as svelte as I once was, but I'm not overweight. Well, maybe mildly so, but only by 10 or 12 pounds. "Come on, Dad," Brittany urges me. "Give it a shot." I sigh, position the guitar, and pick out a few tentative notes while I struggle to remember the chords. The opening chords are simple enough, as is often the case with Petty songs. How they play them, however, isn't so simple. I give it a shot, screwing up royally as I go, but I suppose that with a little imagination, one might recognize the intro. Brittany smiles and pulls a face. "Not too bad, Pops." "Wasn't too good either," I counter with a laugh. "Yeah, well, we've got some work ahead of us," she says somberly, then brightens. "Heck, this might be fun." "Humiliating, but fun," I agree. Brittany gestures at the guitar in my hands after I run through the chords again. "You'll need your own axe." Axe, of course, being a slang term for guitar. "What do you play?" Brittany asks before she rattles off the big names in guitar manufacturing. "Fender? Gibson?" "I usually played knockoffs," I reply. "I could never afford a good guitar." She says. "Guess I'm lucky to have my Strat, huh?" "Darn right you are," I reply. Back in the days when we lived in Atlanta with Brittany's mother, and I was still a high-flying corporate lawyer, there was plenty of money floating around, hence the $2,000 starter guitar for Brittany. "You can afford something better now," Pat tells me. "Hardly," I grumble. "We're not exactly rolling in greenbacks over Brooks and Valenti." "Surely you can afford something decent," Pat says. "Maybe a 12-string Rickenbacker 360, I say with a chuckle. "Last I heard they were going for $4 or $5 grand. Brittany's face opens into a huge smile. "That would be so cool. Think of the songs we could play." Beatles, Byrds, Petty, and many more. Yeah, this could be fun. Pat's initial assessment of the construction project, especially after Brittany recounts some of my more egregious faux pas, is about what I expected. When she and Brittany stopped giggling, Pat looks at me with a big grin. "God, Valenti, you're hopeless." Then she shifts her gaze to Brittany. "Is anyone on top of this project?" My daughter nods confidently. "I've got this." I snort in derision, then recall that a 2x4 is actually a 1.5 by 3.5. Pat pitches in for a couple of hours, and we get a surprising amount done. It's the first time I've spent this much time with her in some time. I'd forgotten how much fun we can have together, and she's amazing with Brittany. My thoughts stray back to the guitar chatter. Picking up a guitar again and jamming with Brittany could be a lot of fun. I decide to give it a try. Let's call it a day, I suggest, after we nudge a fourth completed 8-by-8-foot section of subfloor frame into place. A string of firecrackers detonates when I push myself upright. Either that or my poor old knees explode in a startling series of cracks. My varsity athlete days aren't just in the rearview mirror, they're dropped below the horizon. Chinese? Pat asks after we trundle upstairs to the kitchen. It's tempting, but we've already got plans, I reply. Brittany suggested going to Malnati's. Want to come? Pat tilts her head to think. We had a couple of nice dinners at Malnati's back when we may or may not have been dating last year. Her eyes cut back to Brittany. Sounds like fun. I won't be intruding? The question is really directed to me. I let Brittany field it. Of course not, she says. Everyone washes up. Brittany and I change out of our basement grubbies. Pat spends a minute brushing sawdust off her jeans, and we're good to go. I'm driving, Brittany announces. After she was kidnapped off the street last fall, I bought her a well-used Toyota Corolla and helped her get into the state's graduated driver licensing program. She's been through the required driver education course, and we've already surpassed the mandated 50-hour requirement of driving with a parent in the car. Actually, I don't think she's been in my Porsche Panamera since she started driving. She's now eligible to apply for a proper license on her 16th birthday. I'm not 100% sure that I'll be comfortable with her out of my sight even if she's in the vehicle, but it has to be safer than walking along the street. Brittany agrees and already feels less vulnerable, even if she has to drag her old man along for every ride. If she and Bobby had been in a car last fall, they might have had a chance to get away from their kidnappers, and Bobby might still be alive. Strictly adhering to all posted speed limits, traffic signs, and other rules of the road, Brittany delivers us to the Malnati's parking lot in 4 minutes. A bubbly hostess leads us past a sea of tables covered in white and red checkered tablecloths before seating us at a red and black booth. A server appears moments later with wide-mouthed mason jars filled with ice water. I make my standard cornball crack about there being Italian mason jars like the ones they used to serve water in the old country. Pat and Brittany roll their eyes. We order stuffed spinach spread appetizers and beer for Pat and me. Brittany orders a Coke. Then she surprises me by asking Pat, "Have you met Dad's new girlfriend yet? She's nice." Pat's eyes cut to mine. "I haven't had the pleasure." "And you may never get the chance to meet my possibly already ex-girlfriend," I think morosely. Pat's eyes shift to Brittany. "You still following the news like I told you to, kiddo?" Brittany's expression brightens. "Yep." "What do you think about Chubby's new case?" "It's interesting, but I'm not sure what to think yet," Brittany replies. Pat beams at her. "Spoken like a proper journalist. Assemble the facts and remain neutral." Brittany's eyes flash. "You want to take down that Gabby Garcia witch." Pat's eyes widen. "Me?" Brittany makes a point of looking to either side of Pat. "I don't see any other journalists here." Our appetizer and drink orders arrive. Pat studies Brittany while we're served. She's deep in thought while I order a large Chicago deep dish pizza. Penelope would love this, an attempt to enlist Pat in our cause without either of us having to say a word. "You know, I think you're right," Pat tells Brittany after the server departs. "Gabby is definitely shilling for the prosecution, isn't she?" "Duh," Brittany mutters. Pat shoots me a sideways glance before fixing my daughter in her sights. "Got any ideas about who I might be able to develop as a source for this story?" "I might have an idea or two," Brittany deadpans. I reach for another hunk of stuffed spinach bread while Brittany continues to recruit Pat. I've probably downed somewhat more than my share by the time the pizza arrives. We dig in. Dinner conversation is firmly centered on my daughter's adventures at Hyde Park College Preparatory High School and her exploits on the school's varsity volleyball team. Pat and I are well into our after-dinner coffees and pondering the wisdom of attempting to cram dessert into our stuffed bellies when Brittany's cell phone chirps. She studies it for a moment, types a reply, and then lifts her eyes to mine for a thoughtful moment. The phone chirps again. Brittany replies and flips the phone face down on the table. "Something up?" I ask. She's not usually secretive about her phone. She considers the question, then shakes her head. New boyfriend? Our server returns to ask if we've made up our minds about dessert. Pat meets my eye over the rim of her cup as she takes a sip of coffee. I'll have a chocolate chip pizza. Brittany pipes up. Me too. Too much of a gentleman to allow them to feel like a pair of gluttons. I add to the order. Tre dolce, please. Have you ever met my cousin Carly? Brittany asks me when Lou departs. Who? I ask in surprise. Unless she's some obscure person from her mother's side of the family that I haven't heard of, Brittany doesn't have a cousin named Carly. She's your brother's daughter. I'm gobsmacked. I haven't seen fearsome Frankie since the last beating he administered to me when we found ourselves home alone during my freshman year of college. After a brief argument, he'd pounded me into a bloody pulp for the umpteenth time. This one had topped all previous thrashings, leaving me with a shattered orbital bone, my nose smashed across my cheek, 2 broken ribs, and a punctured lung. Oh, and a severe concussion, which may explain some of my more embarrassing mental lapses in the years since. Mama had thrown Frankie out and disowned him. He hasn't set foot in the family home since and didn't bother attending Mama's funeral. I've picked up snippets about his life since. He was a U.S. Marine for a time, but left the military several years ago. I remember Papa telling me that Frankie had gotten married, but I haven't heard anything about kids. The truth is that I'm not interested. I shake my head and ask Brittany, How do you know about this Carly? She sighs and settles back in her seat. She saw the stuff about my kidnapping and started to wonder. She lives in North Carolina, but knows her dad is from Cedar Heights, knows he has a brother, and started pulling the pieces together when she read about my case and Papa's trial. But how did she find you? It's not that hard if you have enough information about somebody, Dad. She searched social media using variations on my name and sent messages to anyone she thought might be me. But we locked your accounts down pretty tight last fall. She nods. Yep, Carly found an old account from our Atlanta days that I hardly ever use anymore. I check it now and again to keep in touch with a couple of people. Brits V. Pretty obvious, huh? She adds with a little grin. Back from the days when I was still young and foolish. You saying you're no longer young? I ask. Dad. Sorry, go on. I was curious, and we started messaging back and forth. The thought of Frankie finding his way back into my life sends a chill through me. This is something I definitely don't want to encourage. When did this start? She hands me the phone. It's probably easiest if you just read through the messages. It all seems innocuous enough, and I find myself thinking that Carly seems to be a nice enough girl. She's 14, only a year younger than Brittany. Carly is somewhat in awe of Brittany's celebrity notoriety from the kidnapping, and is impressed by the private school and volleyball accomplishments. I look up and smile. She's dazzled by you. I know, right? I was kind of thinking, I've got a fangirl? I read on and then push the phone back across the table to Brittany. So? She asks. I shrug. She seems sweet. The messaging is harmless enough. But I don't want her father back in my life, and I certainly don't want him anywhere near you. What happened between you two? Pat asks quietly. No big deal. It's old news. My shaking hands give the lie to my reply. I hope I haven't done something wrong, Brittany says. Of course you haven't. We'll just have to be careful with this. Let me think about it for a day or two, and then we'll work things out, I add, with far more confidence than I feel. I'm afraid we may all come to regret the Pandora's box they've cracked open. Hey, what are you still doing up? Brittany asks me several hours later as I slouch on the sofa in the front room with an empty bottle of bourbon on the floor beside me. I look up to find her leaning against the side of the doorway from the kitchen, rubbing sleep out of her eyes. She's dressed in a pair of bunny-festooned flannel pajamas. Just killing some time, I reply. She walks over and sits beside me with a look of concern. Looks more like you're killing a bottle or two, Pops. What's up? I toss a hand dismissively and shake my head. A lot of it has to do with my brother Frankie resurfacing after all these years. If ever there was a person in this world who can knock me off stride, it's Frankie. He scares me physically, yes, but it's become clear over the years that the psychological trauma he inflicted on me struck deeper and has lingered far longer. He makes me doubt myself in every way. It's made the separation from Trish all the worse, driving me back to the feeling of inadequacy that he always fostered in me in order to build himself up. "Is this about Trish?" Brittany asks. I nod. The truth is that I am missing Trish horribly. Crawling into the bottle tonight has far more to do with her absence than with any of Frankie's bullshit. As Brittany knows nothing about Frankie and our tortured history together, I don't say a word about him. Better that she chalks this up to a broken heart, which isn't far off the mark anyway. Brittany tugs on my arm. "Come on, Dad. It's after 3 o'clock. You need to get some sleep." Chapter 10. As I lean into a winter gale the following Wednesday, it occurs to me that it was probably a bitterly cold morning with a biting Arctic wind howling down the streets of Chicago that prompted some wag to dub this the Windy City, a morning like this. But it's not only the frigid weather that's giving me chills as I near the Layton Criminal Courts building at the corner of 26th and California. I'm about to wade into the opening skirmish of a felony murder trial that will decide the fate of Reg Williams, my first as a lead defense attorney. He's about to be arraigned, after which a trial date will be set. The defense and prosecution will then make and argue motions designed to give each side a leg up on the opposition. We'll try to get into one another's heads. We'll do all the BS lawyers do to win. I spy Mike Williams approaching from the south side of the imposing stone courthouse, probably coming straight from his desk at the public defender's office. Some sort of media scrum is choking the sidewalk between Mike and the entrance. I pause to watch. Mike, dressed in the same deep green mohair overcoat he wore last winter. Those of us getting by on the salary of a public defender keep our tattered clothes until they fall off us. Steps up beside me. Gabby Garcia is holding court. "Reg Williams phoned his ex-wife minutes before she was murdered. Investigators suspect he made the call to confirm she was alone in her office for a bogus 8 o'clock meeting her killer arranged." She pauses to look intently into the camera. "It isn't difficult to connect the dots here. It's yet more damning evidence that points to the cowardly ex-husband as Marcia's murderer. I'll have more on these startling developments on my show later today, as well as a full report from the courtroom." Mike and I stand in stunned silence as Garcia pushes through the throng of reporters and disappears inside. "Quite the tease for today's show," he says. An ember of anger at my client flares within me while I try to wrap my head around what I've just heard. No shit. Why the hell didn't he tell me about the phone call? Mike shrugs helplessly. We march inside our courtroom minutes later and head straight for the defense table. I'm surprised to find Penelope there. Mike settles into the first row of spectator seats directly behind us. Penelope smiles and taps the face of her watch. "I need to be in my courtroom in 35 minutes. I just wanted to say hey and lend a little moral support. You all set?" I thought I was. I fill her in on the bombshell Garcia just dropped. She shoots a look to where Garcia sits in the first row of seats behind the prosecution table. "You are ready, partner. Her little stunt doesn't change anything here. Don't be distracted. Just carry on as planned." She collects her briefcase and gives me a final encouraging smile before patting me on the shoulder. "Good luck." "You too. Thanks for stopping by." I feel oddly naked and alone as I watch her walk up the aisle and out of the courtroom. Reg is marched to the defense table 10 minutes later. He's dressed in a conservative dark gray suit, powder blue shirt, pale yellow tie, and a pair of black Florsheim loafers, all selected by Mike and bought by the Williams family. I lean close. "Why didn't you tell me you called Marcia just before she was killed?" "The hell? What call?" I recap Garcia's claim. His lips tighten and his eyes narrow. "She's full of shit. I didn't call Marcia." I wasn't expecting an outright denial. I step back to confer with Mike. He denies it? Flatly. He's either one hell of an actor, or he really didn't make the call. "He isn't acting, Tony. That was Reg's 'what the hell are you talking about' expression." No way does Garcia drop that accusation without someone inside the investigation feeding it to her. Mike frowns. Probably so. All rise. Mike and I exchange a final worried look before I step back to the defense table and take up position beside Reg. He certainly doesn't look like a killer this morning, but I'm wondering if I'm defending a wolf in sheep's clothing when he stabs an elbow painfully into my ribs and growls, "The hell you gonna do about this bullshit?" "Later," I mutter out of the side of my mouth. I shoot a sideways look at Assistant State's Attorney Sylvia Perez. She pops her eyebrows up in a bemused, "Gotcha" expression before turning away. Reg begins fidgeting, bouncing his weight from foot to foot. While we await the arrival of Judge Lincoln Blum, I find myself starting to do the same as the delay drags on. My eyes roam the courtroom, which lacks the charm of the old ones I grew up seeing on television and in the movies. This is a bland institutional space, made more severe by the harsh fluorescent lighting. Judge Blum sweeps into the court and takes a seat behind the bench. He's younger than I expected, early to mid-40s. He looks every bit the prosecutor he was, clean-shaven, precisely cut jet black hair, hard blue eyes, long, slender, well-manicured fingers any piano player would envy. He reminds me of Judge Connolly, not a good omen. The judge studies the crowd, which is surprisingly large for an arraignment. His eyes turn to the prosecution table and meet those of Perez. Blum dips his chin almost imperceptibly in greeting. Then his eyes pass over us with an expression of distaste. Not that he's taking sides or anything, but maybe I'm projecting. "Please be seated," he says as his eyes rise to take in both sets of lawyers. "This won't take long." He gets right down to business. Reg is officially charged with felony murder. "How do you plead?" the judge asks. Reg squares his shoulders and replies in a clear, confident voice, "Not guilty." "Let's set our trial date," Blum says. Reg is in a hurry to get to trial. I'm hoping to put it off until fall. I've got a lot of work to do and limited resources with which to do it. Of course, I'm not the guy in jail. "May I address the court?" Perez asks. Blum smiles down at her. "Of course, Miss Perez. The people have designated this case a priority prosecution, Your Honor. Notice should have been sent to the court this morning." Again? They also pulled the stunt with Papa's trial. It's designed, at least in my opinion, to limit the defense's time to prepare for trial. My knees weaken a little while Blum nods and lifts a corner of some paperwork. "I have it, thank you." "If it pleases the court, the people would like to get underway within 60 days, Perez says. "Assuming, of course, that your calendar can accommodate us." 60 days? My heart begins to race. My lips feel dry. I cut my eyes to Reg, who appears pleasantly surprised. He wouldn't look so smug if he realized how much the odds of his spending his life in prison just went up. No way are we going to be ready in 60 days. How do we argue this? "Madam Clerk," the judge asks. She studies her computer screen. "April 5th, Your Honor." Wait, that's what, 5 weeks? 6? Far less than 60 days. "April 5th it is," the judge says. "Is that acceptable, Miss Perez?" "The people will be ready, thank you, Your Honor." Blum's eyes land on mine. "April 5th, Counselor. With the court's leave, the defense needs more time to prepare, Your Honor. We have limited resources and time." The judge's expression darkens. "I wasn't asking for your permission, Counselor. The trial begins April 5th. The prosecution has discretion to assign this case as an expedited matter. They've done so. I suggest you direct your energies into preparing for trial." "We then ask that discovery be expedited, Your Honor," I say. "The trial date puts the defense under extreme pressure. Mr. Williams must be afforded an opportunity to explore the full circumstances of this crime and prepare a proper defense." Blum's eyes shift to Perez. "We'll do our best, Your Honor," she says. "We will, of course, strive to make such disclosures within the accepted norm of 30 days. 30 days from today is March 26th, 27th? A little more than a week before trial. We need more time than that to go through the discovery." Blum nods. "Fair enough." "That's not fair at all," I exclaim, belatedly adding, "Your Honor," as his eyes narrow. "That leaves the defense with little more than a week to review the discovery material. That's clearly not adequate in a felony murder case." The law says otherwise, the judge responds. Then he turns back to Perez. Do the people have anything else for me today? We do not, Your Honor. I should hope not. He's already all but handed her a victory. Blum peers down at me. Counselor? I'm thinking about appeal opportunities. It takes a moment for my thoughts to catch up to the question. Just before court began this morning, Gabby Garcia was on television revealing heretofore undisclosed evidence in this case that she claims the police have uncovered. If she's telling the truth, someone from the prosecutor's office or law enforcement is feeding her information. We ask for the court's assistance to see that it stops. The judge doesn't seem to be disturbed by the development. Do the people wish to speak to this matter? Perez appears aggrieved when she half turns to me. Is my opponent suggesting I'm guilty of misconduct? Taking his cue from the prosecutor, the judge glares down at me as if I've just axe-murdered poor Sylvia's parents right here in the courtroom. Counselor, someone is feeding information to Miss Garcia, Your Honor, I reply. We would appreciate the court's support to put a stop to it. Who would you like me to admonish? He asks. A word to the Cook County State's Attorney and the Cedar Heights Chief of Police should suffice, Your Honor. Are you suggesting that one of those gentlemen is Miss Garcia's source? Of course not, Your Honor, but both of them can and should make it known throughout their organizations that leaks must cease immediately. Blum's eyes go cold. That is the prerogative of this court, Counselor. Do not infringe on those prerogatives in my courtroom again. Understood? Understood, I mutter. Well, we're screwed, I grumble to Mike after the courtroom empties and we're making our way out the door. Succinctly put, Counselor, Jake Plummer says as we step into the hallway. I look up in surprise and find Jake in our path, propped up on a pair of crutches. A sharply receding hairline and frost-tinged mustache suggests he's in his mid-50s. Jake's a good guy and a hell of a detective. At least he was before he'd been retired on disability due to gunshot wounds he'd suffered while rescuing my daughter from kidnappers last Thanksgiving. He's still recovering, hence the crutches. Instead of the department store suits he'd worn on the job, today he's decked out in faded blue jeans, a checked shirt, and a pair of hiking boots. What are you doing here? I ask. Came to watch the show. What the hell else have I got to do? Go to the track and watch a bunch of horses run around in a circle? Gonna do that this weekend, as a matter of fact. This afternoon we're going to watch the ponies on television and make a few bets. Another big day in Plummerville. Poor bastard. I tap a finger on one of his crutches. Know how to use these things? What do you think, smartass? Come on, then, I suggest, as I turn toward the elevators. Plummer falls in beside me while Mike protects his other flank from people hurrying up and down the hallway. Let's get out of here. I'd like to pick your brain, Jake. That won't take long, he quips. I can't find an answering smile, so I just nod. Where to? He asks. Just out of this damned place. We settle on a diner a few blocks away that's a favorite of Mike's. It also happens to be on the way to the public defender's office. The food is good, the coffee is better. The ambience, well, I've dubbed the place Fly Heaven. Mike walks while Jake and I collect our cars from a nearby parking lot and meet him there. So, pick away, Jake says, once we're settled into a brown leatherette booth in a back corner. What should I be doing? I ask. I kind of figured on waiting for discovery and charting a course from there. Jake's eyes arch in surprise. What's your investigator doing now? What investigator? Brooks and Valenti, discount lawyers at law, don't have an investigator. You need someone on this, Tony, right now. What should he or she be doing? Jake looks at Mike. Aren't you involved in this? As much as I can. Not much as I'd like to be. I'm looking into taking a little time off. I've got a pile of vacation banked. Getting approval to use it is another story. Jake nods sympathetically. You poor bastards have a hell of a workload. Mike nods glumly. Public defenders carry a crushing caseload. Quit, I blurt to Mike. Penelope and I will take you on. She and I agreed long ago that Mike is welcome to join us any time. This isn't the first time I've pitched the idea. Mike gives me a long look, then shakes his head. Can't do it, man. But thanks. He wavered. That's a first. I turned back to Jake. So, what do I do? He sets his cup down. Tell me what you've done and what you've got planned. I give him the sparse details of our investigative efforts, concluding with, I've set up an interview Friday with Marcia's partner. You're just getting to that now? I nod. Soon as she would agree to a meeting. Jake sighs, takes another long drink of coffee, then edges it aside. Take notes, Grasshopper. The characterization of the wise old teacher instructing a pupil prompts a grudging grin from me as I pull out my phone and open the Notes app. You don't carry a pen and notebook? Jake asks. I shake my head no and turn the phone toward him. Amateurs, he mutters. Record him, Mike suggests. Voice memo. You mind? I ask Jake. Getting the interrogation tables turned on me, huh? He replies as a wry grin creases his face. He rests his hands on the table. Go ahead. I set the phone down and start recording. Have a look for security cameras on the building where the murder took place, Jake begins. Doors, windows, everything. Take pictures. Look at any other buildings with a good view of the subject building, front and back. Note any cameras. Go in and ask if their cameras have a view of Marcia's building and or the sidewalk and street. He pauses for a sip of coffee, so I do likewise as he continues. Check out any stores that are open that time of night for a couple of blocks around. Go in and ask if they saw anything. Find out if their camera has a street view. Ask if the cops looked at or seized any video from them. My stomach sinks as I realize the potential ramifications of my not getting on top of this immediately. Amateur indeed. Jake isn't finished. Make a list of everything you think Marcia's partner can tell you before you go. Speak with the office staff while you're there. I'm surprised the cops in Perez haven't told her not to talk to you. He smiles. I would have. What would you ask? He pulls my phone closer and rattles off a lengthy list of questions, 90% of which would have never occurred to me. When he slides the phone back a minute later, I simply stare at him in slack-jawed wonder. All that off the top of his head? What's your strategy? He asks. Find out who did it, Mike replies. A Saudi defense? Jake asks with distaste. He's my brother, Mike retorts. He didn't do it, so yeah, I'm going to find out who did do it. Fair enough, Jake says, then turns back to me. I guess Saudi makes sense. You should be running down any other potential suspects. The detectives on the case will also be doing that. Should be, Mike counters. We both know most detectives quit as soon as they lock in on a suspect. Jake looks as if he's gearing up to argue, then sighs. I didn't, but you're right. Sometimes it happens. Who's the detective on this? Brett Caulfield, I reply. Jake frowns with distaste. Mike looks at his watch. I've got to run, guys. Meeting in 5 minutes. Jake and I walk him out and say goodbye before heading for our cars. We could really use a good investigator, I say as we walk. Sure sounds like it. Someone who knows his way around a murder investigation. He shoots me a sideways glance. Looking for a recommendation? Nope. Got someone in mind? You. No way. I spent a career putting bad guys behind bars. I'm not about to start helping murderers walk free. At this point, Reg is an accused murderer, Jake. At this point. Just you wait and see, Tony. These guys are almost always guilty. Worth a try, I muttered disconsolately while resting a hand on the roof of his beat-up old Chevy Malibu. He tosses the crutches in the back. I'll talk to a few folks. Thanks, Jake. I slap a hand on the roof before I ease the door closed and he pulls away. As I watch him go, the image of a calendar with April 5th circled fills my mind's eye, and I'm almost overcome with despair at how over my head I seem to be. I need to find a way to up my game, starting tomorrow. This afternoon, Brittany and I are heading to the Lincoln Park Zoo. Our weekly visits there give us some valuable one-on-one time that we have been using to talk through the events of November. She's still struggling with Bobby's murder, and I'm dealing with some complicated emotions over having killed the bastard who kidnapped her. You wouldn't think killing the man who kidnapped my child would become a source of remorse, and yet it is. Chapter 11. I've just spent the better part of 3 hours on Friday scouring buildings for surveillance cameras and usable video from the night Marcia Williams was murdered. I haven't turned up a damned thing. I've given my iPhone camera a workout and hope Jake or someone else who knows his ass from a hole in the ground will have a look. There's a single camera mounted on the front roofline of the building where the crime occurred. It's not immediately obvious who owns it, so I asked the retailers on the ground floor. The tailor thinks it belongs to the building owner. I asked them all if they have cameras inside that might have captured useful images on the night of the murder. The tailor and the staff at the daycare are sympathetic and cooperative. Unfortunately, they have no video and nothing of value to tell me. The crusty dry cleaner owner isn't interested in camera talk, but is quick to share his opinion that the wrong lady got killed upstairs. It's time to find out why he'd say such a thing. A plate glass door emblazoned with Amundsen Insurance in 12-inch letters leads to a stairway. I take a picture of the door before pushing it open, then keep a hand on the metal handrail while climbing the steep vinyl-tiled steps to the second floor. It's a simple setup, just the staircase with the walls pressing in on either side of me. A security camera over the door points down the stairs. The entrance spills into a bright reception area where a slender young black woman greets me with a brilliant smile. "Good afternoon. How can I help you?" "Tony Valenti to see Rachel Amundsen." "Ah, yes, we're expecting you. How are you today, Mr. Valenti?" "Good, thanks. You?" "I'm wonderful, thanks for asking. I'll tell Rachel you're here." "What's your name?" "I'm Aretha Jackson." "Nice to meet you, Aretha. Perhaps I can speak with you for a few minutes as well?" We'll see. Let me get Rachel." She gets up and pokes her head into an office and returns a moment later. "Miss Amundsen will be a few minutes." "Bathroom?" I ask. Aretha directs me to a hallway in the back of the office. After making sure no one is watching, I crack open a steel door that leads to the stairs. Perfect. We're not sure which entrance the killer used that night. I had a good look at the front entry stairs on the way in. The rear stairs are nothing special, just another narrow, steep climb. There isn't a camera here, but there's a square of half-inch plywood mounted where I would expect to find one at the top of the stairs. 4 empty screw holes puncture the corners. The wood around them looks noticeably fresher than the rest of the panel. Interesting. I make a quick pit stop for appearance's sake, then walk back to the reception area, where I sit and study my surroundings. The office is bright and clean, maybe a little on the utilitarian side. There are a couple of decent-sized offices, a cluster of smaller ones, and a good-sized conference room. "Mr. Valenti," Rachel Amundsen exclaims in a brash, smoky voice that contains a trace of New York. Bronx, maybe? She's definitely not from Chicago. I stand as she walks directly to me. She's reasonably tall and fit, which comes as no surprise. According to what Marcia told Reg, Rachel works out pretty strenuously and boxes as a hobby. Marcia, who was no shrinking violet and held her own in a house full of pretty big boys, once told Reg that she wouldn't want to tangle with Rachel. "Hello," I reply while I continue to size her up. She's what Mama would have called a brassy blonde, with a big head of shoulder-length hair that's probably out of a bottle. She's wearing a clinging cream skirt cut above the knee, a flimsy sunshine yellow blouse that shows off an ample bosom, and yellow stiletto heels. There's some serious muscle definition in Rachel's arms and legs. She fixes her eyes on mine. They're an arresting gray-blue hue, maybe contacts. She crooks a finger at me after we shake hands, and spins away to walk back to her office with a little extra swing in her hips than she'd had walking out to greet me. She pauses to let me go in ahead of her, then closes the door and waves me to one of a pair of lavender love seats on either side of a low glass and chrome coffee table. "Coffee? Drink?" she asks after I sit. A bourbon would hit the spot, but I'm working. "No, thanks." She smiles and slides onto the love seat across from me, crosses her legs with a flash of thigh, and then stretches her arms high to put her boobs on display. I know this game. My ex-wife, a beauty in her own right, knew how to distract men and get them thinking with their little heads when they should have been using the big one. Amundsen is in full sales mode. What's she selling? "Comfy?" she asks after she lowers her arms and rests her hands on her thighs. She massages them for a moment before intertwining her fingers in her lap. I nod and meet her eyes, then set my phone on the table between us. I'm going to record this so I get all the answers straight, okay? She nods and murmurs, okay? I start recording a voice memo by noting date, time, place, and our names. I'm surprised you don't have a security camera in the back stairwell. How do you know that? She asks sharply. Got lost on the way to the bathroom, I reply. I'm about to ask if the killer took it when she shrugs and says, It's a good neighborhood. Never felt the need for one. You have one out front. She nods. That's the door we usually use. It looks like there was a camera at the top of the back stairs until recently as well, I note. She doesn't respond. We lock eyes for a moment as the mood in the room shifts. I find myself being reappraised. Red's told me that he got along well enough with Rachel, but always felt something was just a little off with her. He didn't trust her. Marcia did. It was apparently a bit of a bone of contention between them before he backed off. I'm with Reg. Who owns the camera on the roof? I ask. The building owner. Can I get a name and contact information? She saunters to her desk, returning with a name and number scribbled on a yellow post-it note that she hands to me, making sure our fingers touch as she does. She flashes some thigh again when she sits down and crosses her legs. I keep my eyes on hers and thank her. I still can't believe anyone could do that to Marcia, she says, with tears welling up in her eyes. Manufactured, or am I just being a dick? I keep wondering who did it, she adds. Any ideas? I ask. Reg? Reg? He could be a little volatile, but I can't imagine him doing that. If not Reg, who? Disgruntled former employees or former agents? Actually, there was a pair of brothers a few months back. The older one was our agent. He sold a big policy to his little brother. They lied about Junior's occupation on the application, which came to light when the little brother died 2 months into the policy. What did he die from? Gang killing or something. Tragic, really. Anyway, the insurer canceled the policy for fraud, denied the claim, and refunded all premiums as per standard practice. We, of course, terminated the agent and clawed back the commissions from the sale. He was furious, claimed that we left his sister-in-law and her children destitute and ruined his career in the process. He made a number of threats, targeting Marcia more than me, maybe because he was black and thought she had betrayed him. She mentored him more than I did, so there's that. He's a pretty volatile guy. I told Marcia to speak to the police to get his threats on the record, and maybe get an injunction so he'd leave her alone. It might have made a difference, assuming he did this to her. She looks away thoughtfully while that possibility hangs in the air. Did you tell the police? I ask. Her eyes swing back to mine. I think so. Everything was crazy for a couple days afterward. It's all a bit of a blur. What about Marcia's boyfriend? She sighs deeply, stares into her lap, and begins to tap her fingers on a knee. The mysterious Lou. Mysterious? We never met the guy. It didn't last long. Marcia told me they weren't very serious, and she decided to end things when he got a little squirrely about something or other. The squirrely comment catches my attention. Do you think he's a likely suspect? I didn't know him. Did Marcia ever mention being frightened of him? He made her a bit nervous, but I assume that had to do with compatibility or something like that. Maybe I misunderstood. You never talked to him? I answered the phone once or twice when he called Marcia. The breakup was amicable? She shrugs. It was a breakup. Amundsen is being evasive when there doesn't seem to be any reason to be. Why? I'd like to talk to your receptionist when we're done, I say. She may know a thing or two that you aren't aware of. She waves a hand dismissively. Oh, Aretha don't know anything. Besides, she's got a full plate this afternoon and can't spare the time. Which makes me want to speak with Aretha all the more. I turn to the night of the murder. Marcia was here alone when she was killed. Was that unusual? Not really. We both did it from time to time. Where were you? We had an agent training session off-site, cold calling and stuff. Is training off-site normal? The conference room here looks like it would accommodate a training session. Going off-site was Marcia's idea. She thought a change of scenery might be good for the agents. I was in the midst of a very busy stretch, so I let her run with it." "I see. Yet she wasn't there for the training." Rachel shakes her head sadly. "Ironic, isn't it?" "You conducted the training?" "I was there." "You had help?" "We sometimes bring in an outside trainer to help out. Fresh voice, fresh perspective." "Who?" It seems as if she's not going to answer for a beat, but then she does. "Lucas Cohen." "How do I reach him?" Rachel retrieves the post-it note from me and adds another phone number to it. I pocket it. "Tell me about the appointment Marcia had that night." "I don't really know anything about it." This might be a good time to bring Aretha into the conversation. Can your receptionist shed some light on that? "I don't think so." "Let's find out," I say, while getting up and opening the door. I meet Aretha's gaze and smile. "Can you join us for a few minutes?" I leave the door open and walk back to my seat under Rachel's annoyed gaze. "You want to see me?" Aretha asks when she appears in the doorway. Rachel's eyes pass from me to Aretha. "Just for a moment. Mr. Valenti has a question for you." "Sit," I tell Aretha. "I may have a couple of questions." Aretha edges in and perches on the edge of Rachel's love seat with her hands clasped in her lap. "What can you tell me about the appointment Marcia had on the night she was killed?" I ask. Aretha drops her eyes, shakes her head softly, and clenches her fingers together tightly. "Nothing. We found it on Marcia's calendar," Rachel explains. "It was an initial appointment, and there was a note that it was a referral from one of her clients." "The police spoke to these people?" "We assume they did," Rachel replies. "They asked us for contact information. We had nothing for the prospective customers, just a last name and a note that they were a referral from the client." "That seems odd," I say. "You'd think Marcia would have noted more than just a surname." Rachel smiles tightly. "All the more reason to book through the receptionist, isn't it?" "I'd like to speak with the referring clients." Rachel shakes her head. "Sorry, no can do. Client confidentiality." "I suppose we'll get the names with discovery, but it would have been nice to get a bit of a head start." "I'm not sure how that appointment happened," Aretha says after a beat. "Marcia always booked her appointments through me. I was really surprised to find out that she booked one on her own." "Is it common for the agents to book their own appointments?" I ask her. "No, it isn't." I switch gears. "Who has keys to the office?" "Me and Marcia, of course," Rachel replies. "The landlord, Aretha, too." Aretha looks askance at Rachel. If I had to guess, she expected Rachel to say something more. "Didn't you tell the police that Reg had a key too?" she asks her boss. Rachel's eyes cut to Aretha with a hint of annoyance. She masks it with a smile and laugh that appear a little forced. "I don't remember that. No, I don't think so, Aretha." Something in Aretha's demeanor is off, as if maybe this isn't exactly how she recalls things. I decide to leave it alone and make a mental note to speak with her again. Rachel waves Aretha out and gets to her feet. "I'm so glad we were able to chat," she tells me. I glance at the notepad in my lap. "I still have a few questions." She smiles down. "I'm sure you do, but I have work to do." "That's fine. I'll just chat with Aretha on my way out." She shakes her head no. "I'm afraid not. She has a lot to do." When I climb back into my car, I feel as if I've just passed a productive few hours. I've learned a thing or two and have things to follow up on. That said, I can't shake a niggling suspicion that I've just been played by Rachel Amundsen. Chapter 12. Penelope walks into my office late the next morning with pen and yellow legal pad in hand, sets a Kansas City Royals coffee mug on a coaster, settles into one of the guest chairs in front of my desk, and says, "Let's do this, partner." "I hope something comes of it," I reply. Lord knows nothing has come out of the rest of my morning. I stopped at the jail to see Reg just after 8 o'clock to ask if he had a key to the insurance office. He claims that he never had one. The next 2 hours in the office were equally unproductive. The landlord told me that the police have the video from the rooftop. He added that he saw the footage, and there was nothing to see out front the evening Marcia was murdered. I mucked around online, trying to learn more about Lucas Cohen, but got nowhere. Maybe I'll put Brittany and Mike's little sister Sarah on it. Penelope holds up crossed fingers. Especially after dragging ourselves into the office on a Saturday morning. No days off for the next few weeks, I grumble. That's why you get the big bucks, partner, she says with a wink. Uh-huh. She starts a small silver digital recorder while I dial one of the numbers Rachel Amundsen gave me. Lucas Cohen? I ask, when a man with a southern accent answers. Who is this? My name is Tony Valenti. I have Penelope Brooks with me. We're attorneys working on the Marcia Williams murder case. We understand you were leading a training session for Amundsen insurance agents that evening? The line is silent for a long moment before he asks, Y'all with the state's attorney? Damn. I hoped to get him talking before he thought to ask. No, we're representing Reg Williams. Already talked to the police. Never really knew the Williams woman, so I got nothing useful to tell you. You worked with Rachel Amundsen that night, right? Yeah, nowhere near their office, though. Penelope has been scribbling notes. She looks up from her pad and asks, What can you tell us about the training session? I got nothing to say to you. Rachel told me that the cops don't want anyone speaking about this, you know? I'm sure the cops really don't want me talking to the lawyers trying to get Reg Williams off. It's a damn shame what happened to that lady. I hope the cops string the bastard up. What bastard? I ask. The ex. Ain't that who the cops say did it? Mr. Williams is a suspect, I reply. Nothing's been proven. We're looking for the truth. Cohen snorts. Right. That's why the bastard's in jail. You want the person who did this caught, right? Penelope asks. He's already been caught, folks, Cohen says. I gotta go. Just a couple more questions, I begin, before the connection is cut. Shit. Another dead end. Penelope cups her chin in her palm and taps the end of her nose. For someone who barely knew Marcia, Cohen seemed pretty wound up about Reg. I wonder why. I'm too frustrated about another investigative lead going nowhere to think about it. Penelope collects the dictation device and gets to her feet. I'll have Mom transcribe this Monday morning. I nod without interest. It's not as if Cohen said anything worthwhile. I get up and lock my desk. I'm going home. But I need a little time to decompress, so I stop and linger over a burger and 2 beers at a local pub on the way home, hoping to improve my pissy disposition before I spend time with Brittany. Despite the trial pressure we're under, I'm doing my best to make time for her, but it's a tough balancing act. Of course, it helps that she's 15 and often has plenty to do that doesn't involve her old man. The point is to be available when she needs me to be. I've worked myself into a serious shitty mood by the time I turn onto Liberty Street 2 hours later. What the hell? I mutter, when I see a pickup truck backed into my parking spot. A rusty old Ford Taurus sedan is tucked in behind it. Where the hell am I supposed to park? I grumble before slowing to a stop across the base of the driveway. I hop out, slam the door behind me, and march to the front porch. Is Brittany having a party? With kids old enough to drive? She'd better not be without asking. I'm not in the mood to deal with a bunch of teenagers. Glancing back to the street before I climb the steps to the front porch, I spy Pat's Hyundai Sonata among a trio of cars parked on the street. What the hell is going on here? I tramp inside, drop my briefcase on the hardwood entry floor, peel off my coat, kick off my boots, and stomp into the kitchen. Empty. I hear voices and laughter in the basement. So, Brittany is having a party. Damn her. Well, it ends now. I pause to let my anger subside and notice the coffee carafe on the counter, pull a mug out of the overhead cabinet, and pour myself a steaming cup. A couple of grocery store cookie and donut containers sit empty on the kitchen table. The sound of a saw filters up the stairs. What the hell? They're playing with tools? Mug in my hand, I start down the basement stairs and see our watchdog lounging against the bottom step. His tail offers a single desultory wag in greeting. Maybe he senses my mood. Look, Dad, my daughter exclaims as she runs to meet me. I do, and stop dead on the bottom step. The pile of 2x4 lumber I left stacked in a corner has magically become a completed subfloor, topped by framed and partially insulated perimeter walls. Pat O'Toole and the Reverend Alvin Jakes are standing in the middle of the basement, grinning at me. "Welcome home, Tony," Jakes says with a gap-toothed smile. He's the holy man leading the Lawndale neighborhood makeover that Pat talked me into volunteering for. A crew of 6 men from the Lawndale team greets me and gets back to work. "Isn't this great?" Brittany asks while she hugs my arm. I'm speechless. I had hoped to have the walls up sometime around Easter. We were thinking it might be nice to get Brittany's hangout done before she leaves for college, gets married, or otherwise moves away, Pat says. Reverend Jakes walks over to shake my hand while everyone has a laugh at my expense. "How you doing, Tony?" "Much better all of a sudden." "Glad to hear it," he replies, with a twinkle in his eye and a nod up the stairs. "Thought I heard some storm clouds blow in the front door a few minutes ago." Not a great day at the office. He squeezes my arm. "Reg Williams' business?" "Yeah." "Stick with it, my man. We've got faith in you folks." "I'm glad someone does." "We'll be out of your hair in a few minutes," he assures me, as if I mind them being here to knock off a month or two of basement work in a single afternoon. No hurry. A couple of guys lift the final panel of framing against the exterior wall before 2 others screw it in place. "That's it, folks," a man named Tyler announces as they stand back to admire their work. I walk over to shake hands all around. "Thanks, guys. I don't know how to thank you." "Wait till you see the bill," Jake chuckles while the workers start picking up after themselves. I shoot him a smile. "How about I order some pizza and we all have a beer?" They beg off to a man. Every one of them needs to get home to his family. 10 minutes later, I'm alone in the kitchen with Brittany and Pat. My stomach gurgles. I skipped lunch without noticing, an extremely uncommon occurrence. "Should we order pizza?" "Portillo's?" Brittany suggests. "That'll do," I reply. While Brittany gets changed, I head back downstairs to ensure that I wasn't hallucinating about the basement progress. Pat follows me down. "Thanks for this," I say, as we survey the miracle on Liberty Street. "What goes around comes around, Valenti. Reverend Jakes and his flock appreciate all the work you've done in Lawndale." "It's not as if I'm much help, Mr. Fix-It, I'm not." "True, but it's the thought that counts. You get an A for effort." "Uh-huh. Real bad day?" she asks. I relate the futile call with Lucas Cohen. "I'm not making much progress, and we don't have the luxury of time." "You sure don't. That trial date is a travesty. What are you hearing at the Trib? Anything?" "Not much, I'm afraid. I'd give an arm and a leg to have Garcia's access to the investigation," I mutter. "How much do you know about this Lucas guy, Tony? Rachel Amundsen, too, for that matter." "Not much." "I'll poke around a bit." "I appreciate it," I say while we trudge back upstairs. Being reminded of the fiasco I'm making of Reg's defense has taken the shine off the basement progress. Brittany is leaning against the kitchen counter, typing furiously on her phone. She glances up with a preoccupied smile, holds a finger up to signal that we should wait, and gets back to her texting. "Anything else I can look into for you?" Pat asks from behind my shoulder. "Knowing where the hell Garcia is getting her information would be nice." "What do you think?" "Perez?" I suggest. "That's probably a good guess." Brittany pushes off the counter and pockets her phone. "Carly and her mom want to call." "When?" I ask. "Tonight. Uncle Frank is in Chicago." "Uncle Frank? What the hell's he doing here?" "Whoa, Dad," my daughter says while holding her hands up as if to ward off an attack. "What's so wrong with that?" I can feel the weight of fearsome Frankie edging back into my bruised psyche. I don't need this now. Never did. Never will. I don't want Brittany exposed to him. "Another time," I reply. I still haven't told her about the tortured history between my older brother and me. I don't feel up to it now. "When can they call?" she asks. Brittany is assuming I'll say yes. Why wouldn't I? Do I have any right to deny her a relationship with her cousin? It's not as if my daughter has a surfeit of family members in her life these days, especially given the limited contact she currently has with her mother's family. That isn't entirely my fault, of course, but I feel some responsibility. Brittany walks over and takes my hand in hers while she stares up at me with those enormous, pleading eyes of hers. Dad? She really wants this. Okay, I say. Can they call now? Her expression brightens. I'll ask. She pulls out her phone and types for a moment, and smiles when her phone dings a minute later. She sets it in the middle of the kitchen table and motions us into chairs. The phone rings. Brittany answers with a cheerful, Hi, Carly, you're on speaker. Hi, cousin, a young girl exclaims excitedly. Hello, an older woman says in a southern accent. I'm Joe. Tony Valenti here, Joe. Pat's here too, Brittany says. She's like family to us. I think maybe she knows Uncle Frank too. Pat frowns. A bit. Cool, Carly replies. Hi, Pat, Joe chips in. I'm so glad we're talking. Family is so important. Tony, whatever troubles you and Frank had as kids can be worked out. Heck, you're both grown men now. I'll bet Frankie didn't tell her how he kicked the shit out of me and otherwise abused me for the first 18 years of my life. If he had, Joe wouldn't sound so sure of a reconciliation. I just think it's wrong that we don't know you folks, and that Carly is being deprived of her cousin, Joe adds. And my Uncle Tony, Carly adds. I agree, Brittany says. It's been fun chatting with Carly. It's been awesome getting to know my famous cousin, Carly says with a giggle. Brittany rolls her eyes and looks embarrassed, and maybe a little pleased to have her own fangirl. The phone relays the sound of a doorbell playing the first two bars of Take Me Home Country Roads. Shoot, Joe exclaims. Be right back. Neighbor at the door, Carly explains. Mom will probably be a couple of minutes. I decide it's a good time to probe a little. You said Frankie's in Chicago? Frankie? Carly giggles. Is that what you call him? When we were kids, yeah. Ah, Dad does some work up there from time to time. What kind of work? Pat asks. I'm not exactly sure. Security or something. Your mom must know what he does, Brittany says. Carly snorts. Dad says that his work life, a lot of his life actually, is none of Mom's business. Her job is to look after me in the house and pamper him whenever he's around. Now, that sounds like the Frankie I know. Brittany frowns. You don't get to spend much time with your dad? She asks Carly. He takes me hunting sometimes. Surrogate son stuff, you know. He showed me how to get a wild boar once. Yep, she's talking about my brother, all right. Yuck, Brittany says while making a gagging gesture at her throat. Yeah, that made me puke, Carly continues with a laugh. Just 'cause Dad likes killing and gutting living things doesn't mean I have to, right? Sorry, girl, Brittany mutters with distaste. That's too gross. Carly laughs. No kidding, right? Actually, he does some hunting up there. In Chicago? Yeah. Can't be, Pat says. Maybe up in Wisconsin. Lots of hunting up there. Carly sounds a little uncertain when she responds. I guess. Oh yeah, he said he was hunting someone down in Chicago. Well, not actually hunting, right? Wow, my bad. Pat and I exchange startled looks. Given what we know about Frankie, the possibility that Frankie may actually be hunting sends a chill through me. Anyway, my mom's coming back, Carly says. We talk for another few minutes after Joe rejoins the conversation. It's a little awkward. We are, after all, strangers. That said, Joe sounds nice enough, as does Carly, although she sounds like a very young 14. If they existed without Frankie, I'd be all for exploring this new family dynamic. As the conversation wanes, Joe surprises me. We need to spend some time together. Maybe we'll come to visit next time Frank is out of the country. Oh, Jesus, no. The last thing I want to do is risk bringing my psychotic brother back into my life after everything that happened last fall when Papa's old country connections put us all in a line of fire. There's no way I'm going to risk having Brittany put in jeopardy again, or anyone else I care about. I need to think of a way out of this. Awesome idea, Mom, Carly exclaims in response to her mother's idea of visiting. Yeah, Brittany chimes in. Okay, then, Joe announces brightly. "We'll let you folks know when to expect us." "Soon, I hope," Carly says, when Brittany laughs and says, "Very soon." I realize that it's already too late to put the brakes on this. The connection has already been made, for better, or far more likely, for worse. Chapter 13. I look around the faded splendor of Hawthorne Racecourse, one of the only 2 remaining horse racing venues in Chicago. It's my first visit. Horse racing isn't my thing. Jake Plummer has dragged Mike Williams and me here on a Sunday evening, claiming to have something pressing to discuss. I'm hoping it's to follow up on his promise to recommend an investigator, or some other good news regarding Reg's case. What else is urgent these days? "Jesus, Jake, this place is almost as dated as you," I say. "Screw you, Valenti," he says with a grin. "What'd you pay to get in?" "Point taken," I reply. A $3 parking fee and another $3 for admission, which included a racing program. Jake leads us to a bar inside the grandstand building, getting along pretty well on his crutches. We order drinks, then settle around a coffee table where we peruse our programs. I can't make any sense out of it. If these horses could read, they'd kick the crap out of the people who'd saddled them with names such as Banana Boat Buck, Swift Little Prince, and Stuyvesant Stud. "What's up, Jake?" I ask as soon as our drinks arrive. He glances up from his program and waves my question aside. "First things first, pal. Post time is in 15 minutes. Get your bets lined up. We'll visit after we hit the betting window." I meet Mike's bemused eyes when Jake buries his nose in the guide with all its bewildering numbers and whatnot. "I'm thinking I'll go with whatever color I like best in each race," Mike says. "They're called silks," Jake mutters. "Each stable has its own silk design." "Got it," Mike replies agreeably. "I'll bet on the prettiest silk." Jake rolls his eyes and looks at me skeptically. "And what, pray tell, will you be basing your wagers on?" I glance down at the program. Seeing as how silks have been spoken for, I guess that leaves the names, huh? That or the wealth of information in the program about horse bloodlines, racing ability, statistics, results, all that sort of thing. "That's what all the numbers and shit mean?" I ask innocently. "Nah, that sounds like too much work. I'm going to go with names. Least ridiculous name in each race." Jake shakes his head in disgust before he leads us to the betting window. "What are we really doing here, Jake?" I ask impatiently when we get back to our seats. "Watching the trotters," he replies with a twinkle in his eye. "What else?" "I was hoping you might have an investigator lined up for us. Or at least a recommendation," Mike adds. Jake gets to his feet. "Let's watch the race first, then we'll talk." Mike groans before we follow Jake to the glass wall overlooking the oval track. 7 horses are lining up. "The hell?" Mike blurts. Jake shoots him a sideways look. "What?" "I thought this was horse racing. What's with the buggies?" A little buggy with a rider is hooked up behind each horse. "It's harness racing, you horse's ass," Jake explains as the race begins. "The buggies are called sulkies." "Silkies, sulkies, it's all so silly," I crack. Jake fights off a grin. "Shut up and watch." Mike and I exchange smiles as the race gets underway. "This is a thing, huh?" he mutters after several seconds. "Speed walking for horses," I quip. Hell, Jake on crutches could give these horses a run for their money. Looks about as ridiculous as human speed walking. Remember that? Mike chuckles. Jake tries not to, but an amused snort escapes him. I absently watch the horses, willing the damn things to get moving as they stroll around the track. For a guy who was bitching about being reduced to going to the track to watch a bunch of horses running around in a circle, Jake seems pretty happy to be doing just that. "Go yellow and gold," Mike shouts as 2 horses jockey for the lead in the stretch run. I flip through the program until I find the right race. "Go Fast Freddy." "Really?" Jake mutters. I look up to see Fast Freddy crossing the finish line just ahead of the last-place competitor. "Hot damn," Mike exclaims happily. "I won." "Beginner's luck," Jake grumbles as we walk back to our table. "How did you do?" I ask him. He shreds his betting slip and tosses the bits of paper on the table as he sits down. "Almost beat you." I thrust my arms in the air. I win. The hell you did, Mike says indignantly. I smirk at Jake. At least I beat someone. Screw you, he mutters. I grin and scooch my chair closer. Okay, Jake, enough of this horse racing crap. What do you have to tell us? I've been thinking on this some, he says. Talked to a couple professional investigators and a few ex-cops. And? He braces his elbow on his knees while dangling the neck of his beer bottle from his fingertips. I asked them what they thought of the case and what they'd do with it. A couple of them had some ideas. And, I repeat, none of them are as good as me. Mike chuckles. Who is? Jake gives him a weary smile. None of the guys willing to work this case. The good ones all think Reg did it. Shit. Jake turns to Mike. You should be more involved in this. You and Tony did a good job defending Francesco last year. I know, Mike says, before his eyes shift to meet mine. I finally got the okay to start vacation, so I can help you with Reg's case full-time. I have one more case to see through trial on Tuesday, and then I'm good to go. I do a little fist pump. That's great. Jake high-fives Mike, then says, I gotta tell you, the more I think about this case, the more it seems like you're the good guys. I mean, Sylvia Perez, Gabby goddamn Garcia, and Brett Caulfield. The other side should be the good guys in my book, but more like a rogues gallery, huh? Mike chuckles. Jake nods. Yeah, ain't that a bitch? So join the good guys, I suggest. What exactly do you want your investigator to do? Jake asks. My heart speeds up at the possibility of his signing on with us. Marcia's partner told me there's an ex-boyfriend we should have a look at. I tried to track him down, but got nowhere. She also put me on to an insurance agent they canned recently who gave Marcia some grief. I'm seeing him when I leave here. Got names? Jake asks, while he slides a notebook and pen out of his shirt pocket. I give him the names. Quit screwing with us, Jake, Mike says. Are you on the job with us or not? Jake pauses his note-taking and looks up. I can't believe I'm saying this, but... yeah, I guess I am. Looking under rocks to help a Saudi defense, for Christ's sake. I'll have to shower after getting mixed up with you two. I'm too excited to sit still, so I get up, slap Jake lightly on the shoulder, and walk straight to the bar to collect a trio of Scotch whiskies. After handing glasses to Mike and Jake, I hold mine up in a toast. To Reg's team. Hear ye, Mike says with a grin. My, how I have fallen, Jake says with a chuckle. I'll look into those guys. He can grumble all he wants. I can see the detective juices beginning to flow. Speaking of the team, Mike says, Sarah is itching to do more than fundraise if we can find something for her to do. She's willing to run errands, do research, whatever helps. That's your little sister that's in law school? Jake asks. Mike nods. I hope she's smarter than you, Jake cracks. Screw you, Mike retorts. Actually, I asked her and Brittany to poke around social media to see if they can track down Marcia's boyfriend, I say. No luck so far, but they're still on it. Mike looks at me in surprise. Sarah hasn't mentioned it. Mind you, I haven't spoken with her in a few days. I can probably find something for her to do, Jake says. Mike tears a page out of the racing guide, writes down Sarah's contact information, and hands it to Jake. How's the love life, Tony? Jake asks with a grin. I hear some poor dumb woman got herself mixed up with you. The good feelings of the last few minutes vaporize in a flash. Jake notices. Sore point? He asks gently. I nod and withdraw into myself for a moment or two. Sore point indeed. It's been 11 days since Trish last spoke to me. I'm feeling a touch of despair. Do I try calling her? That seems like a bad idea. If she wanted to speak with me, she'd call. I don't want to make her feel as if I'm harassing her, tempting though it may be. Most of the televisions in the bar are tuned to the races outside and at other tracks around the country, some of which have real horse racing instead of the horse and buggy crawl. A set suspended from the ceiling at the far end of the bar is showing regular programming. Between the 4th and 5th races at Hawthorne, I noticed the opening of Gabby Garcia's show pop onto the screen. I point. Look who's on. Bitch TV, Mike says with a sneer. Let's see if she's spewing more bullshit about her case, Jake says as he gets up and hobbles over to watch. Mike and I follow. We gather in a semicircle just in time to catch the tail end of Garcia rant about parents who neglect their children. Then she cuts to commercial. You're not a fan? I asked Jake. I thought all cops and prosecutors eat this crap up. Not all of us. Mike crosses his arms over his chest. None of you should. She's playing her usual game of trying to shape public opinion to poison the jury pool on behalf of the state prior to trial, Jake says with distaste. Our fear is that she's succeeding. Whereas I avoid the comment sections beneath news stories as if they were the plague, Mike says they're running pretty hot against Reg. Not a good sign. Someone on the inside is feeding her this shit, Jake adds. That's not right, damn it. Someone on the inside, I muse. Perez? Or Brett Caulfield, Jake says with an angry edge in his voice. Tell us about Caulfield, Mike says. Jake's eyes narrow. He's a good-for-nothing punk. His father's one of those hard-charging Army senior non-com types who wanted his boy to grow up to be the same kind of type A asshole he is. Met the guy once. Jesus, what a piece of work. Jackass from Louisiana, who had a cup of coffee with the Green Bay Packers back in the day. Named his kid after Brett Favre, of course. Like father, like son? I ask. Jake snorts. Different type of asshole altogether. Good old Dad will have a heart attack if he ever finds out our little Brett is queer as a $3 bill. I don't give a shit which way the kid swings, but Caulfield Sr. sure as hell would. He has a wife and kids, I say in surprise. For show, Jake says. Then he pauses and smiles. You know, I kind of like the idea of old man Caulfield dropping dead. Maybe I should tell him. I grin at Jake. A guy might get the impression you don't like Detective Caulfield. Caulfield Jr. and Perez are a match made in hell, Mike grumbles. Aren't they, though? Jake agrees. Garcia returns to the screen. Before we get to tonight's main story, an update on the Marcia Williams murder. We've learned that Marcia's family dissuaded her from filing a restraining order to keep her ex-husband away from her in the months before he killed her. With the benefit of hindsight, I can only imagine how much the family regrets that decision. The bitch, Mike seethes. That is not true. Vintage Garcia, Jake mutters. The show continues with a screed against two parents alleged to have gotten so lost in their meth addiction that one of their children died of malnutrition and two others required hospitalization. How can people do that to their kids? Mike asks. Jake shakes his head. Meth is bad, bad shit. Amazing what it makes people do. Garcia rants a moment longer and goes to commercial. We watch another harness race through the glass, but our interest is waning. Well, Mike's and mine is. Jake has his notebook out to record the results. We have a special unexpected guest on the phone, Garcia announces with barely constrained excitement when she returns from break. A photo of a dignified black woman appears in the upper corner of the screen. Mom? Mike asks incredulously. Joining us from Chicago is Mrs. Althea Williams, the mother of murderer Reg Williams. Alleged murderer, Mrs. Williams interjects sharply. Right, Garcia says, with a knowing look into the camera. Perhaps you can tell us a little about your son's formative years, Mrs. Williams. Was he always an angry, aggressive boy, or did the anger and violence only begin to manifest later in his life? I do not call to play into your act, Miss Garcia, Mrs. Williams shoots back tersely. For someone who claims to advocate on behalf of victims and their children, you seem to have little or no regard for Reg and Marcia's daughter, Ashley. Garcia pastes on a concerned, empathetic face. My heart is broken for that poor girl. Yet it seems as if you don't care what effect your reporting has on my grieving granddaughter, who needs her father now more than she ever has. She needs a killer in her life, Garcia snaps back. With all due respect, Miss Garcia, nobody knows who killed Marcia. The police know. The police in America are neither judge nor jury in our criminal justice system. Good damn thing they aren't, Mike mutters. Garcia seems to be struggling to find an appropriate response. I only called to ask you to butt out of other people's business, Mrs. Williams continues. If you have a fraction of the empathy you claim to have for victims of crime, You'd stay off the air rather than sensationalize their grief and interfere in our justice system the way you do. I have the utmost respect, Mrs. Williams cuts Garcia's protest short. Think of my granddaughter, Miss Garcia. I always do. The expression that comes over the face of Mrs. Williams calls bullshit on that. In my heart of hearts, I believe that my son is innocent of Marcia's murder, but, just like you, I don't know for sure. I do know, however, that you are making life infinitely harder for Ashley. Her schoolmates hear you slandering her father. Some taunt her with your words. Would you like to have this done to your children? Of course not, Garcia replies indignantly. Of course not, Mrs. Williams parrots back in disgust. You must think your family is more deserving of respect and decency than my son and granddaughter are, not to mention poor Marcia. How disgusting that you're willing to exploit her death to pretend you're some sort of advocate on behalf of women and children. You should be ashamed of yourself, Miss Garcia. Please allow Marcia to rest in peace. Please have the decency to stop inflicting additional suffering on Ashley. Garcia glares into the camera, no doubt pissed to have had her show hijacked. Good evening, Miss Garcia. May God bless you, Mrs. Williams says, before her image disappears. She's said all she wanted to say. Garcia curtly cuts to commercial. We wander back to our table, where we agree that Althea Williams has just given Garcia a good old-fashioned ass-kicking on national television. We chuckle over that for a few minutes. Then Mike calls home to tell his mother that she's a rock star. I turn my attention back to the case when Mike finishes his call. Let's meet at my office tomorrow to give Jake a sense of everything that needs to be done. Good idea, Mike agrees. If we meet bright and early, I can make it before I go into the office. Whoa, Jake exclaims with his hands extended, palms out. Let's not get carried away here. I've agreed to look into the ex-boyfriend and maybe the insurance dude after Tony talks to him. That's all. The admonishment hits me like a cold bucket of water to the face. It's only 36 days until Reg's trial begins, and we're apparently still short an investigator. 30 minutes later, I approach a young man sitting at a park bench a few blocks away from the building where Amundsen Insurance held its training session the night Marcia died. A cluster of his friends moves away a few feet to a nearby bench as I approach. Tyrell Allen? He turns a smoldering glare on me and nods. Tony Valenti. I extend a hand, which he ignores. Don't know why the hell I'm talking with you, he says in a deep, surly voice. We've apparently gotten off on the wrong foot. Rachel Amundsen told me about your brother, I say. My condolences. He stares back with disdain. Yeah. Rachel says you harassed Marcia after they fired you. His eyes flash. Bitch is saying that? I nod. He jumps to his feet and slams his heel into the back of the bench. Marcia let me down, man. Sister took that honky hoe's side against her brother. He rounds on me with his fists clenched. Don't know why I'm letting some cracker like you mess with me, man. I'm not here to... He takes a step closer. Get out of my face before I fuck you up good. Tyrell's pals are drifting toward us. I take a step back with my hands up in a placating gesture. Hard to believe this guy cleaned up well enough to land the insurance agent gig. I suppose anyone can clean himself up when it suits his purposes. Besides, it's entirely possible that he's putting on a show for his buddies, a Jekyll and Hyde kind of guy. He quickly disabuses me of that notion when he steps back into my space and drives a finger into my chest. Don't be coming around here no more with Rachel's bullshit. Get yourself out of here, fool me and the brothers bop your white ass. I don't know what bop means in this context, but surmise he doesn't mean they're planning to dance with me. I turn and walk away from the scary bastard, who seems much more Hyde than Jekyll at the moment. I can't help wondering what depravity he might be capable of committing in the guise of Hyde. I step up the pace of my retreat. Chapter 14. Who's the mystery guest? I ask Brittany 2 nights later. She shakes her head while stirring the meat sauce she's been working on since getting home from school a few hours ago, then brandishes the spatula at me. Stop asking. I know she's not going to tell me, but needling her is fun. It's not as if I haven't already figured things out. After running a quick mental inventory of potential guests, I've concluded it's Pat O'Toole. But hey, if playing mystery guest is my daughter's idea of fun, I'm game. Bonus, Brittany's in a particularly good mood. No homework tonight? I ask, while lifting a bottle of Birra Moretti beer. Papa left a few cases in the basement when he departed to Italy. Nope, I'm going out after we eat, she replies. Where to? Over to see Sarah and Ashley Williams. The bottle pauses halfway to my lips. Really? Brittany leans a hip against the counter and rolls her eyes. No, I just made that up. Where are you meeting them? Sarah's picking me up. We'll hang at her parents' place. I drain my beer and pull another bottle out of the fridge. I'm glad you're hanging with them. The Williams family are good people. Brittany turns a pointed look on the beer bottle. Go easy on that stuff, Dad. We're having wine with dinner. I don't want you falling down drunk while we have company. As if that's going to happen. I've cut way back since I sank into the bottle last year. I cock an eyebrow at her. When did you start buying wine? Our guest is bringing it, she replies, while she puts up a saucepan of water to boil, tossing some garlic bread under the broiler, and lays out a package of angel hair spaghetti. When the front doorbell rings, she points at the door. Get that while I put the pasta on. Yes, ma'am. Good boy, she cracks as I pass by. I open the door to find Trish on the front step with a bottle of wine in hand. This is a surprise, I blurt. Her tentative smile dissolves. Oh, God, you didn't know? Nope. I'm so sorry, she murmurs. I thought... No, I exclaim, stepping outside and laying a hand on her arm as she turns to go. I'm glad to see you. It's just a surprise. She didn't tell you? Trish asks as she turns back. Just that we're having a surprise dinner guest. Trish ventures a smile. A good surprise? How could she imagine otherwise? What the hell have I done to make her doubt it? Am I ever going to figure out this relationship business? It's a great surprise, Trish. She touches her fingertips to my arm and smiles. To be honest, I was surprised to hear from Brittany. I wondered if maybe you were afraid to make the call yourself. You don't scare me, I reply with a wink. God, but it's good to see her. I hold the door open, stand aside, and bow with a sweeping gesture for her to enter. She pecks me on the cheek as she passes. I take her coat and hang it in the closet while she removes her boots. Then we stroll into the kitchen. Brittany surprises us by walking straight to Trish to deliver a hug. Thanks for coming. Sorry I've been such a little bitch to you. Trish's eyes widen. You haven't... Yeah, I have been. But that's over with, Brittany says with a smile. She takes the wine from Trish's hand. Well, thank you. Aside from wanting to put things right between us, Brittany continues while hooking a thumb at me. I'm tired of seeing this guy moping around missing you. Trish's eyes cut to mine while a smile blossoms on her face. Is that right? It is. Well, we can't have that, can we? Trish says as she walks to the stove. This smells good. Thanks, Brittany says. Let's hope it tastes good. I'm sure it will, Trish assures her before mimicking my daughter and hooking a thumb at me. Unless you let him help. Brittany shakes her head and giggles. Absolutely not. Phew. I smile and settle into my chair at the kitchen table, pull out the chair next to mine, and beckon Trish to join me. She does, making a point to trail her fingers across my shoulders as she glides by. Dino, who may be even more elated to see Trish than I am, is hard on her heels looking for some loving, and maybe a snack. I watch the slobbery reunion for a moment, then look up and ask her, What have you been up to for the past 2 weeks? Not much. Work, home, mope, wash and rinse. You apparently know the drill. You moped about me? She laughs. Miserably. I'm inordinately pleased to know she's been miserable too. Does that make me a heel? Trish insists on helping with dinner preparations and turns the conversation to Brittany's school progress, followed by an update on her volleyball season. While Brittany serves the pasta and garlic toast, Trish winks at my daughter and takes out another goblet to pour a third glass of wine. I raise an eyebrow as she hands it to Brittany. Trish lifts her glass. A toast to new horizons. To new horizons, I parrot. Brittany grins. to that, and especially to wine with every meal." "Ha!" I retort before fixing a stern fatherly glare on her. "When did you start drinking?" Brittany shrugs. "So many things that you don't know about your lovely daughter, huh?" "Leave that poor girl alone," Trish admonishes me. I know when I'm beaten, so I shut up and dig in. My daughter, who's a pretty good cook, has outdone herself. We make sporadic small talk while devouring our pasta feast. "I've been following the case," Trish says after she carries her plate to the sink and returns. "Sylvia is a piece of work, isn't she?" "You know Perez?" I ask in surprise. Trish doesn't do criminal law, never has as far as I know. "We used to belong to a young woman lawyers' breakfast group way back when. Not the warmest human being I've ever met, but one of the most ambitious." I snort at the spot-on characterization. "I think bitch is the word you're looking for," Brittany says helpfully, while smiling at me sweetly. Swearing, guzzling wine? She's taken full advantage of playing Cupid tonight. I smile back. Trish gives my daughter a long, thoughtful look. I guess I can see how people come away with that impression. Sylvia didn't have it easy growing up, lost her father to murder early in her life, and was raised by a single mother from Mexico, who may or may not have been documented. Her mother got sick at some point after Sylvia finished law school. Sylvia moved in and paid for her care without any help from her siblings. Things probably haven't changed much. I think she's pretty angry with the hand the world dealt her. "You're too nice," Brittany says while she carries her plate to the sink and returns with 3 custard bowls of cherry gelato. With my spoon poised above dessert, I look at Trish. "Let's test your ability to find some good in everyone." "Fire away, sir." "Gabby Garcia. Explain her." Trish grins, spoons a little gelato into her mouth, and savors it for a long moment before replying, "Bitch." Brittany claps her hands and laughs. "Did you see what Mrs. Williams did to her on TV Sunday night?" Trish smiles and nods. "I did. I don't understand why people watch that woman," Brittany says. "I suspect it's a vicarious thrill for people to brush up against tragedy," Trish answers. "At least they think it's a thrill, until they experience the horror of having people like Garcia peering into their lives when tragedy inevitably visits them too." Much as I enjoyed seeing Mrs. Williams taking Garcia down, I doubt it will change a thing, I mutter. "It will probably make her all the more determined to bury Reg," Trish says with a troubled expression. Crap. She's probably right. Brittany polishes off her gelato and tosses her napkin on the table when the doorbell rings. "I've got to get going. Would you two mind cleaning up?" Trish looks at Brittany in surprise before a touch of dismay creeps into her eyes. "Everything's fine," Brittany assures Trish. "Walk me to the door. I'll explain while Pop does the dishes." Trish looks reassured as they leave the kitchen, and I start rinsing and putting dishes and glasses into the dishwasher. I look back over my shoulder after I turn off the water and hear Trish say, "Thank you," as she hugs my daughter. But I don't catch any of the following whispered exchange other than some laughter. Then I finish up the dishes. Trish is standing in the kitchen doorway when I turn away from the sink, one slender hip propped against the doorframe, while a smile plays on her lips. "How you doing, sailor? Looks like it's just us for the next couple of hours." "Is that right?" She nods at the door Brittany just exited. "She's quite a little organizer." "She's a schemer." Trish pushes off the doorframe and sachets over. "What should we do?" she asks, while her hazel eyes roam over my face. I settle my hands on her hips and draw her close. Our lips touch. "Oh," she murmurs, as her body melts against mine. "This is a fun idea." An hour or so later, her eyes turn up to mine again, this time from where her head rests on my shoulder as we lounge in my bed. Her fingers are playing with the hair on my chest while she lazily rubs a warm knee up and down my thigh. We're both coated in a fine sheen of sweat. "I'm so happy to be here, Tony." "What did you say to Brittany?" "What do you mean?" "I was surprised to hear from her. I'm so happy to be here." I brush my fingertips around her face and smile. "I'm happy you're here too." "I didn't say anything to Brits." Trish doesn't need to hear about the whole Pat business. I was never angry with you, and I never lost interest, she says. I just didn't want to come between you and your daughter. I pull her closer and plant a smooch on the tip of her nose. I don't think we have to worry about that happening. She slides her leg across my thighs, lays a hand alongside my face, and rises to straddle my hips. Her hair falls across my face as she leans down to place a long, lingering kiss on my lips, then whispers, We should probably take advantage of Brittany's gift of some time alone, huh? We're snuggling again a little while later when Trish lifts her head off my chest to peek at the clock. Brittany's been gone a couple hours. Maybe we should get up? I groan and pull her close for a final kiss. Worried she'll figure out what we've been up to? I ask playfully when our lips part. Oh, she knows, Trish says with a laugh as she slides away, slips out of bed, and starts plucking her clothes off the floor. I suspect we've been doing exactly what she wanted us to do. The thought of my daughter arranging for her father to get laid is a pinch uncomfortable, but I've got no regrets. Well, aside from the fact that Trish is about to get dressed. Trish tosses my clothes on the bed and disappears into the bathroom. After my turn washing up, I find her at the kitchen table with the last of the wine poured in our glasses. Have a good time, sailor? She asks while bouncing her eyebrows suggestively. I lean down to give her a kiss. Pretty darned good. Our fingers are caressing on the table when Trish asks, How's the case coming along? Is there an alternative theory to what Garcia is saying? I bring her up to speed and conclude, I'm feeling more than a little overwhelmed. Big case, she says while squeezing my fingers in hers. I get a little paralyzed by all the maybes and what-ifs, I say, as the front door opens. It's a little like going crazy. Trish smiles. Remember what Aristotle says, honey. No great mind has ever existed without a touch of madness. I snort. Somehow or other, I doubt Aristotle had me in mind when he said that. Has Aristotle been talking about you again? Brittany asks when she breezes in and gives me a little peck on the cheek. Trish gets one too. I turn my palms up to the ceiling. I know, right? Why can't the guy just leave me alone? Because you're so darned cute, Trish says with a twinkle in her eye. Brittany's eyes pass between us before she gives Trish a knowing smile. Mission accomplished? Trish smiles and nods. I blush furiously. Tony was just telling me what tough sledding the case is, Trish tells Brittany before recapping what led up to the Aristotle quote. I've got my doubts about this great mind business, but I can definitely vouch for the touch of madness, Brittany says with a grin. Thanks, kid, I mutter, while Trish and Brittany share a chuckle. How did things go with Sarah and Ashley? My daughter plops herself down in a kitchen chair. Ashley's cool. How's she holding up? All things considered, pretty good. That's some family she has to lean on. She sits back and gives me a long look. One of the reasons she wanted to see me was to make sure I understand that her father didn't kill her mother. No way did Dad do it, she told me. No doubt in her mind at all. Sarah and her grandparents agree. I think they want me to impress that on you. I nod. Mike says the same thing. She's absolutely sure that Reg would never have taken her mother away from her. What do you think? Trish asks me. Doesn't matter what I think. My job is to give Reg the best legal defense I can. Brittany sits forward. Yeah, but you don't think he did it, do you? I honestly don't know. Brittany looks disappointed, maybe even a touch betrayed. It's Tony's job to be skeptical, Trish says in my defense. He can't afford to buy into any theory or discount any possibility at this point. There are a lot of unanswered questions, Brittany. It's his job to find answers to as many of them as he can. Sometimes I almost forget Trish is a lawyer, too. A damned good one. Her legal mind and instincts are far too valuable for us not to seek her insights. Likewise, Pat and Brittany are valuable sounding boards. A purist with no actual understanding of the real world might suggest that these talks violate client confidentiality, but despite what some may think, lawyers are people, too. We discuss work with select close friends and family. Trish knows better than to betray that trust, as does Brittany. What is Mike Williams working on? Trish asks. Same as me, running things down, trying to get answers. What about Detective Plummer? Brittany asks. Has he found out anything new? Jake had called this afternoon. The ex-boyfriend is turning out to be something of a cipher. Jake hasn't been able to locate him or even find out anything about him. To quote, "There's traces of him floating around, but who is the guy? I don't know a damn thing about him. But I will." Trish looks surprised. Is that the only thing he's doing? I explain the limited brief Jake has agreed to take on. That's disappointing, she says. No kidding. What about the insurance guy? Brittany asks. I tell them about my visit with Tyrell Allen, leaving out the threat at the end. His dead brother was a peripheral gangbanger who got himself killed in a drug deal gone wrong. And Tyrell? Trish asks. According to Jake, Tyrell is working at a cell phone kiosk and trying to distance himself from gang life. Jake isn't buying him as our killer. Of course, Jake hadn't been with me Sunday night. Trish frowns. But Rachel pointed the finger at the guy, didn't she? Maybe ask her again why she thinks this guy might have done it? Temper? Threats? She won't speak to me now. Says she's done talking to us. And that's not suspicious at all, Trish says. I shrug. The cops don't want her talking to us. Which didn't stop her from telling you all the BS she dumped on you the one time she did. Yeah, well, there is that. Trish shakes her head. We sigh, stumped, and smile at each other. I've got school in the morning, Brittany announces as she gets to her feet. I'll leave you lawyer types to sort it all out. Hugs, kisses, and goodnights are exchanged before my daughter disappears into her room. Going to ask the sailor how he's doing again? I ask Trish when we're alone. Not with Brittany home, mister. Couple of more questions about the case? If we're not going sailing again, sure, I reply. Garcia mentioned that Red stands to collect some life insurance money. He's still the beneficiary of Marcia's personal policy from when they were together. Mind you, the insurer won't pay until after the trial. Let's not forget that Marcia was a life insurance agent, right? I nod. So it's not very likely that leaving Reg as beneficiary was a simple oversight. I suppose not. That tells me that she trusted Reg to do the right thing by their daughter, Tony. That's significant. It's a good point. No real help, legally speaking, but it does speak to how Marcia regarded and trusted Reg. She was a businesswoman, Trish continues. Her affairs were in good order. She probably had more life insurance coverage at work to fund the agency partnership agreement in the event of death, correct? Yeah. How much was that worth, and who gets the money? I don't know, I admit. Mike has a copy of the partnership paperwork. And? I hate to say so, but we've been focused on trying to track down Marcia's real killer. She sighs. Why do people kill, Tony? To settle scores, love, hatred, all that. And money, honey, Trish adds. That too. You guys should look at that partnership. I've got a little expertise in that area, you know, she adds with a smile. I could have a look at the partnership agreement and insurance policies. You've got more than a little experience with that sort of thing, I say with a chuckle. She winks and smiles. That's why I'm so expensive. That she is. Much more than we can afford. Pro bono, she adds quickly. We'd appreciate the help. She pats my hand. On second thought, I'll take my fee in the bedroom. Okay, I say with a world-weary sigh. I'll do it. For the team. Sounds like quite a sacrifice. It's not bad. She laughs. I can probably find a few things in that partnership for you to look into. Perfect. Just what we need. More unanswered questions. Chapter 15. It's been a week since Trish and I reconciled. That's going well. Really well. Nothing else is. Reg's defense team is about to meet in our conference room to compare notes from our efforts over the past week and our ongoing attempt to craft a coherent defense strategy. As Jake put it, maybe a few threads from our individual efforts will tie together into something useful. I can only hope. Joan Brooks bustles in with a homemade coffee cake and serves precisely cut slices on paper plates. She's already set everyone up with coffee, chai tea in Penelope's case. "Thanks, Mom," Penelope says before her mother leaves and closes the door behind her. Jake, Mike, and Penelope settle back, all with pens in hand and notepads in front of them. As the lead attorney, everyone looks at me expectantly, so I lead off. "Trish looked at the partnership between Marcia and Rachel Amundsen," I begin. "Pretty standard stuff. Everything goes to Rachel, clients, policy premiums, the whole kit and caboodle." Penelope lifts her pen like a student in class. "Go ahead," I tell her. "What was transferred in consideration of Marcia's interest?" "There's a life insurance policy, or there should be, according to the agreement. The agreement is funded by key person insurance for death and disability." "How much?" she asks. "That we don't know. I called Rachel to ask. She wouldn't take my call. She says she's been told not to speak to us about anything." Mike sits forward. "I talked to Reg about this over the weekend. Marcia and Reg talked a lot more than I thought they had after they split. She told Reg that she and Rachel had modified the partnership agreement after the divorce." "Do we have the current version?" Jake asks. Mike nods. "How did they modify things?" Penelope asks. "They focused on disability," Mike replies. "There was a pair of $200,000 life insurance policies as well. One goes to the estate in return for Marcia's interest in the agency. The other is payable to the agency." "Sounds reasonable," I say. "Depends on the value of Marcia's block of business and the agency itself," Penelope counters. "Any idea what that is?" "No idea," Mike replies. "There should have been an appraisal done to determine that," she says. "Was a copy of that included in what you saw?" "I don't think so," Mike replies. "Not that I noticed, anyway." He looks away with a frown, then turns back to Penelope. "No, there wasn't an appraisal in that package." Penelope arches an eyebrow. "There really should be." Mike shrugs. "It's missing, I guess." "How convenient," Jake mutters, before he tosses his pen down and reaches for his coffee mug. "I saw this coming. I wish to hell I'd been in that first interview with Amundsen." "Sorry, guys," I say sheepishly. Jake waves my apology aside. "I know you guys have been busting your asses trying to chase down leads. We just don't have a hell of a lot to work with." "No shit." Jake looks from me to Mike. "Maybe it's time to start bitching to Judge Blum about the prosecutors and cops sitting on all the discovery evidence instead of turning it over as soon as it's available. Pretty damn hard to investigate without having evidence to work with. Where's that cell phone?" I lean in. "And who are these clients of Marcia's who supposedly made the referral for the bogus appointment the night Marcia was killed?" "What about Lucas Cohen?" Penelope asks. "The girls are looking, right?" I nod glumly. "They're frustrated as hell. They haven't gotten a sniff of the guy." "What else have you got?" Jake asks me. Penelope lifts her hand. "Let's stick with this partnership agreement for a minute." We all turn to her. "I'd like to look into this more, have a look at the paperwork, and poke around." She turns to Mike. "Can you give me Marcia's lawyer's name?" "The one who did the partnership work for her?" She nods. "If you can, her divorce lawyer, too, if that's who Reg got the partnership agreement from." "Sure. What can you get from them?" "I don't know. Maybe nothing, but it's worth asking. I'd like to know if the agreement is registered, among other things." "Will do," Mike says while making himself a note. "So we'll leave that with you?" Jake says to Penelope. She nods. "I'll chat with Trish about it, too. Maybe one of us will know one of the lawyers, and they'll be willing to chat. Worth a try." Jake holds up a crossed set of fingers. "Any information we can lay our hands on would be nice." Next, I tell them about Brittany's visit with Ashley and her assertion that Reg wouldn't have killed her mother. "What kid isn't going to think that?" Jake says. "We all agree with that," Mike shoots back. I add what I know about the personal life insurance policy that still lists Reg as beneficiary. "That's revealing. Reg gets a payout, does he?" Jake asks. I nod. He frowns. "Well, there's the elusive motive for him to kill his ex-wife." Mike jumps in. "Reg told me that they decided to leave these policies as they were. There's one on his life as well. He says they trusted each other to make sure Ashley was taken care of." Jake shakes his head. "If true, it speaks well of their relationship at that time. That doesn't help us." Penelope sits back and starts rolling her pen through her fingers. Not so fast, Jake. Is there a way we can use that? We'll need more than Reg's word, of course. Or anyone else named Williams, Mike mutters. Maybe they had the discussion with their agent, I suggest. Mike drops his hands heavily on the tabletop. Marcia was the agent. Damn. Jake meets my gaze. You haven't mentioned the camera on top of the building. Nothing there. I spoke to the owner. It's a fixed video camera that covers the sidewalk in front of the building. He had a look at the tape with the cops the morning after. Nobody in or out of any of the street doors after the retail outlets closed. The cops took the tape as evidence. He doesn't have a copy. Just one more thing we're being kept in the dark about, Jake grumbles. What else have you been up to? That's about it. Not a good answer, judging by Jake's baffled expression. He turns to Mike. Your turn. I haven't made much progress either. I've spoken with Reg at length and gotten copies of whatever paperwork he has. Legal papers, email between them, like that. Anything useful? Penelope asks. Aside from suggesting everything was copacetic between them, no. Jake grunts. What about this alleged complaint against him that Garcia was carrying on about? Reg didn't have any paperwork, Mike replies. I tried to hunt down a police report, especially after you said you couldn't get a handle on this Lou dude. I talked to Reg's divorce lawyer, too. Nada. Really? I ask. Her divorce lawyer should have been all over that. Someone must have a copy of the complaint. So you'd think, Mike agrees. Anyway, I went to the cops. They're looking to see what they've got. I'll bet they're working on that real hard, Jake grumbles. The whole thing sounds strange, Penelope says. Maybe there wasn't an official complaint? Hence no police report, Jake says thoughtfully. Anything else? I ask Mike. No, we still can't figure out everything the cops took out of Mom and Dad's garage besides the leg off the workbench, Mike replies in frustration. Pop doesn't know, and it's not for lack of trying to remember. We spent hours in that garage and poring over photo albums trying to figure it out. It's still a mystery. Why in the hell would they take one leg? Why not the whole workbench? Jake asks. Mike chuckles. Given how pissed Pops was about missing one leg, I think he might have stroked out if they'd taken the whole thing. Absolutely nothing interesting arriving in terms of discovery? Jake asks. Not yet, Mike and I reply in unison. Jake turns to Penelope. What's your role in this? You're looking at it, she replies. An occasional sounding board. Otherwise, I'm keeping the firm going on other fronts. Understood, Jake says tersely before he bites off a healthy chunk of his coffee cake, chews it well, and washes it down with a gulp of coffee. A deep sigh escapes him as he locks his hands behind his head and stares up at the ceiling. We nibble coffee cake and slurp our drinks while we wait him out. He finally drops his hands, pulls his chair close to the table, clasps his hands on it, and looks between Mike and me. Fucking amateurs. He's correct, but it still stings. Sorry, Jake mutters to Penelope. Friggin' amateurs. Amateurs in any event, she says. Exactly. Mike, who's been doing a slow burn, leans in and locks eyes with Jake. I don't recall either of us claiming otherwise, detective. We're doing our best. Reg is my damn brother. You think I'm not doing all I can? Of course I do. Mike isn't mollified. All right then, tell us what the professional detective has unearthed about the mysterious Lou. Jake mutters. He's a ghost. Ain't that some impressive professional results? Mike says. I've heard enough. Let's cut the crap, guys. We're all frustrated, but we're better than this. We need to be better than this for Reg's sake. Penelope nods in agreement and says, Calm down, guys. Then she turns to Jake. I agree with your assessment. We've got lawyers working our case, not professional investigators, right? He nods. Yet we have a heck of a homicide detective sitting right here in our conference room. Jake nods again, this time with some discomfort. Penelope looks at each of us in turn. Does anyone see a potential solution to our dilemma? She asks innocently. Oh, for Christ's sake, Jake mutters with a grim chuckle before he meets Penelope's gaze. You're good, you know." She smiles. "Why, thank you, Detective." Jake blows out a long breath while his eyes track between Mike and me. "Sorry if I offended you amateurs." This time the twinkle in his eye takes the sting out of the A word. "I've got one condition to coming on board," he tells us. "I'm gonna run this damned investigation." I meet his gaze. "So you're in?" "Yeah, I'm in." We sit back and wait for him to continue. "I don't work well on an empty stomach," he says with a tight smile. "Makes me grumpy, makes me say dumb shit I shouldn't. Sorry." Penelope chuckles. "Apology accepted." "Welcome to the team," Mike mutters sheepishly. Jake winks at him. "Kumbaya." "Team lunch," Penelope announces, before leading us to the sandwich emporium. 20 minutes later, we're settled at a pair of tables pushed together, each with a daily special sandwich dubbed sheep shell picante, pasta shells, ground lamb, and picante sauce. Penelope guides the conversation while we eat, steering us away from the case while the earlier tension dissipates. "Okay," Jake says when he pushes his plate away, pausing to look at it with a wondering nod. "That was pretty damn good. How do they do it?" We shrug and chalk it up to some sort of mystical sandwich emporium alchemy. "Anyway, we need to tackle this thing methodically," Jake says after Maiko clears the table. "We're going back to square one, and we're going to conduct a righteous homicide investigation. That means we take a fresh look at everything. Everything. The answer is almost always in the details, folks. Anomalies. Things we've taken at face value or glossed over that don't add up when examined with a more critical eye. Good detectives sift through everything in a tough case again and again because we know there's something there that we haven't processed correctly. We keep at it until the case finally gives up its secrets." He gazes at all of us to make sure we understand what he's proposing. There's a lot of work ahead. I'm thinking ahead to the weekend. My brother's wife, Jo, and daughter Carly called last night to tell us that he's out of the country. They've booked a flight to come visit this weekend. I'll work around them as best I can. Jake frowns and sighs. "This isn't easy for me. I'm still on the fence about whether or not I'm doing the right thing by signing on with you folks." "Why are you then?" Mike asks. "Because the cops aren't only supposed to tag a suspect," Jake replies. "They're supposed to find out what really happened and then tag the right suspect." Mike settles back and nods. "That's right. It's why I always respected your work." "Thanks," Jake mutters. "So let's go find the right son of a bitch," I suggest. "Damn straight," Mike agrees. "What next?" I ask Jake. "Field trip." Penelope begs off. "I've got other cases to work on, gentlemen." Then she turns to Mike. "Don't forget to get that lawyer information to me." He nods. We spend the next 3 hours taking a good look at the crime scene neighborhood and knocking on a lot of doors. After noticing Rachel Amundsen departing, we go upstairs to chat with Aretha Jackson. She seems nervous and elects not to answer our questions, but lets us poke around for a few minutes, fretting all the time about Rachel's coming back and finding us there. Aretha says her boss won't be gone long. We all take a shot at breaking down her reluctance between wanderings to explore the office. This is Mike's and Jake's first visit. I take them to the back entry, where we take pictures of the door and stairwell, while shaking our heads about the missing camera. "That damn thing would have told a tale," Jake mutters. "It's no coincidence that it's gone." Mike and I nod. I take another shot at Aretha, asking about the absent camera and keys and anything else that comes to mind, but she doesn't crack. I resolve to keep at it after today. She clearly knows more than she's told us. Why the hell won't she give it up? From there, we depart the crime scene to visit the address where the agency held agent training the night Marcia was killed. The place is locked up and nobody answers the door. It's a 10-minute walk from the insurance office, far less by car. We end the afternoon in and around Mike's father's garage. The missing workbench leg bothers Jake. "That's niggling at me," he grumbles as we leave. "Can't imagine what the hell the significance of it is, but it means something. Watching Jake sink his teeth into the investigation is a revelation. Amateurish doesn't begin to describe what I've been up to. amateur doesn't even fully capture it. At least we now have a proper investigative bloodhound on the job. Things may be looking up. Chapter 16. My newfound sister-in-law, Jo, is sitting in my late mother's old easy chair the following Sunday. I'm seated alongside her in my father's venerable lazy-boy recliner. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around the idea that this woman, pleasant as she seems, is family. I feel bad that I was out most of yesterday, after they arrived from their home in Wilmington, North Carolina, but Reg's case won't wait. We've spent today trying to make up for the lost time. She's got a great smile with deep dimples etched into her full cheeks, and a mouth of blindingly white teeth. Everything about Jo was wholesome and natural, from her clear complexion to her slightly full figure and blonde, bob-style hairdo. It's all disorienting. How did my bastard of a brother latch on to her? Carly, who was a younger replica of Jo, seems to be a sweet kid. I finally work up the nerve to dip a toe into the topic we've been avoiding for hours. Where is Frankie? Frank, Jo corrects me automatically, as she's been doing most of the day. Then she tosses off a one-handed wave and a disarming smile. Who knows? Frank never says. Operational security, right? Right, I reply, wondering when the whereabouts of private security contractors became a state secret. Whatever. If Frank's wife is at peace with the arrangement, then it's certainly none of my concern. Still, it must be difficult not to know where he is or when he'll be back. All part of the deal. Something in the tightness around her eyes betrays the casual acceptance. I decide to scratch another itch that's been troubling me since she and Carly arrived. Frankie doesn't know they're here. He doesn't even know they've been in touch with us. What happens if he finds out you've been here? The thought of the possibility seems to startle her, almost as if she hasn't seriously considered it. Most likely she's probably just kept the thought at bay. There's a quiver in her voice when she replies, Let's not think about that. There's no way for him to know. He's just left on Wednesday. I'll be surprised if he comes home in less than a month. I hope she's right. We sit in silent contemplation of the potential shit show that could erupt if she's wrong, then hear our daughters coming down the hallway from Brittany's room. Dino tags along, having quickly discerned that Carly is currently the human in the house most inclined to shower him with attention and snacks. You need to come visit, Carly is insisting. I'm sure we can get on as extras at the studio in Wilmington. That's the coolest thing ever. God, I still can't believe I was in a movie. Yeah, that's pretty cool, Brittany says as they walk into the living room and plunk themselves down on a sofa. Dino clambers up and rolls belly up, sighing with contentment when both girls start rubbing his expansive tummy. Jo gives her daughter an indulgent smile. Carly has been regaling Brittany with tales of the film studios in Wilmington, probably hoping it will lure my daughter into a visit. I'm impressed with how Brittany is enduring her cousin's obsession with celebrity culture and the bright lights of Hollywood. Brittany's drama interests are focused on theater. Carly seems oblivious to the pronounced difference in how she and my daughter regard the concept of show business. Fortunately, Jo seems to be well aware of the forbearance Brittany is maintaining and steps in to rescue her. Are you going to follow the path your father blazed through collegiate volleyball? She asks Brittany. Maybe a national championship, too? Carly's eyes pop open as wide as saucers as she turns to me. No way! You're an NCAA national champion? MVP, too, Brittany adds helpfully while shooting me a cloying smile that says, Your turn. Long, long time ago, I tell Carly. That's so cool. Jo gets up and walks over to the Valenti family picture wall. It seems so strange that I never got a chance to meet your parents and get to know you all, she says wistfully. Too bad Papa's away, I say. He'd like these two. The more family for him, the better. That's probably part of the attraction of being with his sister and her family in Italy. There are a lot of them. Here it's just Brittany and me. Jo nods pensively and studies the picture of my late sister, Amy, who died young while flying a Special Forces helicopter mission in Colombia. Such a pretty girl. I nod. She had been. Her loss still stings. Carly joins her mother and immediately focuses on Frankie's high school graduation portrait. Frankie was the better-looking Valenti brother. I was a few inches taller, but he outweighed me by 20 pounds of muscle. He wore his thick black hair to his shoulders back then. "I can't believe these pictures of Daddy," she exclaims with a snigger. "Look at all that hair." "He still had some of it when we met," Joe says with a smile. I wonder if it's all gone now, and if so, if it's simply cut short, or if he's the only male in our immediate family who's lost his hair. I set the thought aside. I don't really care. We spend the next several minutes hanging out at the photo wall while I answer Carly's and Joe's questions, taking care to mask my true feelings about my brother, for as much as some of their comments suggest that he remains the same asshole he'd been in our younger years, the truth is that I don't know who Frankie has become. Who knows? Maybe he's changed for the better. For the sake of Joe and Carly, I hope he has. But I doubt it. The doorbell interrupts me in the midst of an anecdote about Mama. As I'm already up and halfway to the door, I tell Brittany to stay put on the sofa before she can leap up to answer it as she normally does. There's no need to wave Dino off. Carly has apparently worn him out. Our fearsome watchdog casts his eyes toward the front door, without disturbing more than an ocular muscle or two. A gag beware of dog sign hangs on the mailbox. People do laugh about it after they meet Dino. None would guess that he'd once taken down a gunman. Pat O'Toole, decked out in burgundy dress slacks and a stylish tan pea jacket over a beige mock turtleneck sweater, smiles at me when I open the door. She's not expected. "You're looking awfully businesslike for a Sunday morning," I say, after we exchange hellos and a perfunctory hug. "Coming from church after an hour at the office," she explains as a burst of laughter erupts in the living room. "We have company." She frowns. "I didn't know. Bad timing?" I shake my head and reach for her coat. "Our long-lost relatives, Joe and Carly, are here from North Carolina. You already met them on the phone, so come on in and join the party." An uncomfortable thought seems to pass over Pat's face before she smiles and says, "I never pass on a party, not even on Sunday." Her initial look of concern caught my attention. "Is everything okay?" She nods. "Sure, I have a thing or two to talk to you about, but nothing that can't wait." "You sure?" "Absolutely. Let's go meet the family." Pat spends the next 10 minutes chatting with Joe and Carly. "Do you know Daddy?" Carly eventually asks her. Pat's troubled eyes shoot to mine. What's bugging her? "He's older than Tony and me," she replies. "You know what a gulf there is between grades in high school." Carly nods. "True, but you and Uncle Tony went to school together. You're friends, right?" Pat shoots me a sideways glance. "Sort of." "Sort of? I hung out with the smart kids who didn't get into trouble," Pat replies dryly. "Tony was one of the... well, let's just say he wasn't one of the brighter lights." Brittany slaps her thighs and laughs. "That's the best version I've heard yet." She and Pat exchange an affectionate look. "Yeah, I was just a jock, and one of the cool kids," I shoot back. "O'Toole wasn't." Carly smiles at me. "You're so not like I imagined." I can only imagine what she's heard about me from her father. Little shit, useless fuck, waste of space, all the things he called me in our youth. And that's just an introductory list. Joe's cell phone rings, saving me from having to respond to Carly. Joe's phone isn't even in her ear when an angry voice erupts from it. "Where the hell are you?" Frankie yells. The color drains from Joe's already fair complexion. "I come home and you're gone?" he continues. "Where are you?" "We've decided to spend the weekend with my sister," Joe replies in a choked voice. "Bullshit!" Frankie roars. My eyes track to Carly, Brittany, and Pat. All wear masks of horror, as they should. Fearsome Frankie in full fury is a force generally reserved by nature for volcanic eruptions and other cataclysms. "I've got the note you left for the bitch next door," he continues in an affected voice that I suppose is meant to mimic his wife. "We're so excited about visiting my brother-in-law and his daughter. Thanks so much for looking in on Knothead and for picking us up at the airport Sunday evening. I've left a copy of our flight itinerary with the flight information. You're the best." I've already been told that Knothead is the name Frankie gave to the family Rottweiler. Your flight information is right here, bitch, Frankie thunders. Chicago! You're with my good-for-nothing brother? Jo, frantically clutching at the collar of her blouse while the skin on her neck and face erupts into a splotchy red rash, ekes out a pleading, Honey! Don't honey me, you cunt! Jo looks as if she's seen the hounds of hell coming for her. Maybe they are. You were out of the country, she whispers helplessly. Where did you get that idea, you dumb bitch? You said. You hear what you want to hear, Jo. Always have. I never left the good old US of A. Tears are spilling out of Jo's eyes, whether of shame, fear, or both, I can't say. She scrambles to her feet as the verbal onslaught continues. I told you Tony's a no-good prick. I can't believe you're there and that you took my daughter, you traitorous bitch. Jo scrambles toward the hallway, wailing. I'm sorry. He's filling your head full of shit about me, isn't he? Isn't he? Frankie shouts as Jo disappears down the hall. Brittany, despite looking mortified, has risen to the occasion and gathered a hysterical Carly into her arms. Pat's initial shock has morphed into outrage. Me, I'm unnerved, but not surprised. This is the brother I grew up with. Now poor Jo and Carly are trapped in this orbit, and I've unleashed his rage. I'm afraid for them. A sobbing Jo staggers back into the living room and gives me a look soaked in sympathy as she holds her phone out to me. The vitriol coming out of the phone is now directed at me. Are you there, you little prick? Instead of the defiant reply he deserves, an old reflexive lump forms in my throat. Fear. Yeah, I managed to croak after taking the phone out of Jo's trembling hand. She promptly collapses into Mama's chair with her face in her hands. You just can't leave it alone, can you, asshole? Frankie snarls. You're gonna pay for sticking your snotty nose where it don't belong. I bite back the impulse to defend myself. Things will be bad enough for Jo and Carly without my informing Frankie that they sought us out. Don't mess with my life, he rages. You screwed things up for me with Ma and Pa. You're not gonna fuck up my new life too, you worthless little shit. I'll kill you before I let that happen, after I slit my bitch wife's throat. I press end call and hold the phone out to Jo without looking up. When she doesn't take it, I look up and find her curled into a tight ball, sobbing uncontrollably. Her whole body is shuddering when I step over, lean down, and pull her into my arms. She collapses against me with her hands covering her face. I meet Pat's gaze over Jo's head. Jo's phone is still in my hand when it starts to ring. Pat snatches it away, silences it, and flings it onto the coffee table as if it's a poisonous snake. It takes 5 minutes for Jo to get herself under control. When she pulls away and looks up at me in abject embarrassment, the mascara ringing her eyes gives her a raccoon-like appearance that might be amusing in any other circumstance. I'm so sorry, she whispers. You've got nothing to be embarrassed about. She gives me the saddest of smiles while her eyes roam about in search of her phone. I'd better call him back. Like hell, Pat snaps as she plucks the phone off the coffee table. We should be calling the police to report that asshole making death threats. Jo tries to smile through her sniffles. Oh, that's just Frank. Was he like this growing up? Brittany asks me in a shaky voice. I nod. He never told us, she mutters. She looks as if she's about to say more, then glances at Carly and simply shakes her head in disbelief. Carly doesn't let it slide. What did your dad tell you about my father? She asks Brittany. Oh, God, I think. Don't let these two get into a pissing match defending their fathers. Just that they had typical brother issues and didn't keep in touch after Frankie moved away, Brittany says. Lies, I guess. Carly's eyes cut to mine, as do Jo's. What did your father tell you about Dad? Brittany pointedly asks her newfound cousin. Carly shrugs helplessly. Jo answers for her and does so in an apologetic, yet withering voice. Candy ass, rich prick who puts on airs, money-grubbing, weak, a pansy, a selfish asshole with no honor. I can tell how hard it is for her to utter words that I suspect seldom, if ever, pass her lips. Her face contorts into a hateful sneer. Not like Frank, of course. He calls himself a man's man, a patriot, a hero, a tough guy who does what needs to be done, a real American. A real asshole, Pat mutters scornfully. A dangerous asshole. She elaborates 10 minutes later when I walk her out to her car. I realized something was really off between you and your brother when you spoke with Joe on the phone a couple of weeks ago. I always thought you two just drifted apart. I nod. Most people do. But you were spooked by that call, Tony. The insecurity I saw in you last year started to resurface. Why, I wondered. Was it related? You think? I ask with a tight smile. She punches my arm lightly. Not funny, Valenti. Sorry. Anyway, the reporter on me decided to dig a little deeper. Frankie was a bully in school, but for some reason I never wondered what that meant for you at home. She shakes her head while giving me an almost apologetic look. You knew he joined the Marines, right? I nod. No details, but yeah. He went all in, joined the Marine Raiders, and ran rampant. He was dishonorably discharged and barely escaped court-martial for killing civilians in Iraq. He flat-out murdered a couple of families, fathers, mothers, grandparents, and 7 kids. Jesus. Still a bully, but now with a gun and a flag to hide behind. She nods. He was highly decorated, of course, which made him a potential embarrassment. Surprise, surprise, the Marines quietly cashiered him instead of bringing him up on charges. Frankie's now working with an unsavory private military contractor that regularly deploys in the Middle East, including Iraq. Shocking, I suppose. Surprising. Sadly, no. Pat's eyes search mine. You know he meant what he said tonight, right? I haven't done anything to him, Pat. Her hands grasp my shoulders, her fingers digging into the fabric while she gives me a little shake. You don't have to, Tony. Frankie just needs to convince himself that you have. You think he's going to blame himself for any of this? I shake my head, no. He's deranged, Tony. And dangerous. Don't I know it? Pandora's box has been opened a little more. I'm afraid of what will happen if it's thrown wide open. Chapter 17. Mace. Jesus, that's a twist, Jake mutters the next morning, a Monday. We're in the Brooks and Valenti conference room with Marcia Williams' autopsy report, which we've finally received from the state's attorney. Jake is reading the narrative. The rest of us, Mike, Penelope, and I, are flipping through the gruesome photographs of Marcia's mutilated corpse. I'm horrified by the pictures and can tell that Penelope is as well. Corporate and civil law hardly prepare one for this. Poor Mike, who's seen his share of grisly murder photography, is barely holding it together. Jake slides the written report across to Mike. Sure looks like the classic crime of passion. Mike frowns and pushes the report to me. Penelope pulls her chair closer so we can read it together. It horrifies me almost as much as the pictures. 43 knife wounds, slashing wounds, puncture wounds, vicious tearing wounds. The brutality of the attack is nauseating. Doesn't take much imagination to predict how Perez is going to present that to the jury, Jake says when we finish. Nope, Mike mutters, with a mix of anger and resignation. We sit glumly while we ponder what we've just seen. Mike frowns. Some bastard set Reg up good. Jake's expression betrays a touch of skepticism. I feel it as well. Penelope looks from me to Jake. You know, guys, if someone with more than a room temperature IQ and a rudimentary knowledge of what crimes of passion look like wanted to set Reg up, this is exactly how they'd go about it. Can't argue with that, Jake allows, but we're swimming upstream unless we can find some credible evidence we can use to make that argument. So let's find something, I say, before deciding this might be a good time to focus on some positive news. Before we dig into that, though, Mike was over on Saturday with Sarah and Ashley. They had some good news. Jake cocks an eyebrow. Good news? Let's have it. I look to Mike. GoFundMe update? He nods. They've raised over 20 grand. Hell, that's great news, Jake says after a low whistle. That'll pay for an expert or two. I've been a little worried about that. What else have you got, Mike? Nothing. I'm still trying to get Aretha Jackson to meet me. She's either incredibly busy or just doesn't want to talk. We don't have time to waste on reluctant witnesses, Jake grumbles. He's right. Reg's trial starts in 3 weeks. We've burned 50% of our trial preparation time, and it doesn't feel like we've made anywhere near half the progress we need to. I've been putting together a murder book, Jake announces. A murder book is a binder in which detectives compile a chronological record of everything connected to an investigation. Just like the old times, he adds, before touching a finger to a sample. Helps organize what's up here. What did all this organizing tell us? I ask. That we don't know shit from Shinola about who was where and when the night Marcia was killed. I thought we had a pretty good handle on that. That's because you're... he asks, before shooting a wry, questioning look at me. It's an invitation to complete the phrase. An amateur? Bingo, he replies with a grim chuckle. Have we learned something new? Do we know who arranged the training session? Marcia, I reply. Jake cocks an eyebrow. Did she tell you that? Good point. Did we talk to this Cohen character about who made the arrangements for the training session? He asks. I tried, I reply, before relating my truncated chat with Cohen. Saw that in the notes. Who else did you ask? I frown. Amundsen said she was incredibly busy, so she let Marcia organize it. Yet Marcia didn't even attend. True, but Amundsen did. Instead of Marcia, he asks. Was Marcia supposed to go? I don't know, I reply. I guess Amundsen got unbusy all of a sudden, huh? Maybe it's just that she was too busy to organize it, but intended to attend all along. Maybe, Jake says skeptically. Do we have a list of attendees? Have we spoken to them all? No. We're going to. Details, Grasshopper. It's all in the details. Dig deep. Got it. Yeah? Is there paperwork for the rental? Has anyone spoken to whoever owns the space they used? Not yet, I admit. You want to run all that shit down, he says. It might shed some light on who set things up. I'll give it a shot. Good. Who made Marcia's 8 o'clock appointment? The receptionist claims she wasn't involved, right? Correct. She insists that was odd, says Marcia always had people book through her. That's an anomaly, Grasshopper. Dig deeper. How long has the receptionist worked there? Another pretty simple question I don't have the answer to. I don't know. Maybe you should find out, Jake tells me before his eyes cut to Mike's. Let's talk about the complaint Marcia supposedly filed against Reg. He claims he was baited by this Lou guy that Marcia was dating, right? Right, Mike replies. Reg was a little bewildered and embarrassed by the whole thing. Nothing came of it, so he didn't mention it to anyone, including his defense counsel. Dumb, but understandable, I say. I suppose, Jake mutters. Let's hope it teaches him a lesson about the pitfalls of holding anything back from us. I'm starting to wonder if this whole police complaint tale might be a manufactured story. Manufactured by whom? Penelope asks. It is an interesting thought, and absolutely pregnant with possibilities if true, I add. Jake nods. Isn't it, though? Remember that the story came from Amundsen, Penelope says. Something about her doesn't sit well with me. Now that Garcia has blabbed it all over television for a month, maybe we should call Amundsen on it when we get her in the witness box, Mike says. That might be an idea, Jake agrees. Let's keep it in our back pocket. You think she might be involved? I ask him. I don't know what the hell to think. Frankly, 2 weeks out from trial, that scares the shit out of me. The meeting breaks up a few minutes later, with each of us assigned investigative tasks by Jake. He pauses at the door and looks back at me. I hear you had a little excitement at home yesterday. My eyes snap to him. How do you know? I ask in surprise. Spoke with Ben O'Toole on the way here this morning. She called you about that? No, I called to ask her to look into a couple of things. Such as? He lifts a hand to wave my question off. I'll let you know if anything comes of it. Tell me what's going on with that brother of yours." He said that with an air of familiarity. "You know Frankie?" I asked. "Not personally, but I was a cop in Cedar Heights for a lot of years, Tony. Every cop in town was aware of Frankie Valenti." "Put it that way, I guess I'm not surprised. I fill him in on the call and the visit that precipitated it. The wife and daughter seem like good folks?" "Yeah, they do." He shakes his head. "Why in the hell nice ladies hook up with guys like your brother is one of life's enduring mysteries. That's right. This Joe, and you, should file a complaint." "She's afraid to." Jake sighs. The tightness around his eyes suggests real pain. "Any idea how many times I've heard that when I was working homicide?" The thought chills me before I defend Joe. "You didn't hear him." "Oh yeah, I have. I've heard that story far more times than I ever wanted to, Tony. What I wouldn't give for a magic wand I could wave to get women like Joe out of the pickle they're in. You haven't seen your brother for a long time, right? He's never stopped by?" "Stopped by? He lives in North Carolina." "Yeah, but he visits the widow O'Reilly now and then. Always has. I thought that might stop after your father plugged her husband, but he still comes around." Frankie in Cedar Heights? My blood runs cold at the thought. Then my thoughts turn to the woman in question. She was married to the cop my father killed on our front step almost a year and a half ago. Papa had been charged with murder, but was acquitted when we'd shown at trial that my father shot the animal in self-defense. Cook County Sheriff's Deputy Andy O'Reilly was a type of corrupt, bullying cop that gives law enforcement a bad name. He deserved to die. I come out of my reverie and meet Jake's eyes. Molly O'Reilly and Frankie? Really? Not that big a surprise, Tony. Frankie and Andy used to pal around together back in the day. Peas in a pod. Molly ran with that crowd, too. Frankie's her kind of guy. He's screwing her? Not saying that. Wouldn't surprise me, though. Molly always got around. Jesus, I mutter in disgust. I've seen Frankie once or twice over the years when he visited. Papa never said a word. Mama neither. Did they see him? Pat filled me in on what Frankie's been up to over the years, Jake continues. Think he was scary when you were kids? Think again, my friend. If I were you, I'd file that complaint. You've got plenty of witnesses. He'd blow his stack. Jake turns his palms up and arches his eyebrows. See? That's his game. Someone has to stand up to him and get him off the streets. Joe can't. All the old fears swarm over me. My brother left me for dead the last time I saw him. Mama and Damie came home unexpectedly and rushed me to the hospital. That's how he figures I screwed things up between him and our parents. From a purely selfish point of view, Jake is saying when I tune him back in, I don't want that nasty bastard back in Cedar Heights. Neither do I. From an equally selfish perspective, I don't want him to have me in his sights ever again, or Joe, or Carly, or even, heaven forbid, Brittany. Although I suppose I'm already back on his radar. File that complaint, Tony. Fearsome Frankie Valenti on the loose again in Cedar Heights, and it's up to me to stop him? As if my plate isn't already full enough. At least with Reg's case, I only have the fear of failure to face. That's quite enough, thank you. Facing down Frankie engenders flat-out fear. Physical, psychological, paralyzing fear. Chapter 18. Wow, this place looks cool, Brittany exclaims 2 days later as we stand outside Lake Point Tower, a 70-story black skyscraper on a little spit of land jutting out toward Lake Michigan. DuSable Harbor with its yacht club is behind us. Navy Pier stretches away to our right as we stare up at the tower where Trish lives. It is cool, I say with a laugh. Trish has invited us for dinner, her way of saying thank you for Brittany's gesture last week. Sadly, I doubt she's made plans to spirit Brittany away for a couple of hours to give us some time alone. Wait until you see Trish's condo. Brittany tugs on my sleeve and drags me across the street and into the building. Security calls Trish and then buzzes us in. An elevator whisks us up to the 53rd floor. Trish is waiting at her open door. I hope tonight's visit continues the happy new trajectory of my relationship with her and helps cement the budding friendship between my daughter and my girlfriend. Welcome, Trish says while giving Brittany a hug before she plants a chaste smooch on my lips. She's wearing jeans and a baggy, dark blue Northwestern University sweatshirt that looks like it's been around since her law school days. Cool, Brittany says when we walk into Trish's sprawling living room. Curving floor-to-ceiling windows afford an unobstructed view of the lake. Light spills out of the kitchen, and whatever is cooking smells delicious. Glad you like it, Trish says with a smile, while Brittany hurries over to admire the view. My eyes track to the door of a bedroom about 20 feet away. Trish's follow. She smiles and wags a finger at me with a look that says, "You naughty boy, you." I swallow my disappointment and deposit a bottle of wine on the kitchen counter. Can I help with anything? All under control, Trish says as she studies the bottle. Then I guess I'll just sit around and wait to be fed and watered, I say, while settling at one end of a supple wine-colored fabric sofa. Trish smiles and walks over to sit beside me, laying an arm along the back of the sofa so she can rest her fingertips on the nape of my neck. Everything's pretty much ready. I'll take the duck out of the oven in 15 minutes or so. Duck? Brittany asks. Just like Daffy, Trish replies, without the cartoonist's ink. Brittany laughs while her eyes roam around the elegant living room. Maybe I need to rethink my career plans. What are they now? Trish asks. Yeah, I add, unaware that she has any. Nothing specific, but judging from your condo, this lawyer stuff seems to pay pretty well. I cringe a little. That's a little intrusive. Trish doesn't seem to mind. She smiles and says, I do okay, but not that well. My grandparents left some money. Brittany's smile fades. I didn't know you lost them. Trish nods. Long time ago, Brittany. I'm sorry. Thank you. So have you been playing volleyball since I last saw you? Brittany nods and launches into a recap of her last game, which leads into a discussion of school, which leads into some talk about the school play she's working on. A timer in the kitchen brings the saga of Brittany's week to an end. We sit down to Caesar salads after Trish pours 3 glasses of wine. Did you two gin up this plan in advance? I ask, with a cross expression while I stare at Brittany's wine goblet. Maybe, Brittany says with a smirk. Trish pleads the fifth. Yep, all seems to be well between these two. I can live with being the butt of their humor if it means we all get along. The duck à l'orange meets with Brittany's approval. Mine too. So much so that conversation is a little sparse while we gorge ourselves. After Trish clears the table with a stern admonition to Brittany not to help, she comes back with coffee and announces that we'll visit for a bit before moving on to dessert. Anything new with the case? She asks after she settles in and starts playing footsie with me under the table. I fill them in on the lengthy to-do list Jake handed us. I've spent the past 2 days chasing down as much of it as I could, which hasn't been all that much. I'm having a hell of a time tracking down the landlord of the building the agency used for its training session. Mike isn't having much luck sitting down with the agency receptionist. Sounds like slow progress, Trish says with a frown. I nod and take a sip of coffee. Yeah, but at least Jake is taking charge of things. Sometimes I worry that the Williams family is going to regret handing this case to me. Trish sets her cup down and reaches across to cover my hand with hers. You're a great lawyer, Tony. You were my hero when you stood up against what was going on with the Fanfare account. Ditto when you refused to back off your father's case, or fighting the village to save your family home. A lot of us at Fleislansky admired the stands you took. Yeah, and it got me fired, I mutter. Trish smiles. You were too good for those guys. Besides, Penelope made sure you came out of it okay. True. The wrongful dismissal lawsuit settlement has been a nice chunk of change. You saved Papa, too, Brittany adds. Then her brow furrows. Did Detective Plummer finally convince you to file a police report about your brother threatening your life? Joe's, too? Trish gasps and grips my hand with a startled and frightened look on her face. A death threat, Tony? From your brother? Trish doesn't know that history. I'm none too thrilled that Brittany dropped it on her this way. Mind you, I haven't yet figured out when to have that discussion with Trish, so maybe this is as good a time as any. I give her a brief recap of my life with Frankie. finishing up with his phone call while Joe and Carly were visiting. The skin around Trish's eyes tightens, and her lips tighten into a straight line. It's my first look at her mad face. "What a revolting man," she snaps. "Why didn't you file a complaint, Tony?" I shrug. Jake's been ragging on me to do so. I went as far as stopping a Cedar Heights PD patrol car and discussing it. The guy didn't think it was likely to go very far. He suggested that Joe filing a complaint might get some traction. "Did she?" Trish asks. "Not that I know of." Her eyes narrow. "Someone needs to. If she can't or won't, it's up to you to protect them." It's a good point. I haven't heard from Joe, and Brittany hasn't heard from Carly, despite having sent several messages. I hope things didn't take a violent turn when they got home, but a sense that it's not over yet has been hovering over my head for the past 3 days. Maybe Jake can use his contacts to touch base with the police in North Carolina to do a wellness check back in Wilmington. "Let's talk about something else while we have dessert," I suggest. Brittany and Trish go along with my suggestion, but I can tell they intend to return to the topic before the evening is over. Dessert is a peach cobbler with vanilla ice cream. "Fine dining at its most refined," Trish says with a self-conscious laugh. "It's fabulous," Brittany exclaims after her first bite. I point my fork at her. What she said. Conversation is on hold while we polish off desserts, refill our coffee mugs, and carry them into the living room. I preempt a return to unpleasant topics by telling Brittany about the private 2.5-acre park that belongs to Lake Point Tower, then suggest we plan for a picnic come spring. Brittany thinks it's a great idea. Trish concurs. "Actually, it's a lovely evening. Why don't we walk off a little duck and cobbler? Jane Addams Park is right across the street." We're out and walking through the park, discussing the wonder of having all this green space so close to the bustle of Navy Pier and Michigan Avenue when the wind comes up off Lake Michigan. "Darned lake," Trish says, as she steps closer to ward off the sudden chill. Brittany smiles. "Well, they don't call this the Windy City for nothing, huh?" My cell phone rings. I'm tempted to silence it rather than disturb our walk. Wind or no wind, it's pleasant to be out with these two. But decide that a lawyer who's within 2 weeks of starting a murder trial probably can't afford to miss a call. "Where the hell's my family?" Frankie shouts as soon as I say hello. Brittany's face falls when she hears who's on the phone. Trish looks startled. It's her first time hearing my brother, her, and everyone within a mile of my phone. "They went home on Sunday," I reply. "Then why don't I see them here?" he asks with surly sarcasm. "You're hiding my family from me now, asshole? I'm coming up there, you little bastard." Joe and Carly didn't go home? Where are they? "Well?" he demands. "Well, what? Where the hell are you hiding them? I'll bet that bitch is sitting right there listening to me." "They're not here," I retort as blood rises to my face. "Has it occurred to you that maybe they're just sick and tired of your bullshit? Maybe they decided to start over somewhere without you? You're poisoning their minds against me, aren't you, you pissant? I'm coming for your ass, little bro. You're done screwing up my life." I'm not sure if it's fear for Joe and Carly, or simply something snapping in me, but my historical reluctance to go toe-to-toe with my brother evaporates. "Still making threats, big guy. I didn't report your last call, but I should have. I hope Joe did." "Report what?" "Your death threats." A raucous laugh erupts from my brother. The sound of it startles Brittany and Trish. I've heard it many a time, but it's new to them. Judging by their looks of horror, they find it as chilling as I always have. It's the sound of evil, pure and simple. "You think it's a laughing matter, don't you?" I ask. "Just because you got away with murdering women and children in Iraq doesn't mean you can pull that shit here." The line falls silent for a beat. When Frankie speaks again, his voice is laced with malice. "If you know about my time as a Special Forces operator, then you want to know how much I'm gonna bust you up when I get there. Think I put a hurt on you when we were kids? You ain't known pain yet, asshole." "Shut up," I shout back. "Your wife and daughter are missing. How about thinking about them for a minute?" Yeah, I'm worried that Frankie may have had something to do with their disappearance, or they might be hiding from him. In fact, it's probably one of those two possibilities in play. But what if it isn't? There's more danger in the world than Frankie. Where might they be, I ask? Any ideas? My question is met with a moment of deathly silence. "You better not be bullshitting me, you little shit." Jesus, Frankie. Think of someone besides yourself for a minute, will you? I'll help find them if you let me. This is met with another bout of laughter. You had me going there for a minute, you little shit. You'll help me? I will. Now till I'm coming for your ass, Tony. The line goes dead. You grew up with that animal? Trish asks, in a voice dripping with disgust. I nod. I'll tell you what I'm afraid of, Brittany murmurs. My eyes cut to hers. What? That Uncle Frank knows exactly where Auntie Jo and Carly are, and what's become of them. I harbor the same fear. Brittany holds up her phone. Got most of it on here. Got what? I ask. I recorded as much of the call as I could. I give her a tight smile. Good thinking. Trish reaches out to give Brittany a hug. You're a lot smarter than us old folks, she says with a nervous laugh. Brittany's eyes brim with tears. He scares me, Dad. God, he sounds just like those assholes from last fall. I don't want anyone else to die. I pull her to me and hold her close as she breaks down. Trish's eyes are filled with horror as they turn to mine. Is he serious, Tony? Is he really going to come after you? Much as I'd like to reassure her that it's just empty trash talk, the truth is that Frankie never blusters. As the old familiar sense of dread begins to rise in me, I clench my fists and stare up at the full moon. Probably, I mutter, while a grim determination to not allow fear to paralyze me yet again percolates somewhere deep within me. Frankie is coming. How will I handle it this time? I don't know how I'll keep him away, but he's not getting near Brittany or Trish. We need to do a little contingency planning. I'll rope Jake in to help. Matter of fact, I'll get on his case about trying to find Joe and Carly, too. Let's get back inside, Trish says, with a nervous look at the handful of people in the park. We head back to Lake Point Tower a damn sight quicker than we'd meandered away. A cup of hot chocolate for Brittany and a pair of bourbons for Trish and me helps to settle our nerves. When Brittany finally looks up, wipes the last vestige of tears from her eyes, and gives us an apologetic smile, Trish reaches out and slides Brittany's phone under her nose. Let's hear this recording of yours, honey. Brittany nods, pulls the phone closer, and plays back the memo. We all lean in. Crap! Brittany exclaims, when the sound of wind buffeting the microphone bursts out of her phone. We can just make out Frankie's angry rant, not many of the words, just that he's shouting. My responses are more or less audible. Trish reaches across the table and pats Brittany's arm. I'm sure someone can clean that up so we can hear what Frankie said. My daughter's hopeful eyes look up to meet Trish's gaze. Think so? Oh, yeah, Trish replies. This is going straight to the police. They'll have the technical know-how to do it. Then they can join the hunt. Good idea, I say, with a tight smile at Trish. Then I turn my eyes to my daughter. Darn sharp thinking to make that recording. Brittany manages a weak smile through a fresh burst of tears. God damn you, Frankie. I seethe inside. Brittany's been through far too much without being dragged back to those horrific memories by my asshole of a brother. I slide my chair closer and slip an arm around her while she cries herself out on my shoulder. Trish excuses herself, cell phone in hand, and goes to her room, where she closes the door. I know who she's calling. I let go a heavy sigh. A pair of Chicago PD patrol officers arrive just over an hour later. After they question us for 15 minutes, they call in a detective, who arrives 20 minutes later, takes statements, and promises to make arrangements to have police technicians take a crack at cleaning up Brittany's recording. Not sure how quickly they'll be able to get on that, he says apologetically. No crime was committed here, so I'm afraid this won't be a top priority. Trish bristles. I think repeated death threats and a missing woman and child are pressing matters, Detective. You didn't hear that animal. I did. If you had, you'd be frightened for everyone involved. The detective frowns. Like I say, Miss Pangborn, I'll do what I can. Trish starts to open her mouth, thinks better of it, and turns away to join Brittany in the living room. After the first few minutes of recounting the phone call, my daughter couldn't take any more and retired to the sofa. I'll walk you out, I tell the detective. Once we're in the hallway, I recount the prior phone call and death threats. As you can see, my daughter is traumatized. He nods uncomfortably. I can see that. I fill him in on the kidnapping and murder last fall. His eyes widen. Jesus, that was her? I nod. Poor damn kid, he says with a shake of his head. Listen, Mr. Valenti, no promises, but I really will try to expedite this. Has anyone filed missing person reports for your niece and sister-in-law? I'll get that done today, I reply. Probably in Cedar Heights. That's where I live. Fair enough, he says, as his eyes trail back to the closed door of Trish's condo. Maybe get your daughter some counseling? She looks pretty fragile. Thanks for the advice. She's been going to someone for the past few months. It seems to be helping. Taught her how to compartmentalize, which she's done better than I might have imagined. Kids are resilient as hell, he says. True, but this bullshit has set her back some. I think on that for a beat, then add, maybe a lot. Chapter 19. I drive Brittany back to school in the morning and then get back to work. Trish is on standby, just in case Brittany doesn't hold up as well as she thinks she will and I get tied up elsewhere. She put on a brave face this morning and claimed that going to school would be a welcome distraction, but I worry that she's going so that I can get on with things. Damned Frankie. I call Jake from the car and fill him in on the latest. Jesus Christ, he says when I finish. You need to file those missing person reports today, Tony. I'll stop by later this morning. Do me a favor and give some thought to what I can do at home to fortify the damned place in case Frankie shows up. He's quiet for a long moment. That's a good idea. I'll make some notes for you. Take a picture of the son of a bitch with you, and I'll call to give patrol a heads up to keep an eye out for him. How are Trish and Brittany? Shaken up, but moving ahead. Brits went to school. Trish went to work. All right, maybe that's for the best. I'll see you later. Give me the name of the detective in Chicago from last night, too, will you? Luckily, I'm sitting at a red light when he asks. Sure, I reply, while digging the guy's card out my wallet. I read off the contact information. Jake reads it back and says, I'll give him a call and fill him in on your brother. Make sure he knows what we're dealing with. I told him all about Frankie last night. I figured, Jake replies, but it might make more of an impression coming from another cop. Good point. The light turns green, and we say goodbye as I continue on my way. Tracking down the owner of the building where Amundsen Insurance held its agent training session on the night of February 4th has been like wrestling with a puff of smoke. It's owned by a numbered company. Beyond that, my sleuthing hasn't turned up a damn thing. For the third time today, and God knows how many times since Jake dispatched me to track down the owner or landlord of this place, I park out front and get out to peek in the window to see if I can spy anyone inside. A lonely desk sits in the center of the room. The only signs of occupancy are a chair and coffee mug that keep changing locations between my visits. As always, the door is locked. How does this business, whatever the hell it is, stay in business? Can I help you with something? A scratchy voice asks from immediately behind me. Startled, I spin around and find a wisp of a stooped man staring at me with a perplexed frown. He's carrying a Starbucks coffee cup in a hand that's shaking just a bit. Trying to track down whoever owns or manages this place, I reply. Well, you found me, he says, while running a hand across several strands of thin gray hair combed over his liver-spotted skull. What you want? I thrust out a hand. Tony Valenti, Mr. He pauses and looks me over for a moment before reluctantly offering his own hand. Given how frail he appears to be, his shake is surprisingly firm. Larry Casey, you've got yourself a twofer. Twofer? I ask. You found the owner and the building manager. Now, what can I do for you? I've actually been wondering how to answer that question for days. Who likes a lawyer, especially one defending someone accused of murder? Still, Casey doesn't look like anyone's fool. Trying to bullshit him is probably a bad idea. I'm a lawyer representing Reg Williams, who's been accused of murder. His eyes widen. That's the fella accused of murdering the insurance woman? That's right, Mr. Casey. He takes it in, then gives me a half smile, puts a key in the lock, pushes the door open, and waves me in. Good call, not trying to bullshit your way inside. My mom always told me honesty is the best policy. He grunts while he pulls his seat out and plops down behind his desk, then points at a straight-backed chair. "Take a load off, Mr. Valenti." I do. "You say you're a lawyer?" I did. "Yet you just told me the Lord God's honest truth. What kind of lawyer does that?" he asks, with a twinkle in his eye. "An honest one?" "Jesus, Joseph, and Mary," he chuckles. "You're my first, Mr. Valenti. How can I help you? Can't imagine I can, but fire away." I have a few questions about how Amundsen Insurance came to be here that evening. "It was a little shocking to find out what went on back at the office while those folks were here that night," he says with a rueful shake of his head. "Does Amundsen rent from you regularly?" "Nope, first time." I wasn't expecting that. I assume insurance and other sales shops are continually training new salespeople. "Kinda surprised me, just showing up out of the blue like that," Casey continues. "No referral, no exploratory call. Just asked how much space we have, and that was that." "Do you rent the place out on a regular basis?" "Got a room upstairs that's good for all sorts of things. About 1,200 square feet, well lit. I keep some folding tables and stacking chairs, so folks can set things up however they like." I slide a photo of Marcia Williams across the desk. "Is this who rented your room for that night?" He stares down at it for a minute, then gives me an odd look. "Ain't that the lady who got murdered?" "Yes." "Hell no, it wasn't her. Never met the lady." "You're sure?" His eyes narrow a smidgen in annoyance before he settles back and relaxes. No, it was a guy." "Got a name?" He pauses to think, and empties the Starbucks cup into the Chicago Bears mug on his desk. "Just some nondescript guy. Didn't make much of an impression. If he gave a name, I forget it now." "What about the rental agreement? That should have a name." "Paid by cash. We didn't draw up an agreement in writing." He gives me a wink. "No paper trail, no taxes on the income, you know." Shit. "Anywhere else you might have jotted down the guy's name? Calendar?" He pulls a full-size date timer out of a drawer, flips back a few pages, grunts, and spins it around. "Guess not," he says while pointing to the sole entry for February 4th. "Insurance folks, 6 p.m. "Afraid that don't tell us shit." That may be understating things. "Do you recall how many people were here?" "Hell, I wasn't even here. I just dropped off a key for them and asked them to lock up after themselves and slid the key back under the door. I'm not here all that much, you know." "Oh, I know." He gives me a wry smile. "Been trying to hunt me down for a while, have you?" I explain. "Well, you're persistent," he says. "I'll give you that. And honest, for God's sake. How in the hell did you get into lawyering?" "Must have walked into the wrong classroom at college." He chuckles. "How about security camera footage?" I ask. "Can we have a look at it for that night?" "Haven't had a security camera since, it must be a year or more ago. Damn thing broke down, and I didn't bother replacing it. What the hell's the point?" "To see what's going on when you're not here? Identify anyone who decides to break in?" He chuckles. "Ain't nothing much here worth stealing, my friend. This ain't too bad a neighborhood. Not much of that shit goes on around here. Got insurance if it does happen. Hell, I wouldn't mind a nice check from the insurance company to replace the ratty old shit I've got here." "Don't you want to know what's happening when you're not here?" He shrugs. "I pretty much know what folks like those insurance people are up to. As for some of the others, there's a good argument to be made that I can't be held responsible for whatever the hell they might get up to." So, after all this time tracking Casey down, I'm not going to leave here with a picture of whoever rented this damn place. Damn it. I had my hopes up for a minute. I'm not yet ready to give up, not with Casey being cooperative. Maybe I just have to ask the right question to jog his memory. They were supposed to be doing some sales training. He nods. "Now that you mention it, the guy said something about that." "The training was about cold calling." His eyes light up and he snaps his fingers. "That's right. Stupid damned company name he gave me was a little too cute for my taste. What in the hell was it?" He sits back, takes a good pull of coffee, then massages his temples, as if that might stimulate his memory. I wait patiently. Arctic Calling or some bullshit like that, he eventually says with a satisfied smile. Arctic something or other, anyway. That is a little too cute, I agree with a smile. Next stop, Google or the phone book or whatever store of data might narrow my search. Still nothing on the guy's name? He shakes his head. Hell no. Kind of a shady type anyway. If he gave me a name, wouldn't surprise me if it was some made-up bullshit. A river of which I'm drowning in as I try to find a viable defense for Reg. I hand Casey my business card. He reads it and meets my gaze. I'll call if I think of anything. I reply with a cliché as tired as I feel. If I had a dime for every time I've heard that. Seriously, he says. I always pull for the underdog. Hell, I am one. You and me both. Chapter 20. The hell are they up to down there? Mike Williams asks me 2 days later when he arrives. Girlish laughter is floating up the stairs from Brittany's basement hangout. Hanging out on a Saturday afternoon with Mike's sister, Sarah, and Reg's daughter, Ashley, seems to be good medicine for my daughter. She's still a little shaky from Wednesday night's visit to Trish's, but is once again showing her resilience. Ah, to be young again. That said, it's clear to me that the brave face Brittany is wearing is as fragile as a porcelain mask. I've scheduled weekly sessions with her therapist for the next month. The first one was yesterday. The Reverend Jakes and company have been by twice in the past week, explaining that he realizes you're up to your keister and alligators with Reg's trial, and Brittany needs her space away from her old man. She now has a working bathroom, but the drywall is mostly taped and plastered, and several cans of paint await application. Functioning lights and outlets are in place, albeit without their decorative covers. Walnut laminate flooring and a suspended ceiling will follow. Sandwiched between the basement construction sessions was yesterday's visit by a security firm Jake hooked me up with. We have new steel front and back doors, bars over the windows, and an abundant supply of new locks on the doors and windows. Will they keep Frankie out if he shows up? I don't know. When I expressed skepticism to the security guys, they made the salient point that, even if Frankie managed to get inside, he wasn't going to do it in less than 10 or 15 minutes without a howitzer or battering ram, which should allow plenty of time for the cops to arrive. It's a comforting assumption, but I've picked up a couple of cans of bear spray and have positioned heavyweight steel baseball bats at the front door and in my and Brittany's bedrooms, just in case. Sounds like we're about to find out what's so funny, I reply to Mike's question while the girls' voices get louder as I climb the stairs. Mike's come to discuss trial preparation, specifically to compare notes about how we made out over the past few days with our assigned tasks from Jake. We've kept in touch by phone, but haven't had a chance to sit down and compare notes in detail. I've already filled him in on my meeting with Larry Casey. Brittany appears in the doorway to the kitchen, followed by Sarah and Ashley. Dino straggles in after them. My latest request of Jake was about finding a suitable guard dog companion for Dino. Jake is checking with nearby police departments to see if he can shake something loose. Apparently, there are canine washouts that don't quite make the grade to becoming full-fledged police dogs. Damned good dogs, though, I tell you, Jake assured me. Plenty good enough to walk the Liberty Street beat with Dino. A new dog might be a good tonic for Brittany, too, he concluded thoughtfully. Good point. I tilt my head at Mike when the girls file into the kitchen. He wants to know what you three are up to down there. Making sure you two can do your jobs, Sarah retorts. Mike gives her a lazy smile. Yeah? Reg's GoFundMe campaign just topped 50 grand, she replies proudly. 50 grand? Mike asks. Damn straight. We've been working the phones and social media. These two are amazing, Brittany marvels. I brought in like $300 or something lame like that. Ashley swats my daughter's arm. Shut up. That's only the donations you know about. I'll bet you brought in way more than that. I can't help but to smile at the adoring look Ashley has turned on Brittany. Another fangirl from my daughter? She seems to be collecting them. Next she'll be an internet thing. An influencer, or whatever the hell they call people who shill shit for dollars online. Sarah gives me a sideways smile. Brittany promised us a guitar show starring you two someday soon. She did she? My daughter winks at me as she pulls the fridge door open, snatches up a can of pop, and steps aside. "Grab whatever you want, ladies." Leaving the door hanging open, she plucks a package of donuts off the counter, tucks a bag of potato chips under her arm, and leads the way back downstairs. At least she didn't try to snag a bottle of wine. Dino, with his keen eye for foodstuffs, scampers after them. Actually, a little nip doesn't sound like a bad idea. "Can I interest you in a bourbon?" I ask Mike. "Hell yeah." I pull a bottle of Maker's Mark out of the cabinet above the refrigerator and splash a couple of inches into a pair of tumblers. After I plop my ass back in my chair, I clink glasses with Mike before blowing out a low whistle. 50 grand. He smiles and nods. "Guess they can have our donuts and chips for that, huh? Hell, they can empty the cupboards." He chuckles. "Guitar show, huh? Make sure I'm invited." I roll my eyes. "Don't hold your breath. I won't be ready to play publicly for another 3 or 4 years." "Even in your own basement?" Mike asks with a snort. "Even there," I reply, thinking back to Pat's initial glib assessment of my ability to get back up to speed. "It's not like riding a bike, my friend." "If you say so. Now, back to this dude who rented the training space. Arctic something? Something like that. You can't find anything on it?" "Not a sniff. Those girls and their friends can probably do a shitload of legwork for us on stuff like that, digging through social media and the like. Sarah loves that stuff, and she's got some school friends who are into computer science in a big way. She's never come clean on this, but I'm pretty sure that someone in her circle is a bit of a hacker." "A real hacker?" Mike shrugs. "Probably more of an enthusiast, but that could come in handy." "And this from an officer of the court," I exclaim with a chuckle. He grins and holds a finger to his lips, then drops his eyes to his glass and swirls the bourbon before he downs another slug. "Pretty good stuff." I think wistfully of the premium bourbon at Trish's, but nod anyway. For a lowly public servant and his budget lawyer drinking buddy, this is what we get. I open the bottle and top off our glasses. Mike gets up to score the last bag of Vintner's salt and sour potato chips and rips it open as he walks back. He pops a handful into his mouth and sets the bag between us. "Jake asked you to pick Reg's brain about the phone call to Marcia just before she died, right?" he asks. I nod. It's a damning bit of evidence that may sink us if we can't explain it away. "Did Reg have any ideas?" "No. He gave me the number of a former workplace buddy of his named Len Dixon. Dixon wants to know who Marcia's cell phone carrier was. Reg's too. Says the numbers will give him a starting point. Can you take care of that?" "Yeah, I've got all of that somewhere," Mike replies. "On it." "How about you?" I ask. "Any progress?" He groans. "I can't pin Aretha Jackson down on a time or place to get together. I've talked to her 3 times now." "She won't meet you at her office?" "Nope. I even dropped in on her there, but she shooed me off after we chatted for a couple of minutes. Wouldn't talk about the case." "Will she meet you away from the office?" He shakes his head and frowns. "Nope. Know what I'm starting to think?" "What?" "She might think I'm hitting on her." "And she's not swooning? Mama Williams will be disappointed." He slaps a hand on his thigh and laughs. "You're right about that." Mike once told me about his mother's efforts to marry him off to every eligible young lady at their church. Dating is a problem for him, what with the long work hours and his devotion to the job. Things haven't changed much over the past year and a bit. He meets my gaze. "The hell of it is, there's something about Aretha that clicks with me. I'm thinking that I might ask her out when all this is over. Maybe she'll be more amenable to a meeting if we throw Penelope into the mix," I suggest. "Good idea, assuming we can sync 4 schedules." We're going over our calendars when Jake calls. I tell him that Mike's listening in. They exchange hellos, then Mike leans close to listen while I tell Jake about Len Dixon. "So, as best as we can tell so far, Reg made that damn call?" Jake asks. "We can't rule it out." "There's too much pointing at Reg for my liking," Jake grumbles. Mike scowls at the phone but holds his tongue. Jake's disappointed that Mike still hasn't spoken with Aretha, but agrees that bringing Penelope into the conversation might help. Any progress with the rental? He asks me. Nothing new, but we've turned Sarah and her friends loose to dig through social media, looking for any trace of the company name Larry Casey gave me. Arctic whatever? Jake asks doubtfully. Sarah has a friend who's a borderline hacker, and all three of those girls are pretty damn smart, I reply. Seems like a long shot. Don't sell the girls short, Mike says. They might surprise all of us. Jesus, we're clutching at straws, Jake mutters before he says goodbye. Mike gives me a sidelong look when I hang up. He thinks Reg is guilty, doesn't he? I don't know. He might. Kind of pisses me off. A little skepticism may be a good thing, Mike. Jake's insights into what the cops and prosecutors might be thinking are useful. We're making a lot more progress with him on board. He's a smart guy. Yeah, he is, Mike says grudgingly. I lost a lot of cases because of his detective work. So it's a good thing to have him on your side for a change. He nods. Want to hear the best part of that? Sure. We're going up against Caulfield instead of Jake. The girls come rushing back up the stairs with Brittany leading the way, brandishing her cell phone as she slides to a stop beside me. Look, Carly! I study the screen, where some sort of messaging app displays an exchange between Carly and Brittany. After the initial greetings, Brittany got straight to the point. BV girl. Where are you? CV. We didn't go home. BV girl. So we hear. Your dad called. CV. He did? BV girl. It wasn't pleasant. CV. Sorry. BV girl. Don't apologize for him. CV. Mom's real scared. BV girl. Where are you? CV. We stayed in Chicago and are holed up in a hotel downtown. BV girl. You're okay, right? CV. Sure. The hotel is kinda cool. Smiley face. BV girl. Call me. CV. When? BV girl. Now. Brittany's phone rings seconds later. She dispenses with pleasantries. You scared the crap out of us, Carly. Why didn't you tell us where you are? I lean close to hear both sides of the conversation. Sorry, Mom's afraid Dad is going to find us. Then you should be here where my dad can protect you. Me? Protect them from Frankie? My daughter seems to have an overinflated sense of my ability to take on an ex-Marine raider, or pretty much anyone else with a pinch of fighting ability. Maybe I'd have a chance with Mike here. Jake, too. Mom's scared Uncle Tony would get hurt, Carly says. Dad threatened to kill him. Brittany's eyes go cold. Yeah, he did. Your mother, too. You must hate us, Carly says miserably. Your family, Brittany says firmly. We don't hate you. We want to help. You do, Carly says. You won't have to fight my dad. We both do. My dad isn't like your father. You can say that again. I can't believe how Uncle Tony treats people. Heck, he acted like me and Mom were family from the get-go, and was so freaking nice to us. He's a good guy, Brittany says. Dad never treats Mom or me like that. Are you sure they're related? Mr. Nice Guy seizes Brittany's phone. Hi, Carly. Let me talk to Joe. Hi, Uncle Tony, she says, which is followed by a muffled conversation on her end of the line. Tony? Joe asks tentatively. Hi, Joe. Still in Chicago, I hear. I couldn't go home, Tony. I'm so sorry if we worried you. As Brittany told Carly, there's nothing to apologize for. This is all on Frankie. A quiet sob comes over the phone. I know you're right, but what can I do? If I don't go back, he'll hunt us down and kill me. I know he will. He tells me that any time I threaten to leave. What? Carly wails in the background. Shush, honey, Joe coos to her daughter. Tell me where you're staying and I'll come pick you up, Joe. You'll be safer here. How, I don't know. I just know that if the only thing standing between her and an enraged Frankie is a hotel door, she doesn't stand a chance. At least our home is now somewhat fortified. He knows where you live, Tony. I chuckle grimly. He should. It was his home once upon a time. I don't know, she murmurs, but I detect a hint of relief in her voice. At the risk of sounding like my brother, I insist. She laughs softly. You don't sound like your brother. You know how he would have put that. I do. It's time to file that police report, Joe.
He'll go berserk,
she murmurs after a beat. Causing you and your daughter to hide out in a hotel in a city far from home? A little snort escapes her.
When you put it that way.
Let's get you and Carly out of that hotel, and then we'll figure out what comes next.
You sure?
I am. About getting them here, yeah. About dealing with the probable fallout? Not so much. I'll talk with Jake about finding somewhere to stash them. We may have steel doors and locks and bars on the windows, but this still isn't the best place for them to hide out from Frankie. Not by a long shot. Chapter 21. Nice wheels, I crack, after cramming myself into the back seat of Mike's aging Toyota Corolla. And I do mean aged. This may well be the first one to ever roll off the assembly line. Ever the gentleman, I allow Penelope to squeeze all of her 5-foot frame into the front seat. I'm in the back with my knees up around my ears. We're on our way to meet Amundsen Insurance receptionist Aretha Jackson. I wish Jake were here with us, but he's got family business to tend to. Between the three of us, and the written list of questions Jake sent to me this afternoon, we should be covered. Ashburn's a pretty good neighborhood, Mike says in reference to the area of Chicago we're headed to. But this whole wreck is a lot less likely to be missing after the meeting than your Porsches and Audis. You could have a real car like those if you came to work with us, I reply glibly. Bullshit, he exclaims with a laugh. Your wheels came from your white-glove lawyering days, my friends. You two will be driving clunkers soon enough if you keep running that legal charity of yours. He may have a point. We find a parking spot within a block of our destination. Aretha insisted on meeting after dark, and well away from her usual haunts. She also instructed us to dress down so as to not attract attention. We're supposed to get a table at the back and text Aretha once we're seated, Mike says as he opens the front door. Is all this cloak and dagger stuff really necessary? I ask.
She's scared, Tony,
Penelope replies. Mike shoots me an annoyed look. You saw what happened to Marcia, man. Point taken, I say sheepishly. The diner is a quaint bit of 1950s and 60s nostalgia, modeled after an old soda shop with booths and a checkerboard tile floor. It's brighter than I expected it to be, not the type of place that comes to mind for clandestine nighttime meetings. Mike spots an empty booth in the second-to-last row and hustles over. He sends Aretha a text as soon as we're seated. Mike and I order coffee when a waitress comes by.
Who orders coffee at a soda shop?
Penelope asks before ordering herself a chocolate milkshake.
Bring 2, please, she adds. We're expecting 1 more.
Is everyone in Kansas as nice as you? Mike asks. Penelope dials up a big smile.
Damn right we are.
That much sweetness makes my teeth hurt, he says with a wink. Mike's phone chirps as she sticks her tongue out at him. He glances down. She'll be here in a minute.
Anything new with the Frankie situation?
Penelope asks while we wait. I nod. Yeah, I got a call from Jake earlier. Chicago PD were able to clean up Frankie's call enough to get the threats he made on record.
Now what?
She asks. I need to speak with them tomorrow. Then we'll see. I hope they lock up the son of a bitch, Mike mutters. Aretha comes through the front door in a big overcoat with a ski cap pulled over her ears and a scarf wrapped around her lower face. Her eyes dart around until they land on us. She marches straight to our booth and slides in beside Penelope so that her back is toward the front of the restaurant. Then she unwraps the scarf and greets each of us in turn.
Getting myself involved in a murder case isn't exactly something I want to do, she says. Thanks for coming, Penelope says.
Aretha's eyes settle on Mike.
Your folks are partly why, Mr. Williams. My parents know them a bit from the community and can't imagine them raising a child who would kill his wife. How can I help?
I field the question. When I first spoke with you and Rachel, I got the sense you wanted to say something in response to a couple of her comments. For example, the bit about Reg having a key. He denies it. She nods.
Yeah, that confused me. She told the cops Reg had a key the first time we spoke with them.
So why would she tell me otherwise?
You'd have to ask her. I never heard anything about him having a key until we talked to the cops after Marcia was killed.
Did Reg have a key? I ask.
I really can't say. I've never seen the man.
Really?
I ask in surprise. I got the impression he was around a bit. Maybe before I started working there. We pause when a waitress arrives with a tray containing our beverages. Then I ask, "How long have you worked for Rachel?" "I started working after New Year's." "Who was there before you?" "An English lady named Eleanor Hawks." "How long was she there?" She smiles. "Forever, apparently. If I were any sort of competent investigator, we'd already know this." I ask, "Do you know where we can find her?" "We sent something to Eleanor within the last month or so, maybe separation paperwork, definitely a W-2. I printed them up and mailed it to a Chicago address we had on file. The post office returned it. When I told Rachel, she said she had a forwarding address and would mail it." "Did she? Why wouldn't she?" "Good question, isn't it?" I ask. "Maybe Rachel updated Eleanor's address in your records?" "I'll check." I thank her and move on. "Can you give us the names of the clients who supposedly made the referral for Marcia's appointment that night?" "I heard it was written in Marcia's daytimer. Rachel didn't tell me who it was. She gave the daytimer to the police." "Do you know the names of the agents who were at the training session?" Penelope asks. "We'd like to speak with them." "I remember a couple," Aretha says before she pulls a notebook out of her purse and rips out a page. She scribbles a couple of names on it and hands it to Penelope. "Thank you," Penelope says. "Can you get me the names of the others?" Aretha nods. "I'll try. Lamar something and I forget." Penelope smiles warmly. "Thank you." "Last topic, at least from me," I say with a smile, hoping to crack open a door Jake has had no luck with. "Lou." "Lou?" "Marcia's boyfriend. Was he still in the picture when you started working at Amundsen?" "Nope, never heard about a Lou." "Really?" Mike asks. "Red seems to think he was Marcia's boyfriend, or has something to do with the agency." Aretha shoots him a look. "Sorry." "What's the deal with the security camera on the back stairs?" Mike asks next. "Did you hear anything about what went on with that?" She frowns. "No, it just disappeared one weekend. I'm not sure why." "Odd," Mike muses. "Very," Aretha agrees. "Was it broken?" "If it was, no one mentioned it to me," she replies. Mike murmurs. "Marcia and Rachel got along well to the end?" Aretha gives him an odd look, as if to say, "What are you insinuating?" "We're just trying to get as clear a picture of things as we can," Penelope cuts in with a smile. "We don't have much time." "You can say that again," Aretha says. "Don't murder cases usually drag on, like, forever?" "Usually," Mike replies. "This time, well..." Aretha's eyes soften as they connect with Mike's. "Black ex-husband?" "Pretty much," I say, when Mike hesitates. We get Aretha talking about the agency while we finish our beverages, hoping that she'll drop a useful nugget or two, but she hasn't worked there that long and seems to be on the outside looking in when it comes to most agency business. After about 10 minutes, she announces, "I should be on my way." "That went well," Penelope says, once we're on the way back to the office in Mike's limo. "It did," Mike agrees. Penelope turns back to me. "What did you think?" I frown. "Let's hope we get an address for this Eleanor Hawks and the names of the other agents. Without them, I'm not sure we accomplished much. We still don't have a damn thing on Lou." "Maybe Eleanor can help with that," Penelope says hopefully. "If we find her." I arrive home 30 minutes later and come face to face with a mountain of case paperwork smothering the kitchen table. Brittany is sleeping over at her friend Jocelyn's, which is a relief. Brittany was a little uncertain about accepting Jocelyn's invitation, given what happened to Bobby Harland after he got tangled up in Valenti business. She was worried about putting Jocelyn and her family in harm's way, but decided to go after Jake weighed in, saying Brittany was probably safer there than here, and that there was little risk that Frankie would tail her. With an apologetic glance at me, he made the point that I'm the guy Frankie is most likely to go after. The idea upset Brittany, but when she got on board with the idea that a sleepover at Jocelyn's place wasn't a bad idea at all, she was excited about going. She hasn't seen all that much of Jocelyn over the past few months. The sleepover should be a good distraction for her. I've had an uncomfortable sense of being watched for the past few days,
so I close all the blinds and curtains after I change, thinking that moving Joe and Carly out had been smart. When Jake found out they were staying with us, even for one night, he'd been furious. "Those special forces types are damn good at recon, Tony. If Frankie is looking for them, you can be damn sure he's got eyes on your house at least some of the time. You're making it easy for him." He suggested surreptitiously parking Joe and Carly at the home of a retired Chicago cop named Max Maxwell. Max and a couple of other retired cops are babysitting them. Over Jake's and my objections, Joe and Carly are coming to visit on Saturday, with appropriate security precautions taken to spirit them in and out without being seen, according to Max and his buddies anyway. Joe and Carly won't be denied a chance to visit. Even Brittany is on board with the idea. After Frankie's phone call and all the drama last year, including Bobby's murder, how can that be? What the hell's gotten into everyone, for Christ's sake? I decide to call Jake to pick his brain about any precautions he thinks we should take that haven't yet occurred to us. He hears me out in silence before asking, "Are they nuts?" "Could be," I reply, then add, "So long as they're coming, though, Pat and Trish are going to stop by to speak with Joe. She's gotten it into her head that she might go home." Jesus Christ, Tony, how in the hell can she think that? Honestly, Jake, I'm not even going to try to sort that out of my mind. We're going to do our best to persuade her to keep laying low at Max's. If it works, I suppose a visit tomorrow will be worth the risk. Let's hope so. Keep me posted if any shit goes down, Tony, or if you need help talking sense to those people. You could come by tomorrow, I suggest. He sighs. Can't do it. Grandson's birthday party in the afternoon. We say goodnight, and then, mindful of Jake's admonition to look at everything again and again in search of anomalies, I fill a tumbler with bourbon and begin poring over the inventory of evidence that the police collected from the Williamses' garage. Frankly, it scares the shit out of us. A knife, running shoes and socks, even a fingerprint. There's not much in the way of detail, however, which troubles me. How do I put this in context without more specifics? Maybe Jake can offer some direction. I decide to risk calling, hoping he hasn't gone to bed. "What's up?" he asks warily when he answers my call. Looking at the discovery, the stuff from the garage bothers me. It's as if it was just waiting for the cops to collect it, but they aren't telling us what led them to raid the garage in the first place. Shouldn't we have gotten more details? I was kind of sort of hoping you were calling to tell me that you'd found the Rosetta Stone of the defense case. Afraid not, I sigh. Is this normal? Getting an inventory of incriminating evidence without telling us how it came to light? What you get in discovery depends on the detectives and prosecutors working the case. Caulfield and Perez will make things as difficult as they can. It's frustrating as hell, I grump. Reg's fingerprint was lifted from what? It doesn't say explicitly, just that it was collected at the same time and place as the other evidence in the garage, and only a single print? Doesn't that seem odd? Maybe it was the only clean print they collected, Jake replies. Let's flag it to discuss with our fingerprint guy. At least the GoFundMe success means we can afford one. I have to step up the search for other experts. I refill my suddenly empty glass and wander into the living room while Jake continues. About the running shoes and socks. Get with Reg and ask if any shoes went missing before the murder. If so, get size, make, and general condition. Same with the socks, though I've got my doubts he can recall how many pairs of socks he has. I sure as hell couldn't. Look under every rock, I say, while using my free hand to shift the curtains aside an inch or so to peer out at the street. That's right, Grasshopper. I talked to Max after we spoke earlier. Couldn't talk him out of going ahead with this stupid damned visit. You try to fend off a couple of teenage girls and an eager sister-in-law who are hell-bent on getting together. They think Max has it handled. God damn that Max, Jake snaps. Still thinks he's Superman, for Christ's sake. I shrug. True enough. Max is a tough old bastard, no question about that, but Frankie's tougher. Bigger, younger, and a killer. Then there's the Chicago PD pursuing the death threat complaints. What's that got to do with anything? Jake asks. I sigh. Here's their theory. Whose theory? Joe and Carly, mostly, but they've sold Brittany on this enough that she's letting her guard down a little. The thinking is that now that Chicago PD is looking for Frankie and have plastered his face all over the media and made it known that they want his ass badly, Frankie will keep his distance from Joe and Carly. Jake is quiet for a long moment. It's not an entirely dumb theory, but a guy like Frankie probably sees it as a challenge. Yeah, I mutter. My thinking leans that way too. I thought your daughter was smarter than this, Jake mutters. She's 15, I reply. Smart, for sure, but 15-year-olds are impetuous, even one who's been through hell, I guess. Besides, she feels safest in this house for some reason. Because her father is there to look out for her? I snort. Hey, as you say, she's 15, Tony. She thinks she'll walk on water. The hell she does, I retort with a self-conscious chuckle. Who saved her at Thanksgiving? I don't reply. Her daddy risked his neck to save her, and he came through. Of course she feels safe with you. Well, let's hope the trust isn't misplaced. Frankie's one badass son of a bitch. He is, Jake allows. Anyway, I gotta run. The wife is waiting to inflict 20 minutes of physical therapy hell on me. I swear to God she enjoys this. Evil little grin and devilish laughs while I moan and groan and bitch. We share a laugh, but the therapy reminds me that Jake damn near lost his life in our wild, middle-of-the-night three-man raid on a mafia safe house to rescue Brittany. I'm not the only guy who put it on the line for my daughter. Do me a favor, he says. Make some calls and try to call off this stupid damn visit tomorrow, will you? I'll try. Try hard, my friend. After we say goodnight, I find myself staring at my brother's graduation picture for a long moment before I return to the kitchen and the paperwork spread across the table. What's in there? Anything useful? There has to be something. What if there isn't? What if my fumbling with the case has put us so far behind that we can't catch up? I drain my bourbon and lean against the counter, hanging my head over the sink in dejection as my meager confidence crumbles. Under my stellar stewardship, Reg's case is in shambles 1 week from trial. I walk back to stare at my brother's picture. Funny how the shadow of Frankie still puts me in a funk. Perhaps because I've never quite shaken the fear that his characterization of me as a worthless piece of shit isn't far off the mark. Well, if it's me he's after, and I do seem to be the primary target, better that he comes when I'm alone in the house, right? Let the chips fall where they may. But maybe that's bourbon courage talking. Nonetheless, I open the living room curtains so anyone watching gets a good look at me. Then I sit in Papa's lazy boy recliner with a can of bear spray and 2 bats at my side. I wait, and shake, and then doze off. I startle awake sometime later. I'm not sure how much later, still all alone in the house. Wherever Frankie is, he's apparently not lurking around here. Not tonight, anyway. I collect my meager arsenal and head back to the kitchen, where I spend the next hour pouring most of the bourbon down my throat while I try to make sense out of the evidence. We don't know enough, pure and simple. We're going to be playing catch-up as the trial unfolds. I can't think of a worse spot to be in. But just because my bourbon-muddled mind can't think of one doesn't mean I won't soon find myself in a worse predicament. Chapter 22. I open the front door at 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon to find Pat smiling back at me through the screen door. It's been a good day so far. Max and a buddy safely delivered Joe and Carly to the garage entrance off the back alley in time to enjoy an elaborate brunch spread prepared by Brittany. He'll be back later to collect them. We visited for a couple of hours after lunch before Brittany and Carly took an Uber to visit Sarah and Ashley Williams. Carly seems to be tickled by all the cloak and dagger surrounding their movements. I instructed the Uber driver to make the pickup in the back alley and had waved him into the garage when he arrived. Carly and Brittany had then scrambled into the back seat and ducked down to the floor, leaving the poor driver bewildered, yet somewhat bemused. I gave them a bullshit story about a bitter ex-boyfriend stalking Carly, then repeated my instructions for the girls to stay out of sight until they were at least several blocks away. The need for it all scares the crap out of me, but it's difficult not to be amused by Carly's excitement. It's a credit to Jo that her daughter seems so wide-eyed and innocent after 14 years with Frankie for a father. I'm not crazy about their leaving the house, but we need to have a chat with Jo that is better done without Carly around. On balance, we've decided that the risk inherent in not speaking with Jo is greater than that of the girls going out. I push the screen door open for Pat just as Trish's Audi A4 sedan pulls into the driveway behind my Porsche. Pat's eyes track mine as I watch Trish exit her car and walk to the front step. Trish plants a quick smooch on my lips, then extends a hand to Pat. "Pat O'Toole from the Trib, right?" Trish asks. Pat seems surprised by the greeting, but smiles as they shake hands. "That's me. You must be Trish." "Yep, Trish Pangborn. I followed your work at the paper for years. I'm a fan." "Thanks," Pat says with a smile while they walk past me. I replay the exchange in my head as I close the door. This is the first time I've had a chance to look at them side by side, my girlfriend and my friend who might have been my girlfriend. Physically, they're as different as night and day. Trish is a true sensual beauty, whereas Pat's attractiveness is wholesome and unadorned. Once you look beyond appearances, though, they've got a fair bit in common. Big hearts, brains, independence, and successful careers. I'm happy to have each of them in my life. Jo is waiting nervously in the kitchen. Pat leans in to give her a peck on the cheek. "Hey, Jo. Good to see you again." "I'm Jo," my sister-in-law blurts when Trish follows us in. Trish surprises Jo by wrapping her in a hug. "It's good to meet you, Jo. Tony's so happy that you and Carly connected with him and Brittany." Am I balanced against their bringing Frankie back into my orbit? It's a surprisingly tough call. Which pisses me off. Is there anything pure that Frankie can't poison? "Speaking of Brittany," Pat says while looking around, "where is she?" I explain. "They should be home soon." "How soon?" "I told her to be here by 5, I reply, which should give us time to put the full-court press on Jo that Pat and Trish are here to help execute. Now that they've both heard my brother on the phone, they're desperate to convince Jo that her plan to go home is a very, very bad idea. He's going to hurt her if she does, Trish has told me time and again. "Cribbage?" Trish exclaims when she spots the board and a deck of cards on the table. "Jo and I have been playing while we've gotten to know each other." Jo smiles. "It was a family staple when I was growing up. I missed it. Did you bring it with you?" Trish asks. "No, I guess Tony and Brittany play." Trish's eyes meet mine. "Is that right? He hasn't mentioned it." Well, there are other things I like to play with Trish besides cards. This probably isn't a good time to say so. Trish turns back to Jo. "I used to play cribbage with my parents all the time. I guess that makes 3 of us," Pat says with a laugh as she snags the pack of cards. "Shall we?" Cribbage turns out to be a good icebreaker. We play 4 games before I glance at the clock and decide that it's time to get down to business. I set the deck of cards aside and turn to Jo. "We need to talk about Frankie before the girls get home." "We do?" Jo asks in surprise. "Your husband's call really upset me," Pat says. Jo's face falls. "I'm sorry." Pat reaches for Jo's hand and cuts off the apology. "No, Jo, you don't apologize for being abused." Trish weighs in. "Tony was visiting me when Frankie called him last weekend. It was horrible. Frightening." Pat takes over. "It's time to take the next step, Jo. If not for your own sake, for Carly's," Trish adds. Jo's eyes turn steely. "He's not going to hurt Carly. I won't let him touch her." "We know you'll do your best," Pat says. "But him hurting you also hurts Carly. Seeing her mother abused will scar her for life and predispose her to accept abuse herself. Is that what you want?" The anger bleeds out of Jo's voice as she murmurs, "No." Trish takes Jo's free hand in both of hers. "You're in a dangerous situation and have a chance to escape. Please take it." "How?" Jo asks. "How am I supposed to escape? He'll kill me. He's probably looking for me right now so he can." I finally weigh in. "Yes, but the cops are looking for him now, Jo, and you and Carly are somewhere safe. Lie low and let the cops find him." "The complaints you and Tony filed have gotten the police involved," Pat says. "I'll testify against him, Jo. I heard it all. Brittany heard it all.
She'll testify too. And I heard the call to Tony, Trish adds angrily. He needs to be caged before he hurts anyone. Joe frowns. He's loud. He can be obnoxious, I know. Pat leans in. But he'd never hurt his wife and daughter. He's already hurt you, Joe. Joe hangs her head. Men like that can't be rehabilitated, Trish says. It's a mistake to try, and one all too many of us have made. I cut my eyes to Trish. Us? Is it a mistake she's made? Pat takes a deep breath and tells Joe about the killings that had gotten her husband cashiered from the Marine Corps. Joe's eyes widen in shock and horror. But he was a hero in the Marines. He told you that? I ask. He has medals and citations, Tony. Which is why they didn't press charges, Pat explains patiently. He did kill innocent women and children. He's capable of doing it again. Now that he's gotten away with it once, he's probably more capable than ever, Trish adds. Joe's eyes turn to me with a silent plea to make it all go away. I wish I could. Dino does a little dance by the back door, a warning that he's about to water the floor tiles if someone doesn't let him out right now. I open the door and shoo him and his aging bladder outside. The front door opens a moment later and we hear laughter as Brittany and Carly burst into the house. Something about it bothers me, but it takes me a moment to realize what. You were supposed to come in through the garage and keep Carly out of sight, I admonished Brittany as soon as they step into the kitchen. Oh, God, I'm sorry, Dad. We were having a good time and I just forgot. Pat shoots me an annoyed glance before she gets up to welcome my daughter home with a hug and a little buss on the cheek. No harm done, kiddo. It's okay. But it isn't. No sooner has Trish introduced herself to Carly than a thundering pounding rattles the front screen door. Get out here, you bitch! Frankie screams from our front step. Looks of horror appear on the faces in our kitchen as the consequences of Brittany's error register. The son of a bitch has been watching our house, just as Jake predicted. What the hell do I do now? Max and his pal won't be back for another half hour or so. Open the door, or I swear to God I'll tear it down, Frankie shouts as the battering intensifies. Oh my God, Brittany whimpers with a stricken look on her face. I step over and give her a quick hug. You would have found them sooner or later, Brits. Hold it together for Carly, I whisper when I have her close. She nods with a look of determination as Dino growls and scratches at the back door to get back inside. I'm glad he's safely out of the way. I hear a wrenching sound out front. Just as his buddy Andy O'Reilly did a year and a half ago, Frankie is destroying our screen door. Sensing the fear Papa must have felt that night, I feel blood rushing to my face as anger surges through me. The good news is that the main doors have been reinforced. Pat and Trish are inching toward the back of the kitchen, putting as much distance between themselves and the front door as they can. I'm coming for you first, little brother! All eyes in the kitchen cut to me. The girls are whimpering in one another's arms. Trish and Pat have gathered Joe between them as if they planned to protect her. Call 911, I say as I turn back to the front door. It's going to take some time for him to get through that door, if he can at all. Pat nods and pulls out her cell phone. Frankie has dispensed with the screen door and is now working to kick in the main door, which is shuddering under the assault. Dino is going nuts out back, growling and barking up a storm. Is there someone out there too? For Dino's sake, as well as the rest of us, I decide we're safer in the house than outside. Maybe I should bring Dino in? But what if Frankie does have a partner out back? The ring of metal on metal echoes through the house. Frankie is using more than just his boots and fists to break in. Then he stops. We look at one another and dare to hope that he's giving up, or that one of the Cedar Heights PD patrol cars that have been rolling by now and again has arrived. I hold up a hand for everyone to stay put, then venture into the living room to have a look out front. Far from having left, I find Frankie hanging off the bars that were installed over the front window. His feet are planted against the front of the house, and he's straining to pull the frame loose with a black metal pry bar. His crazed eyes meet mine, looking as if they're about to bulge out of their sockets. His mouth twists into a cruel smile as he keeps using the pry bar in an effort to dislodge the bars that are keeping him out. I hope to hell the screws are huge and that the window frame holds. It doesn't. With a hideous shriek, the window frame itself starts to break loose.
Frankie looks at me triumphantly as he pulls the frame away and slams a boot into the corner of the glass, buckles inward an inch or two as a crack snakes from the bottom corner toward the center of the window. I back away toward the kitchen as he kicks at it again. The glass is pushed farther inside, and the initial crack spreads into a spider web radiating out from the corner. "Basement," I order everyone, as the window shatters and collapses. I watch in horror from the kitchen doorway as my brother uses the pry bar to break the shards of glass away from the frame and then hoists himself into the living room. Which is when I think of the baseball bats and bear spray in the front hall closet and my bedroom, neither of which I can get to past Frankie. "Won't need this to deal with you," he gloats as he tosses the pry bar back outside. I back a little deeper into the kitchen. Trish steps to the counter and stares uncertainly at the knives in the butcher block. I can't let it come to that. Frankie, larger than life, more muscular than he ever was in our teens, and even more bulked up than he had ever been in his early 20s when he last beat the crap out of me, suddenly fills the living room doorway, fists clenched at his sides. He's wearing combat boots, fatigue pants with bulging pockets, and a combat vest. He peels that off to reveal a stunning array of muscle rippling beneath a tight khaki t-shirt, in a move I imagine is intended to intimidate. It works. His face is red, and his lips are curled into a hideous predatory grin. His eyes blaze with hatred beneath his shaved head. "You're dead, you little prick," he says, in a low voice dripping with menace. It's a damned sight more frightening than his shouting. Why the hell did I order everyone to the basement? I should have looked out back and sent them out the back door if the coast was clear. When I turn to shout down the stairs, I find them frozen in place at the back of the kitchen. I'm about to order them downstairs again when Frankie marches into the kitchen and spots Joe. "You cunt," he thunders. "You've been fucking Tony, bitch! Been here all week with your legs spread for this worthless little shit!" Pat is on her phone. "Never mind the name. A fugitive, Tony Valenti, has broken into 47 Liberty Street in Cedar Heights and is threatening to kill people." Frankie's murderous eyes lock on Pat. He bares his teeth. "Nice try, bitch. This will all be over by the time the cops show up." When it looks like Pat is about to fire back, I hold a hand up to stop her and position myself between Frankie and everyone else. I point at the back door without taking my eyes off Frankie. "If the coast is clear, go to the backyard. All of you." Frankie's poisonous smile widens. "I figured you'd be the first one out the door, pussy boy. You grow a little spine over the years. I'm gonna love listening to every vertebrae shatter when I break your back into 1,000 pieces." "He's got more backbone than a snake like you will ever have," Brittany hisses. She's taken a step away from Carly, farther into the kitchen and closer to Frankie. Carly clings to her arm in an attempt to pull her back. "That right? You the bitch child of this piece of shit?" Frankie snarls back as he takes a step in Brittany's direction. "No, Daddy!" Carly screams as I step between my daughter and my brother. "Shut up, you little bitch!" Frankie shouts at his daughter. Then he looks at me and laughs. "Stay out of this. This is between the bitch I made the mistake of marrying and the little twerp she brought into the world." I stand my ground. "You're still a tough guy, eh, Frankie? Quick to beat up people weaker and smaller than you are." "What the hell?" Frankie seethes as he takes a step closer and shoves my shoulder. "I told you to stay out of my way. Mind your own business." I keep my feet planted while my shoulder turns, then square back up to Frankie. My heart is pounding against my ribs as fear wells up within me and my knees start to quiver. Frankie steps closer, close enough that I can smell the stench of nicotine on his sour breath. His eyes cut to the women for a heartbeat, then lock on mine. "Maybe I'll just bust you up first, then deal with my bitches, and maybe have a little fun with your lady friends." His gaze lingers on Trish. "This one, your girlfriend, I bet, is gonna be especially fun. She won't want nothing to do with you after she finds out what it's like to be drilled by a real man." I'm not sure if it's the threat to Trish, Pat, Joe, Brittany, and Carly, or if I've just had enough of Frankie's bullshit. But my knees stop shaking, and my fists curl at my sides as I lean an inch or two into Frankie's space. "You're a coward, Frankie. A miserable bully. You're a pathetic joke." His eyes widen for the briefest second, then go ice cold before the heel of his hand slams into my chest. I stumble backward a couple of steps, while a malignant smile spreads across his face. "Did that hurt, you little—" I lunge forward and slam my fist into his mouth before he can get the next word out. He staggers back half a step, then launches himself at me and slams a fist into my gut that doubles me over. A knee to my chest follows as I dive toward him, knowing full well that my only hope is to wrestle him to the floor and try to hang on until the cops arrive. "Tony!" Trish screams as Frankie and I crash into the refrigerator and fall to the floor in a tangle of limbs. "Stop, Frank!" Joe wails as we wrestle. "I'll let the cops in," Pat shouts as she runs past us toward the front door. Frank lands a couple of solid punches to my kidneys that jolt me. I lose my grip on his shirt. He jerks away and climbs on top of me, smiling down as he deliberately lifts a fist and slams it into my face. I turn away just enough to save my nose, but my teeth rattle as I take the shot on my cheek, and white light explodes in my head. "Still a little pansy, huh?" he crows, then looks up and beyond me. "I'll be done with this little turd in a minute, ladies. Your turn is coming." "No." I buck beneath him and manage to hook the back of a knee around his face, then twist to force his weight off me. He reaches around to land a punch on my hip that was probably aimed at my crotch. I try to scissor my legs around his head, but he squirms loose and hammers a fist into my ribs. We're at too close quarters for him to make a full swing, but it still sends a shaft of pain through me. He tries for my balls again. I get a knee up just in time, but he's going to land one sooner or later if I can't get away. I claw at his face and manage to dig a thumb into his eye. He grunts in pain, which turns into a shriek of rage as he slams a hand into my arm to break my grip. When I try to stab his eye again, he slams his head into my stomach. The blow partially wins me. It's all the opening he needs to stagger to his feet. He drives a heavy boot into my kidney, then lands a glancing blow to the side of my head when I twist away from the next kick. I'm aching all over, and I'm short of breath. I'm running out of time. Brittany launches a running kick at Frankie. He raises an arm to ward off the blow, then grabs a handful of her hair after she crashes to the floor. "You little bitch!" he roars as he yanks her head back. Brittany's scream of pain sends a jolt of rage through me. I stagger to my feet and launch a two-handed blow down on Frankie's arm that breaks his grip on Brittany. "Get away!" I shout at her as the sound of a distant siren seeps in through the shattered front window. Trish grabs my daughter's feet and starts to drag her away. When Frankie reaches for her again, I slam him back into the fridge, which rocks back into the wall before the door spills open in a shower of glass and food and liquid. I lose my footing as I try to scramble back to my feet. Frankie pounces, rolling me onto my back and climbing up to straddle my chest with his knees pinning my shoulders to the floor. I try to wriggle free, but he's too heavy, too strong to dislodge. My arms start to go numb as the flow of blood to them is cut off. I'm screwed. "I hope you've got a will," he snarls as a fist crashes into my jaw. Blood explodes out of my mouth as I bite down hard on my tongue. Crack! Frankie rocks back as a painful grunt escapes through his teeth. Through the tears and blood filling my eyes, I make out Trish standing to the side of Frankie with a frying pan in hand. Frankie's eyes lock on her as he pushes up off me and roars, "You bitch! You're gonna regret that!" When Trish tries to swing the frying pan a second time, Frankie grabs her wrist and forces her to her knees. "Hot and feisty, eh?" he snarls. "You're gonna be a great piece of tail to pound." "Stop!" Trish shrieks while she tries to twist away. He pulls her closer. "I'm gonna fuck you silly. I'll pound you until you're begging for more." His weight is shifted while he manhandles Trish, just enough for me to wriggle free. I somehow get my feet beneath me and launch myself at Frankie yet again. We skid across the floor and slam into the cabinets. He pushes me away, slams my head into the floor, and pins my shoulders again with his knees. "Get out!" I shout at Trish and the others. "All of you! Now!" "They can run, but they can't hide." Frankie gloats as he stares down at me. "You're a gutless bastard," I snarl back before using the last of my energy in a fruitless effort to buck him off. He cocks a fist to start pummeling me when a pair of thick arms wrap around his chest and pull him away. "Police, stop!" a deep voice bellows. My enraged brother breaks free and slams an elbow back into the face of the burly Hispanic Cedar Heights patrolman who's trying to pull him off me. The cop staggers back with his hand to his face, while Frankie drops back on top of me and lands a couple of vicious punches to my forearms, which I've raised to shelter my face. The second blow has just landed when a sharp crack reverberates above me. Frankie sags sideways. I peek through my fingers and see a nightstick thud into Frankie's jaw, which topples him off me. I start to crawl away before a hand grabs the collar of my shirt, and a knee lands between my shoulder blades to pin me in place. "Stay down, or you'll get some of that too." "He's the good guy," Pat says from somewhere close. The pressure on my back eases, and I turn onto my shoulder enough to look up. The cop with the bloodied nose eases off me and gives me a stern look as he lets go of my collar. "Stay right here while we get this other asshole under control." Like I can move. The cop hustles over to help his partner subdue Frankie, who's still fighting like a tiger and is getting the upper hand, but he can't manage both cops. Trish falls to her knees beside me as the cops finally wrestle a pair of cuffs around Frankie's wrists and snap them in place. "Are you okay?" she cries frantically. Not exactly, I think. I can hear Brittany and Carly wailing somewhere nearby, and Pat talking to the cops as more file in. "Thanks for the assist, but I had things under control," I mumble through my ripped lips. A strangled laugh escapes through Trish's tears as she holds me tightly and begins sobbing. She helps me sit up and leans my back against a cabinet, which keeps the blood pouring out of my tongue from spilling down my throat. Brittany, Joe, and Carly are looking at me in horror, so I guess I'm not looking my best. I manage to lift a thumb to signify that all is well. When I look back at the action, which is quickly winding down, Frankie is pinned to the floor with his face turned my way. The predator's grin reappears when our eyes meet. "I ain't done with you yet, cocksucker." "I'm done with you, asshole," I retort. The cop with the bloody nose grabs Frankie's chin and jerks his face away from me. My brother grunts when the cop slams a second knee into his back. Brittany falls to her knees beside us. "Oh, Dad, are you sure you're okay? You look, well, like hell," she says, while a tight smile peeks through her tears. I do the thumb-up thing again. When the cops drag Frankie to his feet, Carly launches herself across the kitchen and starts pummeling her fists against his chest. "I hate you!" she wails at him before a cop gently pulls her away. I meet Frankie's gaze. The malice is still there, but there's a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Sometime over the last several minutes, or however long it's been since Frankie burst through the window, my fear has receded, replaced with as pure a contempt as I ever felt for another human being. I let this guy beat me down so low for so long. I let this pitiful bit of shit define how I felt about myself for so many years. Frankie's abuse set the stage for years of self-flagellation that followed my tortured childhood at his hands. Now I'm looking at him clearly for maybe the first time ever. I borrow one of the phrases he hurled at me in our teen years. "You're not worth the sweat off my balls, Frankie." Maybe because I'm feeling brave because the cops have my brother cuffed and are dragging him away. Maybe I'm simply celebrating a sense of profound relief that a confrontation I've been dreading for the past couple of weeks is over. Or maybe I've simply shed a ball and chain I've been dragging behind me for decades. Time will tell. Joe's face appears in my narrowing vision, peering down at me with a mixture of relief and concern. Carly's face is behind and above Joe's. "Oh, Tony," Joe murmurs. "Thank you. Thank you." "Are you okay, Uncle Tony?" Carly asks. I lift a thumb yet again, shakily. Then the light dims, and everything goes black. Chapter 23. Aside from a quick trip to collect a few things from our condo, Trish hasn't left our home in the 3 days since Saturday night's altercation. She fusses over me constantly, making sure I take my pain medication, cooking, making coffee and snacks whenever I want something, and sometimes when I don't. There are worse problems to have. My stomach and ribs are still tender as hell, and eating and drinking are a chore as my tongue heals. It took 3 stitches to stop the bleeding. A handful of Motrin tablets every few hours dulls the pain enough to keep me going. I also have a nasty bruise on my cheek, and my jaw aches, making talking uncomfortable, even with the Motrin. Nonetheless, we're on our way to the Cook County Jail so I can meet with Reg. "I'm sorry," Trish exclaims from behind the wheel of my Porsche after she hits a pothole and I groan in pain. "I still don't think this is a good idea," she adds. "I'm fine." "The doctor doesn't think so," she continues with a catch in her voice. "You're supposed to be resting." True, but there's too much work to be done for Reg's trial, and not enough time to do it. Mike, who's handled most of the face-to-face meetings with Reg, has chosen this of all times to come down with a nasty flu. Hence our trip to the jail so I can have a chat with Reg that can't wait. After we pass the courthouse where the trial will begin in less than a week, the buildings of the Cook County Jail loom on either side of California Avenue. It's a mix of brick and concrete cell blocks holding at least 10,000 prisoners, the largest jail in the country, a fact of no little pride to the Cook County Sheriff. Is there a better example of the perversity of putting bean counters in charge of everything? "God, this place is such a monstrosity," Trish mutters as she pulls into the parking lot, where she insists she'll wait for me. "I wish you would go home," I say again. "I'll call when I'm ready. You can be back before I get to the parking lot." "No. I'm not crazy about you being around here by yourself." "Shut up, Tony. It's a jail, for goodness sake. There are cops everywhere. I'll be safe." I guess I've lost the argument. "Keep the doors locked." "Duh." 15 minutes later, I'm waiting for Reg in an attorney-client meeting room. 5 more minutes pass before he's finally shown in at 2:14 for our 2 o'clock meeting. "What the hell happened to you?" Reg asks as we shake hands. I explain. "I trust the other guy looks worse?" No," I reply. "I hope Frankie's experiencing at least some discomfort." "How's Mike?" "Puking his guts out, last I heard." A grin curls Reg's lips. "He's always been a big-ass baby when he gets sick." "Maybe so, but your mother says he's sicker than hell." "He's staying with them?" "Yeah." "And Mom said hell?" "Yeah." "Wow. He must be sick then. Poor Mike. Mom's a bear of a nurse." "She's like Nurse Ratched from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?" He chuckles. "You read that book too, huh?" "Didn't read the book. Saw the movie. Something Pat's always on my ass about." "Read the book, Valenti," she says. "Someday. But not today. Let's get to work, starting with the Lou episode." "Again?" he groans. "Afraid so." I set the handheld dictation recorder I brought on the table. "I know you and Mike have been over this, but I'd like to hear it firsthand." He sighs and goes through the story, the gist of which is that Lou answered when Reg called Marcia one night. Lou taunted Reg about how well he was getting along with Ashley, and what a hot little number she is. When Reg demanded that Lou put Marcia on the phone, the bastard refused, then turned off the phone so that Reg got voicemail when he tried to call back. In Reg's telling, he was worried about Ashley's being molested and drove over to confront Lou and Marcia. Lou denied having said anything. "You'd never spoken to the guy before that call, right?" I asked. "Nope." "So the cops came?" "I assume so. The smug bastard was daring me to take a shot at him, so I went home and tried to call Marcia." "This is new to me. I thought you talked to the cops at Marcia's." "No, I talked to them at my place. They didn't seem too concerned." "Didn't they give you a citation or anything?" "Nah, they just suggested I keep my distance and not talk to the new guy, you know. Probably good advice." "Probably so," I agree. "Nothing more came of it?" "Marcia dumped Lou a couple of days later, or he dumped her. She was pissed off about the whole thing and apologized for giving me grief because I was worried about Ashley. Good outcome, in my opinion." "Sounds like it." "Next topic, the socks and shoes. Mike told you about that?" Reg's expression darkens. "Yeah." "You had a few pairs of white Nike athletic socks in your dresser drawer. The cops found a pair just like them in your parents' garage." Didn't you notice if a pair went missing? Who counts their socks? I shrug, which my ribs don't like one bit. Not me, but we have to ask everything. Details, he mutters, then leans back and blows a long exhalation. The shoes, though, that's easier to figure out. I only ever have 2 pairs at a time, always Reebok cross-trainers. I hate to shop, so I can't be bothered looking for something new after I find shit that works for me. When I buy a new pair, the old ones get set aside for dirty work. Cutting grass, yard projects, that kind of shit. I was wearing the good pair when they picked me up, so if there's not a beat-up old pair of Reeboks pushed into the back of my front hall closet, there's your answer. Mike has already checked. Nothing there. He grunts. I switch gears. Len Dixon is pretty sure the call to Marcia originated from a payphone on the platform at a CTAL station. Reg's eyes widen. No shit? No shit. How the hell did you figure that out? Way over my head, I reply. He's still working on it and should have more soon. Once he confirms it, we'll get in touch with CTA. Hope something comes of it. We all do, Reg. Now, in the spirit of going over things again and again ad nauseum. Shit, man. Now what? Tell me again about the evening Marcia was murdered. Let's start with you finishing work. Nothing unusual happened over the last hour or two? He shakes his head no. Nothing out of the ordinary when you left the store? No unusual cars or anyone lurking in the parking lot? Nope. Did you stop anywhere on the way home that might have CCTV? Buy something on a debit or credit card? Use an ATM? Nope. Shit. Jake's voice comes back to me, so I say, dig deeper. Account for every minute. Literally? I nod. Walk me through the trip home. You walked out of the store at 8 o'clock. He gives me a pained look, then locks his hands behind his head and thinks. Nothing unusual happened. Walked around the back of the strip mall and got in the car. Anything during the drive home? Anyone following you? No incidents? He thinks for a long moment. Nothing I noticed. Did you see anyone when you got home? Talk to a neighbor? He sits forward with an expression like a light bulb has just gone off in his head. Actually, I did run into one of my neighbors when I parked. Pay dirt. Do you recall the time? Not exactly. The drive from the store is 10 minutes or so. Do you have the name of the neighbor? Doris. Don't know her last name. Older lady, real nice, always says hi when I see her. I helped take her groceries in, then watched some TV and went to bed. I'll circle back to her in a minute. Anyone else? Nope. Did you call anyone? Nope. We'll recheck Discovery for any mention of a Doris, but it doesn't ring a bell. The cops canvassed your neighbors. Maybe they missed her. Do you know her apartment number? He tilts his head while he thinks. Not the number, but it's on the right-hand side of the second floor as you walk into the hallway from the stairs. Third door. I followed her in and put the bags on her kitchen counter, then we chatted for a minute or two. Can you describe her? Older black lady, maybe 60 or so, gray hair, cut short, glasses, short, pretty spry, kind of thin. Think she can help us? We won't know until we talk to her. Banks, he exclaims. What? Her last name. She had a bunch of Cubs stuff in her apartment, mostly Ernie Banks stuff. I remember asking her if she was related. She laughed and said no. Excellent. She shouldn't be too hard to track down. See, going deep paid off. Reg chuckles. Guess so. A little more context for the Lou incident. Doris Banks. My visit has paid off, possibly handsomely. Time will tell. I rejoined Trish in the car 10 minutes later, and we set out for Cicero to speak with the people who supposedly referred the mystery prospects to meet with Marcia Williams on the night she was murdered. Chapter 24. I hope I'm not about to scare the bejesus out of an unsuspecting older couple, but I might. Worried about just that, my caretaker/chauffeur/nanny, a.k.a. Trish, decided it might be best to accompany me on this interview. Maybe you're right, I say after I glance in the passenger seat mirror to make sure nothing is bleeding. Maybe, Buster? Okay, you're probably right. Probably. I raise my hands in surrender while the GPS lady announces that we should turn left in 300 yards. Your destination will be on the right. We pull up in front of a tiny little brick bungalow, complete with white picket fence. Penelope called Aretha Jackson yesterday to ask if any of the names on a new list of prosecution witnesses meant anything to her. Josie and Harry Conklin were clients of Marcia's, Aretha had replied. Maybe they're the folks who supposedly gave the referral? So here we are, having decided that a visit might yield better results than a phone call. It's definitely easier to establish rapport face-to-face than on the phone. Let's hope that maxim holds true when one of our faces is a little beat up. But really, who's going to bother looking at me when Trish is standing there? An older woman answers the door. "Hello," she says with a pleasant smile. "How can I help you?" The greeting is encouraging. I peg Josie Conklin for somewhere in her 50s, a trim white woman of average height with a touch of gray in her shoulder-length black hair. Her intelligent eyes move from Trish to me, where they linger for a long moment. "Hello," Trish says. "Are you Josie Conklin?" Mrs. Conklin's eyes shift back to Trish. "I am," she replies cautiously. "Who might you be?" "I'm Trish Pangborn, and this is Tony Valenti. We're lawyers investigating the murder of Marcia Williams." Mrs. Conklin's eyes close for a moment while her right hand balls into a loose fist that she holds to her chest. "I understand that you and your husband were clients of Marcia's, and that someone may have used your name when they made an appointment with Marcia for the night she died," Trish says softly. "That's us. We purchased travel insurance after Christmas for a cruise." She pauses and gives us a quizzical look. "But we already told you this. Is there something else?" She thinks we're from the prosecutor's office. How should we play this? Mrs. Conklin strikes me as someone who will be an effective and sympathetic witness. We don't want to get on the wrong side of her. As Mama said, honesty is always the best policy. I've taken that to heart over the years. Most of the time. I do now. "We're representing Marcia's husband, Reg Williams, Mrs. Conklin." Her eyes widen. "Oh, my. We were told not to speak with anyone who contacts us other than the police and people working with the state's attorney's office, especially not defense attorneys." Why doesn't that surprise me? "I'm sorry, but I can't help you," Mrs. Conklin concludes as she starts to pull the screen door closed. She seems to genuinely regret saying no. I don't imagine it's something she makes a habit of. "Thank you for talking to us," Trish says gracefully before we back off the step and head back to the car. "Damn," I mutter, as we drive away and turn onto Cicero Avenue. I distract myself from my latest investigative failure by talking about what Doris Banks might bring to the table. Trish turns to me while we're stopped at a red light a few blocks from home. "That does sound promising." "I hope so. Something good better happen pretty damn soon," I mutter glumly as we turn onto Liberty Street. Brittany and Sarah rush up the stairs as soon as we walk into the house, arriving before we even hang our coats. Brittany gives us brief hugs. "Come downstairs." Sarah is waiting behind her with a big grin. "You old folks didn't think we could do it." "Do what?" Trish asks with a smile. "Come on," Brittany exclaims as Dino finishes lumbering up the stairs. "We'll show you." The girls run down the stairs into Brittany's almost complete girl cave, as she calls it, then leads us straight to a coffee table where their laptops sit open. Dino, looking highly aggrieved by his unnecessary sojourn up the stairs, trudges in after we gather around. "So," Sarah begins, "we tracked down an old tweet that referenced a company called Arctic Sales Calls." "Cool," I say. Damned if Mike wasn't right about these two cyber sleuths. "And?" "There used to be a Facebook account for it, but it's dormant. Not much there, but there are a few old posts. We tracked down all the usernames we could find on the site and cross-referenced them with the list Mike gave us for everyone associated with the case." Brittany is beaming when she points to her computer screen and cuts in. "We found this Lucas Cohen guy." Lucas again. Associated with Arctic Sales Calls? I'm staring at the picture while the potential significance of the connection bounces around in my mind. Is he the guy who rented the training room? That should come as no big surprise. After all, it was his training session. But why the subterfuge? Why would he think keeping it secret was important? He's sketchy, so maybe it has to do with hiding income. That seems the most likely scenario. I relay my thoughts to Trish and the girls. What if it's more than that? Trish asks. Like he's the killer, Sarah blurts. I shake my head. He was running the agent training session when Marcia was murdered. Sarah's face falls. Oh, crap, Brittany mutters. She and Sarah look crushed. We thought we found something useful. You found another potential piece of the puzzle, Trish says brightly. The girls perk up a bit. It might help? Sarah asks hopefully. Of course it might, I reply. We've been wondering who rented the space for the training. If it was Cohen, there's a reason for the secrecy. We'll figure out what it is. It helps clarify the picture, Trish tells the girls. The more of the puzzle we uncover, the better Tony, Jake, and Mike will come to understand how the pieces fit together. I reach over and place a hand on each of the girls' shoulders. This is great work. I think you've earned a hot chocolate. Brittany smirks. I think it warrants a glass of wine. I give Trish the stink eye as I turn toward the stairs. My daughter's drinking problem is your fault, you know. Trish goes all wide-eyed innocent before she winks at Brittany. I put up the kettle. Trish digs out 4 mugs and starts spooning cocoa into them. While we kick around the potential value of what we've learned, I dig a bag of mini marshmallows out of the freezer. Sarah slips Dino a cookie. Everyone's happy. Sarah catches my eye, nods toward Dino, and grins. I'm taking him home with me. No, you're not, Brittany retorts. The doorbell rings, launching Brittany out of her seat. Sarah joins the rush to the door. I always wonder what she expects to find there, I quip to Trish. She smiles. Santa Claus? A big hunk of teenage boy? Let's go with the fat guy. Pat, Brittany yelps as she opens the door. Were you expecting Pat? Trish asks. I shake my head. Maybe Brittany was. The girls and Pat march into the kitchen a moment later. More greetings, more hugs. Pat plants a chaste smooch on my cheek, then straightens and studies my battered face. She turns to Trish. I think he looks better, don't you? Kinda rugged, not so wimpy. Adds a touch of character. Thanks, I mutter. I assume that's not the only reason you're here? Pat's expression turns serious. I'm on my way home from the office. Did you hear that Frankie made bail? He did? Last I heard, he was still in jail. Come to think of it, I suppose he's one of Reg's neighbors at the Cook County Jail. Or was. Pat nods. The charges of assaulting a police officer and resisting arrest were dropped. I expected those charges to keep Frankie in jail for a bit. Why in the hell did they drop them? She shakes her head in bewilderment. No idea. He's now facing a simple assault charge. His employer posted bond. When did he get out? I ask. Sometime this afternoon. Oh no, Brittany exclaims. Carly and Joel went home. Call them, Trish urges me. Hopefully he isn't there yet. Good idea, I say, as I pull out my phone, hunt down Joe's contact info, and place the call. Thankfully, Frankie isn't there yet. Get out right away, I tell Joe. Call me when you're somewhere safe. Are you sure he's on his way? She asks. When did he get out of jail? We have to assume he's on his way, Joe. He was released today. Get out of there. We can talk when you're safe. We have to pack, she says. Just get the hell out and worry about your stuff later, I say more sharply than intended. I'm worried about you. I can hear the tears start at the other end of the line. Okay, you're right, she sniffles. I'll call you later. Jesus, I mutter angrily after we break the connection. I should have kept tabs on what was happening with my damned brother. Trish lays a comforting hand on my shoulder. There's not really anything to say. We'll just have to wait and hope for the best. The jerk belongs in jail, Brittany seethes. Why is he free? Nobody stays in jail for a simple assault charge, Pat replies. Why would they drop the other charges? Trish wonders aloud. I shrug helplessly. Who the hell knows? We sit morosely for a minute while Pat fixes herself a hot chocolate, with each of us perhaps pondering possible answers to Trish's question. Then I get a flash of inspiration. Jake might be able to find out. Good thinking, Pat agrees while I dial Jake. Grasshopper, he greets me. To be honest, the grasshopper routine is getting old, but Jake seems to enjoy it. Hey, Jake, hope I didn't wake you. We retirees stay up late, youngster. What's on your mind? I relay Pat's news about Frankie. Why the hell would they drop those charges? He asks. That just isn't done. I don't bother pointing out that it has indeed been done. That's all Pat knows? He asks. That's it. The line is silent for a long moment. Let me make a couple of calls and get back to you. No promises, but I still know a few folks who will talk to me. Have you guys considered the possibility of Frankie being involved in Marcia's murder? Pat asks after I end the call with Jake. I cut my eyes to her. Where did that idea come from? He's a killer. We already know that. He's been hanging around Chicago, right? I nod. Who knows how much time he spends here and who he knows? He's never run with a good crowd. I doubt he's doing so now. Why would he kill Marcia? I ask incredulously. What possible motive could he have? Pat shrugs. No idea. A gun for hire? Maybe there's something else we don't know about. The idea, far-fetched as it is, disturbs the hell out of me. I ponder the notion for a few minutes and have pretty much convinced myself that it makes no sense by the time Jake calls back. The cop who Frankie clobbered is right pissed that they're not pursuing the charge, he tells me. Your brother said he didn't realize it was a cop. Claims some guy grabbed him without identifying himself, so he defended himself. There were witnesses, I argue. Yeah, well, the new police chief in Cedar Heights is part of the modern management crop. It's all about numbers, successfully clearing cases. Better not to lay a charge unless they're sure they can get a conviction. The state's attorney plays the same game. That's such bullshit, I grumble. Damn bean counters everywhere nowadays, Jake mutters. I tell him what the girls discovered online. So it looks like Cohen might be the mystery man who rented the space for the training session the night Marcia was killed. How in the hell did Cedar Heights PD miss that? He asks. You tell me. Shit policing, Jake replies. Caulfield plays the chief's numbers game. He's a damn suck-up who hasn't paid his dues. Sure as hell not enough to be in homicide. It makes me wonder how committed they are to finding the truth, I say. Caulfield's incompetence is going to hurt them somewhere along the way, Tony. There's plenty of holes in this case. We're going to find them, and then I'm going to stick this case up his ass and break it off. We end the call. After the girls finish their hot chocolate and return to the basement, Trish rests her chin on her knuckles. Lucas Cohen is Rachel's training guy, right? I nod. And he seems sketchy? Yeah. Who's looking into Rachel? We haven't looked too closely, to be honest. She cocks an eyebrow in surprise. Why not? We're short on resources, and she's an educated white businesswoman. Never a bad apple in that bunch. I don't care for her and don't trust her, but she's got a rock-solid alibi, Trish. She was nowhere near the office when Marcia was murdered. I'm not suggesting she killed Marcia, but she seems to have made out all right financially from her partner's death, hasn't she? I can't argue with that. I just don't see how it's relevant. Maybe she had help. There's a new thought. You've got a thing about Rachel, don't you? She nods. Something about her bothers me. I think someone should take a closer look at who she is. Money isn't exactly an unknown motive for murder, Tony. True enough. Chapter 25. After calling ahead for an appointment, I coast to a stop in front of Larry Casey's office and am pleased to see him at his desk. Mr. Valenti, he says when I walk inside with a manila envelope in hand. Thanks for seeing me, Mr. Casey. He winces. I heard about your, incident over the weekend. You look better than I expected you to after reading the story. I shrug. It hurts here and there. Picked up an extra cup of joe, he says, while sliding a large Starbucks paper coffee cup, a venti, across the desk to me after I sit down. A handful of sweeteners and creamers follow. Thanks. He eyes me curiously while I dump 3 sweeteners and a couple of creamers into my cup and stir. You've got me intrigued. I put the lid back on my cup and gingerly take a sip. How so? How can I help solve one of the great mysteries of your case? He asks with a twinkle in his eye. Did I really say that? He chuckles. You did indeed. I crack open the flap of the envelope, remove a headshot, and slide it across the desk. Lucas Cohen. Well, I'll be damned, Casey says. Lucas Cohen, huh? Yep. That's the fellow who rented this place, all right. Lucas Cohen sure as hell ain't the name he gave me. I'm shocked. You're sure about that? Hell yeah. My wife's maiden name is Cohen. That would have stuck with me. Who is he? We're going to find out. He's seen me out when I spy none other than Tyrell Allen hanging around my car. You know him, I asked Larry when his eyes tracked mine. Just a local punk. Bad news. Dangerous? Probably so. Give him a wide berth. Tyrell sneers when he sees me watching, then saunters away from the Porsche, summons his pals to follow, and disappears down an alley. I waste no time disappearing myself, making a stop at Reg's apartment to check his front closet for a battered old pair of Reebok sneakers. Sure, Mike looked, but it can't hurt to have a second look. In all closets, under the bed, and in every other nook or cranny where they might be hiding. All I find is a pair of hush-puppy work loafers. I lock up and drive back to the office. Jake gives me a fist bump when I arrive for a working lunch and break the news about Cohen. God, I love it when a lead pans out. Penelope weighs in. Good work, partner. Mike offers a thumbs up. Any luck on Lou? I ask Jake. Now that we know Lou already set Reg up once with the bogus call to the police, we wonder if he set Reg up again. Locating him has taken on a new urgency. The guy's a damn cipher, Jake grumbles. I asked a couple of old buddies to help. In other crap news, I spoke with 2 of the insurance agents who went to the training session. They weren't overly cooperative. Why not? Penelope asks. Maybe they aren't real big police fans, or just don't want investigators sniffing around their lives, Jake replies. The good news is that they gave me the names of the other 2 agents who were there. Ex-agents, I should say. Amundsen let them all go a couple of days after the murder. After paying for the training? I ask, happy that he got the names. Aretha couldn't locate any records from the training session. Go figure, huh? Jake replies. Let's hope the other 2 were a little more forthcoming. I wonder if Amundsen really did make up the story about Marcia filing a complaint with the police, Penelope says. Could be, Jake replies. Still can't find hide nor hair of an actual report. Why would she do that? I ask. Interesting question, isn't it? Jake asks back. It's almost like she pointed the cops at Reg. Exactly, Mike mutters angrily. This damn case keeps careening off in all sorts of directions, I grumble, to nods and exasperated murmurs of agreement. I tell them about seeing Tyrell Allen. I'm still not sure we should discount him as the killer. Jake shrugs. I don't think so, but it bothers me that he was hanging around your car. Joan Brooks delivers donuts, coffee, and tea. My phone rings when I'm halfway through my first donut. Len Dixon, Mr. Valenti. Hey, Len, what's up? The call to Marcia Williams' phone was made from a payphone at the CTA Orange Line station on Western Avenue at 7:58 p.m. Reg's number was substituted for the payphone's number on Marcia's caller ID. That can be done? I ask. Hell yeah. Who knew? Will you be able to find out anything more? Not likely. But you'll keep digging? Sure. Thanks. I hang up and bring everyone up to speed. He's positive about that payphone? Jake asks. Says he is. There should be video surveillance at the station, Jake says thoughtfully. Let's subpoena whatever imagery they have. Meanwhile, let's run over later and have a look at that passenger platform. Work out the timing between it, Reg's office, and the agency. And the training session, Penelope adds. That too, Jake agrees, then shifts gears. So, this Cohen character needs some looking into. Who is he? What's he all about? What's with the secrecy about the rental? Who has the time? Mike mutters. Max Maxwell, that's who, Jake replies. The guy's like a bloodhound once he gets a scent. You guys okay if I ask him? Penelope and Mike both look to me. After all, I know the man. Hell yes, I reply. Same shit rate you're paying me? Jake asks. The comment startles Penelope. Should we be paying you more? She asks with concern. He laughs. I'm just messing with you. I'm good with my pay. Max will be too. We kick around a few ideas for trial strategy before the meeting breaks up. We've made some progress opening new lines of inquiry. Adding Max to the team can only help. Then again, we should be wrapping up lines of inquiry at this point, not opening new ones. Chapter 26. Jake is behind the wheel of a Chevy Malibu the next morning as we head toward Reg's apartment complex to hopefully speak with Doris Banks. Jake tried calling a number listed for Banks at this address a few times yesterday and again this morning. He didn't get an answer, so here we are. His Chevy rides like a tractor. He claims the shock absorbers are fairly new, but can't put a date on the most recent replacement. Maybe this century, he adds with a chuckle. As if the rust bucket isn't bad enough, Jake's driving the thing as if he's in a NASCAR race. No wonder you drive this old piece of crap, I say. Another dent or three won't matter. That's right, he says with a laugh. Funny as hell, I grumble, while bracing my elbows on the door and armrest to hold myself still as we rocket around another corner at, 300 miles per hour or so. I still ache all over. Jake's driving definitely isn't what the doctor ordered for what ails me. No news about your brother? He asks. What's the expression, in the wind? He nods. I trust his wife and kid are safely tucked away? They're with Joe's sister. Jake frowns. I hope to hell she lives in Antarctica or the basement of a police station. That's comforting. He shrugs, leaving me to imagine all manner of mayhem. I ask if he's had any luck finding out if Cedar Heights PD cleared the landlord of Amundsen Insurance as a potential suspect. He's a long-shot suspect, but he did have a key. We want to make sure he's not someone we should be looking at. Jake snorts at my question. The landlord is a skinny little shit who might be 5 foot tall and 100 pounds. Hell, Brittany could kick the crap out of him. Anyway, he's got a hell of an alibi. What's that? The lucky bastard spent the week on a cruise ship in the Caribbean. We somehow reach Reg's address without incident, and are soon studying a bank of numbered buzzers with apartment numbers and names handwritten on file folder labels affixed beside them. It looks as if the manager just slaps a new label on top of the old when tenants change. The mess of stickers stacked one atop the other suggests the unit's changed hands quite a bit. We finally find a faint D. Banks on a well-worn label that is affixed directly to the metal plate. She must be a lifer here. Cross your fingers, Jake says as he leans on the buzzer for Unit 206. Nothing. Jake waits 20 seconds and tries again. Still no response. We peer inside, looking down a pair of empty hallways. The entry is on a landing between 2 floors, so her apartment should be on the side of the building to our right. I walk around and look up at the 2nd floor. Reg says Doris lives in the 2nd or 3rd unit. The blare of a television floats out of the 3rd window on the 2nd floor. Maybe that's why nobody can hear the phone or buzzer? I walk back around the front where Jake is still waiting for an answer and explain what I found. Jesus, he mutters. Reminds me of my dear mother. We may just have to wait until someone goes in or comes out and try to sweet-talk our way in. He presses the buzzer again and holds it for 10 seconds. To our surprise, the door buzzes and the lock clicks open. We trudge up the stairs and find an elderly woman matching Reg's description standing in an open doorway. A plaque on the door confirms we're at Unit 206. You all looking for me? She asks. If you're Doris Banks, we are, Jake replies with a warm smile. Reg had nailed his description of Doris, but hadn't noted the twinkling eyes. She eyeballs me. You been messing with folks you don't ought to be messing with, child? Something like that, I reply with a grim smile. My big brother. Her eyes narrow. You be that fella on the news over the weekend? My notoriety precedes me. The price of my little notoriety last year, as well as Frankie's capture after being designated as a Chicagoland most wanted criminal. I'm not sure I like being known as the guy who got his ass kicked. That's me. Tisk, she says with a cluck. Y'all be a little old for that nonsense. Tell my brother. She chuckles and turns back to Jake. What y'all be wanting with me? He explains. Well, I guess y'all ought to come in then, she says, stepping aside and waving us in. How's young Reg doing? She asks after we settle around a Formica table in a spotless kitchen. I gratefully drop into a chair, and not a minute too soon, I was getting a bit wobbly. As well as can be expected, I suppose. She shakes her head sadly. So, ask what you came to ask. Reg told me that he helped you bring your groceries in the night his ex-wife was murdered. She nods. He did. Nice boy, leastways he always seemed so. I didn't realize he was in trouble till I saw it on Gabby's show. Ain't that what they always say? The neighbors never know. He seemed nice, but Gabby says the worst ones often do. Gave me a chill to think he was right here in my kitchen after killing that poor sister. Do you know what time it was? I ask. She looks away while she thinks. Must have been a little after 8 o'clock. I was in a hurry to get home to watch Gabby, matter of fact. Stopped to pick up a few things at the grocery store on my way home from work. You're pretty sure of that? Jake asks. Yes, sir. Show was already playing when I turned the TV on. You didn't put the groceries away first. That can wait until after the show. Didn't have no frozen goods. How far away is the grocery store? She points out the window. Oh, just a couple of blocks that way. Nice to have a grocer nearby, Jake says. Wish I had one. Sure is, she agrees. Sometimes I walk. You came straight home from the store, Jake says. She nods with an air of impatience. I wonder if she's getting annoyed with Jake's questioning. He's thorough, maybe too thorough. Sure did, she says. I told you I was in a hurry. Knowed I was missing the start of Gabby's show. Hope you didn't miss much, I say, in a bid to relax the sudden touch of tension. She smiles. Didn't miss more than a few minutes. Call my sister Sissy to ask what I missed when more commercials come on. Do you have a copy of your phone bill that shows the time of the call? Jake asks. Don't rightly know, Mr. Plummer. My son Lionel takes care of that stuff for me. He gets the bill on his computer or something. Can we have his number so we can talk to him? Her eyes cut away from Jake. Oh, I don't know about that. My boy likes his privacy. Lionel don't like the police much, but he might like you two okay. Don't rightly know. We're not the police, ma'am, I say. We're working for Reg. Oh, well, he might talk to y'all then. He talked to Reg one day when he was visiting outside. They seemed to get along fine. We'd really like to talk to him, Doris, Jake says. She tries calling, gets voicemail, and leaves a message. Maybe it will be best if we talk to him directly, Jake suggests. She nods, but her thoughts have drifted elsewhere. When we talked about my close call, Lionel's girlfriend was real scared about that. Lionel thought we was being a little silly. He says the police is always happy to blame the first black man they can put a crime on, so he weren't so quick to think Reg done it. I guess he doesn't watch Gabby Garcia as religiously as his mother does. Good for him. We leave a few minutes later with Jake clutching a scrap of paper with Lionel's phone number. Let's hope this afternoon goes out well, Jake says a minute later from behind the wheel of a Chevy, which fits in well with some of the wrecks in Reg's neighborhood. We'll be interviewing the other two agents from the February 4th training session after lunch. I squeeze my eyes shut and press my head back into the headrest as another wave of nausea swirls around me. About that, I may take a pass and let you handle it, Jake. I feel like shit. Not surprised, pal. You've been looking a little green around the gills most of the morning. I'll give you a call later if these kids have anything useful to tell us. I kinda doubt they will, given that the other two were a complete waste of my time. That's why we cast a wide net and turn over every rock, Master. Very good, Grasshopper. Sometimes golden nuggets are found in unexpected places. We drive for another minute before Jake turns to me at a red light. Frankie's lucky to be free. Maybe he'll be smart and keep his distance now. I hope Jake's right. Chapter 27. Mike and I have spent a frustrating 3 hours in Judge Lincoln Blum's courtroom by late morning the next day. We're vying with Sylvia Perez to gain any possible edge in Judge Blum's management of Reg's trial. So far, he's given Perez pretty much everything she's demanded, and all but told us to drop dead in response to whatever we've requested. Mike is pissed. The prosecution has been less than forthcoming with discovery, Your Honor. Our experts haven't been given access to crucial physical evidence. How are we supposed to defend Mr. Williams without seeing and evaluating the state's evidence? The truncated time to prepare for trial has resulted in unavoidable delays in processing evidence, Perez tells the judge. The people will continue to push to have our work done ASAP and get it into the hands of the defense attorneys at the earliest possible moment. It's all I can do not to roll my eyes when I respond. The trial timetable was chosen by the prosecution, Your Honor. If they can't meet their discovery obligations, perhaps postponing the trial date is in order. Miss Perez and her colleagues are doing their level best to assist you, Counselor, Blum replies. I suggest you tend to your own knitting. We're doing our best, Your Honor. Reg Williams' right to a fair trial is in jeopardy. It's your job to see that he gets one, Mr. Valenti, the judge says. Actually, that's your damn job. I want to fire back, but dare not. We'd like to do our job, but are being prevented from doing so. I think we've exhausted the topic, he says flatly, leaving us with at least one hand firmly tied behind our backs 2 days from the opening of the trial. Our final task of the day is finalizing the jury selection process. By the time Perez is done presenting the prosecution's proposed jury questionnaire, it's clear she wants to screen out jurors who are black and anyone who's ever doubted the probity of a cop or prosecutor. Our proposed amendments are summarily rejected. Blum taps the 20-page juror questionnaire. This should give us a well-rounded jury. They're fixing to seat a lynching party, Mike fumes as we leave the courtroom. We find Jake waiting for us at the office. He follows Mike and me inside. A package from the Chicago Transit Authority sits on my desk with a thumb drive enclosed. Hot damn, guys, I announce while plugging the thumb drive into my computer. This is the video from the CTA platform. I pulled a few strings, Jake says with a grin as he steps around my desk to see the monitor. Mike eases in behind him. The quality of the video is so-so, but good enough to see a clamshell payphone on the reasonably well-lit L-train platform. Several people are milling about or walking to and from a train that just arrived. There's a date and timestamp in the top right corner. February 4th at 7:57 p.m. The time ticks to 7:58 before a man, judging from size and gait, in a bulky winter coat, scarf, and a baseball cap walks up to the phone, feeds a coin into it, and snatches the receiver off its hook. He keeps his back to the camera as he punches in a number and holds the phone to the side of his head with a hand clamped over the mouthpiece. Jake groans. He knows the camera's there. The caller hangs up and marches back past the camera, looking down so the brim of a Chicago White Sox cap hides his face. Damn, I mutter as he passes out of the frame. 15 seconds, Jake says. The call to Marcia lasted 13. Allowed 2 for the connection to be made. Play it again. I do. We slow it down, speed it up, and zoom in as much as we can. What do you think? Jake asks afterward. What do I think? This is a decent-sized guy. Although there's nothing in the video we can use to determine an exact height. We'll do some back-of-the-envelope calculations based on the known height of the phone, but they won't be definitive. It could be Reg Williams, Tyrell Allen in a bulky coat, and God knows how many other men in Chicago. It gives me a start to realize that my brother also fits the mold. It may tell us where the call came from, but not who made it, I reply. Why the hell would Reg make a call from a payphone and make it look like it came from a cell phone? Kinda beggars the imagination, doesn't it? Jake says. I'd like to see Perez explain that. My thoughts are still on Frankie. My brother also fits that profile. Jake's eyes narrow. Frankie? Where did that idea come from? I explained Pat's thinking. He absorbs that and ponders it for a minute. No question he's capable of doing it, but why? My question exactly. Jake shakes his head. I don't see it. That said, some strange shit happens in this old world. Still not something to spend much time on. Let's get back to our man in the video. How in hell do we figure out who it is? Maybe it doesn't matter who made the call so long as we can demonstrate it wasn't Reg, I suggest. Mike frowns. That may help raise reasonable doubt, but I'd be a lot happier to know who made the damn call. I turn to Jake. How did you get that video here so soon? On a Saturday yet? I work miracles, Grasshopper. That's a pretty minor one. The water into wine thing was a breeze. I'm now working on multiplying fish and loaves of bread. If you're such a magician, why the hell aren't we further along on this case? I ask dryly. Do I have to say it? Jake responds with a smirk. I play along. Because we started out as a couple of amateurs without a wise guy to guide us. A wise man, Tony, not a wise guy. Right. Jake tilts his head at the frozen image on the screen. Do we share this with the prosecution? Absolutely not, I reply. It's part of a hypothetical theory that we may or may not pursue, not yet discoverable evidence. The depraved defense attorney mind at work, Jake mutters. Damn straight, Mike retorts. We tell Jake what happened in court this morning. Some of the people who graduate to the bench from the prosecutor's office are good people and end up playing things straight, Jake says. Some don't. Better Blum than Connolly, though. Two sides of the same coin, Mike grumbles. Not quite, Jake says. Blum may be part of the ex-prosecutor fraternity, but he seldom rolls completely over for them. Too proud to risk reversal. Anyway, chins up, gentlemen. I've been a busy boy this morning. I dug up a YouTube copy of Garcia's show from February 4th and worked through the timing of Reg arriving home, according to him and Doris Banks. And? I ask. Assuming the broadcast started at the top of the hour, the first commercial break began at 8:10 and ended at 8:12. Doris says she arrived home just before it finished. I ran the trip from his office to the CTA station, to the murder scene, and then home a few times. 16 minutes without allowing time to do away with Marcia and clean up afterwards. How was Reg helping Doris with her groceries at 8:11 or thereabouts, if he left work at 8 o'clock and made all those stops? Why haven't the cops worked that out? I asked. Because they don't know about Doris, nor are they likely to. Caulfield developed tunnel vision on Reg, typical of a shitty detective who quits digging for the truth as soon as he has a viable suspect. Jake lifts his gimpy leg. I'm not good enough anymore because of this thing? At least my head doesn't reside in my colon. Jake may be offended by the idea of lazy policing, but it works for me. Reg is in the clear. Not so quick, Grasshopper, Jake warns me. Doris seemed pretty sure of herself yesterday, but what if Perez gets her confused on the witness stand? My timeline hinges on what she told us. We need to substantiate her story. My spirits plunge. We're not out of the woods after all. Max, a man carved out of a chunk of granite, arrives a moment later. What have you found out about Mr. Cohen? Jake asks as soon as Max sits down. He's a small-time scam artist who skated pretty close to the line between legality and trouble for many years. He's been an insurance investigator, also an entrepreneur who preys on rubes who think the American dream is only a pyramid sales scheme away. His bread and butter is sales training like he runs for Amundsen Insurance. He's kept his nose clean for the past few years. Maybe he just figured out how not to get caught, Jake says. Max nods. Or that. Any violence in his past? Jake asks. Nothing I came across. Why? The second pair of insurance agents I talked to claim Lucas left the training session for some time. So maybe he's unaccounted for at the time of the crime? I ask. Jake nods. Interesting, Max says. Mind you, everyone else says otherwise, right? Yeah, that's a problem, Jake allows. Think Cohen might be good for the murder? Max frowns. He's shady as hell, but there's no record of violence. Still possible, I mutter. Max shrugs. I tailed him a bit last night to see what the guy does with his time. He had a lady friend over. They were out on the balcony getting a little frisky and went back in just when it was getting interesting, so I called it a night.
Describe his lady friend, Jake says.
It's not like I got right up close and personal, Max replies. Blonde, seemed to be well put together from a distance.
Jake reaches for the murder book. He flips through a few pages, then spins it around and points to a picture of Rachel Amundsen scraped from the agency website. Think it might have been her?
Could be,
Max murmurs after he studies the picture for a long minute. His eyes rise to Jake's.
That's maybe with a capital M.
Fair enough, Jake says. Cohen might be of a little more interest than I originally thought. Can you keep digging, Max?
Sure.
What are you thinking, Jake? I ask. Cohen and Amundsen seem to intersect a fair bit more than I thought. Maybe he's more than a vendor. The agents from yesterday planted a seed about those two being pretty close at the professional level. A personal relationship would be an interesting twist.
And let's not forget those two alibied each other, Mike says.
That takes on a different hue if these two are making the beast with two backs, Jake says. You know how I feel about coincidences.
There aren't very many, I say.
He nods.
That's right.
Chapter 28. Day 1 of Reg's trial is underway in Judge Blum's chambers, with wrangling about evidence, or the lack thereof. We've again pointed out the dearth of discovery from the state. Blum continues to help them stonewall. It's infuriating and discouraging. I turn to our final two topics. We still don't have a clear answer about the whereabouts of Reg Williams' cell phone, Your Honor. This is a critical piece of evidence. We haven't even received confirmation that it remains in police custody, let alone an explanation of why we haven't had a chance to examine it ourselves. The judge looked to the prosecutor.
Miss Perez?
The phone may or may not be entered into evidence, Your Honor.
Blum nods thoughtfully. What the hell he's pondering is beyond me.
We'd like to know if the phone is still in police custody, I say.
Blum cocks an eyebrow at Perez.
It is, Your Honor.
Is it undergoing some sort of testing? I ask her.
I believe so. As if she doesn't know exactly where the phone is and what's being done with it. Your Honor, we'd like an undertaking to have the state deliver the phone to us for examination as soon as possible, I say. The trial begins today, and the people continue to withhold, conceal, and delay evidence that discovery rules demand they turn over to us. Blum finally turns his full attention on me.
We had this discussion on Saturday, Counselor. The state is doing its best under trying circumstances.
Oh, bullshit. I move on to our next topic. We'd also like a complete accounting of the fingerprint evidence for our expert to examine, Your Honor. All we have is a cursory report. If I may, Your Honor, Perez cuts in, I'm told it will be delivered to Mr. Valenti's office by close of business today.
Thank you, Counselor, Blum says. I believe that's the last matter we had to tidy up before we get started with voir dire. I intend to have our jury seated this afternoon. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock.
So the pre-trial bickering and jockeying for positions is over. Jury selection, or voir dire, if you like Latin or Old French or whatever, is up next. It's been a disheartening morning. Jury selection after lunch is contentious, but Judge Blum efficiently moves the process forward. We seat a jury of 12 plus 2 alternates before we adjourn just after 5 o'clock. As expected, the prosecution has done its best to stack the deck, although we may have gotten a couple of keepers into the mix. Then again, our guys, the only 2 black men who made it through the screening, end up as alternates. They're unlikely to weigh in on the final verdict. Jake joins us for Chinese food at my house at the end of the day. He spent the day chasing down leads without much success. We'd tell him about our day in court.
Any new discovery? He asks.
They're still stalling, I reply. They were supposed to get the fingerprints to us this afternoon.
We need them yesterday, Jake grumbles. Did they arrive?
No, I reply angrily.
Some bullshit about their courier not being able to fit it into a busy schedule, Mike adds. The state's attorney promises we'll get them tomorrow morning. Let's hope our fingerprint guy can do something worthwhile with them when they finally arrive. I stab a chicken ball with my fork. I've never mastered chopsticks. Jake takes up a little chunk of fried rice with his chopsticks and smirks at me. See how easy it is to use these things? Screw you, I'm Italian. I bet I can twirl spaghetti onto a fork better than you can. Jake twirls a finger in the air. Whoop-de-doo. I can't help chuckling, but it doesn't make me feel any better about how things are going. Let's revisit Amundsen's story about Marcia filing a complaint against Reg, Mike says. She might be vulnerable there. We should try to discredit it. Jake turns to him. You're thinking of getting into it when you cross-examine her? Mike nods. That's a high-stakes play, Jake muses. Maybe worth a shot, though. Ask her which police department it was reported to. Ask if she has a copy of the report. Have her explain exactly what transpired. What if she produces a report that bears out her story? I ask. It probably won't make things much worse, Mike replies. It will draw even more attention to something we don't want to talk about, I argue. Do we want to hang a light on that? We won't be, unless Perez brings it up on direct examination, Mike counters, so it will already be out there. Maybe we can blunt its force. Maybe not, I caution. Jake weighs in. It's inflammatory as hell. If Perez brings it out on direct examination, I think trying to discredit it is worth the risk. I'm not sure I agree, but I let it go and asked Jake, any other news for us? I finally talked to Doris Banks' son, Lionel. And? He'll look at the billing record and send it. I hope to hell he comes through, I mutter. I think he will. He's on board with defending Reg. If Doris has her times right, this could be damned helpful. Mike is still pretty gloomy after Jake leaves. An hour spent hashing things out goes nowhere. We're banking on an awful lot of shit breaking our way at the last minute, he grumbles as he leaves. I visit with the bourbon for a couple of hours before finally crawling into bed, where I toss and turn and worry some more. Perez is going to start showing her cards in the morning. I'm sure she has a few surprises in store for us. In fact, I'm sure of it. I'd be willing to bet that she intentionally dragged her feet producing Discovery to make sure she can blindside us a few times. Fear of the unknown really is the worst fear of all. Chapter 29. Sylvia Perez stops pacing, crosses her arms across her chest, and gives our jurors a long last look before she concludes a solid opening statement that pushes hard on the theory that Marcia Williams's murder was the final act in a long, sordid tale of spousal abuse. And so, ladies and gentlemen, over the course of this trial, the people will demonstrate beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did, with malice or forethought, brutally murder his ex-wife, the mother of his child. Why? Because Marcia had the misfortune to marry the wrong man and then had the effrontery to correct that tragic mistake by trying to build a life without. Perez pauses to direct a look of utter disdain at Reg. This defendant. And so it begins. Perez is playing the role of fiery avenging angel, the perfect courtroom complement to Gabby Garcia's media harridan. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement at this time? Judge Blum asks. We've debated this over the past week and again last night. We're finding what we think may be holes in the prosecution's case, but Perez has promised a mountain of forensic evidence and behavior that demonstrates guilt. What if she has it? With Discovery dragging, we still don't know how strong the prosecution's case is. We're loath to make an uninformed opening statement that may come back to haunt us. I stand to address the court. The defense exercises our right to defer our opening statement until the opening of our case in chief, Your Honor. Judge Plum turns a look of mild surprise on me. Really? It seems to say, as if this isn't a common tactical move, but a show of weakness or, worse still in the eyes of the jurors, some sort of underhanded defense lawyer trick. I'd like to walk up to the bench and smack the son of a bitch upside the head. As you wish, Blum says before he turns back to Perez. Are the people ready to begin their case in chief? We are, she replies, with a sideways glare at Reg, as if she can't wait to sink her fangs into him. She is, as always when appearing in court, dressed in a dark blue business suit and a ruffled blouse, pale yellow today. Her hair is pulled back in a French twist. Blue stiletto heels complete her power look. The people call Lucia Menendez. I tense up and feel Mike doing the same at my side. We're about to start hearing the evidence against Reg. Menendez is the 911 operator who took the initial call about Marcia's murder. Her testimony starts the clock on the chronology of the crime. The call came in at 8:22 p.m. We declined to cross-examine the witness. She's already told us everything she knows. The next witness is the janitor who discovered Marcia's body and made the 911 call. He's a slight Latino who could be anywhere from 40 to 60 years old. I came in the back door from the alley to clean the daycare, he says. The door was unlocked. There was blood on the inside of the door and drops of blood on the floor. There were bloody footprints on the stairs to the insurance office. Do you also clean that office? Perez asks. No, only the daycare. What did you do next? I looked around. You didn't immediately call 911? She asks with a hint of surprise. No, I forgot this when I talked to you, Miss Perez. Perhaps it wasn't the smart thing to do, but I looked around the building first, thinking someone might need help. I checked the daycare, then checked the back doors of the other businesses. None were open, so I went upstairs. The insurance people's door was open, and the lights were on. I looked inside and saw that poor woman on the floor. It was horrible. I ran back down the stairs to the daycare and used their phone to call 911. Several more questions established that he saw nothing suspicious around the building when he arrived or when he was waiting for the police. Perez excuses him. I elect to cross-examine the witness. How long were you in the insurance office? He shrugs. 1 minute, maybe less. I was scared, so I left. I nod sympathetically. I would too, sir. Did you go into the office or just look from the doorway? He thinks on that for a moment. I walked in a few feet before I saw the woman, then I left. Thank you. Is it possible that you stepped in any of the blood? He looks horrified by the thought. I don't think so, but there was so much blood, everywhere. And on the stairs, I add. Yes, there too. Maybe I stepped in some, I don't know. Jake's training kicks in. Get every detail available. You called 911 at 8:22. Do you remember exactly what time you arrived at the building? He shakes his head. I am sorry, but no. I wave it off. No worries, sir. You told us that you checked the other back doors when you arrived. How long did that take? Objection, Perez snaps. Beyond the scope of our direct examination. Blum stares me down. Counselor? The prosecutor asked the witness to tell us what he did prior to making the 911 call, Your Honor. We're following that line of inquiry in detail. We have not opened any new topics. We didn't talk about the time, Perez argues. Of course she didn't. The timeline is tight, and Perez will muddy it as much as possible. I keep my eyes on the judge. The prosecutor referenced the time of the 911 call in her chronology, Your Honor. We're simply clarifying the timeline. I sneak a glance at the jurors while we argue back and forth. A couple seem perplexed by the objection. It's drawing attention to the fact that we're digging somewhere Perez would prefer we didn't. I can see the wheels turning on the bench as Blum, in my estimation, looks for a way to sustain Perez's objection. His response surprises me. Objection overruled, but be brief, Counselor. Thank you, Your Honor. I remind the janitor that I'd asked how long it took him to check the building. Not long, he says. 1 minute, maybe 2. But you first checked the daycare? Yes. How long did that take? Are there several doors there? Yes, there are. I looked in all of them. Anticipating my next question, he adds. That took 2 or 3 minutes. Then you went upstairs to the insurance office. Si, he replies nervously before correcting himself. Yes, I offer up an understanding smile. Being taken back to witnessing the horror he stumbled across is taking a toll on him. How long after leaving the insurance office did you call 911? I ran downstairs and called right away. A final question, I say reassuringly. How long would you say you were in the alley behind the building before you went inside to start your work? He thinks for a minute. I talked to my wife on the phone when I arrived, just to tell her I'd be home soon. Then I organized my things, mop, cleaners, broom. That takes a minute or two. And just to be clear, you didn't see anyone else in the alley when you arrived? No people on foot? No other vehicles parked out back? Nothing. Thank you for your assistance today, sir, I say before looking up at the bench. I have no further questions for this witness. So the timeline narrows a bit more. The janitor was in the building from 4 to 6 minutes before calling 911, and in the alley for at least a couple of minutes before he went in. That puts his arrival somewhere between 8:14 and 8:16. I make a note to ask for his cell phone records. Knowing the exact time he called his wife will nail down his arrival. Perez calls a uniformed Cedar Heights PD officer to the stand. You were the first officer on the scene in response to the 911 call, correct? The patrolman confirms that he and his partner were first on the scene, and that they secured the area immediately. He notes that the front door had been locked and that the blood leading to the back door suggested that the killer had left that way. A supervisor called in homicide detectives and a forensic team. Perez asks about his initial impression of the crime scene. It was a brutal killing, he replies. One of the worst I've seen. Did you make any other observations? There was no sign of forced entry. The killer probably had a key. I'm not sure why the idea of a key keeps surfacing, but it concerns me. I decide to throw a little cold water on its potential significance when I cross-examine him. You told us there was no sign of forced entry and that the killer probably had a key. How did you determine that? Nothing was broken. The doors were intact, no broken windows. Would you be able to tell if the lock had been picked? Perhaps if I looked closely, he replies lamely. Do you have special expertise that allows you to make that determination? No. I dismiss him, and Perez calls Detective Kemp of Cedar Heights PD to the stand. He is Caulfield's partner. She spends a couple of minutes pointing out that he is an experienced homicide detective. Kemp assures us that the scene was properly sealed and access was meticulously controlled, then offers his initial impressions, including repeating what a macabre crime scene it was, and that there was no evidence of forced entry. Perez turns to the opening steps of the homicide investigation. We dispatched uniformed officers to canvass the neighborhood, spoke with the other tenants in the building, and examined CCTV video, Kemp says. What did you learn? Perez asks. Not much. The cameras with the view of the street and sidewalk captured nothing useful. The rooftop CCTV camera on the subject building confirmed that the killer didn't enter Amundsen Insurance through the front entry. In fact, nobody entered the building from that side after the last tenants left shortly after 6 o'clock. They spend the better part of a half hour meticulously detailing how the scene was processed and recap the effort to contact potential witnesses. Kemp and Perez do a good job constructing the base of the prosecution case, doing their level best to convince the jury that no stone was left unturned in the exhaustive investigation of the crime. We ruled out robbery as a motive, Kemp continues. The victim's purse was on her desk, with $205 in cash, 3 credit cards, and her identification. Her cell phone was found near the body. Were you able to access a list of calls and text messages on her phone? Perez asks. We were. There were several text messages between the victim and her teenage daughter about what time Marcia expected to be home, homework progress, and dinner plans. I see, Perez says with a sad expression. It is sad, of course. The last communication between a daughter and her mother. It delivers an emotional jolt to everyone in the courtroom. The victim also received a 13-second phone call from her ex-husband, the accused murderer in this case. When was that call placed? Perez asks. At 7:58, only minutes before she was murdered. Although Garcia has already made this public, the revelation packs a punch in the courtroom. Several jurors take note. Did you find physical evidence from the accused at the scene of the crime? Perez asks. Not that night, Kemp replies. Perez nods and walks back to the prosecution table for a sip of water. Then she turns back to Kemp and steers the questioning away from the night of the crime. Did your investigation uncover anything suggesting that Marcia Williams had been threatened by the defendant? We learned that the victim filed a harassment complaint against the defendant a few weeks prior to her murder. Perez widens her eyes at this news, taking care to ensure the jury notices her theatrics. They do. I consider it overdone, but what really floors me is the detectives referring to a harassment complaint. The incident we discussed with Reg didn't rise to an actual complaint that we know of, or at least we can find record of. But what if there's another incident we don't know about? Reg says there isn't, but he wasn't exactly forthcoming about the incident we do know about. Perez releases Kemp to us. I wonder how in hell we're going to counter the bombshell Perez just detonated. Mike begins by returning to their assumption that the killer had a key. Was the back door lock examined, Detective? Of course. Qualified technicians or a locksmith clearly stated that the lock wasn't picked. Kemp pauses to craft an answer. I've heard nothing to suggest otherwise. That's not an answer, Detective. Were you told by a qualified technician or locksmith who examined the lock that it had definitely not been picked? Kemp's eyes flash. I was not, Counselor. So it may have been picked. I suppose so. I hope at least a few jurors are wondering what kind of shoddy, half-assed investigation didn't take a good look at the door locks. But your investigation didn't attempt to make a determination of that, correct? Mike asks. Not that I'm aware of. Perhaps you can speak with your colleagues and provide us with a definitive answer, Detective. I will, Kemp mutters angrily, knowing full well that an insignificant matter has just been used to call into question both his credibility on the stand and his professional competence. Mike moves on. You spoke about your efforts to view any and all video captured in the neighborhood on the night of the crime. The detective nods. How about the alley? Was any video discovered that captured the entrances to the alley behind the building? No. How about the streets on either side of the alley entrances? Nothing useful. Mike takes a step closer and probes more deeply. Can you expand on that, please? Is there video of the streets in the immediate vicinity of the alley? Nothing that captures the alley entrance. But there is video that shows traffic on those streets. One of them, Kemp allows. Did this video record license plates of vehicles coming and going from the vicinity of the alley around the time of the crime? Some. What did you do with that information, Detective? We ran checks on the plates. The search didn't turn up anyone of interest. How did you define persons of interest? Criminal background checks. Mike asks a question that puts my heart in my mouth. Did Mr. Williams's car appear in any of this video? It did not, which doesn't mean it wasn't in the area. As I said, the video coverage wasn't exhaustive. It only shows the street near one end of the alley. That's a one-way alley, is it not? Mike asks. Yes. Any car entering the alley would pass that camera at least once, isn't that right? Kemp smirks. I don't imagine someone on his way to kill his ex-wife is overly concerned with the traffic laws in an alley. I figure he came and went through the other end of the alley. Yet the killer probably wasn't anxious to draw police attention to his or her vehicle by violating a minor traffic law, especially given that this crime seems to have been meticulously planned. Mike counters. It's a small point, but one several jurors take note of. Meticulous planning isn't necessarily compatible with the prosecution's contention that this was a crime of rage. I scribble a note to ask for the CCTV footage. When we'll find time to go through it is beyond me. Mike suggests this might be a good time to recess for lunch, noting that he still has several items to cover in his cross-examination of Detective Kemp. It's a good move. We need some answers from Reg. Judge Blum agrees to the request. As soon as the jury is out of the courtroom, Mike leans close to his brother. Detective Kemp said that Marcia filed a harassment complaint. Reg nods. We talked about that bullshit. Nothing to it. Mike's eyes narrow. We did talk, little bro, and you're right. It didn't seem to amount to much. A harassment complaint, on the other hand, is serious shit. Is there another incident we need to know about? The hell? Mike stares him down. Either there's a complaint or there isn't. If there is one, that's a big deal that we're gonna have to deal with. There ain't no complaint, Reg protests, with his voice rising in anger. The eyes of everyone still in the courtroom cut to us. You better hope there isn't, Mike retorts. Keep it down, I whisper harshly. Reg shakes his head and mutters. Next thing you're gonna tell me is that you think I killed Marcia. Mike's expression softens. Don't give me that shit, Reg. Think hard on this over the break. If there's anything in the past that they might be referring to, let us know. Otherwise, I'm going out on a limb this afternoon to challenge Kemp. I'd better not have that limb sawed off behind me while I'm on it, or I'll kick your ass. There's still a little residual anger in Reg's eyes when he nods in agreement. I guess I don't blame him, nor can I blame Mike for pushing hard. We're in a tough spot. We retired to our office with Jake, who quietly tells me he's still on the fence concerning the guilt or innocence of our client. He's particularly concerned about the revelation of a harassment complaint. We take stock of the morning's events while we eat. The consensus is that Perez has opened strongly, and that the timeline of the crime appears to be our most promising avenue to explore. Penelope takes on the task of obtaining the CCTV footage of the surrounding streets on the night of the murder. Mike will chase down the janitor's cell phone records. With some reservations, we agree that Mike needs to challenge Detective Kemp's characterization of the incident between Marcia and Reg as a complaint. It's too damaging to ignore and has the potential to impeach Kemp. It's a gamble this early in the trial, but if Reg is bullshitting us, he's going to be the one who pays the price. I give it a little more thought while finishing my sandwich. Let's sidebar with the judge before he calls the jury back and find out if there is a complaint, and, if there is, why we haven't seen it in discovery. Mike nods. Good idea. Let's do it. After hearing us out at sidebar, Judge Blum summons the lawyers to his chambers. His office is about what I expected, an extensive vanity wall plastered in pictures of him with various celebrities and politicians, autographed baseballs, basketballs, and footballs, as well as an autographed golf club. Blum gets around. Miss Perez, he asks after we're seated, is there a record of a criminal complaint? More or less, she answers. Either there is or there isn't, Mike says sharply. If there is, let's see it. Blum turns a frosty stare on Mike. I'll handle this, counselor. Mike nods, but withholds the apology I suspect Blum is looking for. Marcia Williams called the police on January 14th, Perez says. Was an official complaint made? Blum asks. Marcia was afraid to do so, Perez replies while she produces a sheet and slides it across the desk to the judge, who studies it for a long moment. As you can see, she called the police and they attended the scene. The judge slides the paper across the desk to us. It's a copy of a Cedar Heights PD call sheet. Uniformed officers responded to a call and spoke with Marcia. It ends with a note that they spoke with Reg. That's it. Pretty much as Reg described it. Perez presented it in court as if there was a crime committed. What horseshit! Mike says as much, but without the colorful language. Why wasn't this shared with the defense attorneys? Blum asks Perez. Technically, it isn't a formal complaint necessitating disclosure, Your Honor. The skin around Blum's eyes tightens. Yet you and your witness characterized it as just that in open court, Miss Perez. She has the good sense to keep her mouth shut. Blum steeples his fingers and thinks for a minute before he pushes the copy of the call sheet back to Perez. Now that you've opened this door, there's no alternative to entering this into evidence. I'll leave it up to the defense to decide what to do with it from there. I'd like a copy, Mike says while pointing at the paper. Blum nods. Once we're back in court with the jury seated, Detective Kemp is recalled to the stand. Mike marches straight to the witness box. You told us this morning that Marcia Williams filed a harassment complaint against Reg Williams. Is that true, Detective? The boldness of the question seems to startle the jurors. Kemp stares Mike down for a long moment. Would you like me to repeat the question? Mike prompts. Kemp shakes his head. No need to. Mike cocks his head, crosses his arms, and waits. Please answer the question, Blum finally tells Kemp, who seems to be weighing his options. Kemp tries a variation of Perez's gambit about Marcia's being afraid. "Were you there?" Mike asks him. "I was not." Mike turns his attention to the jury box, where a copy of the call sheet is being passed from juror to juror. "Is this a criminal complaint, Detective?" "Not exactly. A call sheet." Mike holds up a hand to cut Kemp's reply short. "Please answer the question, Detective. Is this a criminal complaint?" "No." "Can you explain why you characterized it as such this morning?" Kemp stares back sullenly before his eyes turn to the jury. "What you're looking at is a call sheet prepared by patrol officers to document incidents they respond to during their shifts." Mike opens his mouth, then decides to let things play out. Kemp has been caught in a lie. It appears that he's about to wade in deeper in an effort to muddy the waters. Let him try. "From what I can see in the call sheet," Kemp continues, "Marcia Williams was frightened enough to call the police after she was harassed by her ex-husband." "Is that stated explicitly in the call sheet?" Mike asks him. "No, but it seems clear to me that it's exactly what happened." "How is that clear from what is actually written?" "I've been a law enforcement officer for many years." "Long enough to understand the difference between shift notes and a formal criminal complaint?" Mike asks sharply. "Your Honor, there's no need for defense counsel to adopt that tone with a witness," Perez interjects. The hell there isn't, but Mike has made his point. He nods graciously at the witnesses and apologizes for his tone before asking, "Have you spoken with the officers who completed that call sheet?" "Not to this point." I wonder when Kemp thought he might get around to it. The same thought is written plain as day in Mike's expression. I'm pleased to see the same question in the eyes of a few jurors. Mike lets it go. I make a note to call the officers as witnesses if Perez doesn't belatedly do so. Kemp is on his way a minute later with his veracity challenged. Still, he'd been a pretty solid witness up until the last, and juries tend to cut police witnesses some slack. I doubt the jury will hear from him again, which means Perez will probably have Detective Caulfield carry the rest of the narrative from the detective's perspective. Mike and I decided that each of us will handle one of the detectives on the stand. Caulfield is mine. Perez calls a crime scene technician to the stand. The woman doesn't tell us much we don't already know, but her presentation is professional and leaves the impression that the murder scene was processed thoroughly. We did not find a weapon, but we did collect a great deal of trace evidence, such as fingerprints, hair, and fiber. On cross-examination, she confirms that all of the trace evidence was connected to employees of the insurance agency, with the glaring exception of the bloody footprints leading away from Marcia's body. These were examined meticulously and determined to be from the janitor's shoes and from a pair of size 12 Reebok cross trainers, which just happens to be the same size, brand, and style Reg wears. My heart sinks. Perez and the technician leave it there, meaning someone else will connect the bloody footprints to Reg. Mike does a perfunctory cross-examination. There's little to be gained from attempting to discredit a likable professional witness delivering factual information. We'll challenge the evidence later if we see an opening. For now, he shines a light on the fact that there was no forensic evidence at the scene of the crime implicating Reg. Another oddity if Reg had rushed into the office to kill his ex-wife in a fit of temper. Judge Blum recesses for the day with the usual admonishment to the jury not to read or watch news regarding the case. Fat chance. Even sequestered juries seem to find their way to the news, and this jury isn't sequestered. Perez is methodically building her case, Detective Kemp's little stumble notwithstanding. All in all, the prosecution has had a good day. Where is Reg's phone? Perez managed to get the alleged call from Reg to Marcia into Kemp's testimony without referencing the phone itself. I wonder why. Are they also perplexed that the call isn't in the call history of Reg's cell phone carrier? If so, how does Perez plan to handle it? I make a note to pursue our questions about the whereabouts of Reg's phone. Its absence concerns me. Chapter 30. We hold a debrief at our offices where Jake informs us that he's tracked down Eleanor Hawks, the Amundsen insurance receptionist who preceded Aretha Jackson. He's arranged a telephone interview for the morning. Max continues to dig into the background of Lucas Cohen, but hasn't uncovered anything more earth-shattering than the fact that he has a juvenile record. Getting our hands on that will be a challenge and probably not worth the effort, yet Max is determined to try. I've got a feeling about the guy, he says. We're floundering. I arrive home 2 hours later and drag my weary ass inside, eager to eat, and collapse into a vegetative state for an hour or two. It's not to be. Brittany has company, namely Pat and Trish. They've been cooking, and it smells good. Trish plants a welcome smooch on my lips, and Pat gives me a hug. Brittany smiles from beside the stove and waves a wooden spoon my way. Go change. Dinner will be ready in a couple of minutes. When I return in my oldest and softest blue jeans and a Marquette University Law School t-shirt, a steaming Corningware casserole dish sits in the middle of the kitchen table. Maybe a little socializing isn't the worst thing to take my mind off the trial for an hour or so. My dinner companions are already seated, each with a glass of wine in hand. You're drinking again? I ask my daughter. Bien sûr, monsieur. Whatever the hell that means, I reply with a grin. She said, Of course, mister, Pat translates. I lift my wine glass. French wine? Oui, Brittany says with a giggle as she pulls my plate to the middle of the table and shovels a pile of casserole onto it. What do we have here? I ask. An old Pangborn after-work recipe, Trish answers. Egg noodles, ground beef, and cream of mushroom soup. Easy peasy to make, Brittany adds. Far from escaping the trial, dinner conversation revolves around my day in court. Pat was in the audience for a good part of the day. We take turns telling the others what happened. Tony and Mike held their own, Pat concludes. Trish reaches over to squeeze my hand. Of course they did. What's up tomorrow? Brittany asks. More of the same, I reply. Jake and Max are still digging like hell. I hope they can come up with something useful soon. Trish pinches a chunk of ground beef between her thumb and index finger, cocks an eyebrow at me, then looks down at Dino, who is waiting intently for his share of the meal. I laugh and say, Go ahead, but just one piece. We've been doing a little sleuthing ourselves, Pat announces while Dino inhales his treat. We? I ask. Me and Trish. We don't think enough attention is being paid to Rachel Amundsen. Our resources are limited, which is why we've sprung into action, Pat says. Trish has a feeling about Amundsen and came to me for help. I think she's onto something. I don't like Amundsen much either. Fair enough, I allow. I'm not a big fan myself. It's an avenue that needs to be explored, Trish says. I pulled some strings at the paper and called in a favor or two to unearth some tax information and a credit report, Pat adds. Tax information? I ask in surprise. Where in the hell did you get that? Don't ask, Pat replies with a grim smile. The insurance agency has been doing well, but not great. Rachel has a son who finished school last spring, which ended $1,200 of monthly child support. She lives well and has expensive tastes, so losing the child support makes a difference. Her credit card debt has been escalating steadily, and she has a healthy line of credit on her condo that is pretty much maxed out. She also bought a new Mercedes last fall. That's costing her $1,000 a month. I let out a low whistle, all of which is to say she's made out well from Marcia's death, Trish says. The agency's life insurance policy on Marcia helped pay down Rachel's debts. Her cash flow is improved now that she's added the premium income from Marcia's book of business to her own. I hear that money isn't exactly an unknown motive for murder, Pat adds dryly. It's all intriguing, even provocative, but there's no way around Amundsen's alibi, I say. Maybe she had help, Trish counters. What about Lucas Cohen? Max is digging into his background, but Cohen was at the training session. No opportunity. Who's looking at Frankie? Pat asks. Jake's no Frankie fan, but he doesn't like him for Marcia's murder, I reply. Someone should be looking, Pat grumbles. Why not you? I ask. You seem to have resources. I burned through a lot of favors getting the information on Rachel, she replies. I don't think I can go back to that well. Not yet, anyway. I suppose I might be able to do a little legwork to see if I can find out if Frankie was in town that night. Can I help? Brittany asks. Me and Sarah? All eyes swing to my daughter, whose eyes are alight with excitement. Pat chuckles and reaches over to squeeze her hand. I'll think on it. I shoot Pat a cautionary warning. I don't want my daughter mixed up in anything to do with Frankie. She gives me a reassuring look.
Don't worry, Papa. Dinner tonight was a good idea, I say while pushing my plate aside. It might be our last chance to get together for a couple of weeks. We're going to be busy as hell with the trial, so I'll apologize now if I'm distant or distracted until this is over with. No worries, Brittany says. Pat and Trish echo the sentiment. After a dessert of cherry pie topped with vanilla ice cream, Pat announces that she's going home. We say our goodbyes and then see her out. While Brittany heads to the kitchen to clean up, Trish tugs on my sleeve to keep me in the living room. Once we're alone, she wraps her arms around my neck and pulls me into a lengthy kiss while she presses herself against me. She gives me a coy smile when she pulls back. Too bad you need your rest for court tomorrow, lover boy, she whispers while playfully goosing my ass. I reach around and pull her close while giving her a return goose. I don't need all that much sleep. She plants another kiss on me and pulls away. I will not be responsible for you dozing in court tomorrow. I'll be glad when this damned trial is over. Me too, she says, with a little bump and grind move as she takes her coat out of the closet. Then she walks back to the kitchen to thank Brittany for dinner and say goodnight. Good luck tomorrow, she says after we exchange a final kiss at the door. Go get some sleep. I thank her, spend a few minutes visiting with Brittany, and then go to bed, where I lie awake for a few hours while all sorts of bad trial thoughts swirl through my mind. More than a few of them seem alarmingly plausible. Chapter 31. Trish is thinking about that last kiss with Tony as she slips out of her underwear in the ensuite bathroom of her condo and studies herself critically in a full-length mirror. She'll be happy when the trial is over. For any number of reasons, she thinks with a sultry smile as she closes her eyes and thinks about how Tony felt pressed up against her. She startles at the sound of footsteps on the tile floor. Hello, bitch. You're even hotter than I imagined. Frankie Valenti meets her gaze in the mirror, then looks her up and down while a slow smile curls his lips. What is he doing here? How did he get in? After an initial moment of frozen shock, Trish turns away, bends over, and grabs her top to cover herself. Frankie rips the blouse out of her hand and throws it aside, then grabs her hips. You don't want to do that, he mutters, as he pulls her ass tight against his crotch. He's already hard. Trish drives an elbow into his ribs. He barely seems to notice the blow before his hand slides up to her neck and squeezes. I like a feisty fuck, he chuckles while his other hand slides down to her crotch and pins her in place while he grinds himself against her. Trish squirms to get away as he chokes off her airway. Her anger begins to melt into panic when his grip tightens. She's not going to be able to get away from this animal. Her struggles seem to be exciting the sick bastard, so she lets herself go limp. That's better, Frankie murmurs with his lips brushing her ear. Trish is fighting back an urge to vomit when he sweeps her off her feet, throws her over his shoulder, and marches into her bedroom. She curls into a ball and stares up at him as he tosses her onto the bed. This must be how a wild predator appears to its prey when it's been cornered, she thinks, as Frankie stares down triumphantly. He grabs her ankles and flips her onto her back. Don't be hiding that sweet pussy of yours, honey, he says, while dragging her toward him and spreading her legs wide. He stares down hungrily as she tries to cover herself with her hands. You won't even remember my pissant brother's name when I get done with you. Oh, God, please don't, she whimpers when he releases one ankle and unbuckles his belt with his free hand. Frankie's smile widens as he frees himself and waves his engorged cock at her. You'll be thanking this God and begging for more after I pound it into you for a few hours. Trish gapes in horror as he works his underwear down and pulls up his t-shirt. Then he grabs her free ankle and yanks her closer before falling on her and spreading her legs wider. Not yet wet? He cackles as he spits on his fingers and works them into her. Never mind. You'll be sopping wet in a few minutes, and I'll keep that hot pussy of yours dripping all night, darling. We're gonna have us some fun. Trish feels her fear ebbing away as Frankie painfully thrusts his fingers around inside of her. It's replaced by blinding rage by the time he slips his fingers out and grabs her knees to push her legs up and apart. No! She screams as she claws at his face and tries to buck him off.
He bares his teeth in anger and clamps a hand over her mouth to hold her down while he works his cock into place. "You're just making me harder, bitch. You're gonna love this." Trish sinks her teeth into his thumb and twists away while she kicks at him. She feels a glimmer of hope when he backs off a bit. She bites down harder. Frankie stuns her with a slap that snaps her head sideways. He flips her onto her stomach and pushes her onto her knees while digging his fingers deep into her to lift her ass in the air. Then he shoves her face into a pillow and works his way between her legs from behind. "You want a doggy style, do you?" he snarls while grabbing a fistful of hair to jerk her head back. It feels as if her neck might snap. "No!" she screams into her pillow when Frankie rams himself deep inside her. The pain of the penetration is blinding. "He's too strong," Trish thinks in anguish as Frankie pins her down and slams himself into her over and over and over again. "Told you I was going to give you a good pounding," he growls as the assault gathers steam. "You got a whole glorious night of this to look forward to, darling." Trish goes limp and gives herself up to the inevitable, too tired and too sore to fight anymore. Somehow, it almost seems like an out-of-body experience, as if this is happening to someone else. But she knows it isn't, and resolves not to let this go on all night. This is a war, and Frankie's winning only the first battle. Trish intends to conserve her strength and look for an opening to turn the tables when he finally lets his guard down. But the moment to do so never comes. By the time Frankie is finally sated after 4 hours, Trish is a battered, bloody mess, abandoned, unconscious on her bed. Whether dead or alive, Frankie neither knows nor cares. Chapter 32. The first prosecution witness of the next day is Cook County Coroner Alan Thomas, who conducted the autopsy on Marcia Williams. He's a tall, gangly man with musk-gray hair who could have been cast as a country doctor in an old movie. Mike says juries love the guy. Perez looks down on a pile of papers sitting on the prosecution table, lifts the edge of the top sheet with a fingernail, then looks up to meet the eyes of the courtroom clerk. The people enter the autopsy report of Marcia Williams into evidence. After 5 minutes on the stand, while Thomas and Perez tell the jury about his impressive credentials, the prosecutor moves on. Autopsy photos come into evidence, displaying the savagery of the murder in stark and disturbingly graphic detail. Audible gasps circulate through the courtroom as the images appear on the video screen. Coroner Thomas gives a dry recitation of the wounds. There are 43 knife wounds, at least 3 of which would have been fatal on their own. He estimates that the attack lasted anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes. "What does this say to you, Doctor?" Perez asks. "Whoever inflicted these wounds was angry. This was a frenzied killing. Is there anything unusual about the wounds?" Thomas nods thoughtfully. "I would have expected to find defensive wounds on the hands and forearms of the victim, but there were none. A photo of Marcia's hands and arms appears, bloody but without knife wounds." Perez takes a step closer to the witness. "What does this tell us?" "It suggests that Mrs. Williams knew her attacker and was taken by surprise." "She knew her attacker," Perez says with dismay. "This was someone she trusted?" "Almost certainly." "No mention of the mace attack as an explanation for the lack of defensive wounds? Surely Perez and the doctor will get to that." When Perez finishes the direct examination with no mention of mace, I decide to hold back on it. I don't want to appear argumentative right out of the gate, not to mention the possibility that Perez is setting a trap for me to stumble into. I'll wait to see how this plays out before bringing it up. I begin my cross-examination cautiously. "You stated that this was a frenzied killing by someone who was extremely angry, Doctor. We've seen the wounds and heard your description of them. It mortifies us all. I am curious, however, to understand how you definitively arrived at a conclusion about the killer's state of mind. Can you enlighten us on the autopsy protocol that allows you to make that determination?" "Protocol?" "That's correct, Dr. Thomas." He stares back at me for a long moment. "Well, this was a very violent attack." It certainly was, I agree. You characterized it as frenzied. Why? Is there something in the medical science that allows you to differentiate between violent and frenzied? Might this not be also characterized as an extremely violent killing? I don't see the difference. Let me rephrase it. Might this attack be considered very methodical? You stated that at least 3 separate wounds would have been fatal. There were over 40 wounds. Is there a way for you, within autopsy protocol, to differentiate between methodical and frenzied wounds? Well, put it that way, I suppose it is a judgment call. So it may have been a methodical, yet extremely violent attack. Yes. I see. I've now made my way back to the defense table, where Mike has been reading through the autopsy in an effort to find any reason they might not have mentioned the mace. I lean in for a report. Nothing, he whispers. Go for it. I nod, take a deep breath, and walk back toward the witness stand. If I may, let's turn to the lack of defensive wounds. You told Miss Perez that you interpreted the lack of defensive wounds as proof that Marcia Williams knew her attacker. Is that an accurate characterization of your testimony? It is. Once again, Dr. Thomas, perhaps you can enlighten us as to how autopsy protocol allows you to say so as a statement of fact? He's not about to get caught in that trap again. I didn't suggest it was a statement of fact. Oh, my apologies if I misheard your reply, I say with a small shake of my head before I look up to Judge Blum. May we please have that testimony read back to us, Your Honor? Blum nods at the court reporter, who reads back the relevant testimony. Dr. Thomas, it suggests that Mrs. Williams knew her attacker and was taken by surprise before she was incapacitated. Miss Perez, she knew her attacker. This was someone she trusted? Dr. Thomas, almost certainly. I wait a beat and study the coroner before saying, That sounds as if you're claiming that she knew her attacker. Are you now saying you don't believe that? I do believe it, sir. I pick up the autopsy report and read for a moment. Was there any other possible explanation for the lack of defensive wounds, Doctor? For example, I see here that the victim was attacked with mace. That's correct. We have no way of determining at what point during the attack that took place. I make a point of staring at him for a long moment, as if perhaps I didn't quite hear his answer properly. Would it not make sense that this occurred at the outset of the attack, Doctor? It's possible. The autopsy reveals that a considerable amount of mace was detected in Marcia's eyes, on her face, and in her breathing tract and lungs. Is that true? Yes. Assuming for the moment that Marcia Williams was maced by her assailant at the outset of the attack, would she have been effectively blinded? Hypothetically, yes. Now he wants to qualify a statement as hypothetical? That's rich. Mace disables a person, doesn't it, Doctor? It does. A person sprayed in the face wouldn't be able to see, would be struggling to breathe. Yes. Would Marcia have been able to defend herself from a knife attack if she'd been maced? Not effectively, no. Might that account for the lack of defensive wounds in this case? He sighs, nods, and says, It might. It's also possible that she was taken by surprise and was maced sometime during the struggle. During what struggle, Doctor? You just testified that there were no obvious defensive wounds. She may have been partially incapacitated early in the attack. Perhaps she was struggling, or perhaps she was shouting for help and the attacker wanted to silence her. Mace would accomplish that. Did Marcia Williams have any wounds consistent with the struggle? Bruises, scratches, that sort of thing? No. So when you told Miss Perez that this was a frenzied attack by someone known to the victim, you were expressing an opinion? An informed opinion, Counselor. Yet an opinion nonetheless, Doctor. There might be other explanations. Yes. Mission accomplished. Perez tries to prod Thomas into discounting my alternate theory of what happened to Marcia, The coroner says that his original explanation is, in his expert medical opinion, the most plausible possibility, but there could be others. Tactical error by Perez, trying to skate past the mace? If so, it was a dangerous gamble that gave me an opening to make the coroner look bad. "Good work," Mike whispers after the coroner leaves. "I've never seen Dr. Thomas forced into walking back a hypothesis." Having opened the day with the autopsy to horrify the jurors, Perez now returns to building the chronology of the murder. Her next witness is Mrs. Conklin, who supposedly made the Tanner referral to Marcia Williams that resulted in the fictitious 8 o'clock appointment. Perez walks over to stand near the witness box. "Miss Conklin, did you refer anyone named Tanner to Marcia Williams as a possible insurance client in January?" "I did not." "Did you refer anyone to Marcia?" "No. I spoke with another investigator about the policy we purchased." Perez gives her a sharp look of disapproval. "We won't be talking about that today, Mrs. Conklin." "Oh," the witness says with a puzzled expression that seems to ask, "Why not?" To everyone's surprise, Perez thanks Mrs. Conklin for coming in and dismisses her. "How did you first learn about this supposed referral?" I ask on cross-examination. "The police came and spoke with us when we returned from vacation. We were so shocked to hear what happened to dear Marcia." "I'm sure you were, Mrs. Conklin. You mentioned a policy you purchased. Can you tell us—" "Objection," Perez interjects. "That topic was not explored on direct." The judge, quite properly, sustains the objection, but I've managed to make the jury wonder why the prosecution doesn't want them to hear everything this nice lady has to say. I smile at Mrs. Conklin and thank her for testifying. "The defense reserves the right to recall this witness, Your Honor." Just like the jury, we'd like to hear what else she has to tell us. Next up are the first 2 Amundsen ex-insurance agent trainees Jake interviewed. We don't want to spend much time with these 2. The first guy doesn't have much to say on direct, so we let him go without cross-examination. The second isn't much more forthcoming. Mike gets up to cross-examine him to set up the testimony of the second pair of agents Jake interviewed, whom we'll be calling during our case. "Did anyone leave the office during the training session?" Mike asks. "Just to go to the bathroom." "Nobody left for any length of time?" "Not that I noticed. The training was pretty intense." Mike lets it go at that. The next witness is the evidence technician who processed the scene in the Williams' garage. "What did you find in the garage?" Perez asks. "We discovered a metal toolbox which contained a 12-inch hunting knife and a pair of Reebok sneakers with athletic socks tucked inside them," he replies. "The victim's blood was found on all 3 pieces of evidence. Enlarged photos are set on an evidence easel. This is the first we've heard of a toolbox. It's metal with a bronze-type finish." Mike leans over while Perez enters them into evidence. "I've never seen that thing before. Dad keeps his tools in a cabinet and on hooks on the wall behind the workbench. It's been that way for years and years." Reg nods in agreement. "So where in hell did it come from?" I ask. They both shrug. "The shoes?" I ask Reg. He frowns. "Could be mine." I don't know what to think. If Reg didn't leave that stuff there, who did? The killer, of course, or someone in league with the killer. But how in hell did they get into the Williams' garage? More to the point, how did they get Reg's stuff in there? The simple answer, of course, is the one Perez is pushing. Reg hid everything in the garage, which would mean he also killed Marcia. "Where were these items located?" Perez asks her witness after the exhibits are in place. "The toolbox was tucked behind a wooden workbench built onto the back wall of the garage." Perez raises her eyebrows. "Are you suggesting someone tried to hide these items?" "It looked that way." "Tell me about the knife. Was there trace evidence on it?" "The knife is consistent with the wounds on the victim and was covered in her blood. The shoes and socks were also covered in the victim's blood, and the pattern on the soles of the shoes matched tread marks recovered at the scene of the murder." "Did you discover any fingerprints on these items?" "We collected a number of fingerprints in the garage that were from members of the Williams family, including one on the toolbox that matches the defendant." "I see," Perez says, as if this is all news to her. The fingerprint, of course, is news to us. And very unwelcome and unsettling news at that. "I ain't been in that garage for years," Reg whispers in my ear. I shush him, trying to pull this all together in my mind to prepare for my cross-examination of the evidence tech. After Perez finishes, I huddle with Reg and Mike. "How about this toolbox?" I ask Reg. "No way it's yours? Not even from years ago?" "Hell no. I ain't never had no toolbox." "I can vouch for that," Mike replies. "Little bro hasn't lifted a tool since he had a playset as a child." When my turn comes, I zero in on the toolbox. "You testified that you found a fingerprint from Reg Williams on the toolbox." "Yes." "Was there blood on this toolbox?" "Some inside where the knife and other evidence were found." "Some?" "Some transfer from the knife and shoes." "Less than what you would expect if those items had been placed in the toolbox at the time of the crime?" "I'd say so, yes." "The items were placed in the toolbox sometime later?" "Exactly." "If you can you estimate how long after the crime that might have been?" "That would depend on environmental conditions. The knife would dry first. The blood soaked into the shoes would take longer. Same thing with the balled-up socks. Assuming the items were subject to the ambient air temperature that night, it would take several hours for the blood on the sneakers to dry." "In your estimation, how wet were the shoes when they were placed into the toolbox?" "More damp than wet. The transfer was minimal." "So it's unlikely the items were deposited in the toolbox at the time of the crime?" "Very unlikely." "Interesting. There was no blood on the outside of the toolbox?" "That's correct." "Yet the knife and sneakers were covered in blood." "They were." "No fingerprints were recovered from the knife or shoes?" "There were markings consistent with someone wearing gloves." "Would you have expected to find blood on the outside of the toolbox if it had been handled at the same time as the shoes, socks, and knife?" The tech ponders that for a moment, then nods. "I guess I would." "There were no fingerprints anywhere in the garage that did not belong to members of the Williams family?" "That's correct." "And there was only this one solitary fingerprint belonging to Reg Williams on the toolbox. You found no other prints of his in the garage?" "That's correct." "And just to be clear, there were no prints in that garage that you couldn't account for?" The tech hesitates for a moment. "None?" I press. "No other fingerprints," he says. "There was a palm print on a leg of the workbench." "Has it been identified?" "No." This is new. What do I do with it? I glance over at Perez. How much is she hiding from us? I pause and gaze at the tech for a long moment while I consider the next question that comes to mind. Should I ask it or not? I decide the upside outweighs any potential downside. That I can think of, anyway. "I'm a little confused," I begin. "On direct examination, and again when we first started speaking here, this palm print wasn't mentioned. Would it not be considered a print in a general discussion of fingerprint evidence recovered from a crime scene?" The technician shoots an uncomfortable look at Perez. "When we prepared for my testimony, the prosecutor was quite specific about referring only to the fingerprint evidence in my testimony." I let that answer hang in the air for a long moment while affecting a puzzled frown. Is that unusual? Somewhat unusual. I guess the guy isn't willing to perjure himself to help the state make its case. I decide to pose a question he probably can't answer, one that I want the jury to start thinking about. Can you tell us what prompted the police to search the garage of Mr. and Mrs. Williams? The tech starts to shake his head before Perez objects. She gives me a satisfied smirk when Judge Blum agrees that the question is beyond the scope of the direct examination. I smile back. Her little triumph served only to draw attention to the matter of why they were in the garage. Some sixth sense tells me that the answer will be problematic for the prosecution. Thanks, Sylvia. My final question for the tech is if the leg of the workbench with the palm print was removed as evidence. It was. After he's dismissed, we ask the judge for a sidebar. "I think we're looking at a few pretty egregious discovery violations, Your Honor," I say after we cluster around the judge. We were not informed about the existence of the toolbox or the palm print. It appears that the prosecution intended to withhold this evidence from us. Resent that accusation, Perez hisses. That doesn't make it any less true, Mike shoots back. That's enough, Judge Blum cautions Mike, but he also gives Perez a hard look. We'll break for lunch now. Be in my chambers in 5 minutes. With that, he turns on his heel, climbs back to the bench, and announces the early recess. After a heated 15-minute confrontation in chambers, the judge says he's going to think about the alleged discovery violation and will tell us tomorrow morning what, if anything, he proposes to do about it. Mike and I petitioned for and received the judge's agreement that our fingerprint expert will be granted immediate access to the physical evidence from the garage, including the toolbox and the leg of the workbench. Arrangements are made to facilitate the examination. As long as we're at it, and Judge Blum seems to be a little pissed with Perez, we also ask for access to Reg's cell phone. The phone hasn't been produced as evidence, Blum replies. With all due respect, Your Honor, it should be, I say. The state has made the claim that Mr. Williams made a call to the victim using his phone. Blum looks to Perez. Counselor? We have not specified what phone the defendant used to make that call. Splitting hairs, Your Honor, Mike argues. The caller ID on Marcia's phone shows that the call is alleged to have been made from Reg's cell phone number. We haven't identified it as such in court, Perez counters. We simply stated that the call was made by the defendant. Blum looks exasperated. I can't say I blame him. The caller ID on the victim's phone indicates that the call was from Mr. Williams' cell phone? He asks Perez. That's correct, Your Honor, but we haven't made that claim in court. Semantics, Counselor, the judge tells her with a sigh. Then he meets Mike's gaze. You referred to the call as alleged, Mr. Williams. Is that merely lawyerly hyperbole, or is there a basis for using that term? Without going into great detail, Your Honor, we have reason to question the origin of the phone call. Our experts inform us that they require access to the phone to further their investigation. Perez edges forward in her seat and addresses the judge. I don't know what the defense is cooking up here, Your Honor, but it sounds like they're on a fishing expedition to gin up some fantasy explanation for their client's call. This is clearly an effort to mislead the jury. I urge you not to allow them to do so. That's pretty rich, coming from an attorney who just got caught withholding evidence, Mike retorts. The judge shoots him a warning look, but, tellingly, doesn't admonish him for the outburst. Maybe Perez has gone too far, even for a magistrate favorably disposed toward the prosecution. Blum steeples his fingers and dips his chin, perhaps thinking about the matter at hand, perhaps asking for divine intervention to rescue him from squabbling lawyers. We're still waiting to see Mr. Williams' phone, Your Honor, I say. He sighs again. I'll have my clerk arrange for your people to study the phone without it leaving police custody. She'll contact you when arrangements have been made. Fair enough? I assume someone from the police department will be present during the examination, Your Honor? Mike asks. That's correct. Any problem with that? Mike shakes his head. I think that's best all around, but we don't want the police to hear or record our experts during the examination. Agreed. I'll instruct the police to permit a degree of privacy. They'll be able to see but not hear your experts during the examination. Mike nods his approval. Excellent, Your Honor. Thank you. Blum scribbles another entry on his legal pad. Any idea how much time your experts will need? Not long, Your Honor. Their best guess is 30 minutes or so. Blum looks up over the rims of his reading glasses. That's all? So they tell me. Let's allow an hour so they aren't rushed, Blum says as he writes. I'll stipulate that they are to be given more time if needed. I want this matter resolved as quickly as possible. Thank you, Your Honor, Mike says. We'll expedite things as best we can. Blum sets his pen down. That would be appreciated, gentlemen. I do understand that time is tight and that you're scrambling to keep up. I'll do what I can to ensure that your client gets a fair shake, but I want to keep this trial moving forward. Maybe I read this guy wrong. He's clearly well disposed toward the prosecution, but this is a display of judicial impartiality I hadn't expected. Reason for hope? Thank you, Your Honor, Mike says. Yes, I add, we appreciate it. Is there anything else we need to address? Blum asks. I meet Mike's eyes. He shrugs, so I reply, Nothing from our side, Your Honor. The judge looks to the prosecutor. Miss Perez? The state would like an opportunity to address these so-called discovery violations, Your Honor. Blum gives her a long look. Is there something more than what you've already claimed, Counselor? Too much work? Not enough time? Perez sits stone still with her gaze locked on Blum. She finally seems to realize that she's pushed him a little too far. No, Your Honor. Send me a written explanation for the discovery violations by close of business today, Miss Perez. We'll meet here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I'll let you know what I've decided in terms of sanctions and/or remedies. It's been a good morning, far better than I expected. Blum seems to be losing patience with the prosecution's assumption that he'll tilt the playing field in its favor. Maybe it's true that he's so inclined, but Perez may be pushing too hard to milk that advantage. Still, the prosecution has scored some points. We've hopefully sown some doubt about portions of the evidence, but we certainly haven't explained it away. Perez will keep hammering away after lunch with more witnesses, pushing the morning's events into the background. Court will be out of session for a little over an hour, so we head for the office to regroup and talk with Jake and Max. I'm anxious to hear what, if anything, they've turned up. Chapter 33. We're back in the Brooks and Valenti conference room within 10 minutes. Penelope swaddles me in napkins so I don't slop cheese and sauce on my shirt and tie before we start wolfing down a pizza lunch. Not a good look for a lawyer in a courtroom, partner. We get to work, beginning with Mike explaining the discovery violations and what happened in the judge's chambers a short time ago. Blum is considering sanctions against the prosecutor, Jake asks incredulously. No shit. No shit, Mike replies. Perez pushed too far. I wonder if maybe Blum is simply showing a little judicial independence, or even displaying a sense of fairness none of us has given him credit for possessing. I put the thought aside and tell Jake, Max, and Penelope about Mrs. Conklin's strangely truncated appearance, concluding, I'm going to interview her. I want to know what Perez is trying to hide. They listen intently while we tell them about the garage evidence. I'd like to know what prompted Caulfield to search there, Jake mutters around a mouthful of pizza. I nod. You and me both. So, now you know what happened in court. What have you got for us? Max leads off. Still waiting on our request to see Cohen's juvie file. We should try to enlist Judge Blum to help move that along, Penelope says. Can we show sufficient cause to poke around in it? I know the son of a bitch is hiding something, Max says hotly. The judge may need more than that, Penelope responds dryly. Max chuckles. Maybe. The fact that there is a file tells us that whatever he did was pretty bad. A con man like him would have had the file expunged if he could. If it hasn't been, he got caught doing some serious shit. Such as? I ask. Class A felony cases are tried in adult court and can't be expunged. Probably something violent or sex-related. How do we sell that to Judge Blum as something that needs to be looked into? I ask. Good question, Penelope murmurs. Where's the relevance? Max frowns. We've got him lying about the office rental. Not enough, Jake counters. I polish off my first slice of pizza and wash it down with a gulp of iced tea. I expect Amundsen will be on the stand this afternoon. I want to make sure that she provides an alibi for Cohen in open court, and then call her back after we hear from Rick Mellinson and Lamar Green. Who are they? Max asks. 2 of the agents who were at the training session the night Marcia was murdered, I reply. They claim that Cohen left the training session. If we can impeach Amundsen's alibi for Cohen and show that they've been lying to cover for him going out that evening, might it spark the judge's interest? It might, Jake says, with a look at Penelope. It might, she agrees. It would be better to impeach him in front of the jury. That might not happen, Mike says. Perez may have put Cohen on their witness list just to keep him away from us. We can call him during our case, I say. That leaves it awfully late in the game, Mike argues. And it doesn't help us today, Jake says. I'll be surprised if Perez doesn't rest by the end of the day tomorrow. If she does, this could be all over early next week. The sooner the jury knows we've got another plausible suspect, the better. I don't think we have enough to suggest he's plausible, Penelope counters. Let's catch Amundsen in a lie on the stand today, I say. We can take our suspicions to the judge after that and persuade him to let us have a look at Lucas's file based on his renting the training space with a lie, plus the suspect alibi. Jake nods. Might work. I assume a juvenile file contains fingerprints? I ask before I plunk a second slice of pizza on my plate. Max gives me an odd look. Yeah. Are palm prints usually taken with fingerprints these days? As a rule, no. But sometimes, I press. Sometimes, Jake allows. Why? I'm thinking about the palm print on the workbench in the Williams' garage. Jake shakes his head. We're a long way from making enough of a case against Cohen to ask for prints. Blum won't give us anything willingly, Max adds. I shrug. Going all Pollyanna here, maybe there's a palm print in his juvie file. 100 to 1 says no, Max replies. Maybe 1,000 to 1. I smile. What's it going to be, Max? I'll take 1,000 to 1 odds. Oh, yeah? Damned right. He chuckles. I'm on a pension, pal. I'll give you 100 to 1 for a buck. Jake snorts. Couple of big-time gamblers, you two. We ignore him and shake on the bet. Mike announces that he's talked with our experts and that they will be on top of the phone and fingerprint evidence the moment they get clearance to have a look. I finish my pizza, take a pointed look at my watch, and turn to Jake. What else have you intrepid detectives uncovered? He grins and slaps a piece of paper on the table. Doris Banks' son, Lionel, sent me a copy of her phone bill for February. She called her sister at 8:17 on February 4th. She said she made that call after Reg helped her in with the groceries? Penelope asks. That's her story, Jake replies. It's a few minutes later than we'd hoped, but it's still suggestive. I think we can sell it. If Doris holds up on the witness stand, Mike says. You never know until they get up there, of course, but I think she'll hold up pretty well, Jake says. Real nice lady. Perez will be playing with fire if she roughs her up. Cool. Jake's brow furrows. One wrinkle, though. Lionel told me that Doris has cancer and heart issues. She's been in and out of the hospital a bit. I'm buoyed by the news from Jake, but this is a puzzle with plenty of moving pieces, not the least of which may turn out to be Doris's health. We need her. A few minutes either way on the timeline makes a huge difference. Selling our timeline to the jury will be critical. It hardly needs to be said that Perez will be peddling her own version of who went where and when. Jake changes topics. I spoke with the previous receptionist, Eleanor Hawks. Whenever you get Amundsen on the stand, make sure she retells the story about Eleanor's bailing on them without leaving a forwarding address. Why? I ask. No time to get into it. I'll fill you in on the details later. For now, get Amundsen's original take on record. We'll go from there. What's on the agenda for court this afternoon? Max asks. Mike fields the question. We'll probably hear from Detective Caulfield first, then Amundsen. Jake offers a couple of additional pointers. Then we break up and head back to court. Chapter 34. Perez calls Detective Caulfield to the stand. He's dressed in a blue suit and tan shoes as he strides confidently from his seat behind the prosecutors to take the witness stand. Today he's wearing a yellow tie that he nudges into place after he's seated. Perez goes straight to the evidence from the garage. After a quick recap of what was found, she asks how it influenced the investigation. It was a seminal moment, Caulfield replies. The defendant was a person of interest from the earliest hours, of course, but we were exploring all avenues of investigation. The cache of evidence hidden in the garage raised additional suspicion. We're talking about Mr. Williams's running shoes and socks, plus his fingerprints on the murder weapon? Perez asks. I'm on my feet in a heartbeat. Objection, Your Honor. Grounds? Blum asks. No fingerprints were found on the murder weapon, let alone those of Mr. Williams, nor do we know who those sneakers and socks belong to. Blum turns to the prosecutor. Miss Perez? I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm afraid I misspoke. The judge stares at her for a long moment. Please strike that question from the record. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please disregard the question. Counselor Valenti's objection is 100% correct. Detective Caulfield, Perez continues. The defendant's fingerprint was found on evidence collected from the garage, correct? It was indeed. Coupled with the history of harassment, the phone call to Marcia Williams minutes before she was murdered, and the viciousness of the killing, we had no choice but to arrest the defendant as soon as we had the fingerprints. When I feel Mike tense beside me, I put a hand on his arm to forestall the objection I sense coming. Leaning close, I whisper, I'll clean that up on cross. I don't want to be objecting every time they mischaracterize something. Mike gives me a pained look, but nods while Perez continues. Were you able to collect DNA from any of this evidence, Detective? From the running shoes and socks, DNA samples were tested and found to be consistent with Reg Williams. What the hell? My stomach sinks at the news of DNA evidence. I text Penelope to contact the state's attorney's office. We need that report yesterday. We suffer through another hour of Caulfield and Perez rehashing the police investigation without adding anything significant to the story they're selling. Mike and I tacitly agree not to object to much of anything, which seems to encourage them to embellish here and there. I make a note of each time they do. The more the jury listens to slick Brett Caulfield, the less they seem to like him. Of course, I may be projecting. When Perez finally releases Caulfield to me, I take my time gathering my notes before standing and slowly walking to within 5 feet of him. The plan is to keep this relatively short. We'll have another shot or two at this guy. I hope our experts arm us with more ammunition before we do. Good afternoon, Detective, I begin pleasantly. Counselor, he says dismissively. I'm curious how you came to be in a garage that isn't directly connected to Reg Williams. Did you obtain warrants to search the garages of everyone in the Williams family? Of course not. Other than Reg Williams' apartment and car, did you search any other properties connected with the Williams family? No. Why not? He shrugs. No reason to. What made the garage different? Something prompted you to seek a search warrant for that location, Detective. What was it? We received a tip. From whom? It was anonymous. An anonymous tip that just happened to direct you to what you characterized as a cache of evidence. Interesting. Did the police discover the source of this tip? Inquiries were made. We were unable to trace a source. Did a detective speak with the person offering this tip? No. It came in as a random phone call? No, we received the information from the state's attorney's office. They couldn't tell you where it came from? They did not. It's an interesting non-answer. Is he saying that the state's attorney's office could not or would not disclose the source of the tip? I decide not to challenge him on it. There'll be a chance to do so next time around with this guy. Quite a fortunate break for you, wasn't it? I ask. We're happy to receive whatever public assistance we're offered, Counselor. You'd be surprised how often cases are solved by good citizens stepping up to the plate. Did it give you pause to receive an anonymous tip directing you to evidence you would not have found on your own? I'm confident we would have found this evidence even without a tip. I cross my arms and give him an admiring look. Is that so? Are you saying you would have eventually searched every property with a connection to the Williams family? That's a hypothetical, Counselor, he replies smugly. Thanks to a concerned citizen, we'll never know the answer to that question. I take a deep breath to steady my nerves, then dip a toe into the DNA bombshell. Let's talk a bit about the evidence you found in the garage, Detective. I'm sure it was inadvertent, but you and Miss Perez left us with the impression that you found DNA from Reg Williams in the garage. Was his DNA found on the shoes? Not specifically. Was his DNA found on the sneakers or not? There was a great deal of Marcia Williams' blood and DNA found on the sneakers. My question was if there was DNA from Reg Williams. There may have been some mixed in. Did your DNA analysis determine that there was a match with the DNA samples Mr. Williams voluntarily provided? It couldn't be ruled out. Blum is annoyed. Please answer the question categorically, Detective. Does the science state that Reg Williams' DNA is on those sneakers, yes or no? Caulfield replies, no. Was that so hard, asshole? So, to be clear, Detective, DNA from Reg Williams was found on the socks, but not on the sneakers? That's correct. Did I just raise a smidgen of doubt about the DNA evidence? Probably not, but Caulfield may have hurt himself in the eyes of the jury. That's something, I guess. I take a step closer to him. How is your investigation into the undefined palm print progressing? We haven't turned up a match. Yet, correct? You're still looking into it? Nothing much to look into, Counselor. It's not as if there is an extensive palm print repository like we have with fingerprints. You're not curious about it? Curious, yes. Concerned, no. Why is that, Detective? We got what we needed in that garage. That's an interesting characterization. Shouldn't the investigation be gathering all evidence connected to the case? We are, he replies curtly. The palm print isn't connected to this case. Perhaps I missed something, I counter. My understanding is that the police are obligated to look into every bit of evidence they come across in the course of an investigation. Am I wrong? We've done exactly that. You checked Reg Williams' palm print against the one from the garage, right? We have. Did it match? Inconclusive. Inconclusive or not a match? Same thing. No, they're not. Do I need to recall the fingerprint technician, Detective? He glares at me and mutters, not a match, but the defendant cannot be ruled out. I shake my head for the benefit of the jury. We'll let our expert tackle that. Every little wound we can inflict on Caulfield helps our case. I presume that attempting to match the unidentified palm print to its owner is a priority for Cedar Heights PD, Detective Caulfield. If we come across anyone else with a possible connection to the garage, we'll look into it. How about all the other persons of interest you were investigating before you found the evidence in the garage? Have you taken their palm prints for comparison? We caught the guy responsible. I paste a look of profound concern on my face. Did the fact that there was no blood on the outside of the toolbox concern you? Not at all. The defendant obviously stashed the toolbox in his parents' garage sometime after he killed his wife. Did you find any trace of blood evidence at Mr. Williams's home or in his vehicle? We did not. Do you have a theory of where he hid the knife and shoes before he supposedly put them in this toolbox? We asked him, of course, but he is insane, Caulfield replies. Do you find it odd that only a single fingerprint was found on the lid of the toolbox? Not at all. I don't know about you, Detective, but I don't recollect ever carrying a toolbox without touching the handle. You've probably never carried a toolbox with a murder weapon inside, Counselor. I imagine Mr. Williams wore gloves, just like he did when he killed his ex-wife. That's the second time you stated that Mr. Williams killed the victim, Detective. That's not a fact. He shrugs, so I turn to the bench. Your Honor. Blum turns to Caulfield. Mr. Valenti is correct, Detective. Please refrain from making inflammatory remarks in my courtroom. As you wish, Your Honor. Do you have an opinion about the origins of this toolbox, Detective? I ask. Do you think it was already in the garage, or was it brought into the garage with the knife and shoes already inside? We can't know for sure, but my opinion as a trained investigator is that it was most likely already in the garage. Any idea how Reg Williams might have gained access to the garage undetected? The look Caulfield gives me can't be described as anything but a derisive sneer. Seriously? I wait impassively. I imagine the whole family have keys to that house. Do you know that for a fact, Detective? Stands to reason. You didn't inquire into who has keys? We did not. Why? I don't see the relevance, Counselor. For one, that really doesn't tell us anything worthwhile, even if they claimed that the defendant didn't have a key. We can hardly rely on the word of family members, can we?" "Why not?" I ask. "Does the family have a history of lying to the police?" "They're family, counselor. Of course they'd cover for one of their own." "I see," I replied dryly. "Just out of curiosity, do you know if the house key works in the garage door?" That pulls him up short, but only for a beat, hopefully long enough for the jury to notice. The jerk never even asked? "Detective," I prompt. "I can't say for sure. We probably did. Perhaps you can find out and let us know?" "We can probably do that." "Please do," I say, before looking to the judge. "Can the court please direct the state to deliver that information to us by close of business today, Your Honor?" He nods and looks to Perez. "Make it happen, counselor." She nods, but isn't happy to do so. I thank the judge and turn back to Caulfield. "Are you familiar with the term tunnel vision as it relates to a criminal investigation, detective?" His eyes narrow. He knows where I'm going. "Of course," he mutters. "Is there any possibility that your investigation made that mistake in this case?" "Absolutely not." "You seem to be very incurious about the origin of some of your evidence." "Objection," Perez snaps. "Withdrawn," I say immediately. "May I rephrase, Your Honor?" Blum gives me a long-suffering look, knowing all too well that I accomplished exactly what I wanted to when I tossed the accusation out in the hearing of the jury. "Please do, counselor." I lock eyes with Caulfield for a long moment so the jury can study his little hate face. When I sense the judge growing restless, I break eye contact and look up to the bench. "Nothing further for this witness at this time, Your Honor. We reserve the right to recall him later." Without another glance at Caulfield, I turn my back on him and return to our table, taking care not to glance at him again as he struts back to his seat behind Sylvia Perez. Mike lifts a hand in front of his mouth, leans close, and whispers, "Nice work." "It was, wasn't it?" I reply quietly. Blum calls a 15-minute recess, which gives me a chance to check my phone for messages. There's a text from Len Dixon. "Don't know what you did, but I've got an appointment to examine Reg's cell phone at 5:00 p.m. Good work." As if that isn't enough, when I open my email, there's a message from our fingerprint guy. He's been summoned to Cedar Heights PD for 8:00 tomorrow morning, where a bailiff will accompany him while he examines the garage evidence. I tell Mike. "I'll be damned," he says with a smile. "That's great. Perhaps we'll have sound answers to work with before the prosecution rests. If not, I'm hopeful we can at least solidify our case before we have to start presenting it. The issue of Doris Banks's health issues eats at me. Her testimony will be crucial. What if we lose her before she can testify? I'll kick it around with Penelope. Maybe we should properly depose Doris." Perez calls Rachel Amundsen after the break. I hope they spend plenty of time together to widen the scope of what I can explore on cross-examination. They don't disappoint, which I find a little surprising. Perez seems uncharacteristically undisciplined in allowing Amundsen to deliver long, rambling answers that frequently range well beyond the original question. By the time my turn comes, they've given me several topics to dig into. I dive right in. "You testified that Marcia organized the training session your agency held at an off-site location the night she was murdered." "That's correct." "She rented the facility, hired an outside trainer, all of that?" "Yes." "So, Amundsen's starting off with a whopper. Good. She can't lie often enough for my liking." "You attended the training session, didn't you?" I ask. "Yes, I did." "There were, if I understand correctly, 4 novice insurance agents in attendance, plus an associate of yours, a Mr. Lucas Cohen. Is that everyone?" "I believe so, yes." "This training session was in progress when Marcia Williams was murdered shortly after 8:00, correct?" "That's right. We started at 6:30 and finished up around 8:30. "Nobody left the building where the training was taking place in that period, between 6:30 and 8:30? "That's correct. We took a couple of 5-minute bathroom breaks, and one of the agents stepped outside for a quick smoke. He was back inside when we restarted. You and Mr. Cohen were there at all times?" She looks a little exasperated. "Yes."
Is Mr. Cohen an employee of your agency? Heavens, no. We use Mr. Cohen for training purposes now and again. So he's a regular work associate you have some history with? Some history may be overstating things, but our paths have crossed from time to time. You and Mr. Cohen have crossed paths professionally, and that's the extent of it. Her eyes meet mine with a hint of concern, as if she's trying to divine exactly what I know, but she's already locked into a single potential answer. That's correct. We may have had a coffee or two before or after a training session, or maybe while planning one. Did you arrange for him to deliver the training on February 4th? She looks off to the distance in a show of trying to recollect a distant memory. No, Marcia must have called him. Do you recall speaking with me in the days immediately following Marcia's passing? I do, she replies warily. Do you recall telling Miss Perez this afternoon that you suspected Reg Williams as soon as you heard about Marcia's murder? Yes, I did. Of course I did. I knew what Marcia went through with Reg. Lying bitch. Do you recall telling me that you couldn't imagine Reg doing something like that? That doesn't sound right. Perhaps you're remembering our conversation incorrectly. I walked back to the defense table and plucked the transcript of the interview off the table. As you'll recall, Miss Amundsen, I asked for and received your permission to record our meeting. I have the transcript right here. Her eyes narrow. I don't recall agreeing to that. It's on tape. If you say so. I smile agreeably, then take a moment to consult the transcript as if I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. Here we are. Let me read what you said about the idea of Reg being the killer. Reg? He could be a little volatile, but I can't imagine him doing that. That's what you told me, Miss Amundsen. I'm curious why you would say that to me on the same day you told the police they should be looking at Reg as the killer. Can you explain that to us? She struggles to come up with something. I'm afraid I can't. I knew you were friends with the Williams family. Perhaps I didn't want to say something that might hurt them. I let my disbelieving gaze linger on her for a moment before I leisurely stroll back to set the transcript on the table. She's been caught in a lie. Let her stew up there in front of the jury. I start to walk back, then pause and retrieve the transcript again. I'd like to enter this transcript and the original recording into evidence, Your Honor. Objection, Perez snaps. This leads to another sidebar at the bench. There's no basis to believe in the probity of this recording, Perez argues. Blum points out that she's on the verge of accusing me of misconduct. Do you wish to lodge that complaint formally? She backs down. After entering the transcript and a thumb drive with the original recording into evidence, I plant myself in front of the witness stand. Miss Amundsen, when we spoke on February 26th and I asked you who had keys to the office, you didn't mention that Reg Williams had one. Do you remember that? Perhaps. Your receptionist joined us for a couple of minutes, and the topic of office keys came up. You suggested to me that you'd forgotten to tell the police that Reg had a key, yet you testified today that you told the police the day after the killing that Reg had a key. You even claimed that you warned Marcia about him having a key. Things were so crazy, she murmurs in a sad, sad voice. I'm sure they were, Miss Amundsen. Still, it seems odd that the story you told me is so different from what you'd already told the police. Why the different stories? She shrugs. As I say, things were crazy. With the benefit of time to reflect, which of those stories is the true one? Did you always suspect Reg? I guess that must have been somewhere in the back of my mind. Telling the police the next day that Reg probably did it doesn't sound like something buried at the back of your mind, Miss Amundsen. Her eyes narrow fractionally. It is what it is. You keep track of your office keys, don't you? I guess so. The receptionist looks after that. And yet your receptionist didn't seem to think Reg had a key. Wouldn't she know? I really can't say. Maybe Reg stole Marcia's key and made a copy. That's easy enough to do. Not necessarily. Your Manico office keys can't be duplicated without the owner's permission. Maybe Marcia made him one. Do you keep a key log at your office? I don't. The receptionist might. Your current receptionist, Miss Aretha Jackson, started working for you in January. The prior receptionist worked with you for many years. She probably knows about the key history. Yes, well, she wasn't the most reliable person, Amundsen replies testily. That's why we couldn't keep her on any longer. Do you know how to reach her? Perhaps she could help clarify matters. Perez stands. Your Honor, Mr. Valenti is asking about things we didn't bring up in direct testimony. Is he going somewhere with this? Blum looks down at me. Counselor, this concerns the office keys, a topic that is in play. If you'll indulge me for another question or two, I'll be done, Your Honor. He gives me a doubtful look, but nods. Wrap it up quickly. Do you have contact information for your prior receptionist? I ask Amundsen. She's somewhere in the UK, rural, I believe. She never spoke much of that, now that I think of it. Maybe there was something in her past there that she was avoiding or running from. I don't know. Anyway, she promised to send me a forwarding address, but never did. Maybe she didn't want to report last year's income on her taxes. I'm not sure how that works in the UK. I give her a long look when she finishes smearing her former employee. I've done what Jake asked me to. I guess we'll see what it does for us down the line. Time to dial things back a bit. Losing Marcia must have hurt business, I say with as much empathy as I can summon. She lifts a shoulder in the suggestion of a shrug. Things haven't been easy. Marcia was a great partner. There was life insurance money for the agency. As I told Miss Perez, there was a little, thank goodness. Your Honor, Perez says in an exasperated sigh. Hasn't this meandering questioning gone on long enough? I have only one more question for this witness, Your Honor, I say when he looks to me. One more question, Mr. Valenti. Thank you, Your Honor. I turn back to Amundsen. What became of Marcia's clients? Does the agency now collect all of her premium income? The terms of our partnership agreement mandated that. As if the agreement forces poor Rachel to pocket Marcia's income stream against her will. It's quite an act. Just to be clear on this point, Miss Amundsen, you are the agency, correct? All money that flows into Amundsen Insurance ends up in your bank account. Isn't that right? After expenses. I give her a long look, then sneak a peek at the jury. They didn't miss my point. That's all I have for this witness, Your Honor, I announce. We may wish to recall Miss Amundsen at a later date. So noted, Judge Blum says. Perez spends a few minutes trying to rehabilitate her witness. I don't think she has much success. Amundsen was caught out in a couple of obvious lies. Jurors don't like that. Once Amundsen is off the stand and the judge calls a short break, we approach the bench. We'd like to recess for the day, Mike says. Blum's expression isn't inviting. Why, Counselor? I'm anxious to move this trial along. Mike's eyes cut to Perez. Judging by the state's witness list, I suspect they're close to resting. Blum is clearly annoyed. I'll see you in chambers. The judge invites us to make our case as soon as we're seated. We feel that it's important for us to have our expert opinions in hand to cross-examine witnesses, Your Honor, Mike says. Our telephone expert has an appointment to see Mr. Williams' phone late this afternoon, and our fingerprint expert will have access to the garage evidence tomorrow morning. Thank you for facilitating that, by the way, Your Honor. Blum tips his chin. You're welcome. Mike continues. Our investigators are also still at work processing late discovery materials and initiating additional inquiries based on that information. As I believe was clear from today's testimony, we feel there are significant holes in the prosecution case. What we learn from the discovery materials may be critical. We may choose to recall prosecution witnesses. The judge thinks for a long moment before his eyes settle on Perez. How close are you to resting? Probably tomorrow. Blum looks to Mike. Mr. Williams? As a simple matter of fairness, Your Honor, we believe we need more time. I don't disagree, Counselor, Blum says, then falls silent and stares up at the ceiling for a moment longer. His eyes fall to Perez. I'm inclined to agree with the defense. The people do not want to lose momentum, Your Honor, she says. The defense should have done its work before trial. Allowing it to make up the time now isn't fair.
Rushing to trial isn't necessarily fair either, Miss Perez, he counters. Delivering discovery late isn't fair. We did the best we could under immense pressure, as I'm sure Mr. Williams and Mr. Valenti have done as well, he says. As a matter of fairness, perhaps we should call it a day and go dark tomorrow to allow the defense to digest whatever their experts have to say about the evidence. You can wrap up your case in chief on Friday, and we'll start the defense case Monday morning. Perez's eyes flash. With all due respect, Your Honor, that would impose an undue burden on the people. In what way, Counselor? This is simply a ploy by the defense to buy themselves time to do what they should have already done. Blum shakes his head. Consider this my remedy for your discovery violations, Miss Perez. But, Your Honor, the judge lifts a hand to cut her off. I've made my decision, Counselor. We're done for today, and we'll remain in recess until Friday morning. We'll stay in session Friday for as long as it takes you to finish presenting your case in chief. Perez bites back whatever retort crosses her mind, but her eyes signal her outrage. Blum's lips tighten. You're getting off lightly, Miss Perez. Don't push your luck. Pleased as I am with the brief respite, the judge has just locked us into opening Monday morning. We're not ready. Chapter 35. Dino is beside himself with excitement to be in the backyard on a warm and sunny spring afternoon, especially with so many nice people spilling bits of food on the ground, accidentally and not so accidentally. It's been a long winter, and our mutt loves lounging in the sun. I started out trying to discourage people from feeding the fat old fart, but quickly gave up. I hope people are this generous to me when I hit 100 in people years. The Reg Williams Defense Brain Trust has gathered for a working lunch that we expect to extend well into the afternoon. I'm sick of offices and courtrooms, so I suggested we gather at our house. Mike, Jake, Max, and I are dressed casually and have cracked open a few adult beverages. Penelope, who has come straight from the office, is dressed for court. I get her a glass of lemonade. Lunch was ordered in from Portillo's, a Dino favorite. Trial talk is forbidden until we finish eating. After I reluctantly drag myself out of an Adirondack chair and gather up the trash, we freshen up our beverages, and I retrieve Jake's murder book from the kitchen. We gather around the patio table. I'll get things started, I say, before meeting Max's gaze. Sarah and Brittany went through all the February 4th video of the street that runs past the alley behind the building where Marcia was murdered. Cohen's car isn't there. Damn, Max mutters. However, I add while sliding a photograph across the table, they found this. The enlarged photo is a grainy screen grab that captures the face of a man through the driver's side window of a panel van. It's time-stamped February 4th at 8:02 p.m. The guy has turned his head toward the camera as he passes under a streetlight. The girls thought he looked familiar and compared it to a Facebook headshot of Cohen. They think it's him. I'm not sure. It might be. Cohen? Max asks. You tell me. He looks harder. Jake leans in to look as well. Could be, Max grumbles. I'd like a better picture. Let's get it enhanced, Jake suggests. If it is him, holy shit. Indeed, I say drolly. If you got an electronic copy of that, I'll email it to the owner of a photo lab I've worked with in the past, Jake says. He should have it back to us within the hour. Really? Penelope asks. Jake nods. I email a copy to Jake, who's already talking on the phone. Sending it right now, he says. As quick as you can, pal. Thanks. What else have we got? I ask. Got a picture of Lucas and Rachel last night, Max says with a grin. Nothing steamy, but heads together huddling about something or other at a subway. Send it to me, I say. Check your email, he replies. While I check, Mike's phone rings. He gets up and walks into the house while he takes the call. How long did they spend at Subway? Jake asks Max. Not long, 10 minutes or so. Said whatever they needed to say and went their separate ways. Mike strides back outside with a smile. Well, well, we got ourselves a tip about who told the state's attorney to have a look at Mom and Dad's garage. If my anonymous caller is to be believed, Gabby Garcia passed that gem along to her pal Sylvia Perez. How in the hell did Garcia get it? Jake asks. Maybe put her on the stand when we present our case and ask, Mike suggests. Think it through, Max says. Who do you think gave the dumb bitch the tip? Who? I ask. The killer. Who else knew what was there? Jake adds. Jesus. Dumbass Valenti at your service. Pretty damned obvious. My expression must telegraph what I'm thinking. Don't sweat it, grasshopper, Jake says. Detectives Caulfield and Kemp didn't work it out either. I'm not sure that puts me in good company. Can't argue with that, Jake says with a laugh. What's happening with our petition for Cohen's juvenile record? Max asks Penelope. Nothing's happening. Not a priority for them, assuming we get it at all. I'm not overly optimistic. I feel air leaking out of my budding bubble of optimism. I met with our fingerprint expert this morning, Jake says. He's suspicious as hell about the toolbox fingerprint. Why only one? He also thinks it should be better quality on that surface. Thinks it might have been planted. Planted? I ask in surprise. A fingerprint? It can be done, Jake replies. Lift a good print with a piece of tape and paste it onto another surface. I had no idea. Seems like we're raising all kinds of doubts, but can't prove anything. Jake nods. True, but we're raising doubts on a number of issues. Reasonable doubt is our standard, Tony. We may be getting there. But DNA, Penelope says with a troubled expression. Yes, the damned DNA. It's not as reliable as commonly understood, but the public has been conditioned to accept it as the gospel truth. It's often the kiss of death, literally, for many a murder defendant. I glance at my watch. Len Dixon should be by soon. He's our phone expert? Max asks. I nod. Then we kick around the garage evidence for a few minutes until Dixon arrives. Some surprises for sure, he says after greetings are exchanged. 5 pairs of expectant eyes wait to hear more. Let's start at the beginning, he continues. I didn't realize that Reg's phone wasn't with him the night of the killing. What? Mike asks sharply. I guess he forgot it at work. The police tracked it, and it didn't move from that location until a little after 10 o'clock the next morning. The police tech told me they had high hopes of using location tracking to discover where Reg had been. What does that mean for us? Mike asks. Your guess is as good as mine, Jake replies. The prosecution will argue that he left the phone at work precisely so his movements couldn't be tracked. Of course they will, Mike grumbles before his eyes meet mine. Why in the hell didn't Reg tell us that? I shrug. Whenever I start to believe that Reg absolutely, positively didn't kill Marcia, we get another curveball. This. DNA. Too many surprises. What about the call history? Mike asks Dixon. No call to Marcia's phone that day. Could his phone have been used to make a call without leaving a history? I ask. Maybe by taking out the SIM card. Dixon shakes his head. His telco would still have a record. Another mystery. What's next? I ask after Dixon leaves. We spend some time nailing down our timeline, kicking around ideas for our opening statement, and firming up our witness list. We gather around Jake after his picture guy sends the enhanced photo. Lucas Cohen is the man in the van. I want Cohen's juvie file, Max grumbles. Do we have enough now to go to Judge Blum? Jake nods. With that screen grab, I think we do. We decide how to make the approach, then Mike calls the judge. We listen to Mike's end of the conversation. We'd like to see you this afternoon, Your Honor. Yes, we do think it's important. No, not with the prosecution. We need some help obtaining court records. We can explain if you give us 10 or 15 minutes. Yes, we're very aware of the risks of this being interpreted as an ex parte hearing, and we'll take care not to cross that line. Jesus, I hadn't even thought of that. I'm glad Mike did. We could jeopardize the entire case and have our butts sanctioned, or worse, by going to the judge with something that should be heard in open court, which means the prosecution present. We wait a long minute for Blum's decision. Mike's smile signals the verdict. Excellent. 4 o'clock it is, Your Honor. Thank you. Well? Jake, Max, and I all asked together. He doesn't want to risk ex parte trouble, so he made us an appointment with Judge Allman.
She's just back from a leave of absence and has a light calendar. For this afternoon, right? Jake asks. Mike nods. I look to Penelope. Can you draw up something by 4 o'clock? She gives me one of her "are you kidding me" smiles. No problem, partner. I chuckle. This is what keeps the good ship Brooks and Valenti afloat, folks. We spend a few minutes firming up the points we want to make, then Penelope gathers up her things. See you fellas at the courthouse. Mike and I meet her on the courthouse steps at 3:45. She hands me a manila envelope with a petition inside. For the judge. Then she hands each of us a photocopy. For you. You're coming in with us, right? Mike asks her. I wrote the petition, but you don't need me to argue it. Give it a read before you go in. There's nothing to it. You just need to sell it to the judge. I'd feel better if you came along, I argue. She smiles. I wouldn't. She lands a light punch to my shoulder and turns away. Go get him, guys. Mike chuckles. Guess we'd better read this thing. We go inside and sit on the first bench we come to. As promised, Penelope's request is short and sweet. Judge Jessica Allman is seated at a small conference table and waves us to the empty chairs when we're shown into her chambers. She's dressed in a pair of slacks and a cream blouse. A pair of casual black pumps completes her wardrobe. Mike hands her Penelope's petition. Allman spends a minute or two reading and thinking, then sets it aside. I've been following this trial. Lucas Cohen hasn't been much mentioned, has he? No, I reply. Why the sudden interest? She asks. Our interest isn't so sudden, Your Honor, I answer. It's been growing as we've dug deeper into the case. How so? I explain about the rental of the training facility for the night of the murder. So, Marcia Williams didn't make those arrangements after all, contrary to what Miss Amundsen told us in court, the judge says thoughtfully. We also have 2 witnesses from that training session who would testify that Cohen left the building from approximately 7:50 until 8:20 or even 8:30. Her eyes widen. I pull out my phone and open an email from Jake. I apologize for bringing this to you via my cell phone, but this is a picture of a man who certainly seems to be Mr. Cohen. It was captured by a security camera on the night of the murder. Captured where? Allman asks as she takes the phone out of my hand and studies the photo of Cohen behind the wheel of a panel van. I explain where it came from. There is no need to explain the significance of the time and date stamp. The police had this all along? She asks. I'm sure they didn't realize the significance of it, I reply. They've been pressed for time, and I don't think Mr. Cohen has ever been on their radar. The judge's eyes meet mine with a touch of bemusement. That's very generous of you, Mr. Valenti. I'm reminded of your references to investigative tunnel vision. Yeah, that is ironic, isn't it? Not that I'm about to share the thought. She continues. And you'll present testimony suggesting Mr. Cohen left the training session also runs counter to what Miss Amundsen said. It does. She shakes her head. I retrieve my phone and scroll through to Max's photo of Cohen and Amundsen at Subway last night. Mr. Cohen and Miss Amundsen may be somewhat more than occasional business acquaintances, I say, while sliding the phone back in front of the judge. This was taken by one of our investigators last evening. Allman studies the picture for a long moment, then raises her eyes to mine as she slides the phone back. Are there other instances of these 2 meeting? I hesitate. She lifts her hand and waggles her fingers for me to come clean. I show her the picture of Cohen and his friend on the balcony and explain the circumstances. We're pretty sure it's her. Our investigator was tailing Mr. Cohen. As you can see, the couple appeared to be more than acquaintances. Somewhat more, Allman says drolly. We've sent the picture to a photography specialist to see if it can be enhanced, I inform her. After seeing what Jake Sky was able to do with the Cohen van picture, it was a no-brainer to send this one along as well. Why did you wait to bring this forward? Allman asks. We didn't have all the pieces of the puzzle we have now, and, frankly, I didn't realize how much can be done with a photo until we saw what was done with the screen grab of Cohen in the van, I reply. We're not simply engaged in a scattershot Saudi fishing expedition, Your Honor, Mike adds pointedly. We're conducting a legitimate investigation into the murder. Point taken, Allman says. Provocative as all this may be, granting access to a juvenile record is a big step.
What do you hope to find?" Mike takes over. "There's clearly more here than meets the eye. Mr. Cohen's alibi for the time of the murder relies entirely on Miss Amundsen's assertion that he was at the training session from start to finish. Between what our witnesses tell us and the photograph of him near the murder scene, I think we can impeach that testimony and shred Mr. Cohen's alibi." She nods. "Cohen seems to have spent most of his adult life skating awfully close to the line in terms of legality." Mike continues. "Perhaps he learned a lesson as a younger man, perhaps not. The fact that his juvenile file hasn't been expunged is suggestive of a Class A felony and may indicate a history of violence." "That's possible, Mr. Williams," Allman says. "So is the possibility that he simply didn't apply to have his record expunged." "Granted," Mike allows. "There's also the unexplained palm print from the Williamses' garage," I add. "Perhaps Mr. Cohen's juvenile record contains a palm print." Mike shoots me a sideways glance. He and Jake think my fixation on that possibility is a wide-eyed innocence fantasy scenario. It may well turn out to be exactly that, but it may not. Allman tense her fingers. "Unlikely, counselor. Fingerprints, yes. A palm print? Unlikely, yet possible. Let me think for a minute or two," she says, then leans back in her chair and gazes up at the ceiling. The moment drags on and on. Finally, she drops her chin and pulls Penelope's petition in front of herself, scribbles something on it, makes some notes on a legal pad, and picks up the phone. "Can you come in here for a minute?" When her clerk enters, the judge rips the top page of her legal pad and hands it to the clerk with the petition. "Drop whatever you're doing and draft an order to have a copy of this individual's juvenile records delivered to Mr. Valenti and Mr. Williams. All the usual caveats about dissemination of the information. I want that file in their hands tomorrow morning." The clerk's eyes widen as she takes the paper. "Do we have vitals for the subject? Date of birth, address, place of birth?" Mike opens a file on his phone and rattles off all of it. At least one of us came prepared. The clerk shoots Mike a grateful smile. "This will speed things up. What number can I reach you at?" Mike gives his and my cell numbers, plus the Brooks and Valenti office address. "Thank you," she says. "I'll confirm receipt and follow up in the morning." "Good thinking," Allman says before she turns her gaze back to us with a wry grin. "No offense, but they're more likely to respond to pressure from a trial judge than from a couple of defense attorneys." Mike chuckles. "I can attest to that. Thank you." Allman turns back to the clerk. "Add a note with my cell phone number and make it clear that I can be reached at any time on this matter. Impress upon them that I won't be pleased if my deadline isn't met." The clerk nods and departs. "Anything else?" the judge asks. Mike gazes at her for a long moment with a twinkle in his eye. "A suggestion to Judge Blum for a directed verdict for acquittal?" Allman laughs and gets to her feet to shake hands with us. "Have a good evening, gentlemen." We leave the courthouse on a bit of a high and decide to go to our respective homes to review evidence and develop strategy. Some downtime alone should do us good. Mike heads off to visit his parents first to update them. I decide to stop by the office before heading home and leave Pat a voicemail in response to one from her asking me to call ASAP. Penelope looks up from her computer when I knock on her open door. "How'd it go?" "Good," I reply with a smile, then explain what happened. "Can't complain about how quickly Judge Blum made that happen. He's turning out to be an unexpectedly pleasant surprise," she says. "He is. Speaking of surprises, it's been my experience that there's usually an unpleasant surprise to counter every pleasant surprise in a trial." "Ever the optimist, partner," she says with a shake of her head. "Let's hope you're wrong this time." It's a nice thought. Unlikely, but nice. We spend 15 minutes or so chatting before I collect a pile of paperwork to lug home. Pat hasn't replied by the time I leave. Maybe whatever she called about isn't so urgent after all. I arrive home to find a police cruiser in the street with lights flashing, rocket into the driveway, and hop out of the car with my keys in hand. The front door is closed, so I hurry up the driveway and peek over the fence into the backyard. Still can't see anything, but hear voices in the alley, one of which I recognize as Mr. Vaccaro by the time I open the back gate and step out of my yard. Another Cedar Heights PD cruiser is in the alley. The rear door stands open with a patrol officer standing guard. I can see the outlines of a couple of people in the back seat. 2 other cops are chatting with Mr. Vaccaro, who introduces me. "Caught these guys snooping around your garage," the older cop tells me while gesturing at the cruiser. "Have a look. Do you know these characters?" I walk over and am surprised to see Tyrell Allen and a fellow punk in the back of the police car. "What are you doing here?" I ask Allen. He sneers at me and looks away. His buddy doesn't even look up. I tell the cop what little I know about Allen, mentioning our lone 2-minute encounter. No idea what he's doing here. The cop shrugs. "I don't either, but they came armed. You must have really pissed the guy off in your 2 minutes together." My eyes cut to the back seat of the cruiser. Jesus, what the hell is this about? "Now what?" I asked the cop. "We'll run them through booking, and they'll be back on the street tomorrow, doing whatever it is they do. You may want to keep your head up, sir." Chapter 36. As the cops pull away, I turn to look at the house and see Brittany peering back at me from the kitchen window. I give her a thumbs up and start walking toward the back door. She's at the stove, whipping up a feast of boiled hot dogs with a side of mac and cheese when I come in. How she can prefer boiled hot dogs to grilled dogs is a mystery I'll never understand. But she's the cook, so I grin and prepare to bear it. "Who were those guys?" she asks anxiously. "Just a couple of armed punks prowling the neighborhood," I reply, surprising myself by not providing more detail. I guess I just don't want her to worry any more than she has to. She's not sold on my answer. "You're not telling me everything, are you?" "Busted," I admit. "Have you heard me mention the punk who was fired from Amundsen Insurance because he and his brother lied on a policy?" She nods. "The one who gave Marcia a hard time and might have killed her?" "That's the guy, but he didn't kill her." "He didn't, or you think he probably didn't?" "Option 2, I reply. "So, someone to watch out for." "I suppose, although the cops just took him in." She frowns, and then gets back to her cooking. I head down the hallway to change. The food is ready when I return to the kitchen. We talk about my day in court, and she's telling me about her day at school when Pat finally returns my call. "Have you heard from Trish?" she asks anxiously. I haven't, but have been too busy and preoccupied to give it much thought. Things are good between us. I simply assumed that she's also busy for the past couple of days. I plan to touch base after dinner to suggest spending an hour or two together. Pat's anxiety focuses my thinking on how unusual it is that Trish and I haven't connected for 2 days. It's been some time since we've gone that long without so much as a quick phone call or text message. "No," I reply. "Is something wrong?" "I'll be there in 5 minutes," Pat replies before ending the call. I call Trish's cell, which goes straight to voicemail. Not unusual during a workday, but odd after hours. She tends to keep it with her. I leave a message. "Problem?" Brittany asks as I stare at the phone in my hand. "I don't know." "Who was it?" "Pat. She's on her way over." Brittany's expression brightens for a moment, then turns perplexed as she stares at me. "Something's wrong, Dad. Tell me what it is." I shrug. "I really don't know, honey. Guess we'll know in a few minutes." "You're not eating," Brittany says a minute later as I push bits of macaroni around my plate. "Guess I'm full." "You're scaring me, Dad. What did Pat call about?" "She asked if I heard from Trish today." "Did you?" I shake my head, then pull out my phone and call Trish's cell again. Nothing doing. My unease deepens. I carry my plate to the sink, rinse it off, and place it into the dishwasher. Then we wander into the living room and wait impatiently until Pat's Hyundai races down the street and stops at the curb. I hold the front door open while she hurries to the porch. "What's going on?" I ask. "Trish was supposed to meet me for lunch today and didn't show," Pat replies. "She's not answering her phone and didn't return my message. Her work voicemail still has Tuesday's greeting. I'm worried." "Now I am too," I mutter as we stand uncertainly just inside the front door. Brittany eases closer and looks up at me. "You two, talk a couple of times every day, don't you?" "Usually." "We need to do something," Pat says. "I called around to hospitals and checked with the police. No sign of her." My anxiety spikes with the mention of police and hospitals. Maybe we should go to her condo and have the building manager or security do a wellness check. "Let's go," Pat agrees. I hesitate when Brittany looks up expectantly. She wants to tag along. What if we find something she shouldn't see?
Can you hold the fort here? I ask her. Someone should be here in case Trish calls or comes by. We shouldn't be more than an hour. Brittany looks disappointed. Thanks, honey, I say before grabbing my car keys. I'll call after we check things out, Pat assures her. It's a tense 20-minute drive to Lake Point Tower, while Pat and I steel ourselves for whatever we might find. I park out front and hurry to the security desk. The man there recognizes me. Good evening, sir. I'll ring Miss Pangborn. The security officer lets the call ring for a good 20 seconds before he sets the phone back in its cradle and meets my gaze. Was she expecting you, sir? I note the name tag affixed to his breast pocket, explain the situation, and conclude, perhaps you can do a wellness check, Harry? His face turns ashen as I speak. You've called several times throughout the day, correct? I tilt my head at Pat. We both have. How recently? I shrug. 20 minutes? Harry plucks a radio from his belt and summons another guard before turning back to us. He's a younger guy, so I'll come upstairs with you to make sure we do this properly. The rules for wellness checks are quite specific. Some of our residents can be vocal when expressing their displeasure. I can only imagine. Your show, sir. A much younger man marches into the lobby and eyes us. Problem, Harry? Stay here while I do a wellness check. The younger man's eyes widen a bit, almost in excitement. I suppose not much of interest happens around here. I hope that's the case tonight. The elevator whisks us up to the 53rd floor, and we hurry to Trish's condo. Harry raps his knuckles on the door. Miss Pangborn? Security? No answer. Harry repeats the knock-and-call routine, waits 15 seconds, then turns to me. Would you mind calling one more time? If her phone is here, we should hear it ring. I dial Trish's number. We don't hear it ring. Voicemail again, I announce when it kicks in. A fine sheet of sweat coats Harry's forehead. He nods unhappily and detaches a key ring from his belt, flips through the jumble of keys for several seconds, then inserts one. It doesn't turn. Damn, he mutters while selecting another key to try again. This time the lock clicks. Harry eases the door open a couple of inches. Miss Pangborn? He calls. Silence. I expect Harry to order us to wait before he edges inside, but he doesn't, so we follow him in. Everything appears normal, but a noxious odor hangs in the air. Pat wrinkles her nose in distaste. Bleach? I nod uneasily. Looks okay, Harry murmurs to himself as he walks into the living room. I step sideways to have a look in the kitchen. Pat follows. Nothing out of the ordinary, so I enter the hallway that leads to the powder room and Trish's bedroom. The powder room door stands open, which is a little unusual, but I'm relieved to see it empty and undisturbed. That leaves only her bedroom. It's far too early for her to have gone to bed. The bedroom door is closed, which is also unusual. I reach for the door handle and hesitate. The stench of bleach smacks me in the face when I crack the door open. What is it? Pat whispers. I don't answer as I push the door fully open. The room is dark. I switch on the light, kicking something on the floor as I do. It's an empty bleach bottle. Oh my God! Pat exclaims. I cover my nose against the toxic odor and gawk in horror at the scene before us. Trish's bedding is a tangled, bloody mess. Her duvet lies crumpled beside the bed, and a squashed pillow sits in the middle of the king-size mattress, partially covered by a balled-up bath towel. Where is she? Pat whispers. I hold a hand up so she won't follow, then step inside and peek around to see the floor on the far side of the bed. Another bloodied pillow. I step sideways to the door of the ensuite bathroom. A bath towel is balled up in the corner and a hand towel hangs out of the sink. The glass shower walls gleam, as does the tile inside. I turn to the oversized soaking tub, more towels, and another empty bleach container. No Trish. A brief burst of relief washes over me. The lifeless corpse I fear isn't here. I step back into the bedroom and find a wide-eyed Harry staring at me from the doorway with a look of dread. You shouldn't be in here, he says half-heartedly as he takes in the scene. She's not here, I tell him, as bewilderment replaces my spurt of relief. Where is she? Harry's expression seems to mirror what I felt. Relief, followed by confusion. Then his training kicks in, and he pulls the radio from his belt. Call the police, Harry tells his partner, then waves us after him. We follow him through the kitchen, into the front foyer, and out into the hallway. Pat slumps against the wall, then slides down to a sitting position with her back resting against it. Harry and I stand in mute horror while the possibilities of what we just witnessed wash over us. Something awful happened to Trish. That much is clear. I walk a few feet away and brace my forearms on the wall, rest my forehead against them, and will myself not to cry before anger begins to surge through me. A pair of Chicago police patrol officers arrive 10 minutes later, take a quick look inside, then step back into the hallway and call for detectives. "Were you in there?" one of them asks. Harry nods. "We did a wellness check. Didn't disturb anything." The older of the two patrol officers nods, although it's clear she wishes we hadn't gone inside at all. "Who lives here?" she asks Harry, who tells her. "And you are?" she asks Pat and me. We explain. "As near as I can tell, no one has seen nor heard from Trish since Tuesday night," Pat says anxiously. "You're her boyfriend?" the older cop, whose name tag reads Daniels, asks me. I nod. Pat explains about Trish's work voicemail. Daniels nods, but continues looking at me. "When did you last see Miss Pangborn?" "Tuesday night at my home." "Any idea who might have wanted to hurt her?" "Frankie," Pat says flatly. The cop's eyes cut to her. "Who's Frankie?" I don't hear the reply, as blood roars through my head. Pat may be right. I find Pat and Daniels staring expectantly at me and ask, "What?" "What do you think?" the cop asks impatiently. "About Frankie?" "That's what I asked. Do you think he might be involved?" "Son of a bitch," I mutter. "That bastard." "I'll take that as a yes," Daniel says, as her eyes stray back inside Trish's condo. "Why do you suspect him?" I glance at Pat, who proceeds to give her a quick rundown of why she suspects Frankie, concluding with, "You guys are already looking for him because of the death threats." Daniels listens, shakes her head slowly, then meets my eye. "Do you have contact information for your brother?" "No, but his wife will," I reply, then tell her about Joe and Carly. "I don't know where the hell he is, but they might. He might even be home by now. I've got the address at home. You can give all that to the detectives when they get here, and they can add it to whatever we already have on him." I nod. Daniels turns back to Harry. "I assume you've got plenty of CCTV around a place like this?" "Yes, madam." "Why don't you go downstairs and get it ready for the detectives?" Daniels turns back to me. "What time did the victim leave your house on Tuesday night?" My stomach falls when I hear Trish referred to as the victim. I swallow, think back, and glance at Pat. "I'm not sure. 8, maybe?" "You were with them?" Daniels asks Pat. She nods without taking her eyes from mine. "I left around 7:30 or so. Did she stay long after that?" "No," I say, as my eyes swing back to the cop. "Trish left shortly after Pat did, so 8's probably a good guess. Maybe Brittany remembers better," Pat suggests. "Who is Brittany?" Daniels asks. "My daughter." "She was home with you all evening?" I nod, which seems to relax Daniels a little. It's a moment before I realize that being able to vouch for my whereabouts is a good sign. "Excuse me," Daniel says before moving off to confer with her partner, who then heads for the elevator. A pair of detectives arrive shortly thereafter, confer with Daniels, then leave us in the hall while they go into Trish's condo. When a team of crime scene technicians arrive, the guy who seems to be the lead detective has them fingerprint us. "I expect we'll find your fingerprints around the place from previous visits," he tells me. Of course they will. From back in happier times. He has us repeat what we saw when we arrived. "You tripped over the bleach container?" "Yeah," I mutter. "The bleach is a bad sign in terms of evidence collection, right?" "Why do you say that?" "I'm an attorney. I know bleach plays hell with DNA. Whoever was here knows that, too. The place stinks of bleach, and I saw 2 empty bottles of the damn stuff." He turns to Pat. "You an attorney as well?" She shakes her head. "Reporter at the Tribune." He frowns. "Should we expect to see the story on the Trib website as soon as we cut you loose?" Pat's expression hardens. Trish is a friend, Detective. My thoughts haven't gone that far ahead. We stand in silence for a couple of minutes before Daniel's cell phone chirps. She walks farther away from us as she answers and listens, asks a couple of questions we can't hear, then slips the phone back into her pocket and walks back to stand in front of me. Did she have her car on Tuesday night? I nod. Yeah, why? It's not downstairs in the garage. Chapter 37. After a long night with little sleep and fewer answers, I arrive at court in a daze. I meet Mike in the hallway that leads to Judge Blum's courtroom and fill him in on the events of last night. Jesus, he mutters when I finish. You need to get out of here? I shake my head. There's nothing to do but wait it out. Might as well be here. Maybe it will get my mind off things. Mike looks at me for a long minute and nods toward the courtroom. Not to sound like an insensitive asshole or anything, but are you going to be any good to me in there? It's a good question. I'm tired as hell, but I'll do my best. I'm pretty good at compartmentalizing. Let's see how it goes. He gives me a doubtful look. Whatever you say, brother. Just say the word, though, and I'll take your witnesses. Perez recalls Detective Caulfield to the stand. They revisit their theory of the crime and recap the supporting evidence that led them to charge Reg. I struggle to focus while horrible images of Trish being attacked flood my mind. Perez and Caulfield offer no new evidence, but do a pretty good job of framing their case. Cross-examination won't be as simple for the good detective. Jake filled me in yesterday afternoon on what to expect from Amundsen's previous receptionist. She's more than willing to make the trip to testify. I had reached Mrs. Conklin by phone Wednesday night and learned a few things. We'll call her as a witness, too. As far as we're concerned, Caulfield conducted a half-assed investigation that suffered from the investigative tunnel vision I accused him of. Part of my job today is to set him up so we can drive that point home when we present our case. I won't keep you long, Detective Caulfield, I begin when Perez turns him over to me. Let's talk about the physical evidence from the garage of Mr. and Mrs. Williams. Have you had occasion to dig deeper into the tip the state's attorney received that prompted you to get a warrant? Why will we do that? He asks, in lieu of answering. Your Honor, I say, with a look at the bench. I have no patience for Caulfield's bullshit this morning. Please advise the witness to answer my question. Blum looks down at Caulfield. Answer the question, Detective. We did not. I'm about to ask why the origin of the tip doesn't interest him, then decide not to bother. The jury is going to remember this exchange when we dig deeper into the topic next week. I move on. I'd like to touch on the phone call that was allegedly made to Marcia Williams from Reg Williams' cell phone number. How deeply did you investigate that call? No need to look too hard, Counselor. The victim's call history says it came from the defendant's cell phone. The police also have Mr. Williams' cell phone, do they not? That's correct. Did you examine the call history on that phone? We did. I pause. I assume the police also contacted Mr. Williams' cell phone provider to obtain the call history from their records. That would also list the calls made from that cell phone, correct? The first hint of doubt enters Caulfield's eyes. We did? Did the phone itself or those records show that a call was placed to Marcia Williams' phone from Mr. Williams' cell phone? They did not. A murmur passes through the courtroom at this unexpected twist. Can you explain that, Detective Caulfield? No. Why not? Doesn't matter, he replies. Our assumption is that he removed the SIM card to make the call to the victim and then replaced it. What do you base that assumption on? Makes sense to us. Criminals always make mistakes, Counselor. It's time to discuss one of his. Let's review your timeline of events, Detective. Amundsen Insurance started its training session at approximately 6:30 that evening, correct? That's right. Where was Marcia Williams at that time? She was at the agency office. You're sure? He hesitates. That's the information we have. Is that supported by her cell phone tracking? I believe so. You believe so? Surely you reviewed those records as part of your investigation? There was no need to, Counselor.
Rachel Amundsen informed us that Marcia was in the office when she left for the training session. Did you investigate Marcia Williams' whereabouts between 6 and 8? She remained in the office. She did, or you assume she did? We have no reason to believe otherwise. Based on what, Detective? He glares at me. Nothing suggests otherwise. So, you're offering us your best guess in lieu of having investigated her whereabouts? Yes, I cut him off. Thank you for answering the question, Detective. Let's move on. He's visibly annoyed as he shifts in his seat. What's the next thing you can tell us for sure according to the timeline you've constructed? I ask. The defendant made a 13-second telephone call to the victim at 7:58. He then left his place of work and drove to the scene of the crime. What time did he leave work? Right after he made that call. The exact time, Detective? He left at 8 o'clock. Drove away or walked out of the store? Walked out the front door. Where was his car parked? There's an employee parking lot behind the store, so probably a minute or two to get to his car and, assuming he left right away, be on his way. Do you know when his car left the employee parking lot? We do not. It's a quick walk. I see. Continue, please. The next thing we know for certain is that the janitor arrived at work and discovered the victim's body. That was at 8:22. I make a show of consulting my notes. The 911 call was received at 8:22, Detective. The janitor testified he was at the office building for several minutes before he called 911, correct? Maybe a minute or so. I pick up my notes and read them again before looking up with a look of mild confusion. The testimony suggests the janitor was there for 5 minutes or more before he placed that call, Detective. His phone records show that he placed a call to his wife at 8:14 before he gathered up his things and went inside. Still plenty of time for the defendant to have arrived, butchered the victim, and departed. In all likelihood, the janitor just missed being slaughtered himself. He's a lucky man. The mention of slaughter is an unwelcome reminder of the scene at Trish's condo. I pushed the thought aside. You're suggesting Mr. Williams was at the insurance agency as late as perhaps 8:14? Correct. Did you review any security camera footage from Mr. Williams's apartment complex? There isn't any. Is there a CCTV system at the complex? There is, but it wasn't operative that evening. We wondered about that. Reg told us that there's a camera in the parking lot, something building management touts as part of their commitment to security. The building manager wouldn't discuss it with us, so we figured the police must have seized the footage. It certainly would have pinned down Reg's arrival time. Now we know why we haven't seen it. Damn. Have you timed the drive from Mr. Williams's store to the insurance agency? I ask. We have. 4 minutes, then another 6 for him to get home from the crime scene. Which leaves 5 minutes at the scene of the crime, whatever time he may have spent preparing, the murder itself, and cleaning up afterward. That's right, very doable. 5 minutes was ample time for the killer to stab Marcia Williams 43 times, clean up, and leave. It was a crime of passion, Mr. Valenti, in and out in a rage. Yet you didn't recover any forensic evidence from Mr. Williams at the scene of the crime. No hair, no fabric, no blood, nothing at all. Is that unusual in, as you call it, a killing that is a hurried, frenzied crime of passion? Somewhat. Somewhat, I parrot. How often has that happened in your experience as a homicide detective? It's not unheard of. Your theory of this killing is that Reg Williams drove straight to the scene of the crime from work, carried out a frenzied killing, then hurried away, somehow or other managing not to shed a single hair in the process. That's correct. He probably wore gloves. On his head? You believe Reg Williams had a window of approximately 5 minutes to arrive, murder Marcia, and leave the scene. That's correct. I walk back to the defense table for a final glance at my notes, then lean in close to Mike. Anything else? He shakes his head no. I turn back to the bench. That's all I have for this witness, at this time, Your Honor. We may call him back later. Perez spends a few minutes with Detective Caulfield, then rests the prosecution case. Judge Blum calls a recess and summons us to chambers. "We're finished much earlier than I anticipated," Blum says, then looks at Mike and me. "Are you prepared to make your opening statement today?" Mike looks at me with concern. Blum's question catches me flat-footed as well. I think on it for a moment, then lean forward to answer. "We made progress in our investigative efforts yesterday, Your Honor, but quite frankly, the work led to several other issues that our investigators continue to explore. Cohen's juvie file was delivered without the fingerprints that the inventory says should have been included, and incensed Judge Allman is following up. What we do have is instructive. Cohen had been charged with rape and armed assault at age 17. He sexually assaulted a teenage girl, then used a baseball bat to beat the crap out of her boyfriend when he confronted Cohen. Multiple break-and-enter offenses, petty theft, and the like round out the file. Young Lucas Cohen wasn't a good boy, and we're betting he hasn't gotten any better." "Can your people finish with those matters today?" Blum asks. "We hope so," I reply. "We're still waiting on some evidence that was promised yesterday and didn't arrive. Based on the trial schedule discussed on Wednesday afternoon, we've left room in our opening statement to address those matters, but I'm afraid we're not ready to go. We'll be filing a motion to dismiss charges before court resumes," Mike informs the judge. Blum nods wearily. A motion to dismiss is a pro forma defense move after the prosecution rests. Defense counsel claims the prosecution has failed to make its case, fully aware that the motions are summarily rejected 99.99% of the time. Lawyer games in the eyes of most, I suppose, but all part of the trial record for possible appeal. "We'll recess until Monday morning," Blum announces. When Perez opens her mouth to argue, the judge holds up a hand and silences her with a stare that could freeze water. Then he turns his attention to us. "The defense will offer its opening statement as soon as we're back in session. We've bought ourselves a couple of extra days to investigate. We probably need a couple of weeks." My thoughts immediately turn to Trish. Chapter 38. Pat and I have just finished a late Saturday breakfast when the doorbell rings. It's the Chicago PD lead detective on Trish's case, a burly man named Horace Greenwood. I'm grateful that Brittany, who was up late with us last night, is still sleeping in her room. Greenwood greets Dino, then turns to us. "Miss Pangborn's car was found out of gas and abandoned on a residential street in Morgan Park last night." "No sign of her?" I ask. He shakes his head. "Any idea what she might have been doing in Morgan Park?" The neighborhood is way the hell and gone from anywhere I've ever known Trish to frequent. Has she ever mentioned the neighborhood to me? Not that I recall. I shake my head and reply, "Not a clue." "Family? Friends?" "Her parents live downstate, somewhere near Champaign. Maybe they know?" "We found their contact information at her condo and called. They haven't heard from her. Morgan Park didn't ring any bells with them either." I nod glumly. He pulls an iPad out of his briefcase and sets it on the kitchen table. "I have some CCTV video to show you from her building. An unidentified individual rode the elevator to Miss Pangborn's floor from the garage at 7:47 on Tuesday evening. Miss Pangborn arrived at 8:22 and took the elevator straight to her floor." A black and white video begins to play that looks down on a figure in a garage wearing a thigh-length winter coat. A single weighted-down plastic Walmart bag dangles from the right hand. Whoever it is keeps his or her head down and averted while passing the camera. The picture cuts to the same person stepping into an elevator car and immediately turning his or her back to the ceiling camera while a gloved hand stabs one of the floor buttons. "We don't know how this person gained access to the garage," Greenwood says as he pauses the video. "No vehicles came out or went in during the prior 20 minutes. Security personnel identified every driver that entered the garage during the preceding 3 hours as a resident." The detective resumes the video. Trish walks into the elevator and rides it to the 53rd floor. After a break in the footage, the person who arrived at 7:47 reappears and steps into the elevator. The subject departed Miss Pangborn's floor at 1:27 the following morning. "She was assaulted for 5 hours?" I asked numbly. Greenwood grimaces. "We have to assume so."
There isn't a camera showing the hallway on our floor? Pat asks. Privacy issues, Miss O'Toole, he replies, as we watch Trish's assailant walking back through the garage, carrying the same Walmart bag he arrived with. The detective pauses the video. We assume this individual exited the garage the same way that he or she came in. The only vehicle that departed in the following 2 hours belonged to a resident leaving for the airport. 2 vehicles carrying residents entered the garage. None of these people noticed anyone in the garage area. Where's Trish? I wonder aloud. Whoever attacked her obviously didn't leave with her. Miss Pangborn left the building in her car at 4:43 in the morning, Greenwood says as he restarts the video. Trish, barefoot, bedraggled, and wearing only a sheer bathrobe that hangs mid-thigh. A garment I loved seeing her in before now. Stumbles into the elevator with her car keys in hand and slumps against the wall. I watch in silent horror as she rides down to the garage and staggers to her car, as if she's falling down drunk. My God, Pat murmurs in horror. Where's she going? I wish we knew, Greenwood mutters, as the picture cuts to color video of Trish driving out of the garage. When the camera captures her in profile as she drives by, I get my first glimpse at her bruised and swollen face and the mess of blood-streaked hair plastered against her head. My stomach lurches before a wave of rage rises within me. That bastard. Your brother? Greenwood asks. Whoever it was, I growl. It was Frankie, Pat says angrily. Tell me about this brother of yours, Greenwood suggests. We do. Special Forces training, huh? He says when we finish. Yeah, Pat replies, then goes on to relate Frankie's phone threats to Joe, Carly, and me, followed by the story of his visit to our home 2 weeks ago. Wondered what happened to you, Greenwood says as he studies my face. You folks should have immediately filed complaints over those death threats instead of waiting. He might not have made bail on the break and enter or the assault charges. I nod. You know how it goes with abused wives, Pat tells Greenwood, who nods sadly. Then she tells him about Frankie's threat to sexually assault Trish. Now he's made good on it, she finishes furiously. You got a recent picture of Frankie? The detective asks me. The one we used last week isn't too good, from what I hear about how he looks now. True enough. They used an old Marine picture with Frankie all cleaned up. They probably should have used his mugshot from the night he was arrested at our house. I pull out my phone and scroll through my contacts. No, but I can ask Joe to send me one. Joe? His wife. Ask if she knows where he is today, and where he was on Tuesday night. I nod and type a text to Joe asking if they're okay, and if they've seen Frankie, while Pat asks Greenwood if the police were able to track Trish's car and CCTV cameras after she left home. We've got her heading south on Lakeshore Drive for a few miles, Greenwood replies. Then she vanished. So we wait, I muttered disconsolately, as Joe texts back that they're okay and haven't seen or heard from Frankie. I send a follow-up asking for a recent picture or two of him. She asks why, so I explain that the police want one. I don't tell her why. There must be a way we can help, Pat says to the detective. Greenwood meets her gaze. We're doing all we can. We've called her family, friends, employer, everyone we can think of. Patrol officers have canvassed the neighborhood where her car was found, and we're distributing her picture for shift changes in the districts around Morgan Park. And we've issued a bolo. What's a bolo? I ask. A radio call to be on the lookout. Let's hope someone finds Trish soon, Pat says, with a catch in her voice. I'd hate for anything else to happen to her. Thinking back on the condition she was in when she left her condo, it isn't hard to imagine her running into more trouble, especially if she was out of her car wandering around half-dressed at that hour. I force my mind elsewhere. What did you find in Trish's condo? Anything that might help? Greenwood locks eyes with Pat. None of this can go in the paper, Miss O'Toole. Do I have your word? She nods. The perpetrator made liberal use of the bleach, he says. The bedding was soaked in it, the bathroom was wiped down,
and the carpet shows signs of having been recently vacuumed. Unfortunately, the vacuum bag was missing. An efficient operator, I mutter. Indeed, Greenwood agrees. The sort of thing we'd expect from a seasoned criminal. Or a Special Forces operative, Pat chimes in. Greenwood nods, which I was about to add. He talks for another couple of minutes about the lack of evidence at Trish's condo and provides an outline of how the investigation will progress. My attention drifts as a CCTV video swims in my head. I tune back in to hear him say, "It's important to understand that we are treating this as an assault and a missing person case. Don't think for a moment that we've given up on finding Miss Pangborn alive." A lump forms in my throat before my cell phone chimes. Joe has sent 3 recent pictures of my brother, a straight-on headshot, one of him from the waist up without a shirt, and a third of him more or less in profile. The sight of him sickens me and fills me with an overwhelming sense of rage. I click on the photos and pass the phone to Greenwood with a trembling hand. "That's my brother." He studies Frankie for a long moment. "These are recent?" "Joe's text says within the past 6 months. "Nasty-looking son of a gun," the detective mutters. He studies the photos a moment longer. Looks like he's shaved or waxed all the hair from his upper torso as well as shaving his head. I lean to take a look. Guess he has. "It's a porn thing," Pat says acidly. I turn a surprised look on her. She shrugs. "You learn all kinds of disgusting crap as a reporter." A touch of amusement flickers in Greenwood's eyes before they turn serious again. Maybe that explains the absence of hair evidence in Miss Pangborn's bedding. The comment pulls me up short. That was also a notable finding at the Marsha Williams crime scene. Pat's eyes meet mine. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" "Marsha's office?" She nods. Greenwood watches the exchange with interest. "Care to share whatever that was?" We do. He takes it all in and whistles. "Seems like a long shot, but it's an interesting coincidence. My pal Jake Plummer likes to say that he doesn't believe in coincidences a whole hell of a lot," I say. Greenwood's eyes widen. "You know Jake?" I explain our history. "Now I know why your name sounds familiar. You've had an interesting couple of years, Mr. Valenti." "Too interesting," I mutter. "I suppose so," he says sympathetically. Now this. He hands me a business card and asks me to forward the photos of Frankie, then slips the iPad back into his briefcase and gets to his feet. "I've got a lot of work to do, folks. Thanks for your help. I'll be in touch if there's any news." "Thanks for taking your time to come by," I reply, as we shake hands at the door. "Do you doubt Frankie attacked Trish?" Pat asks, when we settle back into our seats at the kitchen table. I shake my head. "I swear to God I'll kill a son of a bitch if I ever lay eyes on him again." Her eyes lock on mine. "Let the police take care of Frankie. We'll see." Mike, Penelope, Jake, and Max meet me in our conference room after lunch to map out how to present our defense case next week. Max is still pissed about the missing fingerprint card. Judge Allman claims to be on the case, yet a series of follow-up calls dragged on for most of the day without a resolution. "So where's the damn card?" Max wonders aloud. I wish to hell I knew. Provocatively, the inventory notes that the file contains 1 fingerprint card and other individual class evidence, which suggests there may be additional prints available. It may refer to a palm print or something else altogether when I start to get excited about the possibilities. We work out the order of witnesses and refine the questioning to build our case, leaving room to improvise according to whatever our unfolding investigation adds to the mix. Penelope and the ex-cops leave around 4 o'clock, leaving Mike and me to polish our opening argument. We pause while I suggest that, given my lack of sleep and preoccupation with the Trish situation, it might be best if Mike presents our opening. "No," he states flatly. "We had the same argument with your father's case, damn it. Look, man, I sympathize with what you're going through, but the fact is that you're better in front of a jury. You did well on Thursday. You'll do well again on Monday." I didn't know about Trish then.
He frowns. This must be hell for you, man. Still, you're our best bet to open. I wish I had his confidence. We need whoever gives our opening statement to be on top of his game. I'm worried I might not be, and it's not a decision we can make Monday morning. Mike shakes his head. I'm the lead attorney here, I remind him. That means I get to make the big calls. I'll withdraw, Tony. I look at him in shock. The hell you would. He doesn't flinch. It's my brother we're talking about here. I'll do anything I feel is in his best interest, up to and including pulling out to make sure you do the opening statement. My cell phone rings. It's Detective Greenwood. We located Miss Pangborn, he says without preamble. I draw a deep breath, clinging to what he didn't say. They didn't find her body. A cab driver found her walking shortly before 6 o'clock on Wednesday morning, several blocks away from her car. He took her to the emergency department at Little Company of Mary Hospital. She was incoherent and couldn't tell anyone who she was, Mr. Valenti. They admitted her as a Jane Doe. How did you find her? Canvassing emergency rooms. Someone thought to ask if they'd admitted anyone meeting Miss Pangborn's description in the early hours on Wednesday. What's the name of the hospital again? I ask. I've never heard of it. He repeats the name. Little Company of Mary. It's a decent little hospital. She's pretty beaten up and is sedated. I don't know what kind of shape she's in, emotionally or mentally. Thanks for calling, I mumble, as horror washes over me. Mike's eyes are locked on mine when I set the phone down. I tell him what I know. Thank God, man, he exclaims. When I don't respond, he reaches over and squeezes my forearm. Be grateful she's alive, brother. I nod, then pick up my phone and call to update Pat, who is at her house with Brittany. My next call is to the hospital. They won't tell me anything, as I'm not family. I collect Pat and arrive at the hospital an hour later to await Trish's parents, who are on their way from their home south of Chicago. Pat makes calls to a couple of her colleagues at the Tribune in a bid to find out if they have any information. They don't. Trish's mom and dad look exactly as they appear in the pictures of them dotted around her condo. They know who I am as well, and wave us after them. We follow them inside and tag along while they speak with Trish's caregivers. The details are awful. Trish arrived in bad shape. Multiple contusions and bruising, a severe concussion, 3 cracked ribs, and skin burns from the bleach her attacker used to cleanse all traces of himself from her skin and hair. Mrs. Pangborn breaks down. Mr. Pangborn doesn't fare much better. Trying to imagine the terror Trish has been through enrages me. Pat, however, stays laser-focused on the young doctor giving us the report. Did she say who did this to her? She asks Dr. Hashemi. She arrived incoherent. We've placed her into a medically induced coma until the swelling on her brain subsides. When will you bring her out of the coma? I ask. The doctor frowns. I don't know. But you'll be able to bring her back? Mrs. Pangborn asks anxiously. We hope so. What else? Pat asks softly. Dr. Hashemi winces, takes a deep breath, and replies, I'm afraid she was also brutally raped, both vaginally and anally. There's considerable tearing and damage. Mrs. Pangborn stares at the doctor with horror, while Mr. Pangborn's face turns to stone. I know how he feels. Pat, whose face is pale and drawn, is the only one of us who remains functional. You completed a rape kit? The doctor grimaces as she replies. We did what we could. The animal who did this to her also washed her out with bleach, vaginally and again anally. If there was any semen left behind, it's almost certainly been destroyed. Her sad eyes settle on Trish's parents. I'm afraid the bleach was inside her for some time and caused internal burns. She was brought to us a little after 6 o'clock Wednesday morning, and it was an hour or two before we realized it was there. From what the police have told us, the bleach had been inside for several hours by then. I'm sorry. Will she recover fully? Trish's father asks, with ice in his voice. The brain bleed is an ongoing concern, but her other injuries should heal, the doctor replies. It's difficult to assess the long-term effects of her internal injuries at this point. She should absolutely see someone to address whatever emotional trauma she's likely to suffer. I'm afraid that's somewhat out of my area of expertise, but I'm certain there will be issues to deal with.
Chapter 39. Mike and I put our opening argument in order over the weekend while Jake and Max were off chasing down last-minute leads. I made it a point to visit the hospital twice every day in hopes of finding Trish awake, but she remains in a coma. Her parents say her injuries are healing and that the swelling in her brain is improving, but not enough for the doctors to risk waking her just yet. Claiming that he needs to talk with us about what to do in court this morning, Jake called at 11 last night to arrange a breakfast meeting. I invited everyone to my place. Jake and Max arrive a few minutes before 7 o'clock. Mike is right on their tail, bitching that he's catching a cold, which cinches his argument that I need to do our opening statement. Somehow or other, I feel up to doing so. I've scrambled some eggs and fried up a package of sausage. A carafe of coffee sits in the middle of the table. I'm going to nominate you for some sort of good housekeeping award, Max cracks as he shovels more than his share of breakfast onto a plate. Save some for the rest of us, Jake snaps at him as he grabs the sausage bowl away. I'm bigger than you are, you little shit, Max retorts. I need more. Jake snorts. That's exactly why you should take less, fat ass. Screw you, Max says with a laugh. I'm glad to see everyone else in fine spirits. I'm a nervous wreck. Their good humor evaporates when Jake asks after Trish, and I update them. I don't want to dwell on the topic, so I promptly change the subject. What have you got for us? I ask Jake. We have to leave for court in 30 minutes. We're working the Cohen-Amundsen angle hard, but we're not home yet, he replies. I think we'll get there today. Don't put Amundsen or Cohen on the stand until we say so. I like the idea of putting Amundsen on the stand first, Mike says. Actually, we both do. After a long moment locked in a staring contest with Jake, I decide to trust his instincts. We'll make sure we don't get to her today. We kick around our ideas for the opening with Max and Jake for a few minutes before they head off to do their investigator thing. Then we gather up our trial materials and head to court. Len Dixon is the first witness we call after I deliver our opening statement. I walk him through his credentials and history in the telecom industry. Perez argues that he hasn't been vetted as an expert witness. I argue that Len has testified as an expert witness in 2 other Illinois trials, and that I intend to draw on his knowledge and expertise to make a point or two. After 15 minutes of bickering in chambers, Judge Blum decides Len can serve as an expert witness. When he's finally sworn in, I ask, Reg Williams' cell phone number showed up on the caller ID of Marcia Williams' phone at 7:58 the night she was murdered, yet his phone and telephone company records do not show a corresponding outgoing call. Is that unusual? Very. Is there a simple explanation? Len directs his answer to the jury. Good move. The caller ID on an incoming call can be manipulated. Telemarketers and scam artists use caller ID spoofing to fool people into thinking they're receiving a call from someone they know. It's also used by callers from overseas to make it appear they're calling from a local number. Isn't that a difficult thing to do? I ask. Not if you have the knowledge and tools to do so. By routing the call through software, it's possible for someone to make a call appear to be from any phone number they choose. We've all received calls like that, right? Several jurors nod. Len has bonded with them. Excellent. So, I continue, I'll call this person the spoofer, for want of a better term, simply types in whatever number they wish, and it will appear on the caller ID of the recipient's phone? Exactly. Can this be detected after the fact? Yes, it's possible to track a spoofed call back to its originating number. I pause for a beat to signal that my next question is an important one. Were you able to do so with the call to Marcia Williams' cell phone on the night she was murdered? Yes. A buzz passes through the courtroom before I ask, who made the call? The call was made from a payphone at the CTA Orange Line station on Western Avenue. You're certain of this? We confirmed it from the CTA phone records. Objection, Perez thunders.
Sidebar, please, Your Honor. We haven't seen anything about this, she hisses after we huddle with the judge. This is an underhanded stunt. We haven't received anything about this in reciprocal discovery. We anticipated this, and Mike is ready for it. This information was available to the police throughout the course of their investigation, if they had done a thorough job of it instead of trying to railroad my brother, he replies, with an almost snide emphasis on the word investigation. We've been developing this line of inquiry for some time, but I've only been in touch with CTA over the past few days to validate the theory. Law enforcement in our office did a thorough investigation, Your Honor, Perez argues. This did not come to light. It should be kept out until we have a chance to validate it. Let's not muddy the waters with wild talk of conspiracy. In what way is digging into the facts a conspiracy? Mike shoots back. As for this crap about mud, Judge Blum cuts Mike off with a raised hand and a hard look. Then he turns to me. Mr. Valenti, do you wish to speak to this? A cursory look at Mr. Williams' phone and cell phone records should have raised questions, Your Honor. You might recall that I brought this up with Detective Caulfield on the stand. He told us they were aware of the issue and chose not to explore it in any depth. Tunnel vision. I'm tired of hearing that accusation, Perez snaps. Blum looks at her. Mr. Valenti did raise the matter with Detective Caulfield. The police probably should have looked deeper, but chose not to. Maybe if we had understood the significance of this, we would have, she counters. This is a discovery violation. No, it isn't, Blum retorts. The defense has no obligation to inform the prosecution of their interpretation of the evidence. They're only obliged to share new evidence. This is new, she says, with a venomous look at Mike. No, it isn't, I say, while they glare at each other. Then I turn my eyes back to Judge Blum. So long as we're all here in chambers, this is a good time to let you know that we're about to introduce video taken by a CTA security camera that shows a call being made from that payphone at 7:58 on February 4th. Perhaps we can avoid another objection by arguing admissibility right now? Where did you get it? Perez asks sharply. We should have been made privy to this. Where did you obtain the video? Blum asks me. Directly from the CTA, Your Honor. We have copies of the correspondence with them and are prepared to present the employee who handled our request and delivered the video to us. Your evidence is solid? I hand him the sheaf of paperwork we plan to present. It is, Your Honor. I'd like to question this person, Perez snaps. Blum holds up a hand while he reads through the paperwork, then slides it to Perez. It all seems to be in order. She gives it a quick once-over, then pushes it away. I want to question this person before this evidence is allowed in. Blum shakes his head, no. You'll be free to cross-examine the witness. The people need time to consider this, Your Honor, she replies. You can read that paperwork one more time if you like, or make a copy. That's not good enough, Perez argues. Blum stands, signaling that our visit has come to an end. It will have to be good enough, Miss Perez. We'll recess for 15 minutes so you can read through it again, unless you'd prefer to go right back out there. Perez gives the judge a sour look and shakes her head. 15 minutes, she mutters unhappily. Blum steps back to the bench to announce the recess. Mike and I spend our time assessing Len's testimony. Let's get him off the stand as soon as we show the video, Mike suggests. I think he'll hold up well on cross, and you can't wait to get Garcia on the stand. True story, he replies. Garcia is up after Len. By pushing Amundsen's testimony back to tomorrow, we've been scrambling to get our other witnesses into court today. Aside from Doris Banks, we've been successful. We may have to push her back to tomorrow if we don't reach her soon, but otherwise we're in good shape. Go suck a lemon or whatever you need to do to fight that cold, I tell him. You sound like hell. When we return to the courtroom, Perez announces that she has spoken with the state's attorney and demands a meeting in chambers. Blum reluctantly grants it. What's this about? He asks Perez as soon as the door closes behind us. The defense violated its discovery obligations by not turning this video over to us. We only decided to use it over the weekend, Miss Perez, I inform her. We sent it to your office first thing this morning. That stops her cold. Our understanding is that it often takes a day, sometimes two, for the mailroom at the state's attorney's office to get things into the proper hands, so we've been sending discovery to the state's attorney's office instead of handing it directly to Perez. Works for us.
Glad to hear it, the judge says. He turns back to Perez. The people demand that the trial be paused until this matter is litigated, she says. Blum pulls out his cell phone. I'll have a word with your boss. Perez's boss is Cook County State's Attorney Timothy Walker, a man Mike and I have some history with and share a deep dislike of. As a former fellow prosecutor, it's no surprise that Blum knows him. Tim, Blum says when the call connects, I've got Sylvia Perez and the defense team in chambers. Yes, it's about that. No, I don't think you've got a leg to stand on with your discovery violation nonsense. He listens for a moment, then looks at me. Exactly what does this video consist of, Mr. Valenti? 20-some seconds of silent, time-stamped video, Your Honor. We offer it for the sole purpose of demonstrating that a call was made from that phone at exactly the time a call was made to Marcia Williams' cell phone. We'll also present additional evidence that the call originated at that payphone. The judge relays my answer to State's Attorney Walker, then listens for several seconds. You're responsible for how quickly this case is unfolding, Tim. You know as well as I do that you run exactly this type of risk by hurrying an investigation. I'm afraid you're going to have to live with that. I won't see this trial held up so you can conduct a circus. The defense isn't doing anything more than its job. Yes, we'll lay the foundation before the jury sees the video. Blum all but rolls his eyes before concluding with a curt, "Have a good day, Tim." Blum ends the call and meets my eyes. Is the CTA employee you mentioned available? I nod. Okay, then, he says with a satisfied nod. We'll dismiss Mr. Dixon for a few minutes while we establish a foundation for the video with your witness from the CTA. Then you can bring Mr. Dixon back. Sounds fine, I say. Are we all set to go? He asks. Perez glares at him as if she's been betrayed. Then she nods, we nod, everyone nods, and we head back to the courtroom. The judge recalls the jury, and I question our CTA friend. She's on and off the witness stand in 15 minutes, including cross-examination by Perez, who doesn't do herself any favors by being downright pissy with the witness. The prosecutor makes it quite clear that she doesn't like the evidence we're about to introduce. That, of course, simply makes it all the more intriguing. Mike positions a large flat-screen television monitor facing the jury box, while Len Dixon is recalled and sworn in. I hand the courtroom clerk a thumb drive containing the CTA video. She hands me a remote control to stop and start the recording. You're about to see video of the CTA platform we were just discussing, I inform the jury from beside the television. Please note the date and timestamp. The payphone from which the call was made to the victim's cell phone will appear toward the left side of the picture. I pause while the lights are dimmed, then stand aside while it plays. The jurors are transfixed as they watch the figure walk straight to the phone, deposit a coin, and dial. After 15 seconds, the phone is hung up, and the figure hurries back past the camera. We replay it again, slowing it down so everyone gets a good look. I walk back to stand before the jury while a bailiff wheels the monitor away, then turn to Len. He appears to be as disturbed as the jurors do, wondering if he's just seen a killer going about his business. In your opinion, Mr. Dixon, does that appear to be the phone call made to Marcia Williams' cell phone minutes before she was murdered? I catch Perez gearing up to object, and hope she follows through. She doesn't. I believe that's exactly what we've just witnessed, Len replies. I thank him and release him to Perez for cross-examination. She fixes him in her sights as she marches to within a few feet of the witness box. How can you be absolutely certain that what we've just witnessed is someone making the call to Marcia Williams' cell phone? Dixon seems a little taken aback by her accusatory tone and aggressive demeanor, then answers, Telephone company records. I inspected the payphone personally and tested the number by making calls to and from it. The call went to a burner phone and then was forwarded to Marcia Williams' phone, spoofing Reg Williams' number. You can't know any of that for a fact, she shoots back. I get to my feet. Objection, Your Honor. We've just established the authenticity of this video and associated telephone records. Mr. Dixon has been designated an expert witness. There are no grounds for Miss Perez to question his veracity. Sustained, Blum says as his eyes swing back to Perez. Move on, Counselor. Perez makes a show of appearing aggrieved, then again locks eyes with Len. There is nothing, to the best of your knowledge,
to suggest that this person making that call isn't the defendant?
That's correct. I have no idea who made that call.
I hope she keeps at it. She's losing the jury. Personally, I want the jurors wondering how Reg Williams could be at work and on that platform at 7:58. Perez releases the witness and sits down. Mike looks up at the bench. The defense calls Miss Gabby Garcia to the stand, Your Honor. A buzz circles the courtroom as Garcia struts in, head held high for the cameras, and walks straight to the witness stand. Reg's trial is about to have its first celebrity moment. I'm happy to sit it out. After Garcia is sworn in and Judge Blum shoots a warning stare at the crowd to settle down, Mike lets her bask in her glory for several seconds before he throws out his first question. We've been told that you received the anonymous tip suggesting the search of George and Althea Williams' garage, a suggestion you then passed along to Miss Perez. Is that true? She appears shocked by the question. We can see the wheels turning as she tries to decide how to answer. Mike wants her to think we're dead certain about this, daring her to risk perjuring herself by denying it. He pushes for an answer. Who gave you that tip, Miss Garcia? She sits up a little straighter. I protect my journalistic sources, Mr. Williams. It seems to be a curious characterization of an anonymous tipster. Did you give any thought to who might call you to plant that seed, Miss Garcia? I assume it's a concerned citizen. I'm wondering why you think someone would feed you that information. Any ideas? To ensure the truth comes out. Or perhaps it's someone with a darker agenda, Miss Garcia. Perhaps even whoever put that evidence in the garage. Did you consider that possibility? I did not, she scoffs, making clear that she considers the idea absurd. Did you make any effort to vet your source? It was anonymous, Mr. Williams. Isn't it accepted practice among serious journalists to verify at least one additional source before going public with a story? Not always. Besides, we're talking about a tip I passed along to the appropriate law enforcement authorities. You reported the story on your show, did you not? She nods. After passing it along, yes, but without making an effort to verify the source was legitimate before you went public with the news that authorities had information implicating Mr. Williams. That's correct. The police vetted my source by locating the evidence. Yet you broke the story before the police searched the garage, didn't you? We didn't mean to. Her answer casts blame on the staff of her show, just an inadvertent slip. Bullshit. Your source knew where key evidence was hidden and pointed the police right to it, Miss Garcia. That's something the killer or an accomplice would likely know, isn't it? That's quite a leap, Mr. Williams. Perhaps it was simply someone who saw Mr. Williams sneaking into the garage and became suspicious. Someone who recognized Reg Williams? Maybe someone from the neighborhood? Exactly. Why would someone from the neighborhood find it suspicious to see a son entering the garage of his parents? Mike asks. I couldn't say. Perhaps someone who knows what kind of animal the defendant is. That's a strong statement, Miss Garcia. Do you know Mr. Williams personally? Thankfully, I do not. Have you ever seen the backyard and garage of the Williams' home? Mike asks as he walks back to our table. No. Mike collects a poster-sized montage of pictures of the garage as seen from the backyard and sets it on an easel so the witness and jury can see it. The yard is surrounded by a tall wooden privacy fence and lined with trees and bushes. This is the backyard and the rear of the garage, Mike explains. That's a 6-foot fence, Miss Garcia. The door to the garage isn't visible unless you're actually in the yard. She stares back at him while he adds a photo of the garage and back fence from the alley. As you can see, the interior of the yard can't be seen from the alley. Your source would have had to be in the backyard to supposedly see Mr. Williams entering the garage. Even the next-door neighbors can't see that door from their homes or yards. She takes the bait, rolling her eyes as she says, But we can all see the overhead door opening onto the alley, Mr. Williams. Why, yes, we can, Mike agrees. Of course, that door hasn't been functional in 20 years. Garcia shoots a murderous look at Mike. So you say? While Mike lets the words hang in the air, I flash back to a conversation we had with Jake Plummer when we mapped out this testimony.
The bitch has been played and is either too dumb to know it or too embarrassed to admit it, Mike had said. I'd offered another explanation. Or she's interested in keeping herself at the forefront of the story to juice her ratings. Jake said, that wouldn't surprise me, but my guess is that she's either scared or has been threatened. By who? I asked. Think it through, Grasshopper. Who knew? I'm still embarrassed about how far I had my head up my ass. I tune back to the present as Mike asks another question. I hope he wraps this up soon. His voice is beginning to fray badly. Did it cross your mind that you may have been speaking with Marcia Williams' real killer, who was using you to help set up Reg Williams for a crime he didn't commit? A harsh laugh escapes Garcia. Oh, I see what you're trying to do here, Mr. Williams. Yet another cynical defense lawyer angling to distract the jury with a Saudi defense. She turns to the jury and adds, Saudi stands for some other dude did it, a common tactic used by defense lawyers to deflect attention away from their guilty clients. Anger flashes in Mike's eyes. Or perhaps we're simply looking for the truth, Miss Garcia. That certainly didn't occur to me. Did the person who called make any threats or have influenced your behavior and answers here today? Mike asked. No, she replies. Maybe it's my imagination, but I wonder if I didn't glimpse a haunted look in her eyes before she replied. Perez declines to cross-examine, perhaps because her ass is suddenly exposed for not informing the police that her anonymous tip came directly from Garcia, or maybe she did, and they all agreed to keep it quiet. Caulfield was a little too cute when he testified last week about the DNA on Reg's socks. Our expert has reviewed the testing, and we're about to call him on it. Mike calls her to the stand and leads her there. There was far less DNA than I would expect to find if those socks had been worn for any length of time, especially if Mr. Williams had been sweating while wearing them, she says. That would be a reasonable assumption if he'd had them on while he was hurrying around killing people and destroying evidence, Mike asks. That's correct, she replies. So, no DNA on the sneakers and far less DNA on the socks than you would expect, Mike says. Can you explain that? The amount of DNA is consistent with what would be found on socks after they'd been laundered. Mike stops pacing. After they'd been laundered? She nods. Yes. As if the socks had been taken right out of Reg's sock drawer and planted in the Reeboks? I can't speak to that, Mr. Williams, only to the trace amount of DNA on the socks. Mike's gambit about the socks being planted might prove effective. Of course, the fact that Marcia's blood is on the socks is a problem. Still, we've hopefully raised some question about the only bit of DNA evidence the prosecution has that ties Reg to the crime. Perez questions the conclusions, but isn't able to do much about the fact that the trace amount of DNA found on the socks is problematic. Our fingerprint expert is up next. Oleg Volkov is a grizzled old everyman who Mike says plays well with juries. After leading him through the list of anomalies with a toolbox and other evidence, including the limited blood transfer inside the toolbox, I ask him to explain exactly what it is about some of the evidence that strikes him as suspicious. He zeroes in on the toolbox. I find it troubling that there is only a single fingerprint. Why this one print in such an odd location? The toolbox was otherwise wiped clean, not a mark on the handle or the clasp to open it, the two places I would expect to find fingerprints. The interior of the toolbox seems to have been wiped clean before the shoes, socks, and knife were put inside. Did you develop a theory about that? I ask. A theory? No, I don't delve into speculation with evidence. Did anything else strike you as unusual? Many things about that fingerprint concern me. Metal is an excellent surface for retaining fingerprints, yet this particular print is... He pauses, as if searching for the right word. Inconsistent. I recite my next line. Inconsistent in what way, Mr. Volkov? As if it had been transferred to the toolbox. Transferred? He explains about using tape to transfer a print, and concludes, this fingerprint has all the characteristics of a transfer print. Do you have any concerns about other prints found in the garage? I'm intrigued about the fresh palm print found on the front leg of the workbench. Someone leaning down to push the toolbox into place would very likely have placed a hand on the leg of the workbench to do so. Does that print belong to Reg Williams? No, it doesn't. Categorically? Absolutely not. It remains unidentified. So far as we know, I assume the police are working hard to identify it. Perez immediately goes on the attack when I turn the witness over to her, wondering with wide-eyed skepticism what kind of crackpot theory Oleg is pushing. He weathers the assault with a modicum of good humor, defending his findings with dogged tenacity. It's clear within a few questions that Perez lacks the technical knowledge to present a coherent argument as to why Oleg's opinion is anything less than an expert weighing in on the facts as he sees them. Her barrage of sarcasm isn't sitting well with the jurors. "That's all I have for this witness, Your Honor," she says with a final contemptuous glance at Oleg. "We reserve the right to recall Mr. Volkov." I call Mike's father next. George Williams is a tall, dignified man with a head of closely cropped snow-white hair. His handsome face is more creased than wrinkled. His deep bass voice resonates in the courtroom when he's sworn in. "I only have a few questions concerning your garage, Mr. Williams," I begin. "Let's start with the overhead door. I understand that it hasn't been used in a number of years, and, in fact, cannot be opened?" "That's correct. After one of my teenage sons tried to drive into the garage before it fully opened," he replies with a bemused glance at Mike, "we fixed it up as best we could and turned the garage into a woodworking shop. The door's now screwed shut, and I've installed cabinets in front of it." "When was that?" "Oh, 20 years or thereabouts by now." "Thank you," I say, showing him the deference his demeanor demands. I have an ulterior motive as well. If Perez launches one of her tirades on Mr. Williams, the difference in how well we handle the witness will be especially jarring. Mike puts 2 close-up pictures of the toolbox on an easel. One shows it closed. The other is a shot of the Reeboks, socks, and knife as they were found tucked inside. "Prior to seeing police pictures of this toolbox, had you ever seen it?" His brow furrows. "I've never laid eyes on that thing in my life. My tools are stored in cabinets or hung on the wall." Mike replaces the picture of the toolbox with a couple of shots of the garage that show the cabinets and a pegboard panel affixed to the wall with tools hanging on hooks. The place is cleaner than a lot of kitchens I've seen. Even epoxy floor gleams under the expansive overhead lighting. "Mr. Williams, the last topic I'd like to explore is the keys to the garage. The prosecution theory suggests that Reg snuck the murder weapon and shoes into the garage and slipped them into this toolbox sometime after Marcia was killed. Reg wasn't at her home between the time of Marcia's murder and the day they arrested him," Mr. Williams says. "I believe the police theory is that he slipped in unseen." "Without a key?" "He didn't have a key?" I ask. "No need. Either Althea or I am always home. The kids don't come by unless at least one of us is there." I leave it there, hoping Perez will walk right into the trap I just laid for her. She obliges us when she marches up to the witness box and stares at Mr. Williams. "Are we to understand that your grown children do not have keys to the family home?" "That's right, Miss Perez," he says agreeably. I marvel at his self-control. When we played him video last weekend of the prosecutor in action, ripping into witnesses, he was unsparing in his contempt for the woman trying to convict his son of a crime he steadfastly believes Reg is innocent of. "How sad that you and Mrs. Williams don't trust your children, Mr. Williams," Perez says. "Why is that?" "Of course we trust them, Miss Perez. Who told you we don't?" She's momentarily flummoxed by his question, then plows ahead. "How can you be sure the defendant didn't keep an old house key?" "There were a few burglaries in the neighborhood, so we changed the locks this past spring, put an alarm system in as well." "The defendant hasn't been to your home over the past year?" "Of course he has, but he doesn't have a house key. Each of the kids has their own passcode to open the door." "Does the window of your bedroom face the garage, Mr. Williams?" "As a matter of fact, it does." "Does your bedroom have curtains?" "It does, heavy ones. Blackout curtains, in fact, helps us sleep." She nods while a little smile curls her lips. "So you wouldn't see someone slipping into your garage in the middle of the night?" "I suppose not. Nobody has broken into it, though." Perez gives him a smug smile and a soft headshake. How could you possibly know that, Mr. Williams? You just admitted that you can't see the garage with the curtains closed. You just told us your children have passcodes for the alarm system. The defendant could have gone into the garage while you were sleeping, and you'd have never have known. Isn't that correct? He would have needed a key to get in. We installed commercial-grade locks and a solid steel security door in the garage, but saved a few dollars by not connecting it to the alarm system. The only key is kept in the house. She pauses to absorb the unexpected answer, then plows on. He could have crept in while you slept, taken the key to let himself into the garage, hidden the evidence, and then put the key back and slipped away into the night. I don't think so. You don't think so, Perez parrots, with a sardonic sideways glance at the jurors. No, I don't. Our home is alarmed, Miss Perez. The kids have the door code to get into the house, but they don't have the code to disarm the security system. Anyone coming into the house would have triggered the alarm. How can you be certain the alarm is activated every night? Isn't it possible that sometimes it isn't set? Mr. Williams settles back in his seat and studies Perez for a moment. You don't know my wife, Miss Perez. Trust me, the alarm is set every night before she comes to bed. A couple of jurors smile. Perez doesn't. If you say so, she mutters in a snotty aside. I do, he replies coldly. You're absolutely certain that the defendant couldn't have taken your garage key and duplicated it while he was planning to kill his wife? 100% certain he didn't hide evidence in your garage? There's one key in the house, Miss Perez. It's a medical key that cannot be duplicated. Every key can be duplicated, Mr. Williams. Not without the code, Miss Perez. I decide to look into getting some of these medico keys. Everyone seems to have them. She dismisses the witness. I decide to do a quick recross exam to clarify a point before we let George Williams go. You're quite certain nobody slipped into your home to take the garage key, aren't you? Absolutely sure, Mr. Valenti. To do so, they'd have to disarm an alarm system they don't have the code for, and then fumble around in a dark hallway to open a strong box they don't know the combination to. Breaking into that strong box in the middle of the night would make some noise, and Althea and I are light sleepers. I imagine someone would do a little damage prying it open, and we've never seen a scratch on it. We haven't definitely slammed the door on the possibility of Regis sneaking into the garage, but the jury now knows that it wouldn't have been easy. Nobody has shown that Reg has the requisite skill to defeat a security system, but we know who might. Perez declines the opportunity to recross before Judge Blum recesses for lunch. A Cook County Sheriff's deputy approaches as we leave the courtroom and formally identifies me. Then he hands me an envelope from the sheriff's office and a clipboard to sign for it. I sign and rip it open. About time, I say when I find a copy of the fingerprint cards from Cohen's juvenile file inside, complete with the palm print. Damn straight, Mike exclaims after he has a look. Then we hurry back to the office, where we'll be meeting with Jake and Max over lunch. They, too, claim to have news to share. I let Mike drive so I can call Mrs. Pangborn. Trish's condition remains unchanged. Chapter 40. A plate of sandwiches and several bottles of water await us in the Brooks and Valenti conference room. Compliments of Joan Brooks. We're all excited about the palm print, which Joan runs over to Oleg Volkov's office while we get to work. Eleanor Hawks has arrived from the UK. Jake had a coffee with her this morning, and I plan to spend some time with her this evening to prepare her testimony for tomorrow. Jake smiles and says, "You're gonna love her." I return the smile. "I want the jury to love her, Jake." He laughs. "Oh, they will. I don't think they're gonna like Rachel Amundsen much after they meet Eleanor." "From your lips to God's ear," Mike says. We spend the rest of the lunch break reviewing the state of the case and fine-tuning our questions for this afternoon's witnesses, armed with additional guidance from Max and Jake, including a few new revelations. I called Detective Caulfield back to the stand after lunch. "You were in court this morning to hear Lynn Dixon tell us about the phone call to Marcia Williams just before she was attacked, weren't you, Detective?" "Fantasyland." "Did the Cedar Heights police investigate the origins of that phone call?" "No need to." "Why not? We had all we needed from the victim's cell phone." Mr. Williamson's cell phone didn't show a record of that call. Neither did the records of a cell phone company, correct? Doesn't matter. We know what we know. Just to be clear, Detective, you were aware of these discrepancies and chose not to investigate them. That's right. Can you explain what that decision was based on? The totality of the evidence proving that the defendant is guilty of the crime. I see, I say with a shake of my head that says, how in hell could you not look into that? After returning to our table to consult my notes, I walked back to face Caulfield. You didn't probe the origin of the tip you received to search the Williams' garage, did you? As I believe you've been told on more than one occasion, Counselor, we received it anonymously. Not so, Detective. Miss Perez passed it along to you. I assume you asked where she got it? I don't recall. You've told the court that the state's attorney's office received the tip anonymously, which suggests that you did ask. How else could you make that statement? There's a deer-in-the-headlights look in Caulfield's eyes as he ponders how to answer. Perez has violated more than a few ethical boundaries if she didn't come clean to the cops. If she did, and he's facilitated the fiction, he's in hot water as well. As far as we're concerned, it's a big problem for Judge Blum and others to deal with. My sole interest at the moment is to show the jury that the detective, and by extension Sylvia Perez, can't be trusted. I don't recall the details of that conversation, Counselor. I just remember that there was an anonymous tip that came to the attention of the state's attorney's office. My focus was on solving the crime, so we were anxious to have a look at the garage. I stepped closer to the witness box. Miss Perez did not disclose that her tip came directly from Miss Garcia. Caulfield can either throw Perez under the bus or put his career in peril. Not to my knowledge. I steal a glance at Perez, whose eyes are fixed on her lap. Is she lying, or is Caulfield? One of them is. I let the jury ponder the question for a long moment before I move on. You generally receive a lot of tips from concerned citizens regarding crimes like this one, don't you, Detective? Usually. How many did you receive over the course of this investigation? That's not the sort of thing we keep track of. But there were some. Yes. Approximately how many, Detective? Less than 10? More than that? As many as 50? Probably. Do you take each one seriously and investigate thoroughly? Of course not. There are a lot of crackpots out there. I can imagine. So why this one tip, Detective? Why did you rush to get a search warrant? He fidgets a bit before replying. It fit. It fit with the theory that Reg Williams was the killer? Correct. Which you were already disposed to believe. The skin around his eyes tightens, and he eases forward an inch or two to glare at me. I'm getting under his skin. Yes, Counselor. The history of harassment and abuse, the phone call. The defendant was clearly the prime suspect. You received that tip only a few days into the case, correct? I don't recall the exact date, but it was fairly early on. You had already decided that Reg Williams was your prime suspect that early in your investigation, hadn't you? He was a suspect, yes. The prime suspect. He doesn't disagree. I think I've made my point, so I turn him over to Perez. She wisely avoids the topic of how the anonymous tip ended up in his hands. They spend a few minutes pushing the fiction that all credible leads were fully investigated, and that everything pointed straight to Reg Williams. The history of the defendant abusing his ex-wife was suggestive to you, wasn't it, Detective Caulfield? She asks. I'm not letting her get away with this. Objection. Blum waves at me to continue. Grounds? There is no history of abuse in the relationship between Reg and Marcia Williams, merely the single incident of a misunderstanding that didn't even warrant a formal complaint. We ask you to instruct the prosecutor and Detective Caulfield to refrain from continually making this false claim unless they offer evidence to support the accusation. Mr. Valenti's objection is sustained, Blum tells the jury. Please disregard any claims made by the prosecution in that regard. His eyes swing back to Perez. I don't want to hear that claim made again without evidence to support it, Counselor. Is that understood? Perez, who did a slow burn while Blum talked, nods curtly. Caulfield isn't looking any happier. Perez winds things up quickly. The detective's eyes turn to me in a blistering stare as Perez sits down, as if he's challenging me mano a mano. So long as he's pissed off, I may well take another shot at him. "I have a final question or two for Detective Caulfield, Your Honor," I announce while getting to my feet and walking to within a few feet of the witness box. "Isn't it true that you didn't seriously pursue any alternative explanation for the murder of Marcia Williams, Detective?" "No." "Isn't it true that you focused exclusively on Mr. Williams from the very start, so much so that you saw the case through that prism and cherry-picked facts to fit a hastily assembled theory of the crime?" His eyes narrow. "No." "Isn't it true that you would allow an innocent man to be put to death rather than admitting to a mistake?" His cheeks are red when he bellows. "No!" "Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor," I announce without a look back at Caulfield. We reserve the right to recall him. Our next witness is Josie Conklin. I smile at her after she is sworn in. "I believe you had more to share with us during your testimony last week, Mrs. Conklin?" She nods. "When we called for Marcia in January about purchasing travel insurance for a cruise we had booked for early February, I was told she wasn't available. The person who answered the phone told us she could take care of it, so I gave her the information." "That would be Aretha Jackson?" I suggest. "We already know Aretha isn't licensed to sell insurance, and has never done so. I'm raising the issue to make it clear that she wasn't the person who sold the policy. Doing so should guard against Perez trying to muddy the issue later." "No, that doesn't sound right," Mrs. Conklin says. "Whoever picked up the phone, anyway." "So you never spoke to Marcia about this policy?" "I did not." Mrs. Conklin still had the policy paperwork and shared it with us. I walked back to our table to collect it, then return and hand it to her. "This is the paperwork you received for that policy, correct?" She looks it over. "Yes, it is. It came by email." I hand her a copy of the email she received with the policy document attached. "This is the email the policy papers were attached to?" "Yes, it is," she says after glancing at it. "Can you please tell the jury who sent you that email and is listed as the selling agent on the policy?" Mrs. Conklin looks at the paperwork in her hands and then looks me in the eye. "Rachel Amundsen sent it. I realized later that she's the person I spoke with." "Did you share this information with Miss Perez before you testified last week?" "I did. She was only interested in the supposed referral from us to Marcia. A Mr. and Mrs. Tanner, if I recall correctly." "You do recall correctly, Mrs. Conklin. You told us last week that you didn't make any such referral and, in fact, don't know anyone named Tanner." "That's right. We thought it was suspicious that someone would use our names, especially when we were away so Marcia couldn't reach us. We wanted to make sure the police knew that. When we came home from our vacation, we found a message from Marcia thanking us for the referral and asking us to call her to tell us a little about the Tanners before she met with them." Mrs. Conklin looks stricken at the memory and dabs her eyes as she wells up with emotion. "Marcia was such a nice girl." Perez wisely declines to question her. Blum calls for the afternoon break. Max and Jake are waiting for us at the rail behind our table. I motion for them to follow, and then lead everyone into an empty alcove. "Oleg called," Jake announces. He compared the partial palm print from Cohen's juvie file to the one from the Williamsons' garage. He isn't pleased with the quality of the palm print from young Cohen. He called it shitty work, Max adds. Still, he says it's a possible match. Something to do with 13 minutia plot points and 0 exclusions, whatever the hell all that means. I've never been able to keep all that shit straight. Bottom line, we'll need a better palm print to be certain. Amateur sleuth that I am, I suggest finding a way to get a glass into Cohen's hands and then testing a palm print from that. "Only on TV, grasshopper," Jake scoffs. "We need something official," Max says. "If we can find a way to get the cops to reprint him, we'll know for certain." "Good luck with that," Mike says. Our last witness of the day is one of the Cedar Heights PD patrol officers who was involved with the incident between Reg, Lou, and Marcia that led to the false claim that Marcia filed an official complaint. We were surprised that Perez never got around to following up, so we put the guy on our witness list. Our purpose is to make it clear that there was no criminal complaint filed. He tells the story pretty much as Reg had relayed it to us. As a bonus, he offered his opinion that Lou was stirring up trouble for Reg. For some reason, Perez goes after him on the stand, attempting to browbeat him into supporting her version of events, namely that Marcia feared for her safety. Her gambit backfires. "Mr. Williams wasn't even there, Miss Perez," he says dismissively. "How could anyone be physically frightened of someone who wasn't there?" So the day in court ends well for us. Well enough? We'll find out tomorrow. I call Mrs. Pangborn as soon as I'm in my car. "They hope to wake Trish tomorrow," she tells me. I'm on my way. I arrive in 20 minutes. Sometimes it pays to drive a Porsche. I expect to find some improvement with Trish. I don't. The bruising is fading, and the cuts and abrasions are looking better, but she's still comatose. "The swelling on her brain is still going down," Mrs. Pangborn assures me when I deflate upon seeing Trish. "It's just the drugs keeping her under now." I stay 10 minutes more before reluctantly saying good night so I can get back to work. Reg's case could be over by this time tomorrow, and, God willing, Trish may be back with us. Chapter 41. The trial is delayed the following morning after the court reporter is involved in a fender bender. Judge Blum is trying to scare up a replacement while we wait. It's a fortunate turn for us. Doris Banks, our first scheduled witness, is yet to arrive. We'd hoped to kick off the day with her. After failing to reach her by phone, Max has been dispatched to collect her. Doris's unexpected tardiness is a surprise. We hope it doesn't presage a case of nerves that might make her vulnerable to what we anticipate will be a scathing cross-examination from Perez. We expect them at any time, but our next witnesses have arrived, so we've shuffled our lineup. I'm killing time chatting with Brittany and Pat when the topic of Trish comes up. "The doctors hope to bring Trish out of her coma today," I say. Pat's eyes narrow. "Then she can tell the cops it was Frankie." "I hope she's okay," Brittany says. "We all do," I tell her. My primary concern is Trish's health, but I'm also anxious to know who attacked her. Like Pat, I suspect Frankie. As I look around the courtroom, Mayor Alvin Smith of Cedar Heights catches my eye from just inside the doors. We exchange nods of greeting before he inclines his head toward the hallway and raises his eyebrows in question. I excuse myself and start for the doors as he steps out. I first came to know Smith during the fight to save the homes of Liberty Street from expropriation. A Cedar Heights village trustee at the time, he'd been instrumental in leading an insurrection to upset the plans of the developer and then Mayor Brown. When Brown was forced from office in the ensuing scandal, the board chose Smith to serve out the final 2 years of Brown's mayoral mandate. We've been loosely in touch ever since. He's a shrewd operator who does his best to run the village for the benefit of its citizens. I plan to lend my support to his re-election effort. Smith, a solid middle-aged black man who keeps in good enough shape that only his tightly cropped, graying hair betrays his advancing years, greets me with a solid handshake when I meet him in the hallway. He's decked out in a charcoal suit, powder blue shirt, and a fire-engine red necktie. I suspect he's been nattily attired since stepping out of diapers. "How's that daughter of yours getting along?" he asks. "She's doing well." "Glad to hear it. Give her my best when you see her." "Will do. So, Mr. Mayor, what brings you to the courthouse this morning? In trouble with the law again?" His eyes crinkle as a smile spreads across his face. "Just like always. What are you really doing here?" "Interested in matters concerning our little village. One might say I'm concerned by some of what I'm hearing. You folks seem to have our people on the run." "I hope so," I say, as Jake ambles unevenly down the hallway toward us. He's been off crutches for a week or so. His eyes widen when he sees the mayor. Jake averts his gaze as he approaches. "I hear that Mr. Plummer is working for you," Smith says. I nod. "The silver lining of you pensioning him off. We're happy to have him." "Good morning, Detective Plummer," Smith says as Jake passes by. Jake delivers a cursory nod without breaking stride. "It seems that Mr. Plummer still isn't happy with me," Smith deadpans as his eyes trail Jake. Jake remains bitter about his involuntary retirement. Can you blame him? No, I can't, Smith replies with a troubled look. I should have dug into that more deeply at the time. Truth is, the chief of police didn't indicate there was any friction around the decision to pension off Detective Plummer. Why didn't you dig deeper before they let Jake go? I've always believed that you have to let your people get on with their jobs the best way they see fit to, leastways until they demonstrate that they don't warrant your trust. That doesn't sound like a vote of confidence in your police chief, I say. He doesn't deny it, so I add, for what it's worth, Jake wasn't exactly enamored of the guy even before he was pushed out the door. I understand he didn't take a shine to young Detective Caulfield either. I can see why. Seems that we could have used Plummer's expertise in this investigation of the Marcia Williams murder. Your team generally seems to be a step or two ahead of our people. Jake still has his detective chops, I reply smugly, then lean in and lower my voice. Don't tell him I said so. Smith smiles. Not that he'd give me the time of day to do so. I should get back inside, Mr. Mayor. Did you want to talk to me about anything in particular? Not really. Just wanted to say hello and ask after Brittany. I feel almost like a turncoat saying so, but good luck in there. Thank you. See you around. We shake hands before I head back into court. I pass along the mayor's regards to Brittany and chat with her and Pat for another minute or two before the judge calls the court to order. Mike gives me a little fist bump for luck. We've got our sights firmly set on Rachel Amundsen and Lucas Cohen today. I lead things off by calling one of the agent trainees from the February 4th training session. Lamar Green is a hulking young man who looks as if he should be playing linebacker in the NFL. He flashes me a blinding smile from the witness stand after I greet him. I understand you're no longer employed by Amundsen Insurance, I begin, after the preliminaries are out of the way. Yeah, Lucas cut us loose a couple of days after the training session. Kinda made me wonder why we went through the training. I imagine that set them back a few bills. I notice that Perez is studying paperwork while she half listens to Lamar. Big mistake not tracking down all four of the agents who were there that night, Sylvia, I think, as I ask. Lucas Cohen fired you? Yeah. My understanding was that Rachel and Marcia were the agency partners. Marcia originally recruited me, and she's who I worked with when we started, Lamar says. Lucas was around some in the early days. A bit player, you know. Anyway, over the week or two before Marcia got killed, he got more involved. I wouldn't exactly say Marcia got pushed aside, but Lucas and Rachel seemed pretty tight, more in control of things. Tell us how the evening of February 4th played out. We started at 6:30 with the usual review of our training, sales theory, closing gimmicks, and especially asking for referrals. How long did this review last? 20 minutes, maybe? No more than 30. Everyone was in the room the whole time? Pretty much, he replies. Couple of folks stepped out to use the washroom for a minute or two. So that takes us to around 7. Sounds about right. What came after the classroom stuff? Lucas was big on role-playing as a coaching tool. We practiced our sales pitches on each other for a bit while he listened. He'd throw us a curveball or two along the way to teach us how to respond to objections and such. He was pretty good at that, actually. I learned quite a bit from it. Anyway, then they set up video and Rachel played the part of a prospect while we pitched our spiels. What about Rachel? I ask. What was her demeanor that night? Anything unusual? Pretty much her usual self, maybe a little distracted. Things are about to get interesting. That was at 7:15? I ask. About that, yeah. How long was each presentation? The script for our pitches covers 3 minutes, he replies. Add a couple of minutes for Rachel to raise objections and for us to respond to them. Then we'd debrief with Lucas for another 5 minutes, sometimes a little more if Lucas was being picky, which he was that night. So we're talking 15 minutes per agent roleplay? Sounds about right. There were 4 of you in training. Yeah. I wasn't looking forward to my turn, man. Lucas was hard on me at the best of times, and he was being a real dick that night. 2 agents did their thing, and then we took a 10-minute break at 7:45. My turn was coming next. You're sure it was at 7:45? He nods. Yeah, I was clock watching. The Bulls game started at 8. Got it. He smiles. Then I caught a break. How's that? Lucas stepped out for a bit, so I didn't have to present in front of him. Stepped out of the room, or did he leave the building? He left the building, said he had an errand to run. I noticed Perez's head snap up. How long was he gone? I asked Lamar. Lamar thinks about it for a minute. He left maybe 5 minutes into the break and didn't come back until we were critiquing Rick's performance. Rick went last, so Lucas was gone a half hour or so, maybe a bit longer. Can you be specific about the time? I didn't start my video until a couple of minutes before 8. You're sure of that? Yeah, I am. Like I say, I was clock watching and was a little pissed about missing the start of the Bullets game. It was damn near halftime by the time I got home. Perez goes on the attack when I turn over the witness, pointing out that Rachel and the other two agents contradict Lamar's story about Cohen's outing. She ends with an incredulous look at Lamar. We're to believe that you can recall every minute of a night in early February? Damn straight I remember that night clearly. I was watching the clock all night and was friggin' happy Lucas wasn't there when my turn came. Mike calls Lamar's rookie cohort, Rick Melanson, next. Rick looks as if he might hail from a farm just down the road from the Brooks family in Kansas. Big-boned, 6 foot or so, couple of 100 pounds, sandy blonde hair. Wholesome country goodness personified. His account of the night echoes Lamar's, right down to Cohen's surly mood and absence from shortly before 8 until past. I remember the times, Rick said. I went last. Lucas came back when I was about done. I was paying attention to the time because my sister was minding my son, and she was supposed to go on a date at 8. I knew she was going to be annoyed about me being late. She was. I sent her a text just after 8:30 letting her know I was on my way. Perez doesn't make a dent in Rick's testimony. Between Lamar and him, it seems pretty clear that Cohen was off somewhere while Marcia was being murdered. Coincidence? A quick glance at the jury box suggests a few jurors are wondering the same thing. We all know that we're being lied to about what went on in the training session, but who's doing the lying? I cast a questioning look at Jake after Rick is excused, and mouth, Doris? He shrugs. Well, it can't be much longer. I call another witness out of order. Eleanor Hawks looks like a character straight out of Downton Abbey or Masterpiece Theater. She's matronly and is dressed right prim and proper. Smartly styled silver hair frames her pretty face. The term English creamy white skin could have been coined with her in mind, and she has an endearing overbite that has always struck me as uniquely English. When she speaks, her melodic upper-crust British accent is music to the ears. A peek at the jury suggests they're as enamored of her as I am. If all goes well, she'll turn out to be a devastatingly charming assassin on the stand. Good morning, Miss Hawks, I begin after she's sworn in. Good day, Mr. Valenti. Let me start by thanking you for traveling all the way from the United Kingdom to be with us this morning. I am pleased to assist. You were the receptionist with the Amundsen Insurance Agency, correct? For 6 years, 3 months. You were let go from that position late last year? My Christmas gift, one assumes, she replies drolly. Gentle laughter can be heard here and there in the gallery. A few jurors crack smiles. Was a reason given for your termination? Rachel mentioned injecting fresh energy into the agency and assured me she would be happy to provide a good reference. Marcia was upset over it, poor dear. She told me Rachel wanted someone younger, preferably a black lass, as she was eager to make inroads into that community. Objection, Sylvia Perez snaps. Hearsay evidence, Your Honor. Judge Blum nods and says gently, Please simply answer the questions, Miss Hawks. We're not permitted to testify about conversations with people who cannot be called upon to verify the veracity of the conversation. Eleanor nods. Thank you, dear. I didn't realize that. I'm neither a barrister nor a solicitor. Blum smiles down at her, apparently nonplussed at being called dear in court. Thank you, Miss Hawks. So your separation from the agency was amicable? I ask. I suppose it was, all things considered. You stopped into the agency yesterday. A courtesy visit, you see. I was employed with them for quite some time. Had anything changed? The receptionist, she says with a self-effacing smile.
A lovely girl. That would be Aretha Jackson. Yes. I was extremely surprised to see that the rear stairwell security camera had been removed. Extremely surprised? Oh, yes, Mr. Valenti. You see, Rachel had cameras installed on the first day we moved into those offices. She upgraded them at least 3 times during my tenure. She was quite fastidious in updating to the latest technology. If I might say so, she was a little over the top about security, to borrow an Americanism. Is that so? Oh, yes. The neighborhood scared her a little, you see. The black people. I walked back to our table to collect a photo of the stairwell leading from the alley door up to the rear entrance of the agency. Mike sets a blow-up of the photo on the easel while I introduce it into evidence. This is a picture of the rear stairwell at Amundsen Insurance, I say while handing Eleanor the photo. Yes, I recognize it well. Can you tell us where the camera was mounted? Of course, she says before she sets an index finger on the picture. Right here. I turn to Mike. The witness is pointing to the small square of wood on the wall just above the door at the top of the stairs. Can you circle it? Mike points at the enlargement. Right here? Exactly, Eleanor says. Mike circles it with a thick black marker. Aside from the fact that the camera was missing, did anything else strike you about that location, Miss Hawkes? It appeared as if the camera had been removed recently. The wood behind where the camera had been hasn't weathered like the rest of the board. We're close to beating the topic to death, so I move on. You returned to your home in the UK immediately after you were let go? She smiles. I did. It was nice to be home. I hadn't realized how much I missed jolly old England. I was fortunate enough to arrive in time to celebrate New Year's Eve in Trafalgar Square. We did that when we were younger. Did you provide Miss Amundsen with a forwarding address in the UK before you left? I certainly did. Placed it right in her hand. I decided to move back into the family home with my sister. We're now a right proper pair of old dowagers, puttering around making ourselves tea and crumpets every afternoon. I smile along with most everyone else in the courtroom. Did you receive your separation paperwork and a W-2 for last year? Yes, I did. After contacting Rachel several times and speaking with Miss Jackson. It only arrived last week, actually. I was quite concerned that I would miss the tax filing deadline. She smiles. One must pay one's taxes. I collect a sheaf of papers and introduce them into evidence, then hand a copy to Eleanor. As she starts to look them over and purse her lips in disapproval, I notice Jake hurrying out of the courtroom with Max. Neither look happy. Problems with Doris? I tear my eyes away and refocus on Eleanor, who was waiting expectantly with the papers in hand. These are copies of email correspondence between you and Rachel Amundsen, Miss Hawkes? Yes, they are. More than I cared to send, I must say. We're discussing a trail of 6 emails between Eleanor and her former boss, in which Eleanor asks where her separation paperwork is, and repeatedly provides her mailing address in London. The clerk passes them along to the jury to read while I continue. I understand you also called the agency at least twice to ask where your paperwork was? That is correct. I shift gears. Are you familiar with a man named Lucas Cohen? I'm afraid not. Our understanding is that Mr. Cohen is somewhat of a fixture at Amundsen Insurance. Miss Amundsen said he's been doing new agent sales training for several years. In fact, he was conducting agent training the night of Marcia Williams's murder. Eleanor, perhaps a good enough actress for Masterpiece Theater, appears surprised and visibly confused. My understanding is that Marcia was killed in the reception area at the office. She was. During the training session, how could that happen without anyone noticing? Everyone was at the training session. But the training room opens right off the reception area. How could they not see? The agency rented an off-site meeting room that night. Eleanor appears bewildered. I just don't understand. That is quite out of character. You see, Rachel was exceptionally frugal. She was. Yes, so was Lou. You mean Lucas? You continue to speak of this Lucas, Mr. Valenti. There was never anyone named Lucas involved with the agency during my time there. Lou did that kind of training for Rachel. Lou did? I ask with genuine surprise. This didn't come up when I spoke with her last night, and Jake hadn't mentioned it. Yes, she replies. He was around quite often, so much so that I wondered now and then if he and Rachel were involved romantically, but perhaps I was mistaken. After all, he was also Marcia's boyfriend for a short time. A little sob escapes her. "I'm sorry," she says softly as she touches a tissue to her eyes. "I still cannot believe poor Marcia is gone, and so horribly." I'm staring at her in disbelief. Lucas Cohen dated Marcia too? I'm tempted to delve into that, but this isn't the time. Not when I don't know what it might reveal. I carry on with my next planned topic after she composes herself. "Did you know Reg Williams, Miss Hawks?" "He dropped by from time to time before he and Marcia divorced. He seemed a pleasant man, and they got along well, even toward the end of their marriage. He is the last person I would suspect of harming Marcia. The police obviously seem to think otherwise." "How do they think Reg got into the office at that time of day?" "They seem to think he had a key that he never returned." "Reg?" "So they say." "That can't be right. Reg never had a key. Keys were very tightly controlled. What with all the confidential client information at the agency." "Can you tell us what controls are in place?" "There's a key log at my desk. Well, my former desk. It's a paper log that is kept in a locked drawer. The keys are kept in a separate strongbox and must be signed in and out with dates and times recorded in the log. Reg never had a key during my tenure." "Is there anything else you'd care to share with us, Miss Hawks?" She shakes her head softly. "No, Mr. Valenti." "That's all I have for the witness at this time, Your Honor. We may wish to recall Miss Hawks." I turn back to Eleanor. "Thank you for coming today." "You're welcome, my dear." Perez, who had no advance notice of what Eleanor would speak about, wisely passes on the opportunity to cross-examine her. For all her proper decorum, Rachel's former employee managed to let everyone know that she isn't a fan of her former boss. Aside from simply pissing off the jurors by attacking a sweet little old lady, the prosecutor would run the risk of stepping on a landmine or two by asking questions Eleanor might use to ever so politely excoriate dear Rachel. Blum dismisses Eleanor, thanks her, and clarifies that she must remain available in case we wish to recall her. "I understand, dear," she says with a matronly smile. "Thank you." Blum calls a 15-minute recess. I catch up to Eleanor in the hallway, where she's chatting with Pat. Jake and Max are nowhere to be seen. "Was that satisfactory?" Eleanor asks me. "More than satisfactory." "Quick question." She nods. "The key log and strongbox, were they monitored with any type of video surveillance?" "I don't believe so. Not that I know of." "Well, it was a shot in the dark at best. Probably wouldn't help any, other than possibly making a point about another missing camera." "Is Lou a witness?" she asks as she looks beyond me. "Lou," I ask, as my eyes track hers to where Lucas Cohen sits on a bench at the far end of the hallway. "What's he doing out here? The bailiffs are supposed to be holding him in a secure room until he testifies." "Right there," Eleanor says with a smile. "All the trouble you've had trying to find him, and there he is." "That's Lucas Cohen," I say. Her brow furrows. "He called himself Lou when I worked with Rachel." I quickly look away and steer Eleanor to the other end of the hallway, so Cohen doesn't catch us staring. "That's the man Marcia was dating?" I ask her. "The guy you thought might have been involved with Rachel?" She nods. "I never liked him. He doesn't seem overly likable," says Pat, who has tagged along. "Do you remember an incident last fall when Lou and Reg had something of an altercation and the police were called?" I ask Eleanor. Her lip curls in distaste. "Yes, I do. Marcia was furious. She and Lou argued about it the following morning. They parted ways straight away." "Why was Marcia furious?" "My understanding was that Lou called Reg and said things that upset him." She pauses for a moment and holds a finger up to indicate that she's thinking. Yes. Marcia said Lou baited Reg about Ashley, then called the police." "Well, well," I say. "We'll have to explore that with Mr. Cohen." Eleanor slows as we near the end of the hallway and glances back to where Cohen was sitting. He's vanished. "Perhaps I should not say this, but I dare say that Lou, perhaps even Rachel, well, I suspect that one or both of them are more likely to have harmed Marcia than poor Reg. I always felt certain that Rachel was using Marcia's rice for her own benefit. She and Lou made for quite an unsavory pairing. Is that an utterly scandalous thing to say?" I shake my head. "To be honest with you, Eleanor, we share that suspicion." Her eyes widen slightly.
Will you accuse them of it today?
Not directly. Our job is to clear Reg's name. Then perhaps the police will take a hard look at those two.
Am I allowed to attend court now that I've testified?
Not until you've been released by the judge. She frowns.
I'm still unable to watch the proceedings, then?
I shake my head no. We hope to finish our case this afternoon. If we do, then you'll be free to attend the rest of the trial.
But I won't see you questioning Rachel and Lou.
I'm afraid not. Her eyes twinkle when she says,
Pity. I would so love to see those two wriggle and squirm like worms on the witness stand. As we say in England, Mr. Valenti, kick their arses.
I laugh. We aim to. You're in town until the weekend?
Yes, don't fret, dear. I won't just up and bugger off on you. Now, if you will excuse me, I'm off to the loo.
What a gem, Pat says as we watch her go. The jury loved her. So do I say with a chuckle. Were you playing reporter with her?
Just a little. Depending on how things turn out, I may wish to follow up with her.
Looking for a paid trip to London at the Trib's expense? A smile spreads across her face.
I hadn't thought of that. Great idea.
Pat's eyes strayed back to where Cohen had been sitting.
Do you think he noticed us watching him?
She asks with a look of concern. I don't know. Why?
I'll bet he and Rachel feel the walls closing in.
He might bolt if he does.
Actually, they both might. If things go the way I think they're heading, Reg is going to walk on the murder charge. The cops will have no choice but to look at them.
Let's hope you're prescient, O'Toole. I think she's being a touch alarmist about Cohen doing a runner, but make a mental note to discuss it with Jake and Max. I walk over to a sheriff's deputy and ask him to locate Cohen, to make sure he's sequestered until we put him on the stand this afternoon. A quick call to Mrs. Pangborn goes straight to voicemail. I hope all is well at the hospital and wish to hell I could be in two places at once. Max and Jake finally appear, hurrying toward me with ashen faces. Whatever news about Doris Banks they're coming to deliver, I know it's bad.
Doris is dead, Jake says.
I expected bad news. Doris is sick, she had to work, she forgot. But I'm not prepared for this, despite the health warnings Lionel gave us.
What happened? I ask.
Someone murdered her last night, Jake replies, slit her throat while she slept.
I feel lightheaded and sag onto a bench in the hallway.
Jesus. Do they know who did it? The guys at the scene were pretty tight-lipped, Max replies. Doesn't sound like they have any suspects.
She was such a sweet woman, I murmur, remembering the effervescent woman who'd come to our offices to give us a deposition only a few days ago. Who in hell would want to kill someone like Doris?
Jake's eyes narrow. Probably the same bastard who killed Marcia Williams, he replies with a grim expression.
How would anyone know about her? I ask.
Did you give her deposition to the prosecution? He asks.
The inference chills me.
No, but we did add her to our witness list. So someone there had her address, Jake mutters.
Come on, Jake, I say. Nobody there would do this.
No, but I can imagine Perez or someone speaking with Amundsen to ask about Doris to see if they could get a sense of what she may have to say.
Jesus, I say, as I drop my head into my hands. Did I get Doris Banks killed?
Jake lays a hand on my shoulder. Hey, this isn't on you, Tony. You did what you needed to do. Perez did what she had to do. The problem is probably Amundsen and Cohen realizing the significance of where Doris lived and putting it together. I'll give the detectives working the case a heads up, Max says. So, Jake says angrily, now what?
I give my head a shake and focus on the implications of this for our trial. Thankfully, we did depose Doris. The issue will be trying to get that interview admitted at trial. We are reasonably confident that Doris's death will allow for an exception to the hearsay rule, which is why we deposed her after Lionel warned us about her health issues. That doesn't mean Judge Blum will allow us to share it with a jury. Perez will fight this tooth and nail.
How much is this going to hurt us? Jake asks me.
I shake my head.
Hard to say. If we can't get her testimony in, it's going to punch a big hole in our case." "How big?" Max asks. I shrug. "Pretty damn big. Guess we'll find out if it's a fatal blow if we can't use it." Max and Jake both curse under their breath. I excuse myself, find Mike, and we call Penelope to break the news. "Oh my God," she exclaims, then breaks down in tears. She pulls herself together within a minute. "So, the issue now is how to get her testimony in, right?" "Yes," we say in unison. She thinks for a minute. "Let me draft a motion. I suggest you give Judge Blum a heads up." We get word to the judge that a delicate issue has come up that we need to discuss in chambers. Perez is furious when she hears that we want to introduce hearsay testimony. Blum at least thinks to offer his condolences before he tackles the issue. "Next steps?" he asks us. "My partner's drafting a motion asking the court to allow the testimony," I reply. He nods. "Is this video testimony?" "It is, Your Honor." "Are you ready to proceed with other witnesses while your partner pulls this together?" I swallow and reply, "I guess we are." Blum gives me a sympathetic look. "I realize this is a shock for you gentlemen. Would you like a few more minutes to get your emotions under control before we proceed?" "Please, Your Honor," I reply hoarsely as Doris Banks's face swims into my mind's eye. 30 minutes, he suggests. I nod numbly, thank him, and leave his chambers with Mike. We decide to walk outside to clear our heads. "This sounds heartless as hell, I know, but stay focused," Mike tells me after we commiserate about Doris for a few minutes. "The matter of the deposition will sort itself out this afternoon. We've still got work to do this morning." I nod. "And if we can't get Doris's testimony in, it's all the more important to nail Amundsen's pelt to the wall." "Exactly." I spend the final few minutes of the break trying to get my game face on for Amundsen, but my thoughts keep straying to Doris Banks. Was she killed to prevent her from testifying? If so, is Eleanor safe? Probably, as she's already testified. Still, maybe we can ask Blum to assign her protection for the rest of the trial. I'll have a word with his clerk to ask how to go about that. And while I'm deep into paranoia territory, I start to wonder if any of us are safe for as long as this trial lasts. Not just our witnesses, but us, the attorneys, and our families. Jesus, Valenti, get a grip. Still, I make a mental note to take as many additional security precautions as I can over the next couple of days, and to advise everyone involved in the case to do so as well. My thoughts then stray to Trish. Were the doctors able to bring her out of her coma? If so, what kind of shape is she in? Does she remember what happened? I make a final, futile call to Trish's mother before Blum calls court back into session, then try to push thoughts of Doris and Trish out of my mind. "Something up with Doris?" Reg asks with concern when we settle back at our table in the courtroom. Mike breaks the news. Reg is devastated. "Someone killed her over this?" he asks, as his eyes take in the courtroom. Mike shrugs. "That remains to be seen, but it's possible." Reg squeezes his eyes shut while his hands ball into fists. "Son of a bitch who killed her better hope I never run into him." I'm relieved that the jury isn't here to witness the rage radiating off Reg. Rachel Amundsen is dressed down when she takes a stand after recess. Gone is last week's just above the knee-length skirt, sheer blouse, and Jimmy Choo shoes with 50-inch heels. In their place is a sensible blue pantsuit and a pair of black pumps. Given her history with us, including her self-serving chat with me after the murder, Judge Blum has granted our request to declare Amundsen a hostile witness. I'll be allowed to ask pointed and leading questions, something we're usually only allowed to do during cross-examination. I lead off with the matter of the disappearing security camera at the top of the rear stairs. "Is it true that you had that camera removed only days before Marcia was murdered?" "I think it might have been January." "Late January? Maybe the last week of January?" "Perhaps." "Why did you have that camera removed, Miss Amundsen?" "It was broken. I plan to replace it." "Isn't it true that you have insisted on having a security camera on those stairs every day since you opened your agency office several years ago?" "Probably." "You've upgraded the system several times, have you not? Once or twice, I believe. I take the security of my people very seriously, Mr. Valenti.
Which is why you've always had a camera in place until just prior to Marcia's murder. She affects a pained expression.
I don't think a camera would have stopped Reg that night.
But it may well have helped with the investigation into her death. She doesn't reply. Our understanding is that the only other time you got a broken camera, you had it replaced the very day it stopped working. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
You also gave us a somewhat vague answer when you were asked about the office key controls in place at the agency, yet there was a very precise protocol in place. Why didn't you explain that to us?
I don't believe I was asked directly about it.
But you did testify that Reg had a key.
I thought that perhaps he did. As I explained earlier, Eleanor wasn't exactly on top of her game the final few months she was with us, and I'm not sure our new girl is managing that process in the way it is designed.
With Eleanor's testimony fresh in their minds, I doubt the jurors appreciate Amundsen's efforts to trash her. I see, I say, in a tone that calls bullshit on her answer. The removal of a security camera in the week prior to Marcia's murder seems out of character for you, Miss Amundsen. You've always had a camera on that back stairwell until that week. Is there a reason for that?
Perez pops to her feet. Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained, Blum says, with a pointed look at me. I put a little spin on the question. Why did you relax your security standards this one time?
I wouldn't say any standards were relaxed.
Whether or not you say so, the fact remains that they were relaxed. We've heard that you were a little scared of the neighborhood.
That's not true.
Our strategy of holding off calling her to keep her isolated in a holding room so she isn't aware of today's earlier testimony is paying off. I hope Cohen is now secure as well. Anyone who may have said that was lying? I ask. She affects a gentle laugh.
I may have been a little over the top with worry back in the early days, but I can assure you that I've been over such concerns for a long time.
Yet you kept upgrading the security systems.
For my people's sake.
Lying bitch. I think I've exhausted the topic. You run a tight ship in terms of administration and protection of client information.
I take great pride in assuring the security of our clients' personal information and maintaining tight fiscal controls, Mr. Valenti. It's a top priority at Amundsen Insurance.
She sounds like a corporate spokesperson after a data breach, or an airline flak after a crash caused by shoddy aircraft maintenance, and about as believable. Mrs. Conklin told us you sold them a travel policy for a cruise they took in the days leading up to Marcia's murder.
Did I? I don't recall. Perhaps she's mistaken about who sold her the policy.
I retreat to our table and return with the photocopy of the email trail between Mrs. Conklin and her. She scans it after I hand it to her and gives it back.
I guess I did. What of it?
It seems that you knew the Conklins would be away. You knew Marcia wouldn't be able to reach them. I have walked right up to accusing her of being involved in Marcia's killing, leaving myself the ability to back away, instead of the indignation one would expect from someone who has just been all but accused of being implicated in a murder. Amundsen eyes me warily. I wait patiently for a response, giving the jury plenty of time to ponder the implications of what I've said, then ask, did you share that information with the police after learning that the Tanner referral had supposedly come from the Conklins?
No.
Why not, Miss Amundsen? You had to know the police were attempting to reach the Conklins.
It was crazy for a few days. I guess I didn't put it together in the midst of all the chaos and pain.
It's not a bad answer. Plausible enough for most people to accept, if she hadn't already been caught lying again and again. As I stare at Amundsen and wonder if she had a hand in the murders of Marcia Williams and now Doris Banks, a surge of disgust and rage wells up within me. I take a deep breath and let it out slowly to bleed some of the emotion away. Let me speak briefly about your partnership agreement with Marcia, I continue coldly. You told us that the premium income from Marcia's business continues to flow to Amundsen Insurance.
Those were the terms of the partnership agreement.
Would you mind sharing with us exactly how much revenue that provides? Her eyes narrow for an instant, then she makes a show of thinking.
Maybe $500 monthly, something like that. Maybe a little more.
Maybe a little more? I ask. I have a copy of the January premium income statement issued to Marcia from the agency. It had arrived at her home a few days after she died. Her daughter, Ashley, had passed it along to Mike.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
Might her trailing premium income from January have been something over $2,000? She pastes a surprised expression on her face.
That much?
As if Miss Eagle Eye on agency finances hasn't noticed that much extra money in her pocket for the past couple of months. I allow my skepticism to show in a sardonic expression.
That much indeed, I finally respond.
Those funds now flow to you as the sole owner of the agency, correct?
That's right.
You must find it helpful. Her expression hardens at the obvious sarcasm and turns steely at my next comment. I understand you are experiencing some personal financial pressures over the winter. Would you mind telling us about that?
Objection,
Sylvia Perez snaps as she gets to her feet. There's fear in the prosecutor's eyes as the judge asks for the grounds of her objection. Perez visibly struggles to come up with something before settling for,
"The question is clearly irrelevant, Your Honor. Miss Amundsen's personal finances can't possibly have anything to do with this case."
"What do you base that statement on, Miss Perez?" Blum asks.
"She's not on trial here. The defendant is."
Blum looks back to me. "Counselor?"
"Miss Amundsen is my witness, Your Honor. It's not the prosecutor's place to dictate my line of questioning. The relevance of this line of questioning will soon be apparent."
Blum nods. "Objection overruled. Please answer the question, Miss Amundsen."
"What was the question, Your Honor?"
Perez snaps back.
"All I heard was an invitation for Miss Amundsen to tell us all about her personal finances."
"I'll rephrase, Your Honor," I offer. "Go ahead," he says wearily. I lock eyes with Amundsen. "You were receiving $1,200 in monthly child support that ended last September, correct?"
"Yes."
"You had also accumulated significant debt, well over $70,000 in credit card debt, and another $50,000 on a personal line of credit, not to mention $60,000 plus on a home equity line of credit. Is that correct?" Her eyes go wide with an expression that clearly asks, "How do you know that?" "You also purchased a new Mercedes luxury sedan in October, with monthly payments of a little over $1,000 per month. Do I have all of that correct?"
"Yes,"
she mutters angrily. "Was the $200,000 the agency received from the life insurance policy on Marcia Williams reinvested in the agency?"
"No."
"You used those funds to get yourself out of a financial jam, didn't you?"
"What I did with the money is my concern."
"Of course it is." I move on to the final topic I plan to explore. We had a robust discussion during our final strategy session about how to manage the relationship between Amundsen and Lucas Cohen. We decided, somewhat reluctantly, not to hit her with it, unless we feel as if we absolutely have to. Thankfully, Amundsen is self-destructing pretty much all on her own, so I decide the relationship business is best held back to be explored with the final witness we will call today, Lucas Cohen, or Lou, or the guy who rented the training space, or whatever he decides to call himself this afternoon. But I'm getting ahead of myself. "You testified that Marcia Williams arranged the February 4th training session, didn't you?" I ask Amundsen.
"Yes,"
she replies, then hedges the answer by adding,
"to the best of my knowledge and recollection."
"Is it possible that you and Mr. Cohen made those arrangements?" She eyes me warily.
"Perhaps Lucas coordinated with Marcia? I really don't know."
"Isn't it true that you control all expenditures at the agency?"
"For the most part."
"All expenditures, Miss Amundsen. You told us not 5 minutes ago that you personally maintain tight fiscal controls, didn't you?"
"I do."
"Does anyone else have signing authority on your agency's checking account?"
"No."
"Not even your former partner, Marcia Williams, was permitted signing authority. Isn't that right?"
"It is."
I mentally thank Aretha and Eleanor for that tidbit. A fine sheen of sweat is accumulating on Amundsen's forehead. "So you would have had to sign off on payment to the training facility your agency rented for the evening of February 4th?
"I don't recall doing so. Maybe Marcia paid."
"Out of her own pocket?" I ask incredulously. Amundsen doesn't reply. I don't force the issue and pivot to a new angle. "Isn't it true that every eligible expense incurred by the agency is diligently recorded and tracked for tax purposes?"
That's just good business, Mr. Valenti.
I didn't suggest otherwise.
We keep good books. Just the point I was getting to, Miss Amundsen. Wouldn't training sessions and their associated expenses be deductible? Yes.
Wouldn't a training session like that cost several $100s or more? Facility rental, video recording costs, whatever fee Mr. Cohen charges for his services.
Yes.
Yet you didn't request an invoice for the facility rental?
I don't recall seeing one.
You didn't pay by check?
She wavers for a split second as a hint of fear creeps into her eyes. I imagine she's wondering if I know the truth or if I'm just fishing for information. Not that I recall.
That seems a bit odd, given your meticulous cost controls. I let her stew in uncertainty for a moment longer by meandering back to our table to have a peek at my notes, glancing up as I do to see how she's holding up. She's rattled. Good. On to the finale. If Amundsen's half as smart as I think she is, she's got an inkling of where my questions are leading, and the odds are pretty good that she's starting to think about self-preservation. We'll know in a few minutes. Let's talk about the training session itself, I say as I walk back. You're on record as saying that nobody left a training session between the time it began shortly after 6:30 and approximately 8:30 when it wrapped up. Do you remember telling us that?
I have some recollection of saying so.
We have testimony suggesting Mr. Cohen left the building for somewhere between 30 and 45 minutes, from shortly before 8 until maybe half past,